In the modern era, when individuals traverse into an interstellar age, grappling with the complexities of futuristic technology can seem daunting. However, as the esteemed Han Gaozu has demonstrated, the path to success lies in entrepreneurship, balancing welfare on one hand while envisioning grand aspirations on the other. One need not excel in every endeavor, for there are talented individuals who will adeptly manage the intricacies. With a tumultuous beginning marked by the burden of parental debts and the loss of loved ones, accompanied by two siblings as additional responsibilities, one might feel overwhelmed. Yet, our protagonist possesses a remarkable ability akin to an eidetic memory, allowing him to engage in savvy trading, thus transforming creditors into supplicants for debt owing. Uity swaps. Ibn declares, I shall commence my journey as an interstellar scavenger, steadily ascending to the pinnacle of success. Chapter 1. A Life Lived for 16 Years. The narrative unfolds against a backdrop of a technologically regressed interstellar stage, where numerous exceedingly advanced technologies have been lost to the annals of time. Humanity has become reliant on remnants of mechanical production, lacking the understanding necessary for innovation. It is imperative for readers to acknowledge this foundational premise. The superfluous disputes within this tale often arise from some readers who overlook the repeatedly emphasized concept of a great collapse, mistakenly assuming that the interstellar realm must be inherently advanced. Should you encounter technology that appears implausible, take heed. Such anomalies are a result of lost knowledge, where the coexistence of the advanced and the primitive is vividly portrayed throughout this work. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the readers. Furthermore, this book is replete with illustrations. Please enable the illustration mode prior to reading by navigating to settings. More settings. The tremors from the docking of the spacecraft stirred Li Bin from his slumber. Blinking in bewilderment, he observed the bustling crew on the bridge, still disoriented from his wreck and awakening. Before him, reality and illusion intertwined. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in a dream, listening to his mathematics teacher passionately discuss solid geometry in a dialect, while his peripheral vision caught glimpses of girls on the playground, their figures dancing gracefully. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant essence of youth was supplanted by steel, machinery, buttons, switches, and a group of laborers exuding the scent of perspiration. Were it not for this sudden reverie of campus life, Li Bin might have nearly forgotten that he was a time traveler rather than a native of this world. It had been 16 years since a colossal truck, with its imposing front and rear wheels, had propelled him from the thriving and peaceful land of Huaxia into this unfamiliar realm. Not only had time transformed, but humanity's technological advancement had reached interstellar connectivity. Even the very fabric of space had altered. Earth, once nestled within the Orion Arm, now found Li Bin situated in the Perseus arm of the Perseus constellation, a distance of more than 100,000 miles apart. To make matters worse, the stargates connecting various star domains had inexplicably collapsed 2 centuries prior. Not only Li Bin, but the entirety of humanity in the Perseus constellation had become severed from the solar system. The once operational stargates and the ruins of those that had failed rendered his longing to return home and honor his youthful aspirations futile. Chief Officer, the personnel from the Port Authority have arrived, his subordinate reminded him. They'll be right there. How many dream of piloting a spaceship? Yet here he was doing so every day. Moreover, despite the demands of his position, the prospect for promotion were promising. The future appeared bright, a silver lining amidst adversity. Embodying the spirit of resilience, Li Bin swiftly traversed the connecting passage, and amidst the hissing of the air exchange valves, he gathered his clerical staff to commence teach. EIR duties. Shipping is a task that, while not overly complex, can be rather troublesome. Any chief mate or second mate aboard a vessel can perform it, indicating a high degree of OC. Occupational substitutability. Li Bin, having traversed time, is able to engage in shipping operations thanks to the skills in official document drafting acquired from previous life. As a professor in the literature department, which he utilizes to handle customs declarations and other standardized paperwork. Ascending to the position of the sole shipping officer aboard the ship, and indeed the only one within the fleet, his remarkable memory, a gift from his rebirth, plays a crucial role. Beyond the routine duties of shipping, he possesses the ability to swiftly memorize and recall vital information concerning the prices and supply-demand dynamics of goods for VAR. Planets. as well as details regarding significant figures. This aptitude has enabled him to successfully establish a revenue stream through smuggling for the fleet. As for the rationale behind the captain's decision to assign him this role, despite the presence of AI on board, the explanation is straightforward. Without Li Bin, any mishap would implicate the captain, but with Li Bin in place, any issues would be attributed to the shipping officer's oversight. In essence, Li Bin serves not only as a clandestine ledger for smuggling activities, but also as a potential scapegoat for incarceration. After deftly navigating the bureaucratic demands of the port officials, Li Bin finally made his way to the hotel where the captain was staying several hours later. Upon his entrance into the hotel, the core crew members of various ships greeted him with whistles, applause, and table thumping. Amidst their warm reception, Li Bin ascended the stairs, giving a thumbs up to indicate that matters were in order, while the cheers behind him grew fervent. Inside the room, Captain Sarah lounged against the headboard, raising his glass in a satisfied yet languorous gesture upon spotting Li Bin. The captain's companion also offered Li Bin a drink, departing with a graceful sway of her hips, leaving the door to close behind her. Li Bin presented the terminal, laden with all necessary documents, to the captain for inspection, simultaneously reporting the company's goods have successfully cleared customs, and the sales and finance teams are currently processing them. Additionally, our own cargo has been entrusted to the sales champion department for engagement with the black market. Sarah took a swig of liquor, inquiring, "How long until we could sell off the goods?" "The fleet ship needs to undergo repairs on another planet." Li Bin, well aware that the captain was indifferent to corporate affairs, replied with practiced ease, "If all goes swiftly, approximately 3 hours, otherwise 5 hours." The captain raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That quickly?" Li Bin chuckled. "The planet Eldfell, shrouded in lava, is truly a desolate realm. We are smuggling food, and with over 1 million mouths to feed on Eldfell, we need not worry about selling a high price. 5 hours is merely allowing the sales team to bide their time for competitive bidding." "What about the profits?" "At least 8,000 star coins." Sarah exhaled a breath of relief, straightened his posture, and clinked glasses with Li Bin, finally revealing a smile. "The Minsheng Transport Company, though a modest enterprise in the constellation of Perseus, holds its own amidst giants like Susi technology, akin to luminescent moss among towering flora. It operates several space trading fleets, primarily centered around cruisers. As the commander of one such fleet, Sarah had ascended to a partnership position, with annual dividends barely exceeding 1,000 star coins. Li Bin's mention of 8,000 star coins far surpassed his yearly share. Moreover, this sum would be distributed among all crew members of the fleet. Since Li Bin became a shipping clerk, he has discovered that the remuneration for crew members is lamenta. Blilo. This phenomenon is not confined merely to the civil transport company. Indeed, it resonates throughout all the crew members of the Andromeda sector, where such meager wages have become unattainable for many imprisoned on various planets. Consequently, he devoted considerable time to research, ultimately proposing a plan to Saradu, given the challenges in managing deep space crew members coupled with the necessity of allocating dormitories and storage spaces for them. Li Bin suggested the establishment of a clandestine society within the fleet under the leadership of Saradu. All members' dormitories and storage spaces would be confiscated, with the surplus funds utilized for collective borrowing and a unified purchase of goods, thereby facilitating smuggling through fleet trade. In essence, this initiative aims to formalize the crew's spontaneous smuggling activities and procure bulk commodities. Such undertakings are not novel. Similar activities can be traced back to the age of exploration. However, Li Bin's plan boasts an unparalleled advantage: his prodigious memory. In the interstellar era, auditing, surveillance, and internal espionage have nearly rendered such activities obsolete. Li Bin's remarkable memory allows him to retain all accounts and transaction records solely in his mind, enabling him to meticulously track each crew member's activities without any electronic documentation. With the fleet being distanced from the company for extended periods, the allure of successive profits is sufficient to ensnare all crew members in this enterprise. As long as everyone profits, everyone becomes complicit. After numerous attempts at persuasion, Saradu has transitioned from skepticism to complete conviction. An astonishing profit of 8,000 star coins marks the highest gain from smuggling achieved by the fleet thus far. With the additional dividends, the crew members held Sarah in high regard, and even in normally impartial and unready, Li Bin became enthusiastic. The fervor displayed downstairs a moment ago was merely a reflection of their delight in yet another influx of income. After exchanging a few casual words, Sarah set down her wine glass and inquired, "Li Bin, how long have you been aboard?" Li Bin replied, "I signed my contract with the Minxing Transport Company in the second month of the year 198 of the stellar calendar. Now, in March of the year 206, it has been over 8 years. 8 years, how swiftly time flies. You were just over 7 years old back then, weren't you?" Sarah mused. During the era of human dominance before the collapse of the stargates, the natural growth rate of humanity could scarcely meet the demands of the colonies. Consequently, the regime of human dominion established fertility factories, employing genetic modifications to accelerate childhood development and extend human lifespan. They were also capable of providing customized genetic adjustments and educational services tailored to individual needs. In merely 8 years, a fertilized egg could mature into an adult form, ready to serve as the foundational labor force. Regrettably, with the onset of the Great Collapse, nearly all technical documentation regarding genetic modifications on this side of the Andromeda constellation was lost, leaving future generations reliant on fertility factories for limited adjustments, unable to innovate further from the original foundation. Although it is rumored that large corporations are attempting to restore human genetic technology, their efforts pale in comparison to the grand artistry of the past, akin to the D.M. glow of decayed grass juxtaposed against the radiant shine of the moon. This, too, exemplifies a facet of the end of Dharma Age. He believes that he can ascend further within the fleet, and it is not impossible for him to eventually become an independent fleet commander. "No, have you been in touch with your family? Do you miss home?" "Not yet." Li Bin candidly shook his head. "I didn't think much about it first, and I did reach out initially, but they stopped calling later on. I also grew disinclined to contact them. Interstellar communication costs too much." If one were to speak of longing for home, Li Bin indeed harbored such sentiments. Yet what he truly missed were the parent from his previous life who had toiled endlessly to raise him. As for his parents in this life, it was difficult for Li Bin to express any emotional connection. After all, while he had parents unlike those from the reproductive factories, he was still born from an artificial womb, and his education was entirely managed by AI. It was hard to ascertain whether they genuinely desired to be parents or were merely indulging in a whimsical experiment. To complicate matters further, they later replicated the process to produce a sister. This sister had never been cared for by their parents, relying entirely on Li Bin for her upbringing. The little one did not acknowledge the two disappointing figures as her parents, only recognizing him as her brother. Upon hearing this, Captain Sarah displayed a complex expression, deeply sighing as he rummaged through a small box at the bedside. Inside the box lay a stack of letters. After sifting through them, he extracted one. "This is for you." Li Bin set down his drink to receive it. The moment the letter touched his hand, his heart sank. The envelope was crafted from genuine copperplate paper, not a synthetic imitation. Wood is a unique gift of the Earth, while the Sun accounts for 99.86 of the solar system's mass. Thus, when viewed from a cosmic perspective, it can be said without exaggeration that wood, a life-giving product of our planet, is rarer than gold, a substance forged only through the cataclysmic collisions of neutron stars. This truth transcends technology. It is a fundamental principle of nature. Although humanity has the capability to carry plants for interstellar colonization, since the collapse of the stargates, wood from the Perseus sector has been relegated to self-sust. In ants, prior to the Great Collapse, humanity possessed the technology for terraforming, allowing for colonization on planets deemed inhospitable, ranging from lava worlds to desolate ants and frozen planets. However, such terraforming technology was strictly regulated, with prohibitions on unauthorized local usage. The Perseus sector, being the last to be developed, had not yet undergone comprehensive terraforming before the collapse of the stargates, resulting in a state of isolation and transportation. This has led to a scarcity of jungle planets within the sector, with most planets still exhibiting harsh environments. Moreover, the corporate giants that control the jungle planets deliberately manage exports, restricting the distribution of seeds, subjecting them to degrading treatments, inflating their perceived value, and employing hunger marketing tactics. They categorize wood into various grades, akin to the speculative practices surrounding diamonds. In essence, this commodity has become a luxury, with even a modest stack of copperplate paper valued as star coin. Thus, it is far from suitable for administrative documents related to transfers or promotions rather. It is typically reserved for letters of gratitude directed towards crew members in pivotal positions. However, the company only granted a 1-year license, and now it has expired. Enclosed are the termination letter and your salary for this year. Li Bin's mind buzzed. He could barely recall what Captain Saradu had said afterward, merely responding in a daze. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sprawled on the bed of a hotel room, surrounded by his belongings. The others had indulged in revelry, creating quite the commotion. In the end, someone proposed to assist Li Bin, the Good Samaritan, by carrying out all his luggage to spare him the effort. Thus, a group of inebriated individuals stumbled about throughout the night, renting a room, weeping, and filling it to the brim with their possessions. They even dismantled the chui and dormitory's furniture, including the toilet and bed. Yet now, the crowd had vanished without a trace. Upon inquiring at the front desk, he learned that this bout of drunkenness had rendered him unconscious for a full day and a half. The fleet of Minshin Corporation had already set sail towards another industrial planet within the star system. Li Bin gazed at the room, crammed full of what was referred to as luggage, and let out a bitter smile. He had just declared his intention to rise above and carve a niche for himself at Minshin Corporation, aspiring to become a fleet commander, only to be unceremoniously ousted by a mere termination notice. As for that fellow Saradu, he had only sent the termination letter after concluding his business, likely fearing Li Bin might succumb to temptation and embezzle before his departure. Damn it, each and every one of them underestimates the consciousness of a socialist successor. Chapter 2. Until the edifice crumbles. In the hotel room, Li Bin contemplated the star coins in his account, pondering his future. The lodging prices in Saradudan are notably steep, costing a star coin per week, which is naturally covered by the company's account. Li Bin serves as the shipping manager at Mishing Transport Company, earning an annual salary of merely 32 star coins, a figure that is still 4 times that of an ordinary crew BER. Beyond his daily expenses for sustenance and attire, he invests all his spare funds into smuggling ventures. Given the critical nature of his role, the dividends he receives are substantial yet. Over the span of 8 years, he has accumulated a total of only 1,392 star coins. This sum, on any planet, would suffice for an ordinary individual to purchase property and enjoy a middle-class lifestyle. Star coins, the official currency of the era of humanity, remain in circulation despite the collapse of the stargates. Numerous automated factories, remnants of the past, continue to operate within the galaxy, producing the lost technological achievements of the Andromeda. As long as one possesses star coins, they can procure goods from these factories, thus gaining access to the finest industrial products available prior to the Great Collapse Consequently, star coins remain widely utilized. However, due to the disconnection between the era of humanity and the Andromeda star region, the method of producing star coins has been most of all. These once abundant coins have become increasingly scarce, transforming from a common currency into a mere equivalent, primarily employed in interstellar trade. For ordinary individuals, currencies issued by various planetary administrative bodies are utilized, characterized by a plethora of names and chaotic values, all pegged to the star coin. Thus, merchants and businesses predominantly settle transactions in star coins. With the era of humanity severed from issuing currency and the Andromeda flourishing in trade for 206 years, the value of star coins has only escalated. Despite being released from his contract with the company, Li Bin's aspiration to command a fleet remains unwavering. Once, he dreamt of traversing the stars and oceans, and now, after 8 years of dwelling in the cosmos, he found himself reluctant to return to the mundane life of farming or work. Regrettably, the capital remains insufficient. I wonder how my family is faring. I have little hope for my parents, but I do have a dutiful and gentle younger sister at home. Alas, one must face the in-laws eventually. The factory owes a considerable debt, and I was even used as collateral. I should prepare for the eventuality of its closure. As long as his sister remains safe, Li Bin reassured himself. If they were to use her as collateral, he would not spare his parents' wrath. Thanks to genetic enhancements, Li Bin stood at an impressive height of 6 feet at the age of 8, and now at 16, he had not grown much taller, but his physique had become more robust, causing his sleeves to stretch tightly around his shoulders. With a powerful punch, those old fools would surely weep for a long time. After all, he had prior military training, which had given him some proficiency in martial arts. Should those old fools meet their end, he would take a page from the tale of Wu Zixu. Resolute in his decision, he departed from the inn and hailed a taxi towards the industrial district where his home lay. The Elfi space station was an early design from the human-led era, remaining unchanged for 2 centuries due to the barren nature of their home planet. It maintained a modest, screw-like appearance, with a nut diameter of 6 kilometers, a screw diameter of 6 kilometers, and a height of 9 kilometers. The side view of the Elfi space station reveals its classification as a Level 1 station, and due to the region's poverty, it remains rather small. Moreover, the space station is a man-made structure, and although it may appear modest in size, it is essentially akin to a town. With a population of 1 million, over 800,000 reside within the confines of the space station, while the remaining 200,000 engage in mining activities on the surface of the lava planet. Thus, the space station resembles a city constructed layer upon layer. After centuries of development, each station has cultivated its unique internal architecture. Without the aid of transportation, Li Bin would inevitably find himself lost amidst the labyrinthine corridors. The industrial sector is situated in the helical section of the space station, in proximity to the engines. Unlike the nut-like sections that rely on rotation for gravitational force, this area is distinctly influenced by the engine's thrust, resulting in a stark contrast in orientation from the residential modules. In comparison to the bustling and advertisement-laden residential modules, the industrial district presents a stark picture of desolation. There are no streetlights, no tourists, the workers passing through dawn masks to filter the dust. The steel walls are adorned with chaotic graffiti and vulgarities rendered in fluorescent powder, obscuring the remnants of old bloodstains. Upon alighting before his factory, Li Bin felt a sense of astonishment as he navigated the faint gravitational pull. Before him stood a factory that had evidently undergone recent renovations, a striking contrast to the surrounding establishments, which were encrusted with stubborn grime. Even from outside, he could hear the crackling of the furnace within. Goodness, refining ores is this lucrative? How was I unaware of this? Li Bin marveled at the factory's rejuvenated state, taken aback by the transformation. Straightening his collar, he acknowledged that, despite the passage of 8 years, his appearance had remained unchanged, and he proceeded toward the factory. As he approached, the steel-plated ground at the entrance suddenly lifted, revealing 2 mounted machine guns. Warning, you have entered the controlled territory of the Industrial Complex Association without any authorization. Please leave immediately. Li Bin was taken aback. Was his business truly significant enough to be involved with the association? For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether his life's advantage lay not in his extraordinary memory, but rather in wealth. However, upon noticing the unwavering gun barrel aimed at him, he wisely dismissed the thought and turned decisively. Alas, the factory must have gone bankrupt and been acquired. What to do? Previously, he had lived and worked at the factory. Li Bin had no idea where his supposed parents resided. He attempted to contact them using their IDs, but the interface of the charming AI assistant informed him that they had ceased communication services 5 years prior. Wandering aimlessly, he found no information. Instead, he was overwhelmed by the polluted air of the industrial zone, which made his eyes sting and triggered sneezes. Covering his nose, he ran in circles until he finally turned into a familiar dead end. This dead end was a place where local residents had spontaneously set up stalls. Due to the limited consumer spending power, the stalls were few, and customers were even scarcer, especially since the workers were still tied to their jobs at the factories. 2 individuals donned in rudimentary pig-snouted masks and cloaked in robes approached, blocking Li Bin's path. Even through the dim lenses, he could sense their unfriendly gazes. The industrial area was already under the control of various factory owners, and the law enforcement teams were too apathetic to intervene. Poverty bred chaos, and chaos, in turn, fostered a semblance of order. Such corners served as prime locales for illicit dealings among the local ruffians. Li Bin pointed to his reddened nose, his voice hoarse. I mean, no offense, I merely wish to purchase a mask. He did not reveal that he was a local. The population of Elfi Space Station is sparse, particularly in the industrial district, which houses fewer than 50,000 residents. When someone has a family member working as a crew member, it is difficult to keep that information under wraps. An annual salary of 8 star coins would undoubtedly spark some borrowing ideas among the local ruffians. Although claiming to be an outsider prevents one from fully integrating, individuals of uncertain origins tend to be left alone by the local troublemakers. After all, who among the factory executives does not have a few wayward descendants? Should they mistakenly confront someone they ought not to, the enforcement teams may not intervene, yet the factory owners would not hesitate to stir unrest in the industrial zone. Indeed, the two ruffians made way. Li Bin scanned the stalls and quickly approached, one displaying a selection of about 10 masks. "I'd like to purchase a mask, you can decide the size," he said, loosening his grip to allow the stall owner to assess the width of his face for the appropriate mask. The stall owner merely gazed at him in silence. "Hurry up, my friend, I'm feeling quite uncomfortable," Li Bin exclaimed, his nose congested, causing him to blink rapidly as tears streamed down his cheeks. The stall owner trembled as he lowered his gaze, his right fingers gliding over a small, palm-sized device resembling a rudimentary computer, before seizing Li Bin's wrist. Brother, wait, who are you?" Upon hearing the stall owner's distinctly deep voice, Li Bin found himself bewildered for the third time that day. He had never had a younger brother. "You are Li Bin, aren't you? That's the name you chose for yourself as a child, isn't it?" The man grew animated, continuing to speak while mentioning his own parents' names and the name of the factory. "All correct." Li Bin fell silent. The individual abruptly removed his mask, revealing a flushed face that bore a striking resemblance to Li Bin. "I am Li Changjin. You were born shortly after I joined as a crew member. The young lady has told me that you are exceptionally intelligent, speaking at merely 5 months. I even possess photographs and videos of you on my processor." Li Changjin rambled on, showcasing a small device on his wrist, which contained a family photograph taken before Li Bin departed from home. Noticing Li Bin's continued silence, Li Changjin grew somewhat anxious, eager to play a video, but Li Bin grasped his hand to halt him. Observing this younger brother, who had been born just over 8 years ago after he left home, it dawned on him that this young man, standing taller than himself by a head, with a stature exceeding 1.90 meters and a robust frame, seemed to be an excellent candidate for physical labor, yet he was merely 8 years old. It appeared that while genetic modifications could expedite physical growth, the mind still retained the innocence of a child, and among his peers, he was somewhat dim-witted, likable. Why did all the nourishment being channeled into muscle and bone? The realization that this brother was only 8 years old, a time of innocence, and showed such warmth towards him, undoubtedly influenced by the sister who must have constantly spoken of his virtues. "Listen, little brother," Li Bin sighed, taking into account Li Changjin's age and his exuberant address of him as brother. Even considering their sister, he found it difficult to harbor any anger. "First, I understand that your name carries a certain significance, but I must say it is rather outdated. Secondly," he raised his hand and gestured a few times, prompting Li Changjin to crouch down in understanding. This towering figure allowed Li Bin to ruffle his hair by shouting so loudly, "Aren't you just revealing all of our brother's secrets? You've even disclosed my involvement as a crew member now. They don't have to exert themselves to gather information." After finishing with his head, Li Bin turned around and indeed noticed 2 ruffians approaching. They were not alone. Several others emerged from the shadows of nearby stalls. Brandishing their makeshift weapons, they blocked the path ahead. "Wow, what a clever tactic," Li Bin remarked, casting a glance at the crude arms in the hands of the thugs. He recited his lines with an air of indifference, casually donning a mask and speaking in a deep, resonant voice. Chapter 3. With a pneumatic gun, guarding life in the blink of an eye, Li Bin had memorized the locations of all the covers. He positioned himself protectively in front of Li Changjin, recalling his own 8 years at sea while his younger brother grew up in the factory district. Deprived of any valuable education, though his body had matured, his intellect remained somewhat lacking. Coming from a poor family, they could not afford any educational advancements. At present, he was more feral than the juvenile delinquents of his previous life, a veritable half-man, half-beast. "Brother, I can fight," Li Changjin exclaimed anxiously. Li Bin smacked his palm against his brother's face, pushing him aside as he instinctively attempted to shield him. You're just a child. Do not meddle in adult matters. Crew members enjoyed higher wages and status than most workers. As a time traveler, Li Bin had exhibited remarkable precocity from a young age. Li Changjin had been taught by their sister to learn from his elder brother, and he had always regarded Li Bin as his idol. Guilt gnawed at him for revealing Li Bin's identity as a crew member, which had drawn trouble. Now, witnessing his brother stand before him, vowing to protect him at all costs, he felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety. If anything were to happen to Li Bin, he would not only feel remorse, but would also face their sister's wrath. Be quiet. Seeing Li Changjin still trying to protect him, Li Bin's tone hardened. At that moment, Li Changjin perceived that Li Bin's voice bore an uncanny resemblance to their sister's. Instinctively, the fear instilled in him since childhood compelled him to stand straight and bow his head, refraining from further protest. In this moment, the hoodlums cloaked in their disguises approached. Yet before they could utter a word, Li Bin raised his hand, asserting, I, too, hail from the industrial district. We are all, after all, locals. Let us first deliberate on a few conditions. If they are unacceptable, we can discuss further. The leader of the gang hesitated briefly before nodding. Speak your mind. Li Bin continued, You have recently heard of my status as a crew member and are contemplating extorting money from me. Am I correct? If that proves futile, you might resort to borrowing, and if that fails, resort to robbery? Recognizing his insight into their intentions, the gang leader remained unfazed and simply nodded. Indeed. So will you lend or not? Hold your horses. We have yet to reach that point, Li Bin interjected. In this line of work, one must consider influence and background. I am the chief officer of the Minqing Transport Company's subordinate Minqing Fleet, a legitimate employee of a reputable enterprise residing at the Hydrangea Inn. Are you familiar with Hydrangea? Li Bin produced a ticket resembling a room voucher, its vibrant hydrangea pattern glimmering in his hand. Without hesitation, he brandished the banner of his company. Although he had been dismissed, these street thugs were none the wiser. They had never ventured beyond the industrial district in their lives. Furthermore, the ticket in his possession was undeniably authentic, a legitimate establishment in the commercial district, purchased with star coins. Indeed, I possess wealth, but can you truly handle it? What is your background? The group of hoodlums engaged in hushed discussions, clearly intimidated by the mention of star coins in the inn. These individuals, along with their parents, had only ever dealt in local currency. Star coins were merely a rumor, something they had never encountered. The leader of the ruffians inhaled sharply. Mustering his resolve, we are associated with the boss of the press machine. He is. Before he could finish, Li Bin, growing impatient, interjected, Never heard of him. Do not compare street thugs with corporate figures. Bring forth someone of substance. Is having a backer merely a factory owner? What about the director? The security team? Who among the underworld would be named after a press machine? It sounds more akin to laborers on a construction site, like common workers. Silence enveloped the group. Damn it. Li Bin mused. I was hoping to reel in someone of stature to negotiate peace, yet I find myself dealing with mere minnows. The voices of these individuals betrayed their youth, likely no older than 10. It made sense. In the interstellar realms, physical maturity arrives early. Although Elfi's population barely exceeds 100,000, the laborious tasks in factories have long been supplanted by efficient and safe machinery. These newly adult youths possess no notable physical advantages and their mental faculties remain underdeveloped. While they are regarded as adults at home, they struggle to find work in factories. Hence their aimless wandering leading them to the allure of delinquency. Ultimately, they are just a bunch of youthful rascals, full of limbs yet lacking substance. Observing these youngsters, Li Bin sighed in disinterest and waved his hand dismissively. Since you lack any background, what are you doing here? You might as well scram. The ruffian leader felt as if his mind had exploded. To be fair, Li Bin's words held merit. While sailors earn substantial wages, few can afford accommodations in commercial districts. And perhaps it was time for him to yield. Yet, the vendors along the roadside were under his protection, and with his subordinates nearby, this was his territory. Li Bin's blatant disdain was intolerable. What of the shipping supervisor? Who could trace him if he absconded with the money? Follow me, the gang leader bellowed, galvanizing his underlings. He brandished a makeshift alloy blade reinforced with steel, taking the vanguard. Inspired by his audacity, the subordinates, forsaking all caution, surged forward, loyalty their only guide. Brother. Seeing Li Bin in peril, Li Changjin reached out to shove him aside. Upon hearing the ruffian's proclamation, Li Bin responded by raising his hand in a deflecting gesture, unleashing a series of muffled hisses. The gang leader at the fore faltered, his legs buckling beneath him. The microgravity environment prevented him from collapsing, instead causing him to writhe in place. Li Bin delivered a swift kick, sending the gang leader careening into his comrades like a bowling ball. The remaining thugs, oblivious to the unfolding events, were swiftly incapacitated by the air guns. Those who managed to lunge forward were met with Li Bin's nimble sidestep. He would then immobilize them, pressing down on their posterior before administering 2 point-blank shots. A spray of blood droplets accompanied the chorus of agonizing screams. Turning once more, he unleashed a barrage from his dual air guns, methodically targeting a limb on each assailant, ensuring their incapacitation. No one would be escaping to spread the alarm. The stallholders had retreated behind their stalls at Li Bin's initial turn. Now, only Li Bin and Li Changjin remained standing. Li Changjin stammered incoherently. Li Bin, in response, rolled up his sleeve, revealing the concealed gun barrels and the pneumatic tubes snaking along his arm to a pouch at his waist. The leadership has been gone for ages. Li Bin stated matter-of-factly. Pirates, the maniacs of the Ludic path, rival corporations. Deep space navigation is no child's play. There are enemies aplenty. Do you really think someone of my rank wouldn't have means of self-defense? Li Changjin's eyes widened at the sight of the gun barrels. Is that laser technology? Why isn't there any light? Air guns. These are for use inside the ship. Li Bin forcefully struck away the outstretched paw of Li Changjin, exclaiming with irritation. This is a space station. Beyond these walls lies the vastness of space. What if a laser were to breach the hull? Are you intent on suffocating us all? Inside the cabin, we only utilize air guns for combat. I possess superior equipment in my hotel room. Should you behave, I may lend it to you on our next encounter. Sarah had hurriedly departed, and the crew members assisting with the move had transported the entire dormitory to the hotel, with the sole exception of the toilet. In truth, Li Bin possessed a more formidable standard air gun, but his firearm license only registered this concealed model. As he was no longer employed, he was ineligible to carry the company-issued self-defense weapon, initially coveting Li Bin's airgun. Li Changjin's interest waned upon hearing of the superior model, and he quickly composed himself, asserting, I will certainly behave. However, you must not renege on your promise, my friend. Ignoring the gang leader's feeble attempt to shield himself, Li Bin swatted the thug's hand aside, stripping him of his clothing and prying open the wound on the thug's abdomen. Ah! The gang leader cried out in pain, causing the other thugs to tremble, filled with dread at the thought of the ruthlessness of those who traverse space. Winning was insufficient. They feared the prospect of further brutality. If their leader were to perish, their fate would likely be sealed as well. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a perforated intestine. There is no significant damage to the organs, Li Bin retorted with annoyance. He rummaged through his pocket, producing a handful of dark red plastic bills and tossing them onto the ground. Take this money to find a doctor. If it falls short, consider it your misfortune. If there is any left over, procure some supplements. Brother, I must take my leave. Genetic modification not only accelerates human maturation but also significantly enhances self-healing capabilities compared to the 21st century. For Earthlings, a severed limb equates to a life-threatening predicament, whereas for interstellar beings, it resembles a mere fracture, awaiting natural recovery, most likely resulting in deformed healing, but not necessarily fatal. Amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers, Li Bin and Li Changjin departed with composure. Li Bin affectionately patted his brother's head, proclaiming, Is it not virtuous of me to show kindness? Bullying the young is no true skill. These individuals are still in their youth, and they may prove useful in the future. Li Changjin remained skeptical, retorting, My sister claims they are nothing but trash. What utility can refuse beget? Li Bin casually interjected, There is an old adage, trash is merely a treasure misclassified. Regarding your sister, if you fear her admonitions, it would be prudent to keep her in the dark. Chapter 4. Sister, Inheritance, and promises Li Shu shut down the conveyor belt, returned the forklift to its designated spot, and meticulously inspected all machinery in her work area. Rubbing her sore neck, she wearily clocked out for the day. She recalled her brother mentioning that long ago, when humanity still resided on Earth, factories embraced assembly line operations, with each worker responsible solely for a minuscule section of the workspace. Only the smaller factories in underdeveloped regions retained the practice of assigning multiple tasks to a single worker. Despite humanity's footprints having traversed the galaxy centuries ago, the Great Collapse continues to cast a long shadow over all. The Perseus constellation is the last human colony to be developed, where many advanced technologies have yet to be implemented. Humanity, brimming with ambition, strives to conquer the galaxy. with sprawling colonies dotting the vast expanse of the Milky Way. In that era, these nascent colonies did not store an abundance of technological information locally. They relied on the Stargate communication network to swiftly transmit any data and technology. No one anticipated the collapse of the Stargate, nor did anyone foresee their disconnection from the solar system, resulting in the obliteration of millennia of accumulated technological advancements. Yet, it transpired. The loss of human leadership has rendered the current state of the Perseus constellation unimaginable in terms of technological decline. Moreover, the ravages of war and turmoil have further exacerbated the technological void resulting from the decay of many colonies beyond the core star regions. Even more grave than the decline of technology is the absence of order. Li Shu alone is tasked with overseeing the entire mineral refining production line, from the extraction of ore to the purification process. The purified metal solution is then stored in tanks, where the decision to refine directly or further melt and purify is based on orders or material specifications. These responsibilities would typically require numerous safety personnel and technicians to conduct constant inspections. However, in this individual factory, all duties are entrusted solely to her. With such a complex and burdensome task, Li Shu dares not voice any complaints or protests. Should she falter, there are countless individuals ready to take her place. As long as she exhibits any hint of lethargy or negligence, the factory could easily recruit a substitute from the streets. Li Bin once remarked that such reckless exploitation and disregard for production risks were beyond even the early industrialization of Earth. As she thought of her elder brother, Li Shu felt her weary body grow increasingly fatigued. Her brother has been away from home for 8 years, and she profoundly misses this intelligent and dependable figure. When their parents were still alive, they primarily concerned themselves with the factory, and it was Li Bin who raised her. She has been significantly influenced by his Eastern philosophies, which emphasize the importance of familial bonds and the value of life. Even her name was bestowed upon her by Li Bin. Her parents only named her Qiushuan during the arduous days when the factory was struggling to survive. Fortunately, she had a younger brother. She secured her gas mask over her face and walked slowly, reassuring herself that although she consumed copiously, she was indeed reliable. How could such a thing even be deemed food? The fare of the Li family was what truly constituted a meal. She fondly recalled her elder brother's culinary skills. Li Bin not only taught her the art of survival, but also the craft of cooking. After his departure, she passed this skill on to Li Chuanjun. She could almost sense the enticing aroma of a meal wafting through the air. No, wait. Li Shu halted, her instincts alert as she glanced toward her home. The Li family had originally resided within the factory premises, and after its complete bankruptcy 3 years ago and her parents' subsequent suicide, she and her brother relocated to their current dwelling. This abode was situated on the outskirts of the industrial zone, constructed directly atop the structural panels. It was distanced from the engine piles of the space station, where gravity was feeblest, rendering life inconvenient and heavily afflicted by the factory's noxious emissions. Such residences were prevalent throughout the industrial area, inhabited by the impoverished. At this distance, she should not have been able to detect the aroma from the polluted air, particularly while donning a gas mask. Li Shu extracted a crowbar from the pocket of her overalls, cautiously edging towards the wall. She noticed the front door wide open, with the ventilation system, usually too precious to operate, blowing fiercely, causing her heart to clench. Confirming the absence of anyone at the entrance, she gingerly took a few steps, inhaling deeply in preparation to peek inside, only to hear her brother's exuberant laughter. Wow, you can make nutrient paste like this? It smells amazing. Sister has never taught me this. Upon ascertaining that it was indeed Li Bin, Li Shu initially reacted with incredulity, followed swiftly by eyes brimming with tears. The crowbar, once firmly in her grasp, was released, suspended momentarily in the air before being dislodged by her impetuous embrace, clattering against the wall with a resounding thud. Li Bin, caught off guard by Li Shu's fervent lunge, acted with alacrity, shielding the scalding kanji. Li Changzhen, mouth agape and drooling, still managed to exclaim, "The kanji! The kanji! Sister! Don't spill the kanji!" The force of Li Shu's collision sent Li Bin staggering against the table, eliciting a wince of pain. "You witless oaf," he retorted. "Quickly take the kanji before you witness your elder sibling's disfigurement." At the Li family dining table, Li Shu, having released her pent-up emotions in a torrent of tears, regained her composure, though her eyes remained swollen. She cradled her bowl, taking a tentative sip while casting furtive glances at Li Bin, as if fearing she were still ensnared in a dream. Li Changzhen, on the other hand, devoured 3 bowls with gusto, his belly now distended, and he continued to scrape the bowl with his spoon, savoring every last morsel. Li Bin, however, found himself devoid of appetite for the nutrient paste, consuming only a meager portion. After hearing Li Shu recount the events of the past few years, he was profoundly shaken. So our parents committed suicide. Or at least that's the information you received, and the factory is no longer under the Li family's ownership? Li Changjin, his gaze fixated on Li Bin's bowl, nodded vigorously. Li Bin's countenance darkened. We three were brought into this world not out of parental affection, but merely as the natural consequence of procreation. And according to the debt laws established by the megacorporations, we can be used as collateral for loans? Our parents used us as collateral from the moment we were born? Li Changjin continued to nod. Li Bin's face fell, though he clung to a sliver of hope. There are still 2,807 star credits at home, but we owe over 10,000 in total. Li Shu's head drooped in dejection, and even Li Changjin could no longer bear to look at Li Bin's bowl. Damn it! Those two old geezers. Good riddance. Li Bin slammed the table, a surge of anger coursing through him. It became painfully evident that the so-called parents harbored no affection for the three of them. Their indifference stemmed from the current marriage system in the Perseus constellation, wherein even familial structures dissipated alongside the extinction of individuals. Procreation and child-rearing could now be performed by specialized factories, leaving the populace in dire poverty. Thus, most families lacked the means to nurture offspring. Consequently, those who naturally bore children were deemed by large enterprises to possess a strong inclination towards parenting, making them eligible for loans. Should parents fail to repay, their children would inherit the debt, and if they could not manage that, contracts would bind them as generational indentured laborers. In this lifetime, Li Bin's parents, having mismanaged their affairs, devised the idea of child loans, seeking to sustain their factory operations by continuously having children. Frustrated, Li Bin lamented, "I've been performing admirably, yet our family already carries a significant debt. Why would the livelihood company refuse to extend our contract and instead cast me aside?" Clearly, they were only interested in the factory. This elucidated why he, a mere 8-year-old from a factory background, could serve as a crew member. The livelihood company was not a local enterprise, but rather viewed him purely as collateral. Now that he had acquired shares in the factory, it was only natural for Li Bin to be dismissed, as they sought to prevent any resentment from jeopardizing their operations. Sarah must have genuinely wished to retain him, for his grievances with the livelihood company were unrelated to her. The losses belonged to the company, while the profits from smuggling were rightfully his own. Li Shu set down her bowl, stating, "When my brother was born, the factory struggled to secure orders. I had long been mentally prepared for bankruptcy and liquidation, yet the final distribution of so many star coins leaves me unsettled, especially since there are still numerous debts outstanding. The funds remaining from the sale of the factory have not been touched by Li Shu. The expenses of living over the past few years have been covered by her and her brother's hard-earned money. She is at a loss regarding how to utilize this money to settle their debts and fears that any expenditure might attract the attention of others in the industrial area. The people here are impoverished, and their spending habits are exceedingly sensitive. Any expenditure, over time, will inevitably lead to speculation, resulting in an inability to live a peaceful life thereafter." Li Bin scoffed, "Do not be naive in thinking that large corporations are benevolent. This money is not intended for our enjoyment. It is merely capital for us to gamble with. What is your monthly salary? What is the current exchange rate for star coins?" Li Shu shook her head. "It is all on a daily settlement basis, earning 150 point vouchers a day, with approximately 13,000 point vouchers required to exchange for a single star coin." Point vouchers, as if we are playing a game, Li Bin spat disdainfully. "After a full year of labor, even working tirelessly every day, you would earn merely 4 star coins, which wouldn't even cover the interest." Li Shu had previously known the futility of repayment, but had refrained from calculating the exact figures, fearing that the realization would strip her of the will to continue living. As Li Bin laid out the grim calculations, despair washed over Li Shu, and tears streamed down. However, establishing a factory is not a matter of mere words. We must first devise a means to repay our debts, otherwise, the interest will accumulate relentlessly. Upon hearing his elder brother speak, Li Changjin's sister ceased her tears immediately. The mention of debt repayment revitalized him. After much contemplation, "To earn money, we must." "Silence. Listen to your brother," Li Shu interjected with a frown. "Oh." Li Changjin deflated once more. Li Bin then stated, "I possess 1392 star coins, and our household has 2,807, totaling 4,199. If we round it off, we can consider it as 4,200. My proposition is that we should purchase a ship. The dangers of space are numerous, yet so are the opportunities. Whether it be exploring the remnants of human civilization, collecting space debris, or outfitting mining equipment to extract resources from asteroids, it is far more lucrative than laboring as workers. Buy a ship? Li Shu exclaimed in surprise. Is that sufficient? Of course, a new vessel would not suffice, Li Bin chuckled, but with a few hands, there is still a chance. Let us dine first, and tomorrow, accompany me to inspect the ships. Chapter 5. Broadening Horizons and Purchasing a Ship. Yet there were only 2 vessels available. Naturally, as an elder brother, he would not compete with his sister. He declined her suggestion to decorate the bed and consumed a dose of caffeine, dedicating himself to researching online. Before bed, Li Bin was seated at the table. When Li Changzhen arose and completed his morning routine, he discovered Li Bin still there, the virtual screen's projection filling the entire room, dense with annotations and notes that sent shivers down his spine. Goodness, 6 hours without moving. No wonder sister says brother is intelligent, with such diligence. It would be difficult not to be, he murmured to himself. Li Shu nudged her brother. Learn from your brother. Stop behaving like a layabout and start using your brain. Li Changzhen muttered softly. My brother is also your brother. He could never emulate Li Bin's composure, believing that having one intelligent person in the family suffices. Isn't that how it plays out in web dramas? The protagonist group features one astute lead, a loquacious second, and a brawny third. Li Changzhen flexed his biceps. Confidently convinced of his ability to embody this role, let my elder brother wear out the chair. I cannot endure such hardships. Brother, the hibernation pod has become available. Why not take a rest? Li Shu urged, holding a glass of water. No, I will not, Li Bin replied, as he donned a droplet dispenser resembling a diving mask. Instilling eye drops. In half an hour, the Elfie ship sales list will be refreshed. Let me review today's entries before we depart. Li Shu rolled up her sleeves. Then I shall prepare some food. Do not, Li Bin interjected. I have a room at the Xianghua Hotel for a few more days, complete with dining vouchers. We shall dine together shortly. He glanced at Li Changzhen, who had already opened the food box, and lightly remarked, the hotel offers limited culinary delights prepared by chefs. It cannot be compared to this mere nutrient paste. Upon hearing this, Li Changzhen sprang up, swiftly shutting the box with his foot. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. If we delay, there will be nothing left. Wasn't someone saying I should wear out the chair? Who said that? I shall deal with them. Upon arriving at the hotel, Li Changzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to indulge in a hearty meal. Although Li Shu was more mature, she too found it difficult to resist sampling the exquisite flavors she had never experienced before, indulging herself in abundance. Li Bin, having just endured a sleepless night, consumed only a meager amount of food, relying instead on 2 cups of coffee to sustain his energy. The ravenous appetites of his younger siblings need not be elaborated upon. It was only after Li Bin had organized the materials that they finally paused their indulgence. By the time they redirected their attention to the port, 2 hours had already elapsed. The exterior port of the Alpha space station boasted a colossal reinforced glass dome, which preserved the oxygen within while shielding the interior from the harsh cosmic rays and frigid void outside. Vibrant advertisements illuminated the station, accompanied by blinking lights and the fiery exhaust of spacecraft engines, creating an artificial grandeur that obscured the intricate tapestry of ancient stars. Li Changzhen watched in awe as vessels, ranging from dozens to hundreds of meters, docked at the port, resembling leaves delicately hanging from branches, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment. The breathtaking scenes he had only previously witnessed in holographic videos now unfolded before his eyes, captivating him completely. Even Li Shu was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Reflecting on her daily routine of transporting molten ores that, once refined, were fashioned into components, ultimately contributing to the construction of these magnificent ships, as well as the very space station beneath their feet, built painstakingly from those same ores. Li Bin observed all of this, recognizing the intricacies of Li Shu's thoughts, and decided it was best to allow her to process her emotions independently. As for the young and simple-minded Li Changzhen, Li Bin had ample strategies to restore his composure. He turned to Li Changzhen and asked, "Have you seen enough to satisfy your curiosity? Would you like to board a ship?" Li Changzhen, brimming with excitement, could scarcely articulate a response, merely nodding fervently. However, test drives were subject to asset limitations and fuel costs, especially for such large vessels. Moreover, time was not on their side. Li Bin presented a lengthy list with a hint of regret, stating that the vessels on this list are what we shall examine today. There are over 10 in total, and we must test each one individually, ensuring you are thoroughly exhausted by the end. Where shall we commence? Testing a ship is an intricate and laborious endeavor. Beyond merely navigating the vessel, there exists a plethora of testing requirements, encompassing the bridge, sensors, battery packs, engines, fuel compartments, weaponry, cargo holds, and crew quarters, among others. Even the smallest shuttle, designed for familial and VIP space voyages in the era of human leadership, measures nearly 30 meters in length. As the first day of testing concluded, Li Changjin appeared still unsatisfied. After several consecutive days aboard the ship, shuttling in and out of port, and being dragged by Li Bin into the fuel compartment, leaving him utterly soiled, Li Changjin's initial astonishment had transformed into a state of numbness. Brother, why don't we simply select a smaller one to purchase? After yet another day of testing, the stench from the fuel compartment became unbearable for Li Changjin. With this method of selection, when will we ever possess our own vessel? Several ships you previously shortlisted have already been acquired by the Industrial Comprehensive Association. If all else fails, let us settle for that shuttle. Its price is reasonable. You were told to test until you are thoroughly exhausted. We have barely scratched the surface. Even factory owners compare numerous options when purchasing a production line, let alone a colossal spacecraft. Li Bin exclaimed, playfully smacking his brother's head and ruffling his hair. And what kind of worthless vessel is that shuttle? How dare it demand 3,000? Even though Li Bin's worth was less than 5,000 star coins, he could not fathom spending such a substantial sum on a mere shuttle. That contraption, with barely 10 sleeping berths and merely a handful of standard cargo holds, can scarcely accommodate a few tons of compressed ore. After each voyage, the earnings barely cover the fuel costs. Engaging in such business is purely a venture of loss. Li Changjin, feeling aggrieved under the scornful gaze of his elder brother, lamented, then, dear brother, what do you desire? We possess only this meager sum. I have come to understand that a few thousand star coins merely cause a tremor in the industrial zone, rendering us inconsequential here. I once believed our family to be discreet with our wealth, but it seems it amounts to naught. Li Bin casually remarked, that mining vessel from the Risk Mining Company, retrofitted from a hairdresser-class escort ship, strikes me as quite appealing. With over 100 cargo holds and accommodations for 70 crew members, it even boasts a mining drill. With such a vessel, there would be no need for modification costs. We could set sail and start earning immediately. Li Changjin scoffed, hairdresser class, you say? That thing is priced at 12,000. Li Bin waved his hand dismissively. That is for a brand new one. Let us continue our search. Who knows? We might stumble upon a bargain. Such boasting, Li Shu observed as she watched her brothers bicker, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. This was the life she had longed for, family together. In the past, she and Li Bin had shared similar playful squabbles, but after his departure, she realized that such a life was a rarity in this world. Even her parents, whom many envied, regarded her merely as a tool. With the birth of her younger brother and the passing of her parents, life became increasingly arduous. As the trio approached the port, Li Shu hesitantly inquired, Brother, are you going to the bar again tonight? Li Bin paused, his hand ruffling his hair, not a bar, but a tavern. Li Changjin interjected, What's the difference? My sister once remarked that those who frequent bars are nothing but ruffians. We are but a modest household, brother. Do not squander all the money meant for a boat on debauchery. Many in the factory indulged recklessly in their youth, excessive drinking, promiscuity, and even drug use, only to find themselves in their 40s, physically broken, jobless, and alone, merely awaiting death. He spoke with heartfelt concern. Moreover, there are so many delicious dishes at the inn, why not enjoy them? It would be wasteful to squander meal vouchers, wouldn't it? Why resort to dining in a bar? That is a double waste. Li Shu discreetly nudged her brother with her foot, maintaining a facade of composure. Factory Zhun is spouting nonsense again. Brother, do not heed him. I know you have your own opinions, but alcohol can easily intoxicate, and I fear you may fall victim to misfortune. Wait, what does that even mean? I am merely conducting business research. How does this involve ladybugs or falling prey to misfortune? At the Elphi space station, at the outer port, stood the Interstellar Coffin Tavern. The 3 members of the Li family donned the crew uniforms, positioned at the tavern's entrance. These garments were discarded by former crew members during a thorough clearance of the crew quarters, while the tavern itself was exclusively accessible to crew members. Li Bin shot a glance of exasperation at his younger siblings and nodded to the imposing figure stationed at the entrance, a man whose hands and eyes had been replaced with prosthetics. "Good evening, Brother Sop." "Good evening, Mr. Li." Sop's artificial eyes focused with a click, smiling as he greeted Li Bin, leaning his elbow on Sop's shoulder. Li Bin produced a cigarette, offering it with a flick of his fingers. Sop adeptly accepted it, igniting it with a spark from his fingertips, and began to exhale wisps of smoke. Li Changjin watched this scene in amazement, his eyes wide. He recognized clearly that the cigarette Li Bin had produced was made of genuine tobacco, not some electronic variant. "Sister, is that natural tobacco?" Li Shu hesitated before nodding. While Li Changjin was even more astonished. This contraption must cost several star coins per pack, right? Those factory owners wouldn't dare indulge. One must possess self-restraint. Though Li Shu was internally shaken, she did not forget to impart wisdom to her younger brother. As the siblings murmured to each other, Li Bin, having finished distributing cigarettes, casually remarked before inquiring, "Elder brother, have you made any progress on the task I entrusted to everyone?" Sua Pu exhaled a cloud of smoke and nodded. "Someone arrived in the latter half of last night, meeting your requirements. The bartender had arranged a meeting, and he just entered 20 minutes ago." Li Bin broke into a wide smile, and after receiving the target information, he pressed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes into Sopu's hand. "Thank you, elder brother. If everything goes well, I shall treat everyone to drinks. For now, let me take my younger siblings to broaden their horizons." With that, he beckoned to the two. Upon entering the tavern, they were enveloped by cobalt blue lights, the melodious tunes of ships, and the cacophony of voices. The place was filled with sailors adorned with various corporate insignias, a throng of people moving to and fro, some clustered in groups, while others sipped alone at the bar or in corners. Li Bin turned to Li Shu and explained, "The listings in the market are all for publicly sold ships. Purchasing a ship incurs a hefty payment along with taxation. In contrast, black market ships evade taxes, yet they are not inexpensive. And the Elfie black market is far too limited. Listings change only every few months. The black market is perilous. I've been there myself and found nothing suitable." He scanned the room and pointed to a drunken individual at the bar. "Aside from that, there are taverns like this one, where the clientele is a mixed bag. Some are respectable sailors, while others are pirates. Occasionally, there are individuals who, in their eagerness to sell a boat, remain particular about potential buyers. They worry that if they sell to an intermediary, the vessel may end up in the hands of someone who does not appreciate it, and they cannot afford to pay the listing fees. Thus, I, your elder brother, am here to try my luck." Li Bin reached out and lightly tapped his sister's head. "Did you truly think I came here for indulgence? I am renowned for my early wisdom, you know." Li Shu, caught off guard, felt her face flush crimson, her voice barely above a whisper as she stammered, "I just fear you might feel overwhelmed and make a rash decision." Li Bin chuckled and shook his head. "You have endured the weight of 10,000 star coins for years without faltering. What reason do I have to despair? You and Changjun assist me in securing a private room while I seek out that individual to engage in some banter, aiming to acquire the boat by tonight." Chapter 6. Desiring both the vessel and the individual, Jeffrey was somewhat inebriated, yet he stubbornly refrained from taking any sobering agents. He had received word from the bartender yesterday that a prospective buyer had shown interest in his boat, with a meeting scheduled for tonight. With little money left, he needed to conserve his resources. The space station floated in the void of space, with a star visible every 2 hours. The concept of day and night was delineated according to ancient Earth time. It had been over an hour since he sat with his glass, nursing the remnants of his drink, waiting for the buyer, only to be approached by a man. This man introduced himself as Li Bin, possessing a rather handsome visage, though Jeffrey had never been inclined towards men. However, Li Bin was generous with his spending, ordering drink after drink. As Jeffrey, anxious and impatient, observed Li Bin savoring his drink while waiting for the buyer who was yet to arrive, he finally lifted his glass and began to drink. Once he had taken the first sip, a second soon followed, and after several rounds, he found himself pleasantly intoxicated. Thus, the floodgates of conversation swung open, and Li Bin seized the opportunity to glean insights into this individual. "Consequently, I found myself expelled from the academy, my finances utterly depleted, and now I am left destitute. Hic. Yet, despite this predicament, I refuse to share a bed with any man. You may not be entirely unworthy, and once I manage to sell my vessel, I shall surely repay you for your drinks. However, do not harbor any hopes regarding my physique." Jeffrey, half in admiration and half in mockery, remarked with a belch, This fellow named Jeffrey also hails from a family that, though once prosperous, has fallen into decline. His grandmother, in her twilight years, took out a loan to purchase a ship, which, after a few years of operation, succumbed to the Great Collapse, resulting in her loss of livelihood and the swift annihilation of the lending company by rival firms, rendering the debt null. His grandparents toiled for generations, amassing a modest fortune to send Jeffrey to a college in the Pegasus Star region, the only institution not under the control of a colossal corporation, in hopes of elevating their family status. Alas, Jeffrey proved to be ill-suited for academia. Tragically, he pursued a degree in archaeology, spending his days aboard a ship, investigating ancient ruins and the technologies of bygone civilizations. This endeavor, which should have captivated him as a child enamored with tales of pirates and adventurers, became unbearable. Ultimately, his dismal academic performance and a series of blunders led to his expulsion. A few years later, his father was slain by pirates, granting Jeffrey a sense of liberation. He then piloted his ancestral ship, embarking on a fervent quest for deep space exploration and vengeance for his father, only to squander the family fortune last month. His creditors, desperate for repayment, have seized his ship. Now, with his credit tarnished, the public market refuses his business, and the black market demands both goods and currency, leaving him trapped and contemplating a desperate sale. Truly, the fruits of 2 generations have perished in a single day. In response, Jeffrey attributed the situation to bad luck. Yet Li Bin held a contrasting perspective. Calmly, Li Bin remarked, "It is not merely a matter of misfortune. Rather, you have indulged too much in adventurous tales." Upon witnessing Jeffrey's indignation, Li Bin slid a glass of wine towards him, waiting for the other to drink it down in a huff before continuing. Whether through novels, films, or immersive experiences, all narratives exist to cater to the market. Even if you invest in the most exquisite story, experiencing the protagonists rise from their own perspective, the screenwriter will inevitably omit the hardships of their initial ventures. Li Bin then began to enumerate with his fingers the arrangement of personnel, the conflicts and demands, the monotonous voyages, the perilous turbulence of hyperspace, frequent malfunctions, strategies for dealing with pirates, solutions for the scarcity of deep space resupply, profit distribution, and maintaining crew confidentiality. With each point raised, Li Bin deftly articulated the solutions of the renowned Captain Sarah, drawing from his own extensive experience. The methodologies cultivated by reputable companies, either through accumulation or by acquiring analytical services, far surpassed the rudimentary tactics employed by Jeffrey, the amateur captain. As Jeffrey's alcohol-clouded mind began to clear, he found himself increasingly captivated. Unlike in the classroom, where he struggled to absorb a single word from his professor, this time he listened with rapt attention. He even began to correlate Li Bin's succinct answers with his own experiences, ultimately leading him to a state of admiration. Once Li Bin concluded, Jeffrey raised his glass and solemnly apologized. "To have regarded you merely as an object for my own gain was a folly on my part. I am sincerely sorry." He raised his glass to drink, but was intercepted by Li Bin. "You just added a hangover remedy to that drink, and now you wish to indulge again? That would render my efforts futile." You added a hangover remedy?" Jeffrey was taken aback. "What else could I do?" Li Bin chuckled. "If you get thoroughly intoxicated, how will you be able to listen to my story without the remedy?" Li Bin stood up, straightened his crew uniform, and formally introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Bin, the buyer of the vessel you hold in your hands, a ship steeped in history and significance, as arranged by the bartender." Jeffrey stared blankly, turning his head to see the bartender skillfully juggling the cocktail shaker, while also casting a reassuring smile in Jeffrey's direction, regardless of the outcome. The commission must not be diminished. Following along to the private room, Jeffrey felt a pang of regret for his misjudgment. Typically, those looking to purchase a ship are seasoned sailors or captains seeking to expand their fleet. These individuals are invariably weathered, unlike the youthful and handsome Li Bin, who, if dressed differently, might easily be mistaken for a wealthy heir. Meanwhile, Li Bin dismissed the waiter and personally opened the door. As Jeffrey entered, he immediately spotted 2 young men who bore a resemblance to Li Bin. In a fleeting moment, his last vestige of hope evaporated. Li Shu and Li Changjin, clad in crew uniforms, could not disguise their aura. It was their first visit to the tavern, and in the lavish private room, they exuded an unmistakable awkwardness. It appeared that a lucrative sale was out of reach. With a sense of worry, Jeffrey took his seat. Li Bin briefly introduced the identities of those present. casually crossing his legs and leisurely indulging in the snacks on the coffee table. He remained silent, while the younger siblings dared not engage in conversation with Jeffrey, whose scarred visage exuded a menacing demeanor. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, Jeffrey could no longer contain himself. He surmised that his temper had been thoroughly assessed during the previous discourse and inwardly cursed Li Bin for being astutely shrewd, more so than many seasoned sailors he had encountered. He exclaimed, all right, you've got a point. I'll propose a price, 800 star coins. If you agree, splendid. If not, so be it. The vessel in question was a single-hump camel-class destroyer, designated as an exploration ship, measuring 320 meters in length and 160 meters at its widest point, with an operational history of 244 years. It boasted built-in exploration equipment, reinforced hull walls, and turret armor, enabling it to both engage in combat and maneuver swiftly, featuring nearly 200 cargo units and outfitted with tactical thrusters, allowing for rapid mobility even when pursued by pirates. As Jeffrey spoke of the ancestral ship, his tone was imbued with undeniable fervor. As he activated the holographic display to showcase the vessel, Li Changjin was already enraptured, while Li Shu recognized that this ship was the most likely candidate to become their family's prized possession, observing intently. Li Bin, however, remained composed. Do not merely extol its virtues. The attributes you mentioned can be found in other single-hump camel-class ships as well. Its excellence is credited to the designer's brilliance and your grandmother's discerning eye. Let us address the issues. Maintaining a vessel over 200 years old is no trivial matter. The battery pack was replaced 50 years ago, Li Bin noted. He nodded in acknowledgement. The aging battery pack will significantly impact the overall power supply and endurance of the ship. During the last voyage, the vessel collided with an asteroid, leading to repairs on the armor, though the seat ring remains somewhat faulty. Alas, the weaponry compartment is damaged, yet still functional. Please continue. After being persistently questioned, Jeffrey, feeling disheartened, divulged all the issues at once. In addition to the aging battery pack and the damaged weaponry compartment, the ship also suffers from a compromised hull, an unstable propulsion system, and excessive maintenance due to prolonged service. The unstable propulsion system diminishes engine power, while excessive maintenance indicates that the ship is prone to various minor malfunctions at any moment, necessitating the presence of multiple damage control personnel aboard. The hull refers to the structural framework of the vessel, with the cabins constructed upon it, possessing limited strength, protected externally by armor and supported internally by the hull itself. Consequently, even if multiple compartments are severely damaged, as long as the hull remains intact, the vessel can be salvaged with new compartments and continue its journey. In recent days, Li Changjin had encountered numerous ships, but this was the first instance of such a quintuplet of issues stacked together. A momentary glance from Li Bin conveyed a sense of caution. Nevertheless, Li Bin perceived great value in the price despite the 5 substantial flaws. Even if the destroyer were to be sold on the black market, it would command no less than 8,000 star coins. Regrettably, that was still beyond his means. Thus, Li Bin resolutely declared, "It's too expensive. You damn it." Jeffrey stood up, his scarred face contorting as if to shout, yet Li Bin remained unfazed, his gaze calm as he seemed to relish in the spectacle of a cornered beast struggling. Jeffrey, secretly berating himself and vowing never to drink and philosophize with strangers again, slumped down and bitterly remarked, "All my cards have been revealed. It's merely a fa now. Name your price." 3,000 star coins, Li Bin replied succinctly. Jeffrey stared blankly at Li Bin, and after a few seconds, he let out a harsh laugh. "Damn you. After all this, you think you can clear my name?" Wiping his face, Jeffrey stood up and turned to leave, so furious that he felt it beneath him to engage further with Li Bin. Even the thought of striking him seemed distasteful. It wasn't until Jeffrey opened the door that Li Bin's voice drifted in. "Are you truly planning to sell the ship to settle your debts, and then muddle through life? You, your grandmother, your mother, your father, 3 generations to send you to school. And you failed. You set sail on your own and failed again. Yet another family of the Andromeda will fade into oblivion." Jeffrey halted. Li Bin continued. "What have I said that is incorrect? After settling your debts, how much will you have left? Can you provide for a child like your parents did? Perhaps you could work in a factory, but then you and your child would be bound to the workshop for generations, laboring under the whip of foremen, forever estranged from the cosmos. Perhaps that, too, is a sort of extinction. You're talking nonsense. The Norcon family will never perish. Jeffrey strode forward, forcefully pushing aside Li Changzhen, who attempted to intervene. He seized Li Bin, his gaze fierce. Boy, you may insult my ship and me without repercussions, but if you dare to insult my family, you will not leave this room unscathed. Li Bin was splattered with saliva from the furious Jeffrey's outburst, yet he finally managed to smile and softly remarked, "Isn't there still spirit and determination? Why would one think of abandoning ship and fleeing?" He raised his hand to signal his anxious siblings to calm down and met Jeffrey's gaze head-on. 3,000 star coins, plus a chance for redemption. In exchange for the vessel you possess. Redemption? You? Jeffrey chuckled, grinding his teeth in disbelief. You're clever and silver-tongued, but space doesn't abide by such tricks. How old are you? What connections do you have? What does your father do? What can he offer you? You can't even scrape together the funds to buy a ship. So what nonsense are you spouting? Redemption is not merely spoken, it is acted upon. Release your grip. Li Bin spoke slowly, extending his hand forward to press down on Jeffrey's wrist. With a slight exertion, Jeffrey's hand involuntarily loosened. He kicked the door shut and retrieved his terminal. A dense array of annotated text sprang to life in the holographic projection, set against a backdrop of numerous planetary market listings. With the projection looming behind him, Li Bin's fingers danced across the screen as he rapidly spoke. 2 months ago, the Ludus Left Path faction declared an offensive against several star systems under the aegis of Speedy Technologies. Last month, Hyena Mining mobilized 3 transport fleets to undertake the mineral transport contract of Speedy Technologies, involving a contract with a colossal enterprise. To date, there has been no discernible fluctuation in mineral prices within the core star regions. I ask you, where has the mineral deficit of the giant enterprise vanished to? Jeffrey stared at the incessantly rolling numbers of the market, his eyes growing dry and his mind foggy. Unable to comprehend, he turned his gaze back to Li Bin. This is fundamentally a matter of 2 distinct issues. As one of the top 3 giants in the Perseus sector, how could Susi Technology possibly lack the means to counteract terrorist threats? The patrol teams can resolve the majority of concerns. The mineral orders are merely preparations for fleet expansion, bearing no relation to acts of terror. Hyena Mining possesses substantial mining capabilities and an impressive reserve of minerals, even in the event of an emergency order. They could easily satisfy most of the demand without resorting to market manipulation. He remarked to Jeffrey, "It's quite a straightforward matter, easily comprehensible to anyone. However, once you incorporate irrelevant terrorist information, you become ensnared." After Li Bin recited the unit prices of minerals and fuels across various planets, he proceeded to enumerate the fuel requirements and endurance of different vessels. As he eloquently elaborated, he deftly sketched several convoluted trade routes. Based on the current prices of minerals and fuels, these routes represent high-profit avenues for mineral trading. If we consider this single-humped camel-class vessel, Li Bin erased the extraneous routes, leaving only a solitary red line. This 3-month route is our most profitable one, I can assure you. This route is also the most stable, least susceptible to the influence of major corporate dealings. Jeffrey retorted stubbornly, "I can spend a little money on a commercial AI service to achieve the same result." Li Bin countered incisively, "Then why are you bankrupt? The owners of AI are the giants, and these corporations have vested interests. They will not provide their rivals with opportunities to expand their market transactions." He pointed to his own face, declaring, "Yet I can offer such technology. I have examined the terms of the major lending platforms and reviewed publicly available data on residential loans. What do you think?" Jeffrey's voice became considerably quieter. Li Bin articulated each word carefully. "Nearly 70% of individuals have loans. It's merely a matter of the amount. Lending platforms never refuse to extend credit, nor do they press for repayment from those who are capable of paying. Only those deemed utterly incapable of repaying are subjected to ruthless measures. In simple terms, Jeffrey, from the perspective of lenders, you have become a dead man in terms of credit. Even if you manage to sell the ship for 800 star coins, you have forfeited the chance for a fresh start due to your numerous failures and elevated risk. They will not lend to you again." Jeffrey's face turned pale in an instant. Li Bin enticed him further. "However, there exists a singular opportunity, one that not only allows you to settle your debts but also to realize the dreams that your family, including your parents and grandmother, once strived for." "What opportunity?" "Here's the situation. I possess a lucrative venture, initial capital, and years of navigational experience within the company. Yet I lack a ship and crew. You, on the other hand, have a ship and crew but lack the funds. We can complement each other as strengths. I will establish a company and purchase your ship for 3,000 star coins in the name of the company, and that's not all. Allow me to finish. The remaining funds will be converted into shares of your company. Subsequently, you will become a partner, and the company's ship will still belong to you. You will first utilize the 3,000 star coins to repay a portion of your debts, and I will then provide you with a guarantee in the name of the company. With repayment and employment secured, you will no longer be a dead man in terms of credit. As long as the company remains profitable, you can simultaneously repay your debts while pursuing your family's aspirations. Do you comprehend? Understood. Is it settled? It is settled. Their hands clasped tightly, shaking vigorously amidst Li Bin's hearty laughter. The contract was established. Nearby, Li Chuangjin observed the two who had nearly come to blows moments before, now appearing as if they were long-lost brothers. He found it utterly bewildering. Despite the family owing over 10,000 star coins, it seemed his elder brother was intent on starting a company, thereby incorporating this individual's debt. Had he misheard? Or had his brother lost his senses? As for Li Shu, she was utterly astonished by her brother's audacious maneuvers. This Geoffrey was entirely oblivious to the financial predicament of the Li family. Although they bore his loan, he had unwittingly assumed the family's debt of over 10,000 star coins, while she harbored no doubts regarding her brother's ability to settle the debts. Thoughts of his reckless behavior sparked a mix of shame and exhilaration within her. She nudged her distracted brother. You ought to learn from our elder brother. Learn what? Learn how to swindle like him? Chapter 7. Recruiting talent. Hometown kin Li Bin expressed immense satisfaction with this venerable ship, despite its being over 200 years old. Geoffrey's family held a deep affection for her, and she was maintained in reasonably good condition, measuring 320 meters in length and 160 meters at her widest point. These dimensions may pale in comparison to the cruiser where he had previously served, yet the vessel was undeniably considerable, larger than a 400-meter sports field. The ship possesses multiple decks. Indeed, this single-humped camel-class destroyer boasts 5 decks, each larger than a playground, signifying its immense capacity. To illustrate, a large Cape-size bulk carrier measures approximately 230 to 270 meters in length and around 45 meters in width, yet they can carry between 100,000 to 170,000 tons. Given that the daily grain consumption for 1 billion citizens, calculated at 0.8 gene per person, amounts to 560,000 tons. A single large Cape-size bulk carrier can satisfy 32 of the daily grain demand. However, it is important to note that the single-humped camel-class vessel is an exploration ship rather than a cargo ship. Its structure is not entirely designated for cargo holds, but is instead occupied by exploration equipment, weaponry, and ammunition storage, thus limiting its cargo capacity. With palpable enthusiasm, he directed Li Shu to borrow a forklift from the refining factory to transport the assorted items left by the livelihood company at the hotel onto the ship. He then urged Li Shu to resign from her position at the factory. Isn't this a bit hasty? Li Shu found herself somewhat bewildered by her brother's swift decisiveness, as she had initially assumed that the process from purchasing the ship to setting sail would be intricate and prolonged. She had anticipated working a few more days at the factory to save additional funds. Yet, Li Bin believed that his sister's perspective was overly provincial. The amount Li Shu could earn in a year would scarcely cover the value of a package of natural tobacco needed to bribe the tavern's security. Rather than spending time working, it would be more expedient for her to assist in ensuring the spacecraft was properly prepared for departure and commencement of operations. Li Bin moved with remarkable swiftness, utilizing a memory that rivaled that of a computer. He swiftly registered the company and signed contracts, rapidly seeking a shipyard to perform maintenance on the vessel. Ignoring Geoffrey's objections, he proceeded to repaint the ship, even changing its name in the process. Regardless of its former title, the ship would henceforth be known as the Three-Legged Cat. Just as we may currently resemble an inexperienced feline, we are reminded that cats possess 9 lives, symbolizing our 9 opportunities to turn misfortune into fortune. This was the elder brother's exact words. Li Chuangjin felt that 9 chances were rather scant. Why not 900? In just 2 days, the Three-Legged Cat had completed all necessary preparations, aside from weapon installations and crew recruitment. Indeed, crew members were essential, for Geoffrey had already sold the lifelong contracts of the crew in order to raise funds. Leaving the ship entirely devoid of personnel, the 4 convened as usual at the Interstellar Coffin Tavern to discuss the matter of recruiting crew members. A vessel measuring 240 meters could not possibly operate with only 4 individuals. Various positions, damage control, surveying, observation, armed sailors, and engineering required specialized allocation. Jeffrey, chewing on a sticky nutritional paste, gestured towards the inebriated patrons in the tavern and said, "Look, right here. Just shout, and you will find plenty eager to board and earn some money. These individuals possess work experience and decent credit. The only question is, do you have sufficient funds?" Li Changjin, unwilling to concede, raised his head defiantly. "Do not underestimate people. I have reviewed the crew salaries. One earns 8 star coins a year, and those in supervisory positions earn even more. However, my brother has stated that we should recruit the minimum number necessary, so we shall only hire 20. We can afford to pay for 20. He then turned to Li Bin. "Isn't that right, elder brother?" To Li Bin's surprise, he shook his head and replied, "We do not possess such wealth." Li Changjin was taken aback, pondering whether his dear brother had squandered all their money in a gamble while their sister was oblivious. His simplistic 8-year-old mind was incapable of complex reasoning, relying solely on the dubious individuals he observed in the factory district for insight. Thus, despite his disbelief that his elder brother was a gambler, his limited experiences rendered it difficult to fathom anything beyond that. Jeffrey erupted into laughter, saying, "Young lad, your calculations are rather misguided. Allow me to enlighten you." He raised his fingers. Firstly, over 90% of the populace in Perseus originates from breeding factories, and the foundational education provided by the factory's AI does not encompass skills such as operating a ship or maintaining a reactor. In essence, the crew members you currently see are individuals who have purchased lessons. Care to guess where their funds derive from? Li Changjin stammered. "Surely, they cannot all be borrowing. Can they?" "Precisely," Jeffrey exclaimed. "They are borrowing from colossal enterprises. This bunch of fools borrows money to attend school, and when they are unable to repay their debts, they are left with no choice but to sell themselves into servitude as contract laborers. The corporations then take these labor contracts and seek captains to sell them off. Indeed, a crew member's salary amounts to 8 star coins, yet to purchase a labor contract, one must part with at least 80 star coins. If you opt to rent instead of buy, you would still need to deposit 60 star coins, and should a rented crew member meet an untimely demise, you would be liable for the remaining 20 star coins." As Jeffrey spoke, he gestured towards the adjacent table. "Hey, friend, why not share your experience of being a contract laborer with our newcomer?" The crew member at the neighboring table, tipsy and boisterous, raised his glass and shouted, "Damn those colossal enterprises." He downed his drink in one gulp. Just like that, Jeffrey shrugged. Li Changjin was startled by the self-destructive behavior next door. While Li Shu quietly calculated, including contracts and salaries, each person would cost at least 88 star coins. For 20 people, that amounted to 760 star coins. And we are already out of money before even loading the cargo. The Li family had 200 star coins in cash, deducting the 3,000 spent on the ship left them with only 200. Moreover, previous trial voyages and bribes had already depleted hundreds of star coins. In short, this sum was insufficient to recruit crew members. Despairing, she glanced at Li Bin and found her brother's expression unchanged, calm as ever, even smiling at her. Li Shu's wavering spirit instantly steadied. Meanwhile, Jeffrey continued to prattle on, seemingly enjoying the sight of the Li family in a state of shock. "So, is there any way to resolve this? Aren't you capable? Hurry up and help me turn the tide." "Turn the tide? Very well," Li Bin replied with a smile, turning to Li Shu and asking, "Have you mentioned your resignation? Make sure it's grand, just as I instructed." "Yes, several neighbors have come to send their regards." Li Bin nodded and then turned to Li Changjin. "Do you remember the day we met? A few kids came to borrow money. Do you know who they are and how to find them?" Li Changjin thought to himself, where did these kids come from? They are already 14 or 15. Seasoned delinquents with years of street experience. And borrowing? That was outright robbery. However, Jeffrey's amused demeanor irritated him, so he nodded. "I know how to find them." Li Bin sent a document to Li Shu and continued addressing Li Changjin, saying, "All right, I shall assign you a task. If you manage to complete it, I will promote you to a team leader. Let them know that Li Changjin is no longer just one of the earthbound insects, but a crew member soaring through the cosmos." He felt quite pleased with himself and quickly ran off with his sister, leaving Li Bin seated across from Jeffrey. Li Bin tapped the table and said to Jeffrey, "I have 3 positions available, 2 for damage control and 1 for chief engineer. Seek out reliable acquaintances. The salary will be in accordance with market rates." This statement, coupled with Li Shu's departure, caused a sinking feeling in Jeffrey's heart. His face twitched as he exclaimed, "You cannot possibly intend to recruit the remaining crew from the factory district, bypassing experienced sailors, can you?" Li Bin remained silent, leisurely sipping his drink. Jeffrey grew anxious. "Li Bin, my dear friend, space is not a game. Those individuals simply will not suffice. We require seasoned professionals, legitimate crew members. Even if a contract demands 86 or even 96 star coins, the money you save could result in an engine failure the moment the ship departs." Li Bin pointed at Jeffrey in surprise. "But you are here too, aren't you? As a partner, you can train them. They, in turn, will mentor the newcomers. The experienced will guide the novices, and the project will take flight." Jeffrey was taken aback. Since when does a first mate have the responsibility to train crew members from scratch? "Well, this venture is your last opportunity. You must seize it. Do not forget that you are also aboard the ship. If you fail to teach them properly, it could lead to disaster, and you would be left with nothing. The modest savings I have can still be allocated towards food and work attire. For a household of humble means, every bit counts." Such nonchalance elicited a desperate wail from Jeffrey, who sensed the gravity of this absurdity. As he listened to the lamentations, Li Bin deemed the moment ripe. In the realm of entrepreneurship, the greatest folly lies in issuing commands from multiple sources. Jeffrey, having been lured and half-trapped into this partnership, possessed an innate capital to establish his own dominion. Recruiting a cadre of workers to serve as crew members was akin to a mere streamer attempting to masquerade as a professional player. Both ventures were marked by a reckless disregard for reality. Yet, this madness had the power to subdue Jeffrey. All that remained was to solidify his position as the decision-maker through profitability. Indeed, one must begin from the ground up, even if it means scavenging. Chapter 8. The Debtors' Alliance. Vulcan felt as though he were living in a dream these past few days. Just when he believed that he and his comrades were destined to become incapacitated and expelled from the gang by their leader, the man named Li Bin surprisingly provided them with a sum for medical expenses. Lying in the clinic, one of the less discerning underlings suggested reporting Li Bin for illicitly wielding a firearm, only to be met with Vulcan's furious rebuke, delivered with a lunchbox. As he warned everyone against contacting the authorities or seeking the gang leader's wrath, Li Bin's generosity had salvaged them all. Not only had it healed their wounds, but there remained enough funds for each to obtain a skill certificate, enabling them to work diligently in a factory. In the industrial district, labor capability and skills serve as the ladder for ordinary individuals to ascend. Li Bin's financial aid preserved their ability to work and bestowed upon them an opportunity for further advancement. Vulcan firmly believed that if a beating could procure a skill certificate, the industrial district would be overwhelmed by the influence of the Li family. This is hardly an enemy. Indeed, it is a benefactor. Yet, there are still those who wish to report. Are they merely waiting for the guards to investigate, only to abscond with the money under the pretense of evidence? The thought of spending each day in the company of such foolish individuals left Vulcan feeling despondent. Not long after, he heard from a neighbor that Li Bin had struck it rich, no longer working as a crew member. He had founded a company and even purchased a spaceship, aspiring to be his own boss. Li Shu had also resigned from her factory job. They all seemed to yearn for a life of luxury above. And Vulcan couldn't help but laugh at the irony. One who could muster the ability to cook and another who was industrious in nature. Yet, they were all reduced to subsisting on nutrient paste. Where, then, did their cooking skills arise from? Vulcan believed himself to be distinct from the rest. He had come to apologize and express gratitude to Li Bin. However, upon witnessing Li Shu surrounded by a throng of admirers, and observing Li Chaozhen struggling to protect his sister, he hesitated. There were simply too many people, perhaps another time. As Vulcan began to retreat with his companions, he unexpectedly caught the attention of Li Chaozhen, who called out to him, "Vulcan, come help maintain order." Li Chaozhen greeted him amiably before departing. Bewildered, Vulcan and his companions took over Li Chaozhen's duties, following Li Shu's directives to restore order. It must be said, these ruffians possessed a certain intimidation. The crowd soon fell into a hush. Then Li Shu revealed Li Bin's recruitment plan to the group yearning to escape the industrial zone. Huanyu United is seeking crew members, aged between 12 and 30. Without neural interface modifications. Training is provided, with meals and accommodation included on board. The first year is considered an internship, compensated at half salary, for star coins. In the second year, upon passing assessments, full salary is granted at 8 star coins, with additional performance bonuses. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. and the pressure to maintain order surged as Vulcan and his companions struggled to uphold the peace. Their eyes exchanged glances filled with eagerness to enlist. Everyone scavenging in the industrial district was burdened with debt, albeit not as exorbitant as the thousands of star coins owed to the Lee family. Some possessed only a few thousand coupons, while others owed 8 or 9 star coins. With an internship salary of 4 star coins and a full salary of 8 star coins upon confirmation, along with performance bonuses, this wage was enough to incite chaos, if not for the presence of a few strong men maintaining order. Vulcan was taken aback by this revelation. Staring blankly at Li Shu, Li Changjin spread his arms to block the pressing crowd, shouting, "What? Don't you want to become a crew member? The full salary for crew members is 8 star coins. Training is included, and it's a spaceship, an actual spaceship. You could pilot a spaceship." The subsequent events became a blur for Vulcan. He vaguely remembered signing the contract in a daze, protectively escorting the Lee family members out of the industrial zone, and wandering through the space station, surrounded by unfamiliar and dazzling sights. Ultimately, he found himself aboard the ship in a foggy stupor. He recalled that the entire interview process transpired at a breathtaking pace, concluding in under 20 minutes, with Li Shu and Li Changjin swiftly departing the factory area, cautioning that if they delayed any longer, the local thugs would come to collect fees. At that moment, he was cradling the teaching machine, being instructed by the AI on how to replace a specific gear in the power compartment, pondering that the so-called local thugs must be his boss and the boss's boss. He pondered, the coarse invective of his comrade ringing in his ears. "Damnation, Li Bin. You claimed affluence, yet you possess not. Your debts eclipse even mine. And observe the rabble you've assembled, a veritable league of debtors. Are these supposed to be crewmen?" Upon the bridge of the dilapidated three-legged cat, Jeffrey erupted in a torrent of abuse, decrying his deception. "Spare me the theatrics," retorted Li Bin, unflinching. "You were incapable of recruiting a crew yourself. I succeeded. What of it? And what of your end of the bargain? The contract stipulated your provision of crewmen through technical expertise. Where are they?" "I am the crew," Jeffrey shrieked. Li Bin applauded with mock enthusiasm. "Well spoken. From this day forward, address me as captain. You are the first mate. Perform poorly, and you shall be demoted to second mate, and so on, until you are nothing more than a deckhand. Now, let me hear you address me as captain." "Address you as nothing," Jeffrey spat. "The audacity. I was blinded by folly to board this piratical vessel. I was a mere 2,500 star coins from absolution from my debt. A paltry 2,500. Now, I am burdened with an additional 10,000. Li Bin, you are a veritable beast." Despite the vehemence of his words, Jeffrey dutifully resumed his tasks. He was bound by contract, akin to a serf tethered to his land, compelled to toil diligently to expunge his debt. After all, he possessed a stake in the venture. Mutual enrichment through prosperity or utter annihilation by rapacious conglomerates in the event of failure. Li Shu had grown accustomed to their vitriolic exchanges. Rather than genuine animosity, it was merely a form of mutual disparagement, a peculiar ritual by which men cement their camaraderie. At present, Jeffrey is diligently fulfilling the responsibilities of the first, second, and third officers, meticulously monitoring the responder and detector, and consistently reporting the latest data on the flight path and news from within the galaxy. Within the confines of the space station, one perpetually feels a sense of constriction, as if the surrounding alloy panels constitute an immense coffin. Yet aboard the spacecraft, through the observation window, anyone would perceive the universe as cold and vast, potentially evoking a sense of trepidation. Li Bin sits at the command console, which serves as the heart of the ship, and here lies the absolute core of the bridge. Through the dense array of buttons and instruments before him, Li Bin can monitor the status of any equipment on board at any moment, with the ability to take control if necessary. Despite this being Li Bin's inaugural experience at the helm, his commands and maneuvers are remarkably adept, leading Jeffrey to suspect that Li Bin had previously held a position as a first or second officer at another company. Concerned that Jeffrey might become confrontational, he understands that instilling confidence in his subordinates is a fundamental duty of a captain. "Brother, where are we headed?" inquired Li Changjin, who, having successfully completed Li Bin's assignment, was elevated to the position of engineering team leader, granting him the privilege to roam during idle moments. "To collect debris," Li Bin replied tersely. "What is there to collect?" Li Changjin frowned. Having previously gathered refuse to craft small items for sale while in the factory district, he found it absurd to be picking up trash aboard a spacecraft. Questioning the purpose of such an endeavor, "Can't we go hunt pirates instead?" Li Bin chuckled, amused by the audacity of the young man. All right, let us seek out some pirates. But I must warn you, this entire vessel is devoid of weaponry. Do you intend to dispatch pirates with a BB gun? Jeffrey erupted into hearty laughter, his boisterous mirth resonating throughout the channel, accompanied by the unabashed guffaws of the engine and damage control teams. Within the confines of the ship, Li Bin piloted the three-legged cat as it ventured deeper into the cosmos. Chapter 9. Mining the debris as the three-legged cat distanced itself from the space station. The artificial light pollution gradually receded into the background. The transponder emitted only static, and it would be a considerable time before they received the identification signal from a passing vessel. Li Shu and others who had just emerged from the industrial sector were captivated by the vastness of the resplendent universe, their eyes fixed in awe upon the glittering stars. The Thule system boasted 8 planets, yet only the nearest, Elphi, was visible, appearing no larger than a grain of rice. The space station, home to hundreds of thousands, was utterly invisible, while the white dwarf, the system's star, gazed down like a cold deity, impartial and indifferent to all below. Moments later, Jeffrey thoughtlessly activated the metal hinges of the observation window, sealing off the cosmos from their view. Unperturbed by the collective complaints, he began to quiz the crew on their knowledge retention. Li Bin, confronted by his sister's resentful glare, felt compelled to clarify. Jeffrey is looking out for your well-being. Although the window's glass is specialized to block most radiation, staring directly at the stars can severely damage your eyesight. Without atmospheric refraction on board, your vision could suffer irreversible harm. Now that we're aboard, there will be plenty of opportunities to observe later, he added. Li Shu nodded in agreement. Noticing her obedient demeanor, Li Bin felt a pang of compassion and turned his attention to his younger brother. Upon discovering Li Changjian sitting upright with the small device in hand, his eyes closed in slumber, his heart hardened like a clenched fist. 2 days later, the Cat's Paw spacecraft traversed the asteroid belt, entering an expanse devoid of any matter. Jeffrey's coarse voice resonated throughout the vessel, causing the crew to snap to attention, anxiously scanning their surroundings as if pirates might emerge at any moment. These individuals were utterly amateurish, lacking even basic onboard weaponry. Li Bin, you are courting disaster, Jeffrey remarked, expressing his dissatisfaction with the state of the Cat's Paw. Although Li Bin's piloting skills were impeccable, Jeffrey believed he could not have performed any better. However, navigating through the asteroid belt, littered with debris from mining ships, was undeniably too perilous for a crew predominantly comprised of novices. From the perspective of the probe, the asteroid belt appeared as a continuous mass, requiring optical observations to furnish the captain with detailed information about the asteroids. The inexperienced crew faced numerous challenges upon entering such a daunting situation, resulting in several mistakes. Practice makes perfect. Besides, we have shields, Li Bin retorted dismissively. But activating the shields only allows for 1/3 of full speed. Not to mention the shields will cause the battery to overheat. Jeffrey exclaimed in frustration. You are aware that the performance of this ship's battery is inadequate, right? We spent an entire day crossing the asteroid belt. Li Bin, your funds are dwindling. Staying on board, even one more day will burn through the little money you have left. Fuel costs 15 star coins per barrel, and supplies are 96 star coins per crate. We have been out for 3 days, and you've already spent 50 star coins without earning a single penny. We just passed by an asteroid rich in minerals, yet you still wish to venture further. Now, tell me, where is the space debris you mentioned? Just ahead. Li Bin spoke calmly. After another day, the three-legged cat began to decelerate. They had strayed far from the center of the galaxy, nearly reaching its edge, where the gravitational influence of stars was minimal and matter sparse. Theoretically, there was little of value here, and even attempts to mine yielded no asteroids. However, the detector indicated an unexpectedly rich deposit of metals. This was the site of a battlefield, with the conflict having occurred very recently, perhaps within the last day or two. Judging by the location, it appeared that a patrol team from within the galaxy had clashed with pirates or smugglers. Jeffrey bit his finger, staring at the screen in disbelief. Damn it, this kid really placed his bet wisely. Fortunately, they had arrived late. Had they come earlier, they would have plunged headlong into the battlefield without even knowing how they would meet their demise. At the command console, Li Bin began issuing orders. Attention all crew. The three-legged cat is about to anchor. All personnel, prepare for inertia impact. Engineering teams, assemble in the cargo hold in 10 minutes. As the retro thrust engines ignited, the three-legged cat commenced a rapid halt, the screeching of metal deformation resonating throughout the ship, causing a surge of anxiety among the crew. Li Changzhen even questioned whether the ship was on the verge of disintegration. After a moment of sputtering, the engines finally ceased their operation. Time to get to work. Move it, everyone. Jeffrey called out from the center of the cargo hold, urging the crew into action. Volgon and Li Changzhen each led a team, while the crew donned their space suits, assisting one another in mutual inspections. Once the verification process was complete, Jeffrey gave a thumbs up to the monitor. The metallic door, measuring 10 by 15 feet, at the center of the cargo hold swung open amidst the turbulent airflow, and all were thrust outward by the pressure, spinning chaotically in the void of space. Some collided, bouncing off one another like bowling balls. Engage the stabilization system. Secure your limbs and protect your visors. Be mindful of your breathing. Do not let the oxygen be depleted before we even commence our work. Jeffrey barked commands. The crew had safety lines tethered to their waists, connecting them to the ship, ensuring both wired communication with the bridge and preventing any unfortunate newcomers from being flung into the abyss of space to perish from asphyxiation. Once detached from the vessel, this safety line, no thicker than a thumb, represented the last bastion of life. Only seasoned veterans dared to venture into the cosmos without such protection, earning the revered title of sailor, a term said to derive from an esteemed profession that traverses the oceans. The so-called thruster consisted of a tank filled with compressed exhaust gases, enhanced with an electronic screen and a box of elastic cords, designed for salvage operations on civilian vessels. These metallic fragments included decommissioned hull structures, torn exterior armor, and even entire compartments that had been crushed. In the realm of planets, such massive and cumbersome metal pieces would necessitate cranes, yet in the vacuum of space, a single worker sufficed. The operation was conducted meticulously according to a designated sequence. As the metal approached the ship, a colossal mechanical arm protruded from the top of the cargo hold under Jeffrey's guidance, deftly grasping the metal blocks and drawing them into the hold. Li Bin is indeed quite occupied. They have arrived rather late. The larger metallic masses possess greater potential energy due to their increased mass, thereby reducing the likelihood of being halted amidst the chaotic debris. Currently, these substantial objects have distanced themselves from the battlegrounds, akin to rockets escaping the explosive turmoil. The Thule system comprises 8 planets, yet only 2 are inhabited by humans. One is the lava planet Elphi, and the other is the metallic world of Kazran. Furthermore, at the fringes of the system lies a space station, Thulian, occupied by pirates and interstellar miners, which can barely be considered a colony. These 3 human settlements in the Thule system symbolize 3 distinct markets, with interstellar commerce heavily reliant on trade, particularly at the pirate-dominated space station, where the small scale of operations causes product prices to be profoundly influenced by trade networks. Should a transport vessel bound for the Thulian station be intercepted by patrols from Elphi and Kazran, prices would immediately surge. In the pirate-controlled space station, the absence of laws and market regulation means that hoarding is the prevailing strategy. While there exists AI designed to facilitate trade in the interstellar era, such technology is predominantly monopolized by large corporations, leaving ordinary enterprises to pay exorbitant fees for limited services. After all, the trade networks of a star region are riddled with concealments, fabrications, accidents, bankruptcies, and startups, transforming the trade landscape into a colossal chaotic model. It is likely that only an AI core surpassing human intelligence could untangle this chaos into clarity. Li Bin possesses an extraordinary memory. Although he is acutely aware that he cannot compete with the core of artificial intelligence, he can still strive to extract a few profitable lines from the chaos. When it comes to matters of life and death, Li Bin is never aimlessly reckless. Chapter 10. Smuggling route. The negative pressure chamber above his head efficiently collects the perspiration that dissipates, first filtering it to remove fats, skin keratin, and dust, before employing steam compression distillation technology to purify it into distilled water. Finally, additives are introduced to eliminate any unpleasant odors, completing the transformation from sweat to water. Unlike a space station, the ship lacks redundant designs. Sweat can cause typical electrochemical corrosion to metals, potentially damaging circuits or affecting seals. Even if there is no immediate impact, no one dares to gamble with the power of time. The crew, too fatigued to concern themselves with the odor in the workshop, hastily cleanses their bodies of sweat before entering the drying chamber to dry their skin, then rushes to the mess hall. The nutrient paste, rich in sugar, salt, and fat, emits an enticing aroma after being cooked. One of Li Shu's responsibilities aboard the ship is that of the chef. The three-legged cat has recruited only the bare minimum of crew members, necessitating that each person wears multiple hats. Li Shu's role as the designated chef is straightforward. Only the Li family has inherited Li Bin's culinary skills from the 21st century, while others born in reproductive factories lack even parental figures, rendering them unable to inherit such knowledge. Meanwhile, Li Bin, as the captain, grapples with an abundance of data, and Li Changjin, the head of the engineering team, is so exhausted after a day's work that he can hardly lift his hands. This leaves Li Shu as the sole family member with the luxury of time and energy to study the knowledge of navigation. Indeed, Li Shu surpasses Li Changjin in her operational skills. She possesses valuable experience from working in a factory. However, Li Changjin is rather dim-witted, and Li Bin cannot rely on his younger brother to acquire the skills of a navigator, thus entrusting the more astute sister with the responsibility. Ah, is this nutrient paste? Why does it smell so delightful? In the cafeteria, Volgin and his companions slurped the nutrient paste, their reactions a mix of surprise and delight. Li Changjin, feeling famished, focused solely on his meal, neglecting to boast, while Jeffrey, licking his fingers, let out a derisive chuckle. Humph, enjoy it while you can. Once the food runs out, you shall suffer. At this, Li Changjin could no longer feign ignorance. Is our food insufficient? Jeffrey grinned broadly. Sufficient? Of course it is. The ship is equipped with life support systems. As long as there is carbon dioxide, we can simulate photosynthesis, synthesizing starch and oxygen. However, you shall have to consume starch continuously until your belly is so full that you cannot relieve yourself. Li Changjin fell silent, his gaze solemnly fixed upon his plate. This time, he ate with decorum, each bite reminiscent of something cherished. Yet, the duties on the bridge are never-ending. Li Bin reignited the engines, steering the vessel toward the next destination. Space salvage is indeed a monotonous endeavor. While the ship is in motion, the crew finds themselves idle, and the captain is perpetually occupied. 11 days later, at the Elphi space station, in the interstellar tavern known as the Coffin, Li Bin raised his glass high, exclaiming heartily, "Let us celebrate the successful completion of our company's inaugural space operation. Cheers! Cheers!" The crew clinked their glasses with fervor, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. Some wept tears of joy, marveling at their accomplishment of completing a voyage, while others swayed in anticipation of their future endeavors. Jeffrey, holding a glass of wine, squeezed himself beside Li Bin, having indulged a bit too much and already feeling tipsy. He sat opposite Li Bin, smacking his lips. Observing this, Li Bin smiled at his sister. "You keep an eye on Jun. It's his first time drinking, and I'm concerned he might become unruly." Li Shu glanced at Jeffrey's flushed face and then at her brother, who was engaged in a playful slap-fighting match with Volgin, before nodding and standing up. "Hey, I have a few questions." Jeffrey fixed his gaze on Li Bin's eyes. "You must speak the truth." "Go ahead," Li Bin replied, skewering a piece of roasted rat meat with his fork. "How did you manage it?" "Which matter?" Jeffrey asked, unblinking. "Every single one of them." Li Bin pondered, stroking his chin as he explained the method for locating refuse zones. He was aware that Jeffrey was impatient with data, yet such details were pivotal to the methodology. "It doesn't always work. We've had our share of misadventures too," Li Bin shrugged. "All right, what about customs?" "I didn't encounter any patrol team for inspection on the ship, yet there were goods." "To whom did you sell those metallic scraps? And how could you achieve a gross profit of 60 star coins?" Jeffrey fired off his questions like a rapid barrage. The so-called patrol team essentially referred to the security forces of the space station, a formidable amalgamation of customs and maritime police, posing a significant threat to civilian vessels. Li Bin calmly replied, "It's entirely normal not to have a patrol team. We smuggled in. Thus there are no tariffs, resulting in naturally higher profits." "What?" Jeffrey exclaimed in disbelief. "Hey, kid, if smuggling gets caught, not only do you face imprisonment, but hefty fines as well. If you're unfortunate enough to be labeled a pirate, you'll be utterly reduced to a mere rodent." Li Bin was amused by Jeffrey's startled demeanor. "Am I a fool? Should I just rush in and let the patrol team catch me?" He had already charted a course early on. The planet Elphi was a world of molten lava, with approximately 200,000 inhabitants who subsisted by mining ores. However, there was no space elevator connecting the space station to the planet. "How do you suppose those alloys are transported to the industrial zone?" he continued. "Need I spell it out?" Of course, by spacecraft. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. Well said. Li Bin pointed at himself. This short-distance transport fleet makes a round trip every 2 days. I've bribed a few captains to sneak the three-legged cat into the convoy. The patrol team is stringent with outsiders, yet lenient with their own vessels. They pass identification from a distance, and their ISNT, even a cursory inspection. They simply sail through. Moreover, the transport fleet docks directly at the mineral port in the industrial area, saving on transfer fees. Is it really that simple? Jeffrey mused while stroking his chin. Is it worth it? How much can you offer? They are captains, after all. That explains why you are on the brink of bankruptcy. Li Bin retorted, frustrated by Jeffrey's lack of insight. What is wrong with captains? The ships belong to the association, the routes are dictated by the association, and even the business is controlled by the association. But the money I spend to befriend them goes directly into their pockets. At this point, Jeffrey had no retort. He shifted the conversation. So how do you manage to bribe them and still earn so much? Li Bin gestured towards his crew. Do you think I hire these fellow townsfolk merely to exploit them? Is that not the case? Li Bin remarked that the industrial sector in the Elfi industrial zone was rather rudimentary, primarily focused on the refinement of ores, which were transformed into metal sheets and sold to Kazalan in the same star system, a place boasting formidable industrial productivity. He then inquired, so, what exactly are we excavating? To which he replied, scrap metal. Jeffrey, perplexed, could not fathom why the conversation had suddenly shifted to refineries, wondering what connection this had to the crew. Could it be that there were children of factory owners among these inept crew members? Surely, that was preposterous. With a sigh, Li Bin advised, truly, Jeffrey, when you come into wealth, promise me you shall refrain from investing in business ventures. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a dismal predicament in your later years. He elaborated. The answer is quite simple. What the ore yields is metal, and scrap metal, by its nature, is also metal. Therefore, our scrap metal is, in essence, a form of rich ore. While my crew may not be kin to factory owners, they possess connections with workers in the factories, who in turn know the workshop supervisors, foremen, and accountants. Our metal has been smuggled in, evading tariffs, allowing us to offer it at a significantly reduced price. Due to our limited scale, we are not in a position to engage in business with the factory owners. Yet we can collaborate with individual workshops to sell them this batch of low-cost rich ore. After a brief pause, Jeffrey, shaking his drink, expressed his disqualification from such endeavors, stating, Look at me. I'm merely a drunken sailor. What right do I have to be picky? Sailor's dream. A concoction originating over a century ago during the tumultuous period following the Great Crash, emerged in an era fraught with scarcity due to war. Crew members, confined aboard their vessels for extended durations without adequate nourishment, devised this peculiar brew from remnants of paste, rodents, and insects found aboard, as well as residual fats collected in vacuum chambers. This dark culinary creation rapidly gained notoriety upon its introduction, and although the brewing methods have evolved significantly, abandoning the use of vermin in taverns, it remains a symbol of the impoverished crews of Perseus. Jeffrey was astounded by Li Bin's audacious maneuvers, pondering whether he himself could ever attain such a level of ingenuity. He found himself admiring the young man's boldness and meticulousness. Even the clumsy novices, who had stumbled through various tasks, suddenly appeared endearing in comparison. 60 star coins in profit. The dregs of society could yield such a sum. Perhaps aligning with him could lead to a turnaround. Jeffrey mused drunkenly while biting into his bottle, contemplating the possibility. If it truly held promise, he might even consider acknowledging him as captain. Chapter 11. A turn of fortune. Derelict spaceship. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Li Bin's business plan faced its most formidable challenge in the initial phase. Lacking weaponry and professional crew members, they were vulnerable to any pirate's assault. Nevertheless, Li Bin tenaciously utilized analytical channels, investing in his subordinates to secure information through hospitality in taverns and other public venues. Through relentless analysis, he charted the safest routes while persistently scavenging. To be fair, the expenditure of such effort, ultimately yielding only a few scraps of metal, seemed a most unwise endeavor. If Li Bin were to engage in smuggling at Minshin Company, his assets would undoubtedly double. Over the past 6 months, everyone has worked diligently, embarking on more than 20 voyages, yet they have only netted 643 star coins. If nothing unforeseen occurs, with another decade of honest labor, Li Bin could repay the principal of all debts owed by the company. An additional 10 years would suffice to clear the accrued interest, granting him complete freedom. This pace is beyond the wildest dreams of his siblings. Whenever Li Changzhen mentions the debts, he laments not having seized everything from their oblivious parents. Jeffrey, having heard the tale of the Li family, cannot help but exclaim, with such lucrative offspring, why exert oneself? Is this not sheer folly? However, Li Bin remains unsatisfied. 20 years is too slow, and he yearns for immediate progress. He tirelessly seeks information, verifies data, and invests in intelligence. Fortune favors the diligent. And after 6 months of endeavor, he finally encounters an opportunity. He detects a dense metallic signal. Prepare for inertial impact resistance. Initiate self-check procedures, ready for operations. The familiar commands resonate through the broadcast as the three-legged cat vessel grinds to a halt amidst its usual distressing metallic groans. The crew secures their safety lines and glides into space, propelled by the air rushing from the ship's cabin. They float like infants in the amniotic fluid of the cosmos, their safety lines akin to umbilical cords connecting them to the three-legged cat. The team divides distinctly into 2 groups, led by Li Changzhen and Vorgan. Compared to 6 months ago, everyone has undergone a profound transformation. Whether soaring through the cosmos or residing within the spacecraft, the myriad conveniences and inconveniences have become second nature. Just when everyone thought their lives would be spent scavenging and selling refuse, an object within the optical observation range stunned all, then sent them into a frenzy of joy. WC, a ship. Li Changzhen was the first to exclaim in the channel. It was the wreckage of a vessel over 100 meters long, clearly having endured a ferocious barrage, rendering the hull irreparable. This signified that the ship's sole fate was to be dismantled. Captain, did you foresee this? Jeffrey exclaimed in sheer exhilaration, already beginning to address Li Bin with a new title. A ship of such magnitude represented far more than mere metal. The engines, batteries, fuel, and even the remnants of supplies. Profits would not merely be gauged in dozens of star coins anymore. Surpassing 3 digits was inevitable. And with a stroke of luck in uncovering contraband, for digits was not beyond possibility. Li Bin, equally astonished, remarked, "We are still half a day's journey from the garbage zone I estimated." I was curious how the detector captured a metallic signal. He scrutinized the data and offered a reluctant explanation. It must be that the wreckage was propelled towards us by the inertia of the explosion. We were fortunate to encounter it head-on. I wish we could have such good fortune every day. Jeffrey stood up, stretching his shoulders, with the crew's growing proficiency. He had stepped back from the front line. However, with the discovery of the wreckage, it became necessary for him to return. Everyone, first clear the floating debris around the wreck. Wait for me to descend. Jeffrey grabbed the helmet beside him, but was halted by Li Bin's voice. Wait a moment, I will go too. You? What will you do? A captain must maintain a captain's demeanor. If you go, who will command? Jeffrey resolutely declined. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. All right. But you must wait until we confirm the condition of the wreckage and eliminate any risks of secondary explosions before proceeding. The repayment date to the bank is approaching. And if something happens to you, we won't be able to gather the funds, and this ship will be seized. Li Bin nodded, not forgetting to remind him. Also, bring the damage control team along to assess whether any of the remaining equipment can be salvaged. If it can't be sold, we can at least keep it on board as spare parts. Jeffrey waved his hand in acknowledgement and hummed a nostalgic tune as he exited the bridge. Li Shu heard it clearly. It was the melody her brother hummed each time he successfully sold goods, said to be an ancient celebratory tune. At least several thousand years old, titled Good Fortune Comes. She switched to a private channel and remarked to Li Bin, "The first mate seems to be in high spirits. Brother, you appear to be in good spirits as well. Is it that obvious?" Li Bin raised an eyebrow. Li Shu shook her head. "It's just that I lived with you for a long time, so I know what your happiness looks like." As Li Bin changed into his spacesuit, he replied, "Jeffrey has a sharp tongue, but he is not a bad person. He used to resent me for putting him in a difficult position. Today, if everything goes smoothly, this mission could yield half a year's worth of profits, saving on both earnings and operational costs. Altogether, a turnaround is within sight. How could he not be pleased?" As he spoke, a smile involuntarily crept onto Li Bin's face. He was never one to be overly serious. It was impossible to bond with the crew of a civilian company if he were. However, the burden of debt weighed heavily upon him, and the relentless pressure was suffocating. Yet, as the leader, how could he confide his troubles to his subordinates? He could only maintain an air of confidence. Li Shu, filled with joy, asked, "Brother, does that mean we will be able to repay the money soon?" Li Bin nodded. stating that it would only take 2 or 3 years at most. After speaking, he cradled his helmet and delegated the task of controlling the ship, gently ruffling his sister's hair before making his way to the cargo hold. Left behind, Li Shu sat in contemplation, pondering the prospect of clearing their debts within a few years, envisioning a future where she would possess her own ship, her own company, and a crew, truly a life of freedom, which left her in a reverie. Meanwhile, Li Bin was drawn by the thrusters to the wreckage. According to Jeffrey's investigation, the likely cause of this vessel's destruction was a missile strike on the fuel tank, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that twisted the keel and hull into a grotesque form. It was certain that little cargo remained, but this also indicated that the ship had reached a point of having nothing left to explode, rendering it exceptionally safe. In their homeland, such vessels would be classified as junk. However, rather than being sent for dismantling, they would be transported to third-world countries, typically following a cascading resale process from Asia to Africa. For instance, old vehicles might first be shipped to Bataan, where skilled artisans and workshops would inspect and repair them before selling them to local drivers. Once the local drivers grew disenchanted with these vehicles, they would be dismantled for parts to service other cars. The luckier wrecks would then find their way to even poorer and more backward nations in Africa, continuing to operate until they were utterly beyond salvage. The ships of the Perseus also adhered to this principle of maximizing utility. The three-legged cat, a vessel over 200 years old and heavily damaged, was classified as junk within corporate ratings. While it possessed innumerable flaws, it also had the advantages of low cost, high availability, and the insignificance of its loss. A select few, such as risk mining companies like Hyena Mining, had a particular affinity for these derelict ships due to their operational needs. Entering through the mangled hatch, Li Bin was immediately met with the ravages of fire and the violent dismemberment of metal. He called out over the comms, "Changzhan, extend the prospecting manipulator." The manipulator, refitted with hydraulic shears, emerged from the cargo hold's underbelly, brutally severing the armor and hull to carve a path for Li Bin. Vulcan remained outside, activating his headlamp to assess the wiring. "Captain," he reported, "the damage to the circuits isn't as severe as we thought, fortunately." Li Bin traversed the cargo hold, crew quarters, and mess hall, all once vibrant with life, now devoid of it. The explosion had been too cataclysmic, leaving no remains, save for a few contorted silhouettes etched onto the walls near the fuel tanks, the ghostly imprints of those vaporized in the blast, bordered by delicate water crystals, sublimated and recondensed. He finally halted at the captain's quarters, where an intact safe stood out starkly against the devastation. "Hopefully, there's a captain's log," Li Bin murmured, promptly summoning the hydraulic manipulator for assistance. Chapter 12. Concealed cache. The safe in the captain's quarters, roughly the size of a refrigerator, measured 0.5 meter in width and 2 meters in height. Secured with fingerprint and iris scanners, Li Bin verified the absence of a self-destruct mechanism via the interstellar market, and then authorized the manipulator to force it open. With a wrenching screech of deforming metal, the safe door was bisected. Li Bin glanced inside and grimaced. Turns out he was a pauper. The cabinet was crammed with items across 5 shelves. The bottom 2 were filled with provisions, primarily nutrient paste and compressed rations, along with ample potable water and a half-empty bottle of liquor. Apart from the naturally brewed liquor, which could fetch approximately 2-star coins, the remaining edibles possess little to no value. The third tier is stuffed with currency, 70% of which consists of Elfie points. While the quantity appears substantial, the denominations are trivial. It is crucial to note that the exchange rate between points and star coins is a mere 1/13,000, rendering these points worth slightly over 20-star coins. The remaining 30% comprises the currency of Kazalin. Kazalin is one of the 2 planets in the Tool star system inhabited by humans, characterized as a purely metallic planet. Within its cooled stellar core lies a wealth of precious metals. Despite its inability to support agricultural development, it was selected during the age of humanity for the establishment of numerous automated factories. After the Great Collapse, this planet fell under the control of the mighty Andromeda Alliance, becoming a vital industrial hub for the Alliance. The currency of Kazalin holds significantly greater value. The Kazalin notes in the cabinet amount to at least 30-star coins. Li Bin extracted a storage bag, sweeping the money inside, affixing a signal device, and casting it aside. In contrast, the second tier contained far fewer items. Merely a dozen boxes filled with jewelry, each accompanied by a certificate of authenticity from various masters of sculpture or design. From the money and jewels, one could deduce that this was a pirate ship. The contents of the cabinet represented the captain's pension. Regrettably, this captain did not live to enjoy retirement, but instead met the punitive force of the patrol. The uppermost tier housed 3 firearms, 1 air gun and 2 real guns, the latter of which are only suitable for planetary use and hold little value, with average maintenance. Additionally, there lies the captain's diary. Pirates, notorious for their lawless nature, do not maintain navigational logs. The captain would merely inscribe secrets and experiences in a personal journal, which is more akin to a memorandum than a traditional diary. The flora of Perseus is deemed a luxury. Thus, all physical books are crafted from plastic and inscribed with oil-based ink. The choice to utilize tangible books over the convenience of electronic devices stems from concerns regarding theft and preservation. After all, electronic devices, once connected to the internet, are susceptible to hacking and malware, risking the theft of account passwords. The most enduring method of information preservation acknowledged by humanity is inscribing on stone, which can endure for millions of years, whereas chips, without regular maintenance, may lose data after a few years. The handwriting, regrettably, is atrocious, resembling the scribbles of a slug, suggesting that the captain has not adequately embraced AI education. The hasty scrawl and juvenile grammar of the diary present significant challenges to comprehension. Considering the lengthy process of dismantling the ship, Lieben opted to sit down and read leisurely. Approximately 2 hours later, he paused at a particular page. Thanks to his remarkable memory, he had become familiar with the pirate captain's handwriting and grammatical idiosyncrasies, significantly enhancing both his reading speed and accuracy. At last, he uncovered invaluable information. He reached out to Jeffrey. "How are things on your end?" "You were right. It's as dire as can be, lacking even a property certificate." Lieben chuckled. "However, I have located the treasure site." "Is that true?" "You must be joking," Jeffrey exclaimed, filled with excitement. The captain's mind was quite simplistic, requiring no coded language, as everything was laid bare within the diary. Lieben traced the pages. The plastic book lacked the tactile quality of a traditional paper book, evoking the sensation of touching a dead fish. He had concealed 2 supply points within the asteroid belt to address unforeseen circumstances, and now, these provisions belonged to them. After 3 days, the dilapidated vessel, christened Three-Legged Cat, ignited its engines and set a course toward the asteroid belt, leaving behind a fragmented and utterly depleted wreckage suspended in the void. The dismantling process bore a striking resemblance to the meticulous consumption of a crab. Just as one would employ a specialized array of utensils, tongs, forks, spoons, tweezers, and a mallet, to extract the succulent meat, so too were the ship's components methodically excised, leaving behind only the empty shell. Every wire and instrument was painstakingly unearthed, and even the keel itself was extracted. On this occasion, Lieben opted not to salvage large pieces of metal. Firstly, the cargo hold of the Three-Legged Cat was of limited capacity, and even with the compressor working tirelessly, it could not accommodate the entirety of the derelict vessel. Secondly, space needed to be reserved for supplies at the replenishment point. 2 more days elapsed before the pirate supply depot was finally located after an exhaustive search. The pirate captain had hollowed out 2 asteroids, concealing their illicit goods within their cores, and employed molten metal to seal the seams and disguise their exteriors, a rudimentary yet effective technique. Asteroids, like planets, orbit stars, and the environmental disturbances caused by other vessels traversing the asteroid belt further complicated matters. Without a detailed star chart and comprehensive information about the target and its surroundings, Lieben might never have stumbled upon these hidden caches. The entire crew was summoned to inventory the cargo. Lieben, wielding a terminal, assessed the value of the goods, his smile widening with each calculation. Li Changzhen, with unprecedented gentleness, handled the items as if cradling infants, urging Vulcan to apply foaming agent both inside and outside the crates. "My heavens," he exclaimed, "we've truly struck gold." Jeffrey, ensconced in the mechanical arms cockpit, gazed upon row after row of merchandise, rubbing his hands together in unrestrained excitement. Despite being drenched in perspiration, the crew members adhered strictly to protocol, merely dabbing at their brows and engaging in desultory banter. None were willing to abandon their posts in the cargo hold. As the statistical work drew to a close, the chatter gradually subsided, and all eyes turned towards the captain. The crew members on the bridge, possessing adept computational skills, comprised approximately 10 individuals responsible for cargo statistics, while only Li Bin single-handedly managed the aggregation of value calculations. Despite this, the personnel tasked with statistics struggled to keep pace with his processing speed. After completing her cargo counts, Li Shu sought a moment to quench her thirst, but noticed others were still at work. Thus, she relinquished her break to offer assistance. 10 minutes later, Li Bin abruptly shut down his terminal, massaging his sore neck, and inhaled deeply. Li Shu clenched her hands, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As everyone held their breath in anticipation of the results, the calculations were complete. The total value amounted to 5,000 star coins, a figure that could only rise. A collective cheer erupted, and upon hearing the amount, Li Shu swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing, but her brothers swiftly caught her. Leaning against him, she bowed her head and wiped away her tears, the siblings unable to utter a single word. Jeffrey, gripping the railing of the cockpit, let out a wild howl reminiscent of a Tarzan-like figure. "Captain, you are incredible." The earnings from dismantling the ship were estimated around 800 star coins. Yet the true bounty lay within the treasures of the supply station. With 30 boxes of supplies, priced at 95 star coins each in the Elfi market, containing universal hull components for routine repairs during deep space navigation, a slightly lower sale price would still yield at least 90 star coins, totaling to 700. Furthermore, an unexpected delight awaited. The supply station concealed 10 boxes of Byzantine wine. This exquisite beverage, unique to the fragmented powers of Perseus, is a natural delicacy of the Interstellar Empire, renowned for its taste that rivals the finest vintages of ancient Earth. Only in the newly established Byzantine star, the capital of the Interstellar Empire located in the Thrace galaxy, is this exquisite wine produced. The price of this wine on the Byzantine star reaches as high as 80 stellar coins. In the southern regions of the Interstellar Empire, which lies far from its place of origin in the northern core sectors, this fine wine can fetch prices as steep as 180 or even 200 stellar coins. Due to the fragmentation of the Perseus regime, traversing from the Thrace galaxy to the southern core sectors entails crossing several major corporate territories and rival factions, rendering transportation akin to international trade. Economic sanctions stemming from hostile relations between regimes are commonplace, resulting in some large enterprises refraining from engagement, leaving only individual smugglers to fill the void. Coupled with the influence of pirates and extremist religious groups, it is entirely natural for profits to double. Notably, the Tulo galaxy lies a mere 4.3 light-years from the Thrace galaxy, and thus the value of this wine diminishes. Capitalists from Elfi Star offer 90 stellar coins, while those from the more industrially advanced and economically robust Kazalan Star propose a price of 105 stellar coins. Assuming the wine is sold on Kazalan Star, along with the cost of storing ship fuel at supply points, a sum of 5,000 stellar coins is easily attainable. The remaining half bottle in the safe, also Byzantine wine, has been opened, making it impossible to ascertain its authenticity, which accounts for its diminished value. Jeffrey leaped from the cockpit, seizing the crate before him and kissing it fervently. "Thank you, pirates. Long live the pirates. I am utterly enamored with you." These marauders must have recently raided a merchant vessel from the Galactic Empire. Although the Empire's might is only comparable to that of second-rate conglomerates, it remains a formidable entity. Fearing retaliation, the pirates dared not dispose of their loot immediately, choosing instead to conceal it here. It is truly lamentable that, year after year, one endures the toil of needle and thread, ultimately crafting garments for another, as it were. Observing the exuberance of the crowd, Li Bin felt compelled to temper their enthusiasm with a sobering reminder. Let us not forget, we are still in space, and our ship lacks any mounted weaponry. If we fall into the hands of the pirates, we could lose 5,000 star coins. Aye, Captain. Chapter 13. Loans and governors. Fuel, food, and supplies are the lifeblood of any spacecraft. These three commodities are perpetually in demand. Upon docking, Li Bin offered his 20 crates of provisions at a price half a star coin below market value, and they were swiftly purchased for 93 star coins, leaving him with a total of 2,800 star coins after clearing out the black market for scrap and other odds and ends. Adding the remaining 300 star coins from the past 6 months of debt repayment and daily expenses, his liquid assets rose to 3,100 star coins. Furthermore, there remains half a bottle of leftover liquor. Before drinking, mix this half bottle into a new blend, ensuring to reserve a small portion. Bring the bottle to the bartender and the tavern security, and remember to be particularly charming, so they might partake as well. A case of Byzantine wine contains merely 12 bottles. When Li Bin gifts one bottle, it equates to a loss of at least 8 star coins. This sight causes Li Changzhen to feel a pang of heartache. He mutters softly, "With over 50 of us sharing a single bottle, you truly have lost your senses." "My brother." Before Li Bin can respond, Li Shu slaps the back of Li Changzhen's head. Although shorter than the gluttonous Li Changzhen, her commanding presence overwhelms him. The formidable aura of sister instantly compels him to half-squat and lend her his ear. Li Changzhen nods obediently, thinking to himself that he should maintain a stern expression in such situations and merely exert effort while allowing his elder brother to strategize. "You go on with your tasks. I shall certainly manage matters here." With the family's wealth bolstering her confidence, Li Shu has presided over the kitchen for half a year, deftly winning over all the crew members, who regard her with more admiration than they do for the team leader, Li Changzhen. Li Bin affectionately ruffles his sister's hair before seizing the envious Jeffrey by the collar, dragging the inebriated soul towards the bridge, while Jeffrey's resentful cries echo throughout the cabin. On the bridge of the three-legged cat, Jeffrey is full of complaints, casting sidelong glances at Li Bin, who is engrossed in the holographic projection. The ship's display projects an enormous star map of the Andromeda constellation, with densely packed text indicating the core star regions, surrounded by the scattered, unnamed stars of the peripheral zones. Once, the entire star map bore traces of human activity. However, after the Great Collapse, the peripheral regions gradually succumbed to decline. Their colonies mostly perished, and the remaining humans regressed into high-tech savages, living off relics, with no hope of ever venturing into space. "My dear Captain, what is it that you intend to do?" "I am eagerly awaiting the opportunity to indulge in some wine, specifically that exquisite Byzantine vintage." Jeffrey, with his incessant cravings, has been rendered speechless by Li Bin's silence, and he is on the verge of suffocating from the tension. "And why have you relocated the wine crate to the bridge? Hurry and place the order now. Wouldn't that result in a disastrous loss?" Li Bin opened his contact list to reach out to the bank. "Wait, what are you doing? Surely you aren't considering using the wine as collateral?" "Allow me to remind you, collateral is only accepted at the lowest valuation." Jeffrey, now agitated, became animated. "Who said it was collateral? I intend to secure a loan." "You are buried in debt, and yet you seek a loan? Who would lend you money?" Jeffrey glared incredulously. "Whoever is willing to lend, I shall accept." As Li Bin spoke, the call connected, revealing a bald male customer service representative with pronounced African features on the projection screen. "Mr. Li Bin, how may I assist you today?" Li Bin waved dismissively. "I do not require your assistance. I merely wish to apply for a loan." The representative, taken aback, responded, "I'm afraid, based on your company's debt situation, you are unable to." Li Bin interrupted, unveiling the wine label from the cork. "I have just salvaged a batch of genuine Byzantine wine and have verified its authenticity. I wish to use it as collateral to secure a loan." The representative squinted, and upon witnessing Jeffrey's astonishment, his tone softened. "Very well. I shall relay this information immediately." A few minutes later, a beaming African man said to Li Bin, "Mr. Li Bin, an expert will arrive in an hour to conduct an asset evaluation. Please await their arrival. Thank you for your continued support of Richelieu Bank. And may you enjoy a pleasant day." Jeffrey was taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. How could a few thousand star coins worth of wine persuade the bank to approve a loan, even warranting the dispatch of an expert? He turned to Li Bin, awaiting an explanation. Leaning back in the captain's chair, Li Bin closed his eyes briefly and remarked, "Jeffrey, you still do not understand the wealthy." Jeffrey rolled his eyes. "I don't understand, but you do? Are you wealthy? How many wealthy individuals have you encountered?" Li Bin mused silently that while he was indeed not wealthy, he had met many affluent individuals. The distinctions between the wealthy of the 21st century and those of the interstellar age lie primarily in the abundance of their riches. Those wealthy in a past life enjoyed even more luxuries. After all, if we consider plants as luxury items, Earth boasts 7 billion users of such extravagances. He gestured towards the wine box and inquired, "How much is a case worth?" 80 star coins. 200 star coins. The affluent do not lack for money. Gifting them 200 star coins is trivial, my friend. However, presenting them with a bottle of exquisite Byzantine wine from the Celestis system holds significant prestige. Li Bin touched his face and asked, "Do you understand the concept of face? How do the wealthy manifest their uniqueness? Their clothing, food, housing, and transportation must all be exceptional. They possess desires and interests, and if you can cater to those interests, you can achieve your goals. While our aspirations may seem far more substantial than 200 star coins, the prestige that comes with face offers them even greater rewards. The repercussions of the Great Collapse extend beyond mere politics and technology. The cultural void it has created is equally profound. Many remain unaware of the historical significance of the Perseids, familiar to Li Bin, which leaves Geoffrey unable to grasp the essence of Li Bin's words. Such instances have been recounted throughout history countless times. For example, when El Bouet presented Lao Ai to win the favor of Zhao Ji, one could draw a parallel where Li Bin embodies Lao Ai, and the batch of wine symbolizes a commodity. El Bouet acts as the purchaser, while Zhao Ji represents the target of his appeasement. Although history records that it was El Bouet who sought out Lao Ai, it is entirely plausible that Lao Ai could have approached El Bouet himself, provided he knew in advance who required this batch of wine. There is no need for concern. Byzantine wine, cultivated as an economic crop, is akin to the 1982 Lafite, where supply cannot keep pace with demand. Once an authentication certificate is acquired, there are ample buyers in the Southern Star sector. If regarded merely as a product, a case of this wine may fetch only a few hundred star coins. However, when perceived as a bribe, its value can multiply significantly. The experts arrived later than the customer service representatives had suggested, and their numbers exceeded the usual count, 5 individuals in total. Li Bin opened the hatch, inviting them into the bridge. These 5 bore an unmistakable air of financial prowess. Their synthetic suits gleaming under the bridge's lights, complemented by gold-rimmed eyeglasses that each person wore, resembling a veritable array of well-dressed predators. The sight elicited a sense of PTSD in Geoffrey, for it was such individuals who had coerced him into taking loans, confiscated his ship, and left him in a state of utter despair. Li Bin warmly welcomed the experts, meticulously opening each wine case for their inspection. Once they confirmed that the case, the padding, and the bottles were all genuine, he graciously withdrew a bottle of wine, popping the cork with a satisfying sound. Under the half-surprised, half-delighted gaze of the experts, Li Bin poured the wine. The decanter swirled in his hands, releasing a bouquet of fruity aromas. His technique was remarkably adept. He employed the traditional handshaking method rather than mechanical aeration. The rich liquid danced against the glass, creating beautiful bubbles. This ancient method, aside from its pretentiousness, offered no discernible advantage. The experts gazed at the wine, some nodding while others shook their heads. Although these experts were well-versed in discerning the authenticity of most luxury goods and had tasted wine numerous times, it was exceedingly rare for someone like Li Bin to generously open an entire bottle for verification. As the aeration progressed, the delivery arrived, a gourmet feast worth 10 star coins. Prepared from natural beef, Li Bin poured the wine into each glass, and the Byzantine red transitioned from a dark hue to a brilliant ruby, its vivid color reminiscent of a young woman's luscious, crimson lips. With each sip of wine paired with succulent meat, the experts unanimously nodded in agreement, pleasantly surprised to find elegance even within such a dilapidated vessel. Geoffrey clumsily imitated the experts, slicing the beef and sipping delicately, savoring the flavors, which drew curious glances. He covered his mouth, feeling somewhat out of place. The experts continued to enjoy their meal while engaging in lively conversation with Li Bin. Observing this, Li Bin inwardly chastised the so-called experts for their trivial concerns, yet he responded with witty remarks. Once the experts issued their appraisal, the matter would be settled. As Li Bin pondered over the matter of securing a loan, one of the experts, adjusting his glasses, spoke up. "Mr. Li Bin, I am aware that you have alternative plans for this shipment of Byzantine wine, yet I must inquire if you have any intentions of selling it at present. Our requirements are modest, merely a single case." Li Bin raised an eyebrow. "I initially intended to travel to the Southern Star sector to sell the wine to risk mining companies or the overlords. As you know, since the establishment of the Galactic Empire, we have had a long-standing rivalry with the overlords, and the black market price for Byzantine wine over there is exceedingly high. However, since you have broached the subject, I am naturally inclined to hear your proposition." The expert nodded. "Indeed, this trade route is highly lucrative. Let us be forthright. I am not an appraisal expert. Although I am affiliated with the Richelieu Bank, my primary role is that of a fund manager, serving the governor's office. It is quite customary for a fund manager to procure wine for the affluent and powerful governors." "Ah, a person of significance," Li Bin mused. Reclining against the captain's chair, casting a sidelong glance at the bewildered Geoffrey, his expression unmistakably conveying, "Behold, this is the allure of status for the wealthy." Chapter 14. The fruit of prestige. As their conversation unfolded, the individual, who bore the title of expert but was, in fact, a fund manager serving the governor, conveyed his requests with eloquence. It transpired that the Perseus Alliance was planning to establish several new factories. Although the current technological capabilities of these factories could not rival the automated plants inherited from the age of humanity, they would nonetheless enhance the basic industrial output, allowing the automated facilities to focus exclusively on shipbuilding. In the age of interstellar exploration, factories extend for miles, necessitating vast quantities of ores and metals. Particularly in the realm of rare earth minerals, the planet Kazalin, formed from a cooling star core, boasts an abundance of these resources. However, shallow rare earth deposits are scarce, primarily existing in non-ore, ion-adsorbed forms. In simpler terms, to extract rare earth elements, one must first engage in the large-scale refinement of common ores such as aluminum and iron, subsequently isolating the rare earths dissolved in wastewater. The sheer waste and loss incurred from solely refining rare earths would be unacceptable to colossal enterprises. Consequently, they have turned their attention to the neighboring planet Elphi, despite its status as a lava planet devoid of permanent land masses, featuring only islands drenched in a combination of saturated water vapor and chemical substances, perpetually at risk of melting. However, this also implies that the tectonic activity on Elphi is exceedingly vigorous. By establishing equipment on these islands, rare metals can be swiftly extracted. Yet, the Perseus constellation harbors more than just Elphi among its lava planets, and the viability of this business venture remains to be assessed. Thus, the governor of Elphi has prepared an array of lavish offerings to welcome the inspection team, including Byzantine wine as one of the potential beverages. Geoffrey was taken aback by these revelations. It marked his first encounter with such wine. Were it not for his desire to maintain composure, he would have eagerly licked the cup clean. Yet, it was merely one of many welcoming gestures accompanying a meal that surely cost as much as a spaceship per person. Life's disparities are vividly encapsulated in such moments. Upon learning that the matter involves the governor and large corporations, Li Bin found himself increasingly exhilarated, for he understood that the loan arrangements were indeed solidifying. This matter is a matter of life and death for me, yet for the governor, it is but a trifling concern, akin to a drop in the ocean. What does it mean to inquire about intentions to sell? The governor's courtesy is merely a fade. Do not take it to heart. Do not be foolish. When offered a way out, one should seize it. As the old adage goes, an emperor does not starve his soldiers. Li Bin, in his quest for a loan, has merely revealed the label of his wine. The governor's associates, who deal in trade, are surely well aware of his desires. A loan, after all, is a mere formality. As for why the governor's office has not procured Byzantine wine, he harbors no desire for deeper understanding. Even if he were to inquire, he lacks the standing to receive an answer. He should simply count himself fortunate for his serendipitous fortune. The success of an individual is 3 parts destiny and 7 parts diligence. Indeed, fortune has favored him. Though his heart brimmed with joy, Li Bin feigned contemplation for a moment before exclaiming, engaging in commerce would be too sentimental. He stood up, and to Geoffrey's astonishment, lifted a case of wine and placed it before the fund manager. I hail from Elphi Star. I trust you are familiar with my background. My parents, unreliable as they are, leveraged me for loans, and our household is burdened with debt, not to mention the siblings I must support. That I can establish a company and engage in trade is already a testament to the governor's adept governance. Selling the wine is merely a transaction. However, should the wine I gift grace the governor's table, it may enhance my reputation and elevate my standing. This wine I cannot sell. I must implore you to grant me the opportunity to present it to the governor as a gesture of goodwill, in hopes that he secures a major corporate contract and propels the Elphi economy to new heights. In the future, I must continue to make a living in Elphi. The better the economy of Elphi, the more money I can earn. The fund manager was somewhat taken aback. Having seen the 16-year-old's information, he had prepared himself for disappointment. To his surprise, Li Bin was not only sensible, but also remarkably shrewd, lacking the typical naivety of youth and instead resembling a seasoned businessman. A genuine smile flickered across the fund manager's otherwise formal countenance. Mr. Li Bin, you are truly a young talent with a far-reaching vision. Since you have the intention to present a gift, it would be inappropriate to mention money further. I shall take it upon myself to accept this case of wine on behalf of the governor's office." With that, he rose, downed the wine in one gulp, and shook hands with Li Bin. "My name is Nos. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the bank. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not intrude on your conversation with the experts. Wishing you prosperity as abundant as the stars in the galaxy." Li Bin promptly expressed his agreement, and the other experts also stood to see manager Nos off the boat. He asked, somewhat bewildered, "Where is everyone?" Who?" Li Bin replied while raising his glass to finish the remaining wine. "The experts. That bespectacled gentleman mentioned you would be conversing with them." "Where are the experts?" Jeffrey became exasperated. "I won't even mention the bottle I drank or the case of wine that has already been given away, but we must discuss the loan. Surely, a conversation about the loan is necessary to reach a conclusion, isn't it? Having already signed the contract, what more is there to discuss? If we continue, I shall have to treat everyone to a meal, and I don't have that kind of money to spare." Li Bin settled into his seat, legs resting on the command platform, his feet gently shaking, an indication of his contented demeanor. "We've discussed it, and the contract has already been signed?" Jeffrey found it hard to believe that the discussion had transpired in mere minutes. Li Bin, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Contracts are drafted in advance. Once the figures and interest rates are established, signing takes but a few moments, less than a minute, in fact." "How much?" "The sum is 5,000 star coins, with an annual interest rate of 1%. Jeffrey's mind raced in confusion. "But why? The company is still in debt to the tune of over 10,000. How can they afford to lend 5,000? At an interest rate of 1%? Is this some sort of charity?" Li Bin, unfazed, replied, "I've already presented the governor with a case of fine wine. Why wouldn't they sign for me? If they disregard my standing, they certainly wouldn't dare to slight the governor. Were it not for the minimum interest rate of 1%, a no-interest loan could be on the table for negotiation. This is what I mean when I say it's a matter of face, my friend. Granting esteem to the influential ensures one's own prosperity." Though Jeffrey grasped parts of the conversation, Li Bin did not elucidate the logic fully. The Andromeda star region lacked a unified governance, and the Elfi planet operated as a free world without direct oversight from major corporations. Hence, the governor acted as a local sovereign. Anyone conducting business here was expected to show respect. During their earlier exchange, when Nos had said, "In the future, should you require assistance, feel free to visit the bank," it signified that Li Bin had caught Nos's attention, indirectly suggesting a successful approach to the governor and hinting at the approval of the loan. After all, Nos served not only the governor but also held the position of a bank fund manager, a role far more significant than that of a luxury goods appraiser. Thus, no sooner had Nos departed than the experts began urging Li Bin to finalize the contract, presenting various plans and schemes for wealth, without even a glance at the details. As the first mate remained oblivious, Li Bin further understood the reasons behind his business failures. He consoled him, saying, "Old Jia, you are not like me. Do not expend too much energy on interpersonal relationships. Your roles are those of a comic and a technical expert. Excelling in these areas is sufficient." Jeffrey finally grasped the implication, realizing that Li Bin was subtly pointing out his own foolishness. However, recalling that Li Bin had exchanged a bottle of wine for a 5,000 low-interest loan, he rolled his eyes and drained the last sip from his cup. "And what are your plans for this money? Are you really going to purchase fuel and transport it to the southern sector?" Li Bin activated the holographic projection. "Of course, I intend to sell it. Without sales, how can we replicate today's success? However, I will not use the funds to buy fuel. Instead, I plan to go to Kazalan to acquire shipborne weaponry and arm the vessel to the teeth." He gestured at the star map and continued, "Your mission is complete. Go and enjoy yourself. Oh, and inform everyone that we will take a week to recuperate. We may not have time to rest for the next 6 months to a year. I intend to embark on a deep space expedition to the southern sector to earn a substantial sum, aiming to clear our debts and have some left over within the year." After Li Bin's remarks, Jeffrey suddenly realized that he had seemingly contributed nothing during this meeting. Why had Li Bin insisted that he accompany him? Could it be that he feared the bank would not sign the contract and had prepared for contingencies? Jeffrey pondered this, disregarding any inclination to critique Li Bin's ambitious debt repayment plan, and left, scratching his head. Chapter 15. The industrial gem of Kazalan. The workers were well aware of the Li family, which had gone bankrupt a few years prior, and of Li Bin, who had proven himself capable, not only amassing his own wealth, but also recruiting numerous crew members in the industrial zone. The exact earnings of Li Bin remain a mystery to everyone. However, it is evident that his siblings frequently represent him at gatherings hosted by the workshop supervisor. Once surrounded by the same chemical solutions, high temperatures from boilers, and noxious fumes as the others, Li Shu, who is now a foreman, has become an object of envy and admiration, eliciting a myriad of emotions, including jealousy and resentment. Yet, the predominant sentiment is one of ingratiation. Indeed, while many have chosen to forego the burdens of parenthood, the underworld, much like political and warlord families, still places great importance on lineage and procreation. Who would willingly engage in organized crime if there were viable alternatives? Being a crew member is far more appealing, offering abundant opportunities and the chance to secure contracts with major corporations, which would elevate one's status significantly. At the very least, one would not have to endure the toxic air that their children might inhale. Without smoking, their lungs would still be tainted by soot. In contrast to the aspirations of the powerful, Volgan began to grasp just how fortunate he truly was. He recalled that the captain had already disbursed this year's annual salary in full, enabling him to settle his debts, leaving him with a profit from his performance. He even began to look forward to the deep space voyages that lay ahead. As for recruiting relatives from the underworld, he assured that he would do his utmost. Turning to communicate this information to the captain, he received the command to proceed. Feigning reluctance as he meticulously selected 8 strong individuals from the ranks of these so-called magnates to join the crew. Regarding the benefits bestowed upon him by the so-called bosses, Li Bin had already granted permission for him to accept them. Li Bin, having profoundly comprehended the adage that clear waters harbor no fish during his university days in a previous life, believed that as long as work remained unaffected, it was inconsequential if subordinates indulged a bit more. On a positive note, it could be seen as someone enhancing his performance metrics. Conversely, on a negative note, it might serve as evidence for future reckoning. As the main engine warmed up and the docking bay detached, adjustments were made to the vessel's body and its trajectory calibrated. The commands from the bridge were broadcasted to every corner of the cat paw, serving both as notification and directive. Crew members secured themselves by fastening safety hooks to the auxiliary rods, bracing against the frequent jolts. After a thorough inspection by the patrol team, the cat paw departed the spaceport, plunging into the boundless cosmos. At the Kazalan space station, adorned with the emblem of the Grand Enterprise Perseus Alliance, Li Shu covered her mouth in astonishment while Li Changjin widened his eyes. The crew, mesmerized by the opulence before them, found themselves at a loss for words. Within the same galaxy, Elphi and Kazalan were worlds apart. In stark contrast to Kazalan, Elphi resembled merely a suburban satellite town. Positioned in Kazalan, the gray Eldfell served as a backdrop for holographic advertisements that bloomed like a spring garden, vibrant and competing for attention. The airwaves were saturated with advertisements, navigation broadcasts, and communications. The space around the ship bustled with activity, as vessels of various sizes lined up in orderly fashion, entering and exiting the space station from 8 directions. Akin to an invisible circulatory system converging towards the industrial heart known as Kazalan. A formidable fleet of large cruisers, each over 1,000 meters in length, formed the core of the patrol team, moving in and out of the lineup like white blood cells conducting random inspections. The 3-kilometer diameter firepower unit and the space station are positioned as opposing corners of a formidable defensive array, with a terrifying number of sea-devouring missile launchers aimed in every direction. This space defense structure, constructed by human ingenuity, boasts firepower and defensive capabilities comparable to that of a principal fleet. The yellow wheel represents the Level 3 space station, Kazaran, while the square denotes the Vitality unit. The elongated shuttle-shaped Kazaran space station stretches over 75 kilometers at its longest point and exceeds 34 kilometers at its widest. Housing a complete deep space factory, an orbital shipyard, habitats, and vast storage facilities, voraciously consuming tens of thousands of tons of metal ore each day. Not far in front of Li Bin, a transport fleet formed by 2 Atlas-class transport ships, each measuring an impressive 3.6 kilometers in length, advances slowly like 2 celestial whales. The 3-legged cat vessel is overshadowed by the Atlas-class transports, appearing as diminutive as a cleaner shrimp clinging to a giant fish in the ocean. The Atlas-class super freighters, represented by colorful rectangles, are bound to carry an astonishing amount of cargo. Li Changjin gazes at the colossal ships that obscure the sky. An instinctual fear of falling surges from his tailbone to his mind, rendering his legs weak. Despite having previously witnessed such spectacles through holographic projections and virtual reality, the awe of seeing it firsthand, coupled with the faint tremor of the ship beneath him caused by the multitude of engines, is an experience that virtual reality cannot replicate. The intense neural signals repeatedly remind them that this is reality. Those who have lived their entire lives in space stations, having never experienced gravity or heights, cannot comprehend the concept of acrophobia. Their instincts merely inform them that the land lies above the massive ships, while they themselves are inverted beneath the celestial dome. Upon first encountering such a spectacle, Li Bin was no more composed than his crew. It is through experience, rather than innate genius, that most individuals mature. One who has never beheld the cosmos cannot fathom its immensity, nor can one who has never witnessed tumultuous seas comprehend their grandeur. Having been exposed to these magnificent vistas, his siblings and crew would henceforth maintain their composure in the face of adversity. Indeed, all was progressing favorably. Jeffrey, who had once been as green as the rest of the crew, now carried himself with an air of self-importance, confident that his past indiscretions remained concealed. He berated the crew members responsible for the bridge equipment. "What are you gaping at? The engineering team is idle, and you're no better. Cease your gazing out the observation windows and attend to the screens. Ignore the warning signals and communication channels at your peril. Should we collide with another vessel, your dismemberment would not suffice to cover the damages." The crew members responded with murmured acknowledgments, burying themselves in their work. Jeffrey surveyed the bridge, issuing a further admonition. "Upon docking, I expect everyone to remain on board. You've recently had shore leave. Resist the urge to seek out novel experiences. Let me be clear, Cat Heron is not Elfie. It is a planet under the de facto control of the Perseus Arm Alliance. A single oxygen cylinder could crush 10 individuals, 7 of whom would be subcontracted by megacorporations, and the remaining 3 would have familial ties to corporate employees." Li Shuzhen reluctantly suppressed his thoughts. While Li Shu inquired with curiosity, "Mr. First Mate, I have a question." As the first mate, Jeffrey's position on the ship was second only to Li Bin's. He typically displayed little affability toward others, but he held Li Shu in high regard due to her culinary skills, which she had honed since the 21st century, as well as her virtuous nature and amiable demeanor. He responded in a modulated tone, "Ask away." Li Shu posed a question on behalf of all the crew members. "I heard from my brother that there are numerous colossal enterprises and warlords in the Perseus constellation. What gives this alliance the audacity to bear the name Perseus without fear of being besieged by other giants?" Jeffrey scoffed. "What gives them that right? Simply their early establishment and their shamelessness. In the early days of the Great Collapse, there was no such thing as the Perseus Alliance. It later emerged as a countermeasure against the expansion of despotic powers, waving the banner of resistance against tyranny while advocating for freedom and independence." Li Shu then turned to Li Bin. The crew, intrigued by the gossip surrounding the colossal enterprises, either resumed their tasks or tidied their clothing. Yet all pricked up their ears. Upon being called out, Li Bin lifted his gaze from the mountain of documents. After grasping the context, he pinched the bridge of his nose to rest his eyes. Understanding, Li Shu jogged over to massage her brother's shoulders and gestured towards their younger brother. Li Changzhen quickly comprehended his sister's intent, attentively approached, and propped Li Bin's legs up on the command platform, squatting down like a bear to knead his brother's legs. "Ah, the comfort." Li Bin exhaled deeply, grunting softly as he organized his thoughts and began to speak. "These matters are hardly secrets. The outcomes of the wars between the colossal enterprises have already been determined, and the information is available online, albeit not easily accessible. Let me share what I know. First and foremost, everyone must heed the warnings of the first officer. Do not assume he is merely boasting. The Perseus Alliance is markedly different from other colossal enterprises because its founding principle is opposition to tyranny. The essence of the alliance is mutual military protection, while the political and economic spheres of each planet remain independent, governed by governors and financial magnates. Thus, the celestial bodies under the aegis of the Perseus Alliance boast some of the most intricate and abundant financial ventures and promotional entities in the galaxy. Lacking experience, one may easily fall prey to unscrupulous sales tactics and invest in worthless stocks. Earning a livelihood is no simple feat, and with debts nearly repaid, it would be unwise to capsize at this juncture. In fact, the Perseus Alliance bears resemblance to a historical organization on Earth known as the Hanseatic League, a commercial and political confederation of northern Germany, which utilized a trade network to enable various free cities to uphold shared economic interests from afar. A notable flaw of this model is its inefficiency in administration, hesitancy in military action, and feeble expansion, only compelled to unite when faced with external aggression. Its early establishment and the coercive influence of a once dominant power allowed it to claim several celestial bodies, thereby earning the stature of a corporate giant. Consequently, although the nominal sovereign of the Tullus system is the Perseus Alliance, free planets such as Elfin still exist, which is quite the embarrassment for a corporate giant, a sheer shockwave. Li Bin refrained from sharing these sentiments with his companions. Instead, he subtly critiqued that the corporation might face clandestine denunciations. He merely remarked, while Kazalan possesses formidable industrial strength, it too is influenced by the Alliance's financial practices, laden with numerous hidden clauses and purchases and an array of peculiar laws. Should you encounter something desirable, refrain from making a personal purchase. It is far wiser to acquire it at a higher price on another planet than to spend here. Now, as we approach the port, everyone, please take your positions. The engineering team is prepared to receive the cargo. Chapter 16. The arms and munitions trade. The port of Kazalan thrived in unprecedented splendor, with a labyrinthine multi-layered transportation system that mirrored the intricate traffic of a mountainous city, captivating all who beheld it. Li Bin merely expressed his purchasing intention online, and within 5 minutes, a throng of sales representatives inundated the vessel, Sanjiao Cat. As Jeffrey had forewarned, many among the sales contingent held little hope for Li Bin. Their companies lacked the requisite strength to offer a comprehensive catalog of naval weaponry. These salespeople cunningly prepared a scant few weapons to secure their entry, subsequently targeting the crew. Li Shu, regardless of the sales pitches, maintained a cheerful demeanor, indicating that although she was indeed tempted, she was already heavily indebted to the bank, implying that they had arrived too late. They had already been exploited, with loans extending well into the 90s. There was no profit left to extract. Li Changzhen, on the other hand, found the complexities of financial maneuvering and stock market trends utterly baffling. He merely stood there, arms crossed, allowing the entire discourse to flow in one ear and out the other. Some crew members in his group, unable to resist the urge to spend, were met with a swift punch from Li Changzhen. His powerful fist sent one worker straight to the medical bay for treatment. Seeing their efforts yield no results, the sales representatives sought out Volgan. Volgan, having been schooled by Li Bin, had been extricated from the mire of the industrial district's ruffians. He had cleared his debts and, considering himself indebted to the captain, exhibited unparalleled loyalty. He decided to confine himself and his crew members within the crew quarters, distributing sleeping pills to each. And soon they were enveloped in slumber. Only a handful of individuals genuinely approached the captain for business. Witnessing this, Jeffrey, consumed by rage, unsheathed his knife and settled onto a stool in the docking chamber, brandishing the blade menacingly at the sales representatives, refusing to allow anyone else to board the ship. Meanwhile, the bidding on Li Bin's side reached a fever pitch. With a loan of 5,000 and over 3,000 in funds, amounting to nearly 10,000 star coins, Li Bin cast all into the fray. Aside from the shipborne weaponry, he intended to invest the entirety of his remaining capital into procuring formidable ground weaponry, tanks, artillery, hovercraft, and even war mechs. This was a quintessential arms trade, with the selling price of each crate of heavy weaponry exceeding 400 star coins. The transport of these arms had been meticulously considered during their design, as each component could be disassembled to fit into containers suitable for space transport. Thus, once acquired, they would be dismantled and packed. No one would be foolish enough to fit the towering mechs directly into the cargo hold, as this would not only consume precious space but also risk damage during transit or encounters with pirates. In the realm of single-vessel transactions, this constituted a substantial order, sufficient to procure a well-equipped second-hand destroyer. Several weaker sales representatives began to collaborate, forming new bidding proposals to collectively counter the competition. Captain Li Bin, regarding your requirements, we have a new proposal on our end. In terms of shipborne weaponry, in addition to the torpedo systems you specified, we offer 2 assault chain guns and 1 light machine gun. As for heavy weaponry, aside from hovercraft, we can accommodate any other requests, allowing you to customize the combination as you see fit. Moments later, representatives from the allied factions also presented their respective proposals. Li Bin remained silent, contemplating the offers laid before him. Everyone assumes that Li Bin is hesitant due to the exorbitant prices, Some lament that profits have been squeezed to their limits, while others insinuate that the transaction price remains unchanged, with subsequent kickbacks. There are even those who propose the enticing offer of additional stock options. The atmosphere in the bridge becomes as lively as a bustling market. Noticing Li Bin's gaze upon her, she straightens her posture to accentuate her figure. Speaking rapidly, we possess a roster of talented collaborators, all of whom are retired Marine Corps members with extensive combat experience. This statement undoubtedly struck a chord with Li Bin. Any notion of kickbacks or price reductions seemed trivial. He had staked everything he owned, not for the meager double-digit star coins. As for the stock, that was merely a distraction. The allure of this woman lay not only in her beauty, but also in her exceptional ability to read the room. A retired Marine brings not only direct combat prowess, but also the capacity to train armed sailors. Over the past 6 months, Li Changjin and his crew have developed into competent sailors. Yet to truly navigate the tumultuous and pirate-infested realms of the Pegasus system, armed sailors are indispensable. Captain Li Bin. I am Mira. She introduced herself, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, her thigh accentuated by black stockings, exuding an air of intelligence and poise with her S-shaped figure. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Business is paramount. Li Bin, oblivious to the beauty of her figure, felt the weight of his all-in gamble pressing heavily upon him, leaving no room for distractions. I do not require the barrage cannon. Replace it all with light machine guns. As for torpedoes, I need the heavy-hitting variety. You have observed my vessel, as well as the aircraft carrier's deck. I require a limited production chip, LPC, for a fighter jet. Please provide your pricing. Mira nodded. Although Li Bin's request was peculiar, replacing a more powerful and compatible medium-caliber shipborne weapon, the assault chain gun, with a smaller lightweight machine gun was a self-diminishing act in terms of survival capability. Her sales experience prevented her from challenging any of her employer's eccentric demands. Might I inquire about your specific requirements for the aircraft? Li Bin replied succinctly, the operational demands are minimal. However, there is a need for mining. In response, she recommended the worker bee drone developed by Hyena Mining, a colossal enterprise that you are likely familiar with, primarily engaged in mining and/or refining. Although the design of this LPC is somewhat rudimentary, it is highly favored by the operators of void mining fields due to its low production and maintenance complexity. Provided you can extract metallic ore, the aircraft carrier's integrated printing facility can manufacture fighter jets based on the blueprints contained in the LPC. Li Bin, without needing to examine the proposal, was assured of its viability. The worker bee drone indeed serves as an entry-level mining aircraft and can also function as expendable cannon fodder in warfare. Not receiving any rebuttal, Mira continued. The LPC is quite costly. Even for the worker bee drone, one unit requires 1,000 star coins, along with the production blueprints for 2 small hammerhead torpedoes, 3 lightweight machine guns, and their corresponding ammunition blueprints, totaling 1,500 star coins. The pricing is quite reasonable, and the counterpart does not profit much from naval weaponry. The so-called blueprint refers to the design schematics. Aside from the shuttle, which is rather subpar, even the smallest corvettes possess production workshops, equipped with industrial 3D printers intended for the manufacture of munitions and minor components. Due to the pervasive nature of 3D printing technology, the ammunition business in naval weaponry proves to be unprofitable. Hence, the company offers only production licenses and blueprints. Do you have any demands for heavy weaponry? Mira inquired further. Li Bin responded succinctly, just one, expediency. I wish to expedite the loading of the goods. The ratio is inconsequential. Such a crisp and decisive reply illuminated Mira's eyes. Captain Li Bin is indeed forthright. I will immediately mobilize the goods. If all goes well, they should be assembled today. Please trust in the industrial prowess of Kazalin. Chapter 17. The Old One-Eyed Man and Hyperspace. Li Bin recalled the renowned actor Nicolas Cage, known for his role in the film Lord of War, where the protagonist stood upon a street littered with brass shell casings, smoking a cigarette and uttering a classic line. In this world, 1 in every 12 individuals is armed. The only question is how to sell firearms to the remaining 11. It was audacious and sinister. Now, it was Li Bin's turn to become an arms dealer, and he could just as well smoke and utter similar words to the first mate. Fortunate yet unfortunate. The turmoil in the Perseus Star region resembles fried chicken to the African-American community in America. One can loathe and condemn it, yet cannot escape its grasp. A box of heavy weaponry costs 460 star coins. It is referred to as a box because these items are considered contraband in many major corporations, such as those controlled by the hegemons, and if discovered by the patrols, they will be confiscated and fined. Hence, these heavy weapons are packed as components. And if encountered by someone willing to turn a blind eye, they can be explained as mere transport parts. After exhausting his resources to acquire 15 boxes of heavy weaponry, the cargo hold of the tri-legged cat remains conspicuously empty. Mira proves to be an exceptional salesperson, although Kissinger Company is relatively small. They swiftly coordinated with Allied Company within mere minutes to ensure that all heavy weapons were stored and even prepared the weapon testing ground. As the only individual aboard with artillery experience, Jeffrey naturally took on the testing responsibilities, departing amidst a throng of eager gentlemen keen on the shipboard weaponry. Meanwhile, Li Bin was conducting interviews with retired Marines. The Marines can be regarded as professional soldiers, specializing in landing operations and close combat, serving as the absolute mainstay in warfare aboard space stations, within ships, and on planetary surfaces. Frankly, despite possessing the experience of 2 lifetimes, Li Bin found himself devoid of any effective memories or insights regarding the Marines. After all, in his previous life, he was a model youth, and in this lifetime, he spent most of his time engaging in commerce. Even when faced with warfare, it was predominantly in the realm of naval battles in space. However, the final individual on the list left a profound impression on Li Bin. The newcomer appeared quite aged, with noticeable sagging on his cheeks. Yet the information indicated he was only 40 years old, an uncommon sight among the genetically modified, long-lived, and robust interstellar humans. It merely indicates that he has endured numerous planetary landings, with the muscles in his cheeks being pulled down by the relentless force of gravity throughout prolonged ground combat. Humans who have spent their entire lives in space, even in the face of aging, do not exhibit such pronounced sagging in their facial muscles. Strangely, this individual possesses a right hand that appears natural, while his left arm and both legs have been replaced with prosthetics. His right eye has also been substituted with a glass eye, leaving his remaining biological eye clouded with confusion. As he sat, he appeared somewhat curled up, and had it not been for his highly augmented body, Li Bin might have mistaken him for an elderly farmer. Clearing his throat, Li Bin requested, "Could you please introduce yourself?" "My name is written on the list, but everyone calls me Old One-Eyed," he replied, the captain also referring to him as such. Old One-Eyed let his eyelids droop, resembling a lethargic old cat basking in the sun. "I completed Marine training at the age of 20, and I have taken lives for 28 years. I cannot recall the exact number. I have participated in at least 10 different types of battlefields." His sparse introduction offered no substantial information beyond his wealth of experience. Li Bin posed several questions, but failed to perceive any professionalism in the other man. A sense of tedium hovered between them, starkly contrasting with the prior recruitment atmosphere. "Let us proceed to the demonstration of skills," Li Bin thought, and then inquired, "Would it be possible for you to showcase your skills? Any skill will do, grappling, shooting, espionage, anything." Old One-Eyed used his only functional hand to dig at his ear, extracting a pea-sized piece of earwax, which he then extended toward Li Bin. Li Bin sprang to his feet, his skin prickling with alarm. During the in-person interview, the interviewer maintained a certain distance from the candidate to observe their body language in its entirety. This distance was notably longer than an arm's length. The interviewer's posture, slightly hunched and appearing languid, meant that even if he further contracted his body, it would not provoke any surprise. He adeptly utilized this tactic, compressing his form to offset the visual shift caused by the reduced distance of the seating. Impressive. Li Bin wiped the sweat from his brow, genuinely applauding this skill. Just moments ago, he had extended his hand to his own neck, a gesture of self-assurance. This Old One-Eyed man was the most seasoned candidate present today. His background surely spoke of hard-earned experience. Curiously, Li Bin inquired, "I have one final question. With your prowess, securing a position as an instructor for the Marine Corps would surely not pose a challenge. What draws you to maritime endeavors?" The Old One-Eyed man grinned slightly and replied, "I've grown weary of the ground. I yearn to gaze upon the heavens. If the captain doesn't mind, I would like to seek a position aboard." Upon hearing this, Li Bin fell silent, pondering for a few seconds before earnestly extending his hand. "That is quite the statement. We are in fact in need of a bosun aboard my vessel. I sincerely hope you will join us." While Li Bin was still adopting a humble demeanor, the door to the bridge was abruptly pushed open, and Li Changjin exclaimed, Brother, this is incredible. The shipborne weaponry is extraordinarily powerful." That light machine gun. I initially mistook for a mere water pipe, but guess what? It's a 60 millimeter caliber. The bullets weigh over a pound. That's no mere gun. It's practically a cannon. And it fires continuously. On Earth, any automatic weapon with a caliber exceeding 20 millimeters is classified as a cannon. However, in the age of interstellar travel, where even a corvette exceeds 60 meters in length, this standard has been revised. Only naval artillery with a caliber exceeding 90 millimeters can rightfully be termed as a cannon. Anything less is merely a machine gun. In the future, I shall partake as a machine gunner. None shall contest this right, he declared with fervent ambition. The words most stringent were pronounced with a weighty emphasis by Li Bin, who glanced at Li Changzhen, showcasing his biceps to intimidate his colleagues, and nodded in approval. Though young, he possesses a robust physique and appears rather uncomplicated. Truly a promising candidate for a foot soldier, he mused. Li Changzhen remained enraptured by the exhilarating prospect of personally firing the weapon, blissfully unaware of his brother's ulterior motives. The following day, with his pockets entirely emptied, Li Bin piloted the three-legged cat, departing from the industrial gold mine of Kazarin, en route to the nearest hyperspace jump point. The Tuller system lay a staggering distance of several light years from Li Bin's destination, a span of space that would take years to traverse even at light speed. The three-legged cat's engine alone would require over 10 days to cross the galaxy, by which time the crew would have changed entirely. Thus, interstellar transportation necessitates the utilization of hyperspace. This realm is barren, violently chaotic, and exceedingly unstable, coexisting in tandem with the primary universe. Furthermore, hyperspace possesses a remarkable characteristic. The celestial bodies of the real universe are mirrored within it, and distances are significantly reduced. In essence, by daring to traverse hyperspace and enduring the tumult of its storms, one can cover light years in mere days, expanding their ventures beyond the confines of their galaxy. It is widely acknowledged that in New York, nails are a luxury, and England boasted the largest nail factory of that time. However, only a select few dare to embark on such ventures. Similarly, it is well known that agricultural planets light years away offer food at a fraction of the price. Yet the Tula galaxy possesses not a single grain of organic soil. Wealthy individuals would rather languish in space stations until they decay than risk entering hyperspace. Only those like Li Bin and his crew, with no retreat in sight, would venture forth to seize their future. Chapter 18. Hyperspace navigation. Li Bin methodically conveyed the procedures over the intercom as the three-legged cat had approached the vicinity of the hyperspace jump point. A sphere, radiating a mesmerizing blend of blue and purple light, hovered in the void. Within the sphere swirled vortices and glimmers of light. As the fleet entered hyperspace, anyone witnessing the jump point for the first time would inevitably be gripped by a profound fear of the unknown. This sphere was unstable, seemingly influenced by some force, rhythmically expanding and contracting. At its largest, it exceeded 10 kilometers in diameter, while at its smallest, it measured merely 3 or 4 kilometers. With the fluctuations of the sphere, the ships ahead were sequentially engulfed. Li Shu, observing the queue of vessels, was inexplicably reminded of the mythological tales Li Bin had once recounted. Deities hovered above, while the populace knelt in lines, beseeching and offering sacrifices. Li Changzhen, meanwhile, took a keen interest in the surrounding ships, calling out their names and specifications, lightly mocking, "Huh, a bunch of frigates, daring to cut in line with their 6 or 7 meter trinkets. If I were at the helm, I would surely sink you." Witnessing her brother's carefree delight eased Li Shu's worries considerably. As the commands from the bridge became increasingly frequent under the watchful gaze of the crew, the vessel three-legged cat collided with a bluish-purple jump point. A palpable sense of lethargy enveloped their bodies, as if their limbs were submerged in water. Yet their breathing remained unimpeded. Li Shu, feeling discomfort, reluctantly opened her eyes, only to witness the same anguish etched on the faces of her companions. The only exceptions were her brother, the first mate, and the newly recruited sailor known as Old One-Eye, who exhibited no signs of distress. This was a manifestation of spatial dislocation syndrome, a common affliction experienced by those traversing hyperspace for the first time. Li Shu could hear her brother's booming voice attempting to elucidate the situation. However, she still found it somewhat difficult to grasp his words. Li Bin continued, explaining that as long as one was not particularly sensitive, such symptoms would not recur after the initial experience. Indeed, the adverse effects of spatial dislocation were transient. The swiftest among them, like Li Changzhen Volgan, recovered within an hour, while those from the Elfi gang, who were better conditioned and more delicate in spirit, took nearly half a day for their symptoms to subside. Just as seasickness is the ocean's first gift to newcomers, spatial dislocation serves as hyperspace's initial test of endurance. The three-legged cat navigated cautiously through the dim expanse of hyperspace, a peculiar phenomenon where distant vistas shimmered brightly, yet the immediate surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Devoid of any apparent optical connection, a strikingly counterintuitive experience. Despite the unchanged velocity, the consumption of fuel soared to dozens of times that within the physical universe. Merely observing the spinning fuel gauge was enough to induce anxiety. Moreover, hyperspace was not an empty void. It possessed its own unique topography. During its voyage, the vessel three-legged cat occasionally encounters a sparse substance resembling a cloud, which humanity has conventionally dubbed as hyperspace nebula. These nebulae, when congregated, may intermittently emit photonic or thermal energy, inflicting significant damage on the ships within their vicinity. Thus, they are referred to as hyperspace storms. Within a hyperspace storm, no one dares to activate the shields, for the forces of nature are beyond human resistance. The sole outcome of engaging the shields would be not only additional expenses for armor and hull repairs, but also the cost of replacing the power cells. As Li Bin elaborated on the hyperspace nebula filling every observation window of the three-legged cat, he reassured the crew over the intercom. Even the hyperspace nebula follows a certain order. Some navigable routes carved through the nebulae can persist for millennia. Although we find ourselves amidst a nebula now, this particular cloud has not experienced a storm for several centuries, rendering the probability of an incident exceedingly low. Moreover, our armor is complete. We have nothing to fear. However, as he spoke, the three-legged cat began to jolt violently. The crew glanced at the captain in terror, and even Jeffrey's expression revealed uncertainty. Upon activating the onboard camera, Li Bin's face paled. The wreckage of a shuttle had collided with the side armor of the three-legged cat, leaving a 3-meter-long scratch along the hull. Despite his ship being struck, Li Bin had no outlet for his frustration. The owner of the shuttle was undoubtedly still entangled in the debris, and lacking necromantic abilities, he could not compel the deceased to recompense for damages. Moreover, even if one were to salvage the wreckage in an attempt to mitigate losses, the effort may prove futile. The turbulence of hyperspace can render such endeavors counterproductive, with the fuel expended to stabilize the ship's orientation potentially exceeding that required for normal navigation. Of course, should Li Bin fortuitously encounter a cruiser or even a battleship, the situation would be entirely different. During these few hours of salvage, Li Bin would have to consume a tenth of his fuel, a most unfortunate predicament. Steering skillfully to avoid a second collision with the debris, Li Bin navigated through the nebulae, which, in essence, are composed of matter, causing the vessel to decelerate akin to a person moving through water. Once the ship emerged from the nebula, its speed would once again increase. Hyperspace is undeniably more bustling than the galaxy. A prominent reason for this is that the reflective distances in hyperspace are considerably shorter than those in the tangible universe. Consequently, within the thriving and well-established trade routes, one would observe vessels surrounding them from all directions, as they navigate in accordance with established customs and mutual understanding, contributing their toil and blood to insatiable megacorporations. Additionally, it is a realm rife with thrilling acts of piracy and warfare. The likes of pirates, the ludicrous Left Path, the Hell Legion, and the Fong clan, alongside fervent extremists and brainwashing factions, engage in relentless conflict throughout hyperspace. These factions, aside from orchestrating large-scale invasions of star systems, frequently deploy their ships to sporadically plunder transport fleets within hyperspace, as they are ill-equipped to confront the defensive forces within the galaxies. However, they can conceal themselves within nebulae, akin to vultures awaiting their prey at hyperspace jump points, swooping down upon unsuspecting targets. Their primary objective is to disrupt the transportation systems of the galaxies, thereby weakening their overall strength. Should they discern that their disruptions have ignited a spark of chaos, they will not hesitate to summon their main fleets and launch a brazen invasion. This behavior has led to numerous adverse consequences, one of which is the emergence of refugees. In star systems like the Tuller system, which lack substantial food supplies, a disruption in food provisions lasting over 2 months can easily precipitate a food crisis. When this deprivation extends beyond 6 months, one can witness countless civilian vessels recklessly attempting to breach the blockade in search of a glimmer of hope. Objectively speaking, Over 4 of the current population on Alpha Star consists of refugees from other star systems seeking employment opportunities. Li Bin recalls that during the first 2 years after being conscripted onto the ship, he was merely a laborer, often seeing emaciated millionaires disembarking from opulent spacecraft on grain-producing planets. They adorned themselves in gold and jewels, eyeing the fertile fields beyond the observation windows with a blend of vigilance and avarice. These individuals, having successfully fled their dire circumstances, were now ravenous and had come directly to the source of sustenance, some even contemplating the acquisition of land to become high-tech agricultural magnates. With the engine power fully engaged, the ship Three-Legged Cat displayed its insignia and joined a considerably large commercial fleet heading south, as Li Bin's mind raced with myriad thoughts. As a compassionate citizen, he could not turn a blind eye to the malevolent actions of chaotic forces. However, due to insufficient transport capacity, he was unable to purchase food to support these starving star systems. Nonetheless, he was willing and able to facilitate the sale of weapons, enabling the populace to arm themselves in defense of their homes. Chapter 19. The Shadows of Pirates. We must seek a nearby space station for docking. Unfortunately, our luck is not favorable. The wreckage has been destroyed by an attack. The explosion has warped the hull, and many sharp metallic shards protrude deeply. Jeffrey projected a hologram, magnifying the damaged sections, and pointed to several conspicuous repair marks, stating, "The armor strength of civilian vessels is insufficient. There are areas where breaches have penetrated the hull. The damage control team has addressed it urgently, and currently, there are no issues within the compartment. However, the hyperspace environment differs significantly from the real universe, and we lack a repair ship. External armor cannot be mended. Should we encounter a hyperspace storm, the armor here may be torn apart, and if other ships observe this, they might seize the opportunity to turn pirate and rob us." Li Bin squinted at the projection and nodded in agreement with the first mate's assessment. Such issues would not warrant a halt within the fleet of a civilian shipping company. A fully equipped commercial fleet is characterized by extreme specialization in ship types, comprising not only escort vessels dedicated to combat, but also medical ships and fuel transporters. Even the cargo ships are specialized, equipped solely with a light machine gun to shatter space debris, lacking any formidable weaponry, merely thin-skinned, robust space dumplings. Only independent captains would impose stringent demands on the overall performance of their vessels. The phrase both impoverished and particular aptly describes someone like Li Bin. The first mate stroked his chin and inquired, having worked in the company for so long, "Do you have acquaintances at any space stations?" Li Bin shook his head. While he did have acquaintances, they were mainly accountants, clerks, and customs officials who would engage with factories and smuggling ventures. Glancing at the star map, Li Bin remarked, "We have just crossed the Citalantia. The nearest star system is dominated by a single power, the lewd left axis." Li Bin shook his head once more. "That won't do. It is a permanently neutral port, open to all factions. Both pirates and the lunatics of the left axis may set their sights on us. The cost of living has become exorbitant. We have spent all our funds on heavy weaponry, leaving us with merely 109 star coins. We must endure a little longer." The first mate expressed his concern, saying, "Endure? Ahead lies the tyranny of Sindar, another warlord faction. Our heavy weapons are contraband there. If discovered, we would suffer irreparable losses." Further south, in the Hound Mining Corporation and the Apex Design Group, heavy weaponry is strictly prohibited. He anxiously raked his fingers through his hair and added, "By the way, who do you intend to sell this batch of goods to? The South is rife with conservative giants and warlords. Venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death." Li Bin replied with curiosity, "Who said I was selling to the giants? What do you take them for? 15 crates of heavy weaponry? Their own warehouses exceed that quantity. My aim is to support those residing on free planets, unprotected by the corporate behemoths, empowering them to defend themselves against the incursions of pirates and madmen." Jeffrey scoffed. "If you're going to conduct business, then do so. No need to wax poetic about ideals. Do you fancy yourself a poet?" Despite his words, Jeffrey felt a measure of anxiety ease within him. He was genuinely fearful that the glimmer of hope they had finally glimpsed could be extinguished by Li Bin's impulsiveness. The free planets lack everything. Jeffrey was uncertain what Li Bin had gleaned from the sea of news and information. Yet, since he was not seeking death, Jeffrey, recalling their successes over the past 6 months, chose to take a gamble with him. While they deliberated on where to resupply, an alarm blared from the command center. Li Bin answered the communication, and the grating voice of the one-eyed old sailor, resembling a battered gong, echoed through the channel. "Captain, We are being pursued by 2 vessels. Likely pirates. Li Bin's nerves were taut. How was this discovered? While in hyperspace, I took the young men under my wing to practice hyperspace optical observation, and I noticed an anomaly in the trajectory of a nebula. This is a common tactic employed by space pirates. They often carry a fuel transport vessel and lurk in hyperspace for extended periods, using the nebulae to approach their targets. I had once fallen victim to this tactic during my time in the Marine Corps, and the memory remains vivid. The optical observation post is tasked with utilizing instruments and visual observation to monitor space. They compile the data collected with the detectors and present it to the navigator, who analyzes the latest spatial terrain and assesses risks before advising the captain. Jeffrey exclaimed in astonishment, "We can follow the large trade fleet. What pirate would dare to target us?" The old one-eyed man replied solemnly, "Perhaps we were merely pretending, and they saw through our ruse, discerning our strengths and weaknesses." The navigator of the 3-legged cat is Li Shu. Although she enrolled in navigator training courses, she has only been in the field for 6 months and lacks sufficient experience, thus falling prey to the pirates. She lowered her head in shame, prompting Jeffrey to quickly offer consolation. "Sister, this incident is not your fault. What reputable navigator's training doesn't begin with 5 or 6 years? Blame your brother. He was reluctant to spend money." Li Shu subtly shook her head, and noticing the ineffectiveness of this reassurance, the first mate nudged Li Bin. "She is your sister. You ought to comfort her." Li Bin rolled his eyes at Jeffrey, silently thinking, does he view my sister as some delicate princess? She is a diligent worker, accustomed to the grind of operating machinery and driving forklifts all day. Such gentle reassurances are not suitable for her. She requires a sense of purpose. Without lifting his head, he remarked, "You are the sole navigator aboard. You must consult the star charts for analysis. Do not let your eyes become blurred with tears." This statement provided more solace than 1,000 comforting words. Li Shu promptly wiped her face and immersed herself more energetically in her duties. On the command bridge, Li Bin summoned the old one-eyed sailor. "Chief, report to the bridge at once." The yellow alert light illuminated, and the previously tranquil ship's cabin was filled with the chaotic sounds of hurried footsteps. This was the first time the 3-legged cat faced the prospect of naval combat, and all crew members were palpably tense. Li Bin cleared the table of all trade information, activating the holographic projection into battle mode, while all optical observation posts were engaged, directing the detectors towards the area indicated by the old one-eyed sailor. This was precisely what they had anticipated. Li Bin decisively countered. "You heard what the old one-eyed sailor said. Do the hyperspace pirates have a fuel transport ship? When they take position at the jump point, how long are you willing to wager they will remain there? When traversing the hyperspace jump point, all weapon systems will be offline." As he spoke, Li Bin grasped the first mate's shoulder. "The only individuals aboard with true naval combat experience are Yumi and the old one-eyed sailor. The rest are merely novices. The observation posts have detected no signs of pirates, only reports from the old one-eyed sailor himself. The ship's light machine guns will struggle to deter pirates. We must rely on torpedoes. You take charge of the torpedo launch." Jeffrey nodded vigorously and dashed out of the bridge, narrowly avoiding the old one-eyed sailor. At that moment, the internal channel resonated with the agitated shouts of Li Changjin and Vulcan, as the engineering team, the most experienced and physically capable, was assigned to operate 3 light machine guns. Meanwhile, the drones would be directly controlled from the bridge. "Here they come." Li Shu removed her headphones. Her clear voice reporting, "Coordinates 56. 78. 12. Located to our front left. 3 vessels detected." The battle mode projection flickered, revealing a 3-dimensional spherical map centered around the 3-legged cat. The hazy hyperspace terrain shifted as the ships advanced, with 2 bright indicators appearing ahead and to the diagonal front. One, a bright signal, represented the trade fleet, seemingly aware of the pirates and accelerating to distance itself from Li Bin. The other, a dimmer point, indicated the pirates. This was the celestial combat system, originally designed for the human military forces, now dispersed everywhere after the Great Collapse. It intuitively consolidated reconnaissance information and employed AI to reflect the battlefield dynamically. In large-scale fleet engagements, this system was indispensable. If Li Bin could install an AI core, even a top-tier technological achievement from the human era, aboard the ship, he could potentially utilize its formidable computational power and algorithms to pilot the 3-legged cat and obliterate military destroyers. The old one-eyed man glanced briefly and remarked, 3 ships. 1 fuel vessel is not a concern. The other two. Li Bin magnified the light points, revealing the silhouettes of the pirate ships. This was a projection synthesized from images captured by the optical observation post. With an exceptional memory, Li Bin immediately recognized the ship types. One was a Hellhound-class armed merchant ship, and the other a Raider-class frigate. The old one-eyed man displayed surprise. He had not anticipated that this captain would be so familiar with the ship types. In the days leading up to Li Bin's acquisition of the ship, he diligently conducted extensive research, meticulously examining nearly all destroyers and smaller vessels within the core star regions, diligently noting their standard specifications. He remarked to the chief mate, "The Hellhound is manageable. Its classification as an armed merchant vessel means its speed merely surpasses ours by a slight margin. The Robber class, however, is a swift design crafted by pirates. Though the materials used are rather rudimentary, the three-legged cat may find it challenging to withstand its ambush. If the engine sustains damage, our fate is sealed." Old One-Eyed nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Let us concentrate our fire on the Hellhound and endeavor to inflict significant damage upon it." Pirates, like dogs, tend to bully the weak while shying away from the strong. Once they perceive us as formidable, they will hesitate to risk their vessels in a confrontation. Li Bin nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, "How is the training for the armed sailors progressing? Will they be of any use?" Old One-Eyed chuckled wryly, "Captain, what sort of question is that? It has only been a few days. There is no way to train them adequately in such a short span. If it comes to the point of jumping ship, you would do well to hastily retreat to the lifeboats." Li Bin did not respond, contemplating the depth of his investment in the ship. With one sibling obedient and the other understanding, how could he bear the thought of abandoning them? Moreover, the prospect of fleeing through hyperspace was fraught with peril. The ship still boasted heavy weaponry, if worst came to worst. Relinquishing the three-legged cat and engaging the enemy with a mech tank might yield a greater chance of survival. Pirates, after all, are known to prey on the weak. Should they flee, the outcome could be dire, whereas a bold confrontation might offer a more favorable outcome. Chapter 20, Naval Warfare. Damn it. The trade fleet ahead has entered the hyperspace storm. The first mate erupted in frustration over the comms, exclaiming, "They intend to escape amidst the storm." The hyperspace storm resembles a hurricane in the real world. Navigating against the wind renders one immobile, while sailing with it can elevate one to extraordinary heights. If you run 100 meters with the wind at your back, even Bolt would be left trailing in your wake. Harnessing the power of a hyperspace storm for acceleration is a time-honored tactic employed by seasoned captains, a numerical game of trade-offs between fuel, supplies, and maintenance costs. However, this trade fleet appears not only indifferent to the plight of others, but also exhibits a rather disdainful attitude of, "If one must perish, let it be far from me." It is crucial to understand that mutual assistance, within reasonable limits, is an unwritten rule among captains navigating the vastness of space. After all, none can predict when they might face an assault or natural calamity, and supporting one another is one of humanity's trump cards in overcoming crises. As a large trade fleet, the opposing command displays a rather cowardly demeanor. Even the old one-eyed captain furrows his brow in dissatisfaction, for if mere pirate vessels of frigate size instill such fear, how can he persuade the other captains of the fleet without exposing himself to danger? At this moment, Li Bin, casting aside his frustrations, calmly instructed his first mate to hold his tongue. "What is there to argue about? Make a note of this, company. We shall never offer assistance in the future. Now, focus on preparing for naval combat." Just then, Li Shu reported loudly, "The enemy ship is 18,000 meters away, expected to enter our fire range in 5 minutes. Weapon systems activated." Jeffrey bellowed over the comms. The weapon systems refer to the designated space for armament that is reserved from the very inception of a ship's construction. Since the 21st century, shipborne weaponry has long ceased to be manually operated. Thus, each weapon station is equipped with a magazine, electric engine, circuitry, and fire control radar, among other comprehensive components. It is not as simple as merely digging a hole to create a weapon station. The weaponry is encased beneath a layer of active armor, protruding like barnacles clinging to the surface of a whale. However, in contrast to these barnacles, the weaponry is generally retracted, revealing itself only during the turmoil of battle. For electric 60mm light machine guns emerge from the elevated weaponry, skillfully maneuvered by Li Changjin, who has temporarily taken on the role of a gunner. Simultaneously, the hangar doors beneath the bridge swing open, and 6 drones are launched sequentially, encircling the ship named Three-Legged Cat, with weapon systems already locked onto the approaching pirate vessel. These drone-like worker bees are equipped with rudimentary chips, capable of interconnecting and collaborating via a local network upon receiving commands. Originally designed for remote mineral extraction, their formidable capabilities extend to shattering asteroids and breaching ship armor. Much like the hammer torpedoes at the bow of the three-legged cat, initially purposed for asteroid demolition. It was later discovered that their explosive power was equally effective against ships, thus repurposed as weaponry. 6,000 meters to the enemy. Li Shu's voice rose once more. Within the combat system, the pirates were alarmingly close to the operational radius of the drones. Yet, Li Bin remained unmoved. All mining drones were of exceptionally crude manufacture, achieving firepower standards but lacking in defense, rendering them vulnerable to being torn apart without proper coordination. 3,000 meters to the enemy. The enemy ship is firing. Li Shu's voice trembled with anxiety. Glancing at the combat system, Li Bin seized the communicator. The pirates have opened fire. It's a fire serpent. The three-legged cat will attempt to maneuver. You must intercept the missiles. Understood, Captain. Li Changjin replied promptly. The fire serpent tracking missile, a specialized harassment missile designed to incapacitate engines, possesses minimal destructive capability against vessels themselves. The warhead of the fire serpent missile is predominantly occupied by the guidance system, with the remaining portion housing an expanding foam agent. Upon impact with the target, the container holding the foam agent disintegrates, allowing the foam to expand 800 times within a second and swiftly harden, effectively blocking the engine's exhaust outlet. If struck simultaneously by 2 to 3 fire serpent missiles, the vessel three-legged cat would be rendered inoperable for at least 20 minutes, as damage control teams would need to remove the expanding foam before restarting the engine. This method, which incapacitates without destroying the ship, is favored by pirates, as it maximizes the preservation of onboard treasures and cargo, allowing the most valuable ship itself to be readily converted into a fighting force upon capture. Due to the necessity of replacing violent torpedoes and missiles with the fire serpent, a type with a very narrow operational scope, the pirates' firepower objectively fails to reach the average level commensurate with their number of weapon slots. In simple terms, this band of pirates is more show than substance, presenting an opportunity for Li Bin. The light machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, with 4 belts of ammunition sweeping through hyperspace, as 60 bullets collided with the fire serpent missiles. The sheer kinetic energy severed the missiles, causing the gray expanding foam to burst forth like fireworks. The light machine gun is classified among shipborne weaponry as a kinetic weapon, further categorized as an anti-aircraft weapon, relying on high rates of fire and a web of multiple weapon slots to create a defensive fire network, effectively countering the fire serpent missiles with a saturation of live ammunition. The bullets contain not gunpowder, but rather a special compound capable of detonating in an oxygen-deprived environment, granting these projectiles theoretically limitless range in the vacuum of space. At this moment, the pirates across the way are likely cursing in indignation, baffled by the decision to equip a perfectly capable destroyer with mere small-caliber armaments, resembling that of a frigate, instead of heavy artillery. Who could have conceived such a notion? The celestial combat system blares with urgency, the yellow alert escalating to a crimson warning, the piercing siren compelling the crew, armed only with air rifles and on guard against boarding actions, to abandon their uneasy composure. Enemy vessels are within 1,500 meters. This signifies that both sides have entered the range of lethal fire, and the fervent naval battle has officially commenced. Raise the shields. The orange protective barrier gradually materializes under the full power of the battery system. The swiftly approaching robber-class frigate unleashes its initial volley, of which a significant portion is absorbed by the shield, leaving only a handful of projectiles to strike the armor. The vessel, nicknamed Three-Legged Cat, shudders slightly as the armor deforms. A window emerges from the bottom of the celestial combat system, indicating that the progress bar has filled to 20. This reflects the accumulation of waste heat within the onboard battery system. To sustain the shield amidst the violent explosions, the batteries will overload for a brief period. Even in the age of interstellar travel, energy conversion efficiency cannot reach 100, resulting in some energy being dissipated as heat within the batteries. Should the temperature of the battery system exceed the warning threshold, it would succumb to a power failure due to overload. Such issues are exacerbated in the vacuum of space. To maintain a colossal vessel spanning hundreds of meters, the onboard battery system occupies a volume equivalent to several standard cabins. However, The sparse medium of space lacks the ample air and water found on Earth, which means that the batteries cannot rely on air or water cooling for heat dissipation, ultimately leading to the perilous situation where, before the outcome of the conflict is determined, the crew might perish from overheating. Therefore, the captain must remain ever vigilant against the accumulation of waste heat during naval combat. Should an overload lead to a power outage, the entire vessel, along with its engines and weaponry, would be rendered inoperative, transforming the ship into a mere target in the void of space. Of course, there are methods to expel this waste heat. Typically, a ship employs a system that converts waste heat into radiation, which is then expelled through radiative vents. Each vessel possesses a designated radiative efficiency, akin to the operation of a microwave oven. This implies that, with proper management, a ship can gradually dissipate waste heat. However, in a scenario such as Li Bin's, facing two adversaries, controlling the waste heat aboard the three-legged cat becomes exceedingly challenging. He requires time to suspend the ship's functions and activate the forced radiation expulsion system, converting all waste heat into thermal radiation akin to a release. In thermal imaging, the three-legged cat would shine as brightly as the sun. Under normal circumstances, a ship undergoing forced radiation expulsion would exhibit a surrounding haze resembling downy willow fluff, indicative of the process. It is well known that a person is most vulnerable while relieving themselves, and the same holds true for the ship. During this period, it would be incapacitated, as the forced radiation expulsion process is irreversible. Though it only takes a few seconds, once initiated, the ship becomes defenseless. Full speed ahead. Breach the ranks of the robber class. Target the Hellhound class. Li Bin commanded, as the lock-on shifted to the Hellhound class trailing behind. Swarms of B drones surged forth, heedless of the nearby pirate vessel, charging forward with reckless abandon. But Captain, the impact on the battery pack from the shield collision is significant. A crew member cautioned. Li Bin waved his hand dismissively. We are a destroyer. They are merely a frigate. Our ship's battery pack is at least twice theirs, granting us an advantage over their waste heat. Eliminate the Hellhounds. The hammer torpedoes are deployed. The hammer torpedoes are in position. I require a superior shooting angle. Jeffrey responds over the channel. Very well. I shall provide you with the shooting angle. Li Bin slammed his hand on the table, activating a button on the command console, initiating the tactical system backup deployment of the single-humped Camel class. The aircraft carrier's printing factory, located directly beneath the bridge, sprang to life, assembling parts originally intended for drone repairs. Within less than a minute, the second batch of drones was fully assembled and launched. This batch of drones disregarded safety and stability, solely focused on amplifying firepower in this moment, knowing that even if they survived, they would soon succumb to malfunctions. Their mission was straightforward: compel the Hellhound-class armed merchant ship to direct its firepower at them, thereby creating an opportunity for the three-legged cat. Li Shu shouted upwards. Collision warning. Boom. Chapter 21. The nature of pirates. Cowardly against the strong. At the moment of collision, the battery packs of both vessels began to discharge with a crackling noise. Fortunately, the crew aboard the three-legged cat was limited. Those responsible for maintaining the battery packs had been previously reassigned to the midsection of the ship to handle emergencies, thus preventing any fatalities. However, pirates, in order to cope with the high mortality rate of jump battles and the necessity to swiftly abscond with captured vessels, always preferred to have a larger crew. It was certain that some technicians on the opposing side had perished from electrocution. The waste heat of the battery packs had already surpassed 50, and the pirates aboard the frigate were also facing dire straits. They dared not pursue closely after the emergency retreat, fearing another reckless collision from the madmen opposite. Thus they widened the distance to forcefully dissipate the radiation. The 320-meter-long three-legged cat, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy and shrouded in shields and anti-aircraft firepower, surged toward the Hellhound-class vessel. For reference, the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier measures a mere 317 meters, and when docked for public viewing, it appears to the onlookers as a moving metropolis. Now, this very metropolis was charging forward. Evade. Hard to port. The alarms blared from the Hellhound-class bridge, and the pirate captain neglected to command the cannons to sink the drones that harassed them. This vessel, touted as an armed merchant ship, bore the title of armament. Yet it was merely a reference to its firepower. Its hull remained civilian. Moreover, the single-humped Camel was a civilian destroyer hull, while the Hellhound was a frigate. How could the 80-meter-long Kalami withstand a 320-meter behemoth? A direct collision would lead to the shields being overwhelmed and incapacitated, subsequently enduring the impact of over 100,000 tons of high-speed, high-strength alloy space debris. Shortly after the robbery-class vessel altered its course, the Celestial Combat System provided a probability analysis of its trajectory. Li Bin promptly relayed the analysis to the gunners. Adjust for lead and target their shields. Li Changzhen, drenched in sweat within the weapons operation room, shouted hoarsely, his voice already strained. Space lacks air, yet the ship is solid. The propagation speed of sound in solids far surpasses that of air. The sound of the light machine guns firing continuously was inaudible in the soundproofed bridge, but Jeffrey, situated beneath the gun, heard it more clearly than anyone else, necessitating that he shout to communicate. The gun barrels, due to their compact size and efficient liquid cooling, employed a timely heat dissipation system, but the hot water coursed through the gunner's chamber, causing the indoor temperature to soar to 30 degrees after prolonged firing. Yet his spirits were exceptionally high. Li Changzhen, along with his comrades, stripped down and fired their weapons with abandon. The dull thud of gunfire above them creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Some even raised their voices in a cacophony, wailing battle songs over the comms. Li Changzhen found himself bewildered by the unfolding situation, lacking understanding of the pirate strategies or the dangers that lay ahead. All he knew was that the three-legged cat was larger and longer than both pirate ships combined. His older brother was also a man of courage. He maneuvered the vessel swiftly and expertly, ramming one enemy ship and sending it reeling like a frightened rodent, an impressive display of ferocity. Victory seemed inevitable, and the outcome was bound to be a resounding triumph. There was no need to dwell on the unfavorable tides. Happiness was the ultimate goal. Jeffrey in the torpedo bay, however, was not as buoyant. With Li Bin placing the weight of the battle's fate upon him, he bore the burden of the entire ship's survival. Jeffrey blinked his weary eyes, bloodshot and filled with fatigue. Yet, he had taken stimulants to push his body back into action. The printing factory was working tirelessly to produce drone parts, and currently, they had 4 torpedoes in reserve, with 2 launchers ready. This indicated that the first 2 torpedoes would yield the most effective results. Patience. He needed patience, Jeffrey murmured to himself, his eyes reddened from the strain of the sighting scope. Through the lens, he observed the light machine gun fire raining down upon the enemy's shields like a relentless shower of yellow blossoms. Meanwhile, the pirates' cannon fire erupted against the three-legged cat's shields, creating intermittent waves of explosions. Li Bin frequently shut down the shields, adjusting the ship's posture to absorb damage with armor, all to prevent the battery from overloading. In a desperate bid to evade the collision course set by the three-legged feline, the pirate ship found itself unable to manage its battery array. Under Li Bin's relentless efforts, the accumulated waste heat of the vessel reached a critical threshold, compelling it to lower its shields and retreat with utmost urgency, attempting to expel radiation at a safe distance. This was the war machine crafted by Li Bin. Should the Hellhound-class vessel maintain its shields, it would be overwhelmed by light machine gun fire and drones. Conversely, if it were to lower its shields, the current distance would render it nearly impossible to evade the incoming hammer torpedo. Launch, Jeffrey declared, striking the launch button. The torpedo, propelled by liquid fuel, departed the launch bay, soaring forth with a slow yet resolute trajectory towards the Hellhound pirate ship. It was indeed the hammer torpedo. Chaos erupted on the pirate ship's bridge as the captain, still grappling with the controls, despaired upon realizing that the brigand-class vessel, lurking behind its prey, had already turned tail at the first sight of the torpedo. Allies deemed him lost, intent on seizing the fuel transport vessel for themselves. "Damn it, cowardly vermin," lamented the pirate captain, who, in his sorrow, resolved to raise the shields anew. The fragile hull of the corvette stood no chance against 2 incoming missiles. Survival was out of the question. "Let the battery array overload. So long as we remain alive," he muttered, drawing his sidearm and ordering the bridge to be secured, prepared to eliminate any pirate who dared intrude. Simultaneously, he rallied his most loyal crew members to eliminate unnecessary personnel on the bridge. Then, amidst the tremors of the ship and the impending blackout of the battery array, the pirate leader and his corps members made a decisive escape. No sooner had they fled than a torpedo, boasting a diameter of 4 meters, shattered the observation window of the bridge, detonating upon impact. "Damn," Jeffrey exclaimed, firmly seated, reveling in mimicking Li Bin's signature catchphrase. "The vessel has met its demise. The frigate has suffered a torpedo strike to its bow, leaving it incapacitated, bereft of its bridge, akin to a vegetative state." Sailmaster, Li Bin, brimming with determination, rallied the crew, distributing provisions and combat medicines, preparing to seize the ship. Old One-Eye cast a glance at the fleeing pirate-class frigate, utterly speechless. He found himself at a loss for words. In his lifetime of warfare, this was perhaps the most farcical encounter. Despite the apparent advantage held by the pirates, he had mentally prepared for a specialized combat scenario aboard the ship, only to witness a group of indecisive pirates, clearly lacking resolve, being utterly intimidated by the audacious young Captain S. Gamble. It was a clash of novices. Yet the ship's frenzied response to the crisis resonated with him. Yes, Captain, Old One-Eye acquiesced, his mind racing as he departed the bridge. The engineering crew, having just concluded a firefight, was utterly exhausted. They needed sustenance and a respite before resuming their duties. It was not an urgent matter. Meanwhile, Li Bin was coordinating with damage control, assessing the extent of the ship's injuries. Captain, this ship cannot endure much longer. We have sustained 15 artillery strikes, and not a single section of the frontal armor remains intact. The aircraft carrier deck is damaged, and one compartment has ruptured. Repairs are imperative. In the projection, the damage control officer, helmet secured, clung to a pipe like a sloth, inverted as he welded a breach, his mouth filled with grim tidings. Jeffrey, are you still alive? Get out here and get to work. There's another ship. It seems reparable. Li Bin called through the channel. Jeffrey's rough voice carried a mix of joy and fatigue. Even if you die, I shall survive. Moreover, I am the one who fought for this ship. This is my moment of glory. You should grant me a greater share of the bonuses. Chapter 22. Bloodshed. The retrieval of debris from a battlefield is an entirely different matter from salvaging wreckage. The most notable distinction lies in the presence of living souls aboard the immobilized vessels on the battlefield. The management of these individuals poses a considerable dilemma. If detained, they will consume provisions and may incite rebellion amidst the chaos to seize the ship. To execute them all would also be a troublesome affair, as locating each one could lead to unexpected assaults from hidden pirates, resulting in casualties among the crew. These crew members are all compatriots of Li Bin, akin to soldiers from one's own hometown in ancient times, forming the backbone of the future fleet, and their loss would be profoundly lamentable. Furthermore, would such a drastic measure not be excessively extreme? Li Bin pondered, resolute in his decision not to recruit pirates, especially those from hyperspace. While executing them all could lead to wrongful deaths, a systematic execution would certainly allow for some to escape justice. Moreover, capturing living pirates could yield a bounty. Caught in this internal conflict, he resolved to seek the counsel of a professional. On this vessel, none could rival the expertise of the seasoned veteran, Old One-Eyed. Upon hearing Li Bin's concerns, the veteran swiftly proposed the optimal solution. Why not utilize them for training? As the captain, you need to train armed sailors, and they cannot be forged through mere target practice. They must experience the act of killing, and here lies the perfect environment, with criminals at hand. Should a pirate be slain, it counts as a life captured, and the living ones can be turned in for a reward. As Old One-Eyed spoke, he thrust a powerful air gun into Li Bin's hands. Captain, you should join in as well. Me too. Li Bin was taken aback, but I'm not an armed sailor. The one-eyed man turned to seize another firearm, muttering, Captain, if I may be frank, you possess many fine qualities, but your disposition is far too gentle. If you do not adapt, it will be to your detriment. This is not the age of human dominion. A captain must have blood on his hands. When you enter a tavern, they can discern your inexperience at a glance. You must harden yourself. You must massacre entire vessels, not through bombardment, nor crew infighting, but by leading a boarding party. Fear not. With me by your side, no harm shall befall you. As he spoke, his prosthetic leg unfurled several slender, sharp metallic limbs, lowering his stature and transforming him into a half-human, half-arachnid figure. From his prosthetic left arm, a chainsaw chain blade sprang forth, whirring ominously. Most terrifyingly, his face remained nonchalant, creating an unsettling juxtaposition. After this ordeal, you and your crew will be transformed, profoundly so. Over the comms, Jeffrey swallowed nervously, whispering, Good heavens, Captain, where did you find this deity of slaughter? He speaks of killing as if it were mere chopping of vegetables. No wonder this man has fought for over 2 decades. He conceals an arsenal of ingenious implements. His skills are such that he could easily qualify as an instructor. I wonder why he chose to become a shipmate. Perhaps, like the 800,000 Imperial Guards chief instructor, he is destined for a solitary fate in a desolate temple. Li Bin shook his head, banishing these thoughts, and tentatively inquired, Will killing truly make one resolute? The one-eyed man nodded, then shook his head. Only by taking many lives can one truly become resolute. Very well. Li Bin nodded. I believe you. Wait here while I fetch the first mate. Jeffrey's anxious voice crackled over the comms. Hey, I've killed before. I don't need practice. I just blasted a whole group of them with the cannon. Enough whining. Didn't you hear him? You need to kill more to toughen up. Now, you're going to accompany me through hell whether you like it or not. Li Bin's voice was still in the channel one moment, and the next. He was kicking down the door, grabbing Jeffrey, and dragging him out despite his wails, like a rag doll. Poor Jeffrey, the effects of the stimulant just wearing off. His body weak, his spirit weary, was powerless to resist Li Bin's forceful abduction. Come on, I'll fucking kill you all. Drop your weapons. I repeat, drop your weapons. In the cramped mess hall, the two factions, their negotiations having collapsed, used overturned tables and cabinets as cover, exchanging gunfire. 1 hour after boarding, having advanced less than 200 meters, and without even clearing the first deck, they had already encountered 3 groups of pirates. The boarding party, numbering 20 in total, had already sustained 4 injuries. The ship's specialized air rifles, while possessing negligible recoil, were not as powerful as Earth-based rifles, but still lethal enough. Li Bin couldn't afford to outfit everyone with combat suits, so they were all wearing standard crew uniforms. The Vanguard was equipped with high-strength alloy shields. But in the narrow and complex confines, stray bullets invariably found their mark on some unfortunate soul. After all, in the weightlessness of space, people could move in any direction. And the pirates simply propped up tables and chairs against the walls to create makeshift barricades. The stench of blood and the faint cries of agony assaulted Li Bin's senses. Unlike the skirmishes fought during my tenure at the Mission Corporation, legitimate companies never initiate invasions of pirate vessels. They remain steadfast within their ships, leveraging their home field advantage to counteract boarding attempts by marauders. In those times, Li Bin frequently took up arms to safeguard company assets. Yet overhead, the cabin's surveillance captured the pirates' every move, while in his ears, the directives of a proficient command team resonated clearly. Surrounding him were the formidable Marine Corps and a multitude of armed sailors, ensuring that he was perpetually in a position of strength. Now, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, pellets from air guns embedded themselves into the dining table, causing the polyethylene surface to fracture at the points of impact, creating depressions the size of a thumb. A protrusion formed at the tip of Li Bin's nose, compelling him to instinctively recoil. At that moment, a second volley struck near the crater. The plastic structure unable to withstand the assault, bursting open to reveal a gaping hole the size of a fist. In this battleground, where death loomed a mere 10 centimeters away, Li Bin's adrenaline surged like a torrent, his heart raced as if it sought to ascend to the heavens. And his mind swam in a haze of confusion. His eyes darted around, catching sight of the old one-eyed man signaling him with gestures. Instinctively, Li Bin shouted, "Cover me." As his words fell, he raised his weapon and began to fire across at the opposing side, while the crew swiftly followed suit, their firepower establishing a formidable suppression over the adversary. The old one-eyed man, his legs transforming once more into metallic spider limbs, anchored his toes into the ship's structure. Under the cover of gunfire, he deftly ascended to the ceiling, his 8 spider legs propelling him like a cannonball into the pirate's stronghold above. With a swift motion, chainsaw blades erupted from his prosthetic limbs, and without a discernible action, torrents of blood cascaded forth, quivering in the air like a living entity. This sudden turn of events forced the pirates to divert their aim, revealing a significant gap in their defensive fire. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bin kicked the cowering first mate and his brother, commanding charge. Li Changzhen hoisted the bulletproof shield, while Li Bin steadied his firearm on his brother's shoulder, relentlessly advancing with each pull of the trigger. Jeffrey, having regained his footing, mirrored the action, bracing his weapon on a fellow crew member's shoulder. Swiftly, the crew coalesced into a formidable suppression line, surging forward as one. Li Changzhen, employing his shield, toppled 2 pirates, his magnetic boots anchoring him to the ground as he lunged to subdue them. Li Bin, with his foot firmly planted on his brother's back to prevent the pirate from dislodging Li Changzhen, extended his weapon, firing into the pirate's flank amidst a hail of wild gunfire. He then retracted and repositioned the gun, repeating the process. The 2 pirates, their faces adorned with peculiar tattoos, succumbed to the excruciating agony of ruptured kidneys, the pungent odor of shattered renal tissues mingling with the metallic scent of blood in the air. Li Bin hauled his brother up, patting him on the shoulder. "Well done. Now, Onward, press forward. The two factions had collided with full force. A confined space rendering firearms ineffective, leading to a unanimous abandonment of guns in favor of close-quarters combat with cold steel. Amidst the chaotic fray, Li Bin shattered a pirate's cochlea and eardrum with a precise pommel strike. As he prepared to deliver the coup de grâce, Geoffrey, in a state of bewildered alarm, cried out, "Li Bin, Captain, come quickly." He retreated, pulling his brother along, until they reached the first mate, whom they found in a catatonic state. "Has someone died? Or did we catch a big fish?" Geoffrey, without a word, pushed open the freezer door, his expression vacant. "See for yourself." This cryptic utterance left Li Bin momentarily stunned. He craned his neck to peer inside, his entire being instantly frozen in place. Li Changzhen, curiosity piqued, attempted to look as well, but Li Bin's hand firmly pressed down on his head, preventing him from moving. "Brother, what is it? Why are you hiding it?" "Children should avert their gaze, lest they lose their eyes." Geoffrey murmured inaudibly. "So many. How can we bring ourselves to do it? They're so small." Li Bin gripped the hilt of his blade, the images from the cold storage replaying incessantly in his mind, igniting a towering inferno of rage within him. These vile creatures, not content with seizing ships and murdering, had the audacity to decapitate and disembowel the corpses, storing them in the cold storage as if they were mere meat, even categorizing them by age, sparing not even infants. At this moment, Li Bin profoundly understood the reason Old One-Eye had insisted he personally lead the team and witness the bloodshed. Such immense shock had finally allowed him to deeply comprehend the depravity of human nature. The historical accounts of widespread famine, people consuming each other, paled in comparison to the overwhelming impact of witnessing it firsthand, akin to a mental tsunami. He felt his very ideology being tested. The once optimistic individual, raised under the red flag and nurtured in a gentle environment, was now fading away, replaced by a blood-stained persona. "Spare none, slaughter them all." Chapter 23. Leave no one alive. The atmosphere in the mess hall of the Hellhound-class frigate was unsettling. Despite achieving an impressive victory of one person seriously injured in exchange for 26 enemies, thanks to Old One-Eye's charge to draw fire, everyone's face bore an expression of terror, including the industrial district gangsters. After suppressing the mess hall, Old One-Eye took a tour of the cold storage and suggested that Li Bin have each crew member enter the kitchen's cold storage in turn. Li Bin expressed concern, believing that some of the crew members were not yet 20 years old and possessed immature minds, fearing that they would suffer psychological trauma upon witnessing the scene. This stemmed from Li Bin's universal values from his previous life, preventing him from truly regarding these physically precocious individuals as mentally sound adults. The one-eyed elder counseled, "Captain, I perceive you're a man of the old school, but this isn't Perseus of 2 centuries past. Back then, even old-fashioned men had friends, but it's of no consequence now. Once your men are aboard, they're no longer civilians. Their days must be forged in blood and fire. Some truths are best faced sooner rather than later. As for psychological scars or ailments, forgive my bluntness, but one must first have the fortune to survive." Li Bin ultimately conceded, starting with his younger brother and proceeding one by one. Those who returned were initially gripped by immense terror, some even vomiting. Yet, within minutes, fury ignited the rationality of each man. Li Changzhen's upper face was awash with tears, which floated around his eyes in the weightlessness as he ceaselessly wiped them away, while his lower face was contorted in rage. His jaws were clenched tight, his lips pale, and his entire countenance beneath the helmet was twisted into a grotesque visage. Vulcan, with his background as a hoodlum, felt it even more profoundly. He had been swathed in his work clothes, but after the strenuous activity, he was unbearably hot. Yet, after just one glimpse, he felt utterly drained, his entire body cold and trembling. Memories of his past life, swaggering through the streets extorting fees, flooded back. He was seized by a wave of lingering fear, as if there were a shadow of himself in the cold storage, loitering and butchering the meat. Had the captain not intervened, he might well have become a beast cloaked in human skin. The former thug stammered, alternating between regret and gratitude, his heart filled with nothing but thankfulness towards Li Bin. The original plan had been to rest for 10 minutes, eat something, and replenish their energy. However, after witnessing the cruelty concealed within the cold storage, no one could stomach any food. The deeds perpetrated by this band of scoundrels were so heinous that they defied description. Even in ancient history, this was not cannibalism driven by hunger, but by a thirst for amusement. Within the Perseus pirates, even the dregs of this vessel are of the vilest sort. should other pirates become aware of their inhuman conduct. Their initial reaction would likely be to flay these individuals alive and feel ashamed to share the same profession. Li Bin secured the cold storage, his gaze sweeping across the silent crew members in the dining hall, each gripping their weapons. The fervent attention of the crew was focused on him. He declared in a deep voice, "Friends, I've heard of an ancient ritual for honoring the deceased, known as a blood offering, which requires the heads and hearts of criminals. I intend to use the pirates aboard this ship as a blood offering to those who perished in the cold storage. Who will join me?" A primal roar, inarticulate and raw, erupted, signifying the loathing and rage of sentient beings against inhumanity. Li Bin raised his hand and bellowed, "Leave none alive." With that, he took the lead, kicking open the dining hall door and charging out with a ballistic shield. Behind him, the crew, panting heavily, followed closely, forming a mobile wall of flesh and steel. In the crew quarters, cargo hold, deck, and armory, the crew advanced with astonishing ferocity. The pirates attempted to mount a unified resistance, but the frigate's compact size prevented them from consolidating. When the shield bearers were forced back by concentrated kinetic fire, Li Bin immediately called for support. Engineers used welding torches to cut holes and create firing positions on the spot. If resistance persisted, the ship's light machine guns would lock onto the location and unleash a savage barrage, tearing apart both pirates and ship compartments. Over 30 surrendering pirates were disarmed and gathered outside the dining hall's cold storage, their heads bowed in trepidation. Li Changjin, eyes bloodshot and limbs weary, gasped, "Brother, what do we do?" "Despite your assertion of sparing none, a considerable number remain." Li Changjin vehemently shook his head. "I must witness their demise, or I shall be haunted by sleeplessness." Observing this, Li Bin desisted from further persuasion. Instead, he retrieved a collection of screwdrivers, pliers, and crowbars from the cargo hold's toolbox, casting them into the throng. The quantity of tools here dictates the number of survivors. The remainder are destined to perish. The choice is yours. With a significant glance towards One Eye, he turned and departed. Behind Li Bin, resourceful pirates seized crowbars, plunging them into the eye sockets of others. One pirate, discerning Li Bin's intent, vociferously proclaimed that Li Bin merely sought to incite infighting, harboring no genuine intention of providing an escape. He urged a united resistance. However, before his pronouncement could fully resonate, his back was rendered a bloody mess by several tool-wielding pirates. Everyone was cognizant of this potential outcome and instinctively resisted it. They were devoid of their air guns, and at present, 20 air guns and several bulletproof shields obstructed both the front and rear entrances. What recourse did they have? They could only gamble on Li Bin's veracity. At that moment, someone's imprudent remark risked endangering those who had acquired tools, necessitating their permanent silencing. Li Shu observed the layers of dried and fresh blood, accumulating into a dark crimson hue on her brother's work attire. The overwhelming, pungent odor of blood assaulted her nostrils. Her face paled, and her fingers trembled as she reached out. Upon seeing his sister, Li Changjin's legs gave way, and he collapsed against Li Shu, erupting into inconsolable sobs. "Sister, they are beasts, a pack of beasts." Li Shu, at a loss, embraced her younger brother, caressing Li Changjin's viscous helmet, her heart overflowing with unspoken anguish. She then anxiously raised her gaze towards Li Bin. Li Bin, his visage one behind the helmet, offered a feeble smile. "I pledged a blood offering, and the pirates are now fulfilling it." Noticing the unwavering gaze of his sister, he sought to reassure her. "Fear not, it is the blood of our adversaries. As your captain, I am well guarded. Are there any available berths in the washroom? I must cleanse myself." The crew uniform, designed to ensure survival even when ejected from the vessel by providing atmospheric isolation, also served to repel the gore. Yet, even after a thorough wash and donning fresh attire, Li Bin detected the lingering scent of blood. The sanguine fluid that had permeated his respirator seemed to have seeped into his very being. Gazing at his immaculate hands, Li Bin profoundly grasped the difference the bosun had alluded to. Despite his current exhaustion-induced frailty, he felt capable of effortlessly dispatching his former self from mere hours prior. "Captain, the task is complete." The bosun's voice resonated over the comms, his tone as placid as ever, as if he had merely indulged in a bath rather than weathered a fierce battle. At this juncture, Li Bin found himself at a loss for words. He was ignorant of the victims' names and origins. After a moment of hesitation, Li Bin sighed, "Leave the bodies in the cold storage. The crew's morale is already strained. Let us not torment them further. Instruct Jeffrey to detach the cold storage using the prospecting manipulator arm and launch it according to the procedures for a space burial." The oblation he had vowed was duly rendered. The departed were gone, and the living were left to grapple with the exigencies of survival. Chapter 24. Harvest inventory and ship repair. The process of sealing off operations is far swifter than that of dismantling the vessel. By utilizing steel plates to block the gaping hull openings and securing the wreckage to the underbelly of the vessel, Cad's paw, with high-strength alloy cables and trusses, the remnants can be transported away. The bodies of the pirates were unceremoniously cast into hyperspace as Cad's paw slowly navigated towards the nearest New Asia star system. The New Asia star system was among the first to be colonized by humanity in the constellation Perseus, boasting a strategically advantageous geographical position. Distances to any peripheral star systems within the Perseus sector are remarkably balanced, rendering it a quintessential hub within the realm. Due to its prime location, the initial intent of humanity was to establish it as the seat of the colonial governor of the star sector, endowing the system with lofty aspirations. Following the Great Collapse, this region was subsequently divided among several colossal enterprises, later falling under the dominion of a hegemonic power formed around the remnants of the former human navy, which swept through the system, subsuming all major corporations into its territory. Presently, this star system is governed by a military junta that has seceded from the hegemonic authority of the Cinder Dominion. The political and diplomatic stance of the Cinder Dominion is exceedingly conservative in order to sustain its economy against its erstwhile overlord. It has been compelled to forge agreements with other corporate entities, thereby acknowledging the existence of Noria as a free planet. Although Noria is deeply influenced by the Cinder Dominion, heavy weaponry is, at least on this planet, not classified as contraband. Ship connection established. Air circulation conduits linked. Orders dispatched. The bridge of Cad's Paw was a bustling hive of activity, with crew members fervently engaged in their tasks. Having just endured a fierce battle, the crew found themselves in a state of profound fatigue. Lieben decided to grant them a 2-day respite. They could find entertainment at the port, but he cautioned them against venturing to the space station and urged them to prioritize their safety. After a brief pause, he added, "This planet is rife with chaos. Pirates and smugglers abound. Be mindful while dining and drinking, so as not to fall victim to any nefarious substances. My ship does not accommodate addicts." The crew responded with boisterous agreement, departing in shifts to recuperate. The engineering team was scheduled for the second shift, tasked with salvaging the pirate vessel. Li Chongjin gazed at the pirate ship with a twinge of regret, lamenting, "What a fine vessel this is, a heavily armed merchant ship capable of both carrying cargo and engaging in combat. Why must we sell it?" Lieben gestured towards the cargo hold of the 3-legged cat displayed on the terminal projection, stating, "First and foremost, we are out of funds. The repairs for the 3-legged cat will cost hundreds of star coins. Moreover, we lack sufficient manpower. Acquiring an additional ship necessitates hiring 20 more crew members. Where is that money to come from? Shall we dismantle you for parts?" Furthermore, he continued, "Have you not noticed that the cargo hold of the 3-legged cat is still 3/4 empty? We are dealing with high-value goods. Our cargo hold is ample. Instead of expanding our fleet at this moment, it would be wiser to fill the ship to capacity first. And another thing." He kicked his brother lightly, exclaiming, "As the team leader, why are you standing idle beside me? Go find the first mate." Rubbing his rear, Li Chongjin muttered under his breath as he departed. Lieben settled into the captain's chair, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. The bridge, which had been bustling with activity mere moments ago, had finally quieted. The technical crew, having completed their tasks, had been granted leave, and his sister, Li Shu, had gone to the port to attend a navigation enhancement course. During the last encounter with pirates, the young woman felt a profound sense of guilt for not being the first to detect their presence. As her brothers engaged in combat, she found herself utterly helpless, burdened by the weight of her inaction. It is not that women are forbidden from warfare. Advancements in genetic engineering have rendered the physical disparities between genders nearly negligible, achieving a form of equality at the genetic level. Moreover, the armed crew trained by the one-eyed captain includes a significant number of women. The rationale for not allowing her to join the battlefield is straightforward. She is one of the few skilled technicians aboard and the sole navigator, whose expertise is essential for deep space travel. On the bridge, Lieben reclined on his throne as melodious music filled the air, and the star map projected before him shifted slowly, with countless stars flickering like a sea of fireflies. He gradually closed his eyes, allowing the tension in his mind to dissipate. Brother, hurry, it's a big haul." Li Chongjin's voice, resembling that of a duck, erupted over the channel. startling Li Bin from his reverie. "You'd better have something important," Li Bin grumbled, his mood sour from being abruptly awakened. Li Changzhen instinctively fell silent. But his excitement soon bubbled over. "Wow, brother, the pirates are incredibly wealthy. Why bother selling goods? Let us become bounty hunters. We could do good deeds and earn money at the same time." As his brother's enthusiasm grew, Li Bin's expression darkened further. This reckless lad. Talking about bounty hunting, who would use a light machine gun and a small watercraft for such a pursuit? Moreover, during the era of American cowboys, the real money was made through trade and gold mining. One cannot solely focus on the thieves profiting. One must also consider the consequences they face. Becoming bounty hunters? Do you truly believe that amidst the chaotic governance of the Perseus Star region, where colossal enterprises abound, the presence of pirates is merely a stroke of fortune? And as for bounty hunters, they may not even comprehend the peril they face. Fortunately, the first mate is a seasoned individual. He turned to Li Chuanzhen above and said, "Do not heed the ramblings of this Navi youth, Captain. You should promptly contact the repair yard. This is indeed a fortunate find. I have assessed that after restoring this Hellhound-class ship, there will still be resources left over." Li Bin grunted in acknowledgement and swiftly made his way to the cargo hold. Inwardly grumbling about Jeffrey, the captain of the Tailwind ship, and feeling underestimated. Upon arriving at the cargo hold, Li Bin used his terminal to inspect the merchandise. He then turned and chastised his brother by slapping the terminal against his forehead, saying, "Is this meager sum truly worth your pursuit as a bounty hunter? Shouldn't you aspire to something greater?" The Hellhound-class vessel is a frigate measuring less than 100 meters, thus its cargo hold cannot accommodate a vast quantity of goods. Excluding food and standard supplies reserved for personal use, this band of pirates must have lingered in hyperspace for a considerable duration, seizing numerous ships, resulting in a diverse assortment of cargo within the hold. There are 10 boxes of civilian necessities, adhering to the standards of human habitation, with each box containing clothing, accessories, daily essentials, and operational tools, including lathes, sufficient to satisfy the annual consumption for 100 family units in a colony. Due to the influx of Nosha refugees, each box can fetch 30 star coins here. Additionally, there are 14 boxes of organic materials, composed of numerous complex carbon-based compounds and their derivatives, primarily petroleum, which serves as a vital raw material for light industry, applicable in the production of food, plastics, fuels, solvents, and polymers. Due to its ability to produce food, items from Nosha command high prices, with each box fetching 16 star coins at the source and 25 star coins here. Among the luxury items, there are 3 pieces, a grand portrait measuring 12 square meters, 2 pieces of solid wood furniture. These must go to an auction house, and the time required for liquidation is lengthy. Moreover, he lacks the connections to navigate the local aristocracy and capitalists, rendering them temporarily useless. There are also 18 sets of heavy machinery, which piqued Li Bin's interest. The dismantling vessel, the 3-legged cat, relies on an exploration robotic arm mounted atop the cargo hold, while the rest operate with rudimentary thrusters assembled from compressed gas canisters. With this apparatus, the crew can position the heavy machinery on wreckage and asteroids for remote automated mining. This not only significantly enhances efficiency but also allows for a shift-based system, enabling the saved manpower to be redirected towards training Old One-Eyed. Furthermore, this machinery can be utilized for loading and assembling cargo. Thus, even though each set could be sold for 126 star coins on Nosha, it could command 140 star coins on Elphi. Li Bin chooses to retain them for his own use. Additionally, there are 33 boxes of hull components, distinct from the supplies, as these are special parts disassembled from ancient spaceships, with their production techniques long lost to humanity. These ancient components are highly sought after by megacorporations, which utilize them for the maintenance and spare parts of their capital ships, potentially fetching hundreds of star coins on planets directly governed by these corporations. However, due to Nosha being a free planet, their value is considerably diminished, only 60 star coins. Lastly, there are 5 sets of human organs and 16 boxes of powdered needles. These 2 items caused Li Bin to furrow his brow. The origins of the human organs remain dubious, likely stemming from innocents stored in cryogenic facilities. Since the onset of the Great Collapse, colossal enterprises have gradually transgressed moral boundaries. Many affluent individuals, possessing an aversion to prosthetics and artificial organs, have pursued the allure of the natural, thereby fostering a thriving black market for human organ trade that was once strictly prohibited. The lifetime contract of a skilled crew member is merely 96 star coins, while a complete set of human organs commands a staggering value of 240 star coins. This has led numerous pirates to prefer abduction of individuals over the plundering of vessels. Were it not for the conservative stance of powerful factions like the hegemonic Cinder and the religious influence of the Luddite Church, which deems 70 of major corporate entities to classify human organs as contraband, the current world would likely witness an even more rampant trade in human organs. Among those openly permitting such transactions, Susi technology stands out as a boundary-less technological behemoth. As for the powdered narcotics, they are simply toxic substances, still firmly prohibited by conservative forces, while Susi technology operates unimpeded. Excluding human organs and narcotics, the self-use of heavy machinery, along with the sale of dismantled weaponry from the pirate ship, could yield a total of 2,630 star coins. Li Bin meticulously compiled the inventory and casually posted it online. The repair shop is on its way. Once we sell this Hellhound-class vessel, we shall procure heavy weaponry here and set sail. Upon hearing that the most valuable items had been excluded, Jeffrey was perplexed. Come on, buddy. The market for Nosha powdered narcotics is thriving. With so many refugees around here, it's not hard to sell. A box can fetch over 200 star coins. Li Changzhen, raised by his sister to inherently perceive powdered narcotics as malevolent, hesitated upon hearing the figure and glanced towards Li Bin. Chapter 25. Li Bin's connections unlike Jeffrey. A native of the Andromeda constellation, Li Bin, a quintessential young man of the 21st century, was deeply educated about the perils of drug abuse from an early age. The haunting memories of a tragic history, epitomized by the annual appearances of drug addicts meeting their sorrowful fates, lingered in his mind. To engage in drug trafficking was tantamount to inviting his own demise. Li Bin solemnly cautioned the first officer, stating that whether it be heavy weaponry or the trade of spacecraft, at their core, they are merely tools that can be utilized for both lethal and defensive purposes. However, drugs, particularly narcotics, are inherently designed to inflict harm. The origins of these human organs are unknown, lacking voluntary donation certificates and medical verification. Thus, he regarded them as products of live extraction. There exist myriad legitimate ways to earn an income, and there is no need to delve into businesses that solely aim to cause harm. The sale of narcotics, while one may not witness immediate fatalities, does not absolve the reality that such actions lead to death. Engaging in this trade bears no distinction from the actions of those monstrous beings who consume others. This is my firm principle. Should you find it intolerable, I will gladly return your shares and dividends, allowing you to pursue your own ventures. Upon concluding his statement, Li Bin summoned the engineering team to destroy the he must be out of his mind to withdraw from his shares. After following Li Bin for over half a year, having only just endured the hardships of startup, he now witnesses profits rolling in. Today, he has already secured 2,600. Selling the ship later will yield yet another substantial sum, and flipping the heavy weaponry will bring in further gains. The star currency continues to rise amidst constant trading. To abscond at this juncture would mean enduring only hardships without reaping any rewards. Such a venture is beyond Jeffrey's capabilities. He has already depleted his resources. Furthermore, Li Bin's choice to sell arms instead of narcotics is a testament to his shrewdness, albeit one tinged with darkness. Despite his habitual criticisms, Jeffrey genuinely admires Li Bin's previous management skills. Moreover, Li Bin is correct. Earning money without engaging in drug trafficking is still profitable. A slight delay does not matter. Jeffrey has squandered enough time over the years, so he is not particularly concerned about this. Whistling nonchalantly, Jeffrey dismisses any embarrassment as he pushes past a crew member and, under the watchful eyes of others, begins to toss boxes of narcotics into the shredder. The ship repairs were rather uneventful, with only the damage control officer and the chief engineer overseeing the work. After 2 days, both vessels were ready. Li Bin promptly sold the Hellhound-class armed merchant ship to a broker for 1,900 star currency, with the broker tearfully pocketing at least 300. After deducting the 380 star currency for repairs, the total profit amounted to 150 star currency. He then proceeded to the black market, acquiring 9 boxes of heavy weaponry with 0 tariffs, and the ship, aptly named Three-Legged Cat, set sail without delay. In the business of heavy weaponry, timeliness is of the essence. War waits for no one. If they arrive too late, the conflict may already have erupted, leaving their vessel unable to dock and forcing them to take the perilous route of smuggling. Should they delay even further, the goods may become obsolete. The destination for this voyage is the Majek star system's new Maxios, officially known as the New Maxios Orbital Station. The star system, indicated by the red box, once belonged to an independent galactic government. However, its capital fell victim to a devastating bombardment by Zuko technology, rendering the planet utterly uninhabitable. The orbital station, which had been reliant on the planet, fled to the asteroid belt, where it gathered refugees and declared itself the New Mugos. The entire star system subsequently fell under the control of Zuko technology, under the dominance of the Overlord. The New Mugos managed to survive by adopting the guise of a free planet, yet they found themselves devoid of a homeworld. The former Mugos lay in ruins, with only a handful of tenacious survivors remaining. A space station, reliant on mining resources from the asteroid belt, fared even worse than the planet Bielefeld. Recently, the governor's office received intelligence from informants indicating that interstellar pirates had been invited by Kanda to hunt Zuko Technologies vessels within the Mugos system. On the bridge, amidst the holographic projections, Li Bin explained the history of this star system to his younger siblings. Are there pirates here too? Have they even occupied a planet? Li Shu expressed her astonishment, unable to comprehend why in nearly every star system, regardless of which megacorporation held sway, pirates seemed to persist like unseen cockroaches. Li Bin shrugged. Megacorporations are not governments. They naturally refrain from ventures lacking profit. Moreover, pirates can both be exterminated and employed. It is quite normal to hire them for dirty and arduous tasks. Such occurrences are exceedingly common in chaotic times, even during the decline of dynasties. Officials and bandits could be indistinguishable, let alone merchant bandits. Li Changjin interjected. So, are Kanda's pirates planning to raid the New Mugos? Our limited heavy weaponry would be futile, wouldn't it? Certainly not, came the reply. Li Bin cast a glance at his brother, who had developed an intense enthusiasm for pirates since their last encounter, constantly yearning to vanquish a few more. Kanda, the notorious pirate queen of the Mag Galaxy, commanded the allegiance of all pirates within this realm. Originally a powerful logistics officer under the leadership of humanity, she possessed numerous ships and resources. Following the Great Collapse, Suzy technology obliterated the former Mugos star, leading to the disintegration of the galaxy's governance. Seizing the opportunity, she captured a deep space mining station, which she subsequently named Kanda's Nest. A holographic projection of the Mag Galaxy materialized, with Kanda's Nest marked in red, Suzy Technology's outpost in blue, and the new Mugos space station in white. Jeffrey interjected. I recognize this individual. During the AI war, she allied with the Dominators, and later, when the Perseus Alliance invaded, she switched her allegiance to them. She is just like Elbu from the Captain's Tale, a treacherous turncoat. Li Bin sighed and corrected him. Firstly, calling her a turncoat is a disservice. After all, she is the Pirate Queen. Secondly, I have perused the archives of the Mission Corporation, and Kanda is anything but a mere opportunist. On the contrary, she is an ambitious visionary who claims loyalty to the now-defunct Mugos regime and is devoted to dismantling Suzy Technology's dominion over the Mag Galaxy. In simpler terms, she aligns herself with whoever opposes Suzy Technology. Upon hearing this, Li Changjin recalled the pirates he had previously encountered and murmured, "These are not mere pirates. They resemble a bona fide resistance movement." Li Bin projected several images, revealing that this time, Kanda had summoned the pirates with the intent of targeting the celestial endeavors of Suzy Technology. However, the unpredictable nature of pirates posed a challenge, prompting New Mugos to plan the acquisition of a substantial arsenal of heavy weaponry to thwart any potential incursions. Upon hearing this, Li Shu's mind began to speculate, while Li Changjin, perplexed, inquired further, "But that doesn't seem right. What need do we have for heavy weaponry in naval warfare? Moreover, my brother, if Suzy Technology is at odds with the pirates, why don't we capitalize on this opportunity and sell to Suzy Technology? I observe that Suzy Technology is embroiled in invasions and bombings, even engaging in the sale of human organs and powder injections. Truly a disgrace for a colossal enterprise. Shouldn't we seize their funds instead?" Jeffrey retorted, "You lack understanding. How can a few crates of heavy weaponry suffice for dealings with a giant corporation? Have you not comprehended yet? Your brother has procured a shipment of pre-ordered Byzantine wine, uttering phrases of prestige, and has ventured into the southern regions of this star sector undoubtedly to seek familiar faces." Turning to Li Bin, the first mate asked, "Captain, what course of action shall we take? Please provide us with a definitive direction." As the crew eagerly awaited his response, Li Bin pointed to the silhouettes in the projection, stating, "These figures represent friends I made during my tenure at Minshin Company. It was they who relayed the news of the pirate attacks to me. Currently, aside from the governor of the space station and the major corporations, no one else is aware of this situation. The companies are discreetly acquiring resources, which is why the market prices for heavy weaponry remain relatively low. Li Bin gestured toward the market directory projection of the new Magus, declaring with a sweeping motion, "What we must do is leverage our connections to subtly disseminate the news of the war, thereby inflating market prices and selling high, all in a bid to settle our debts in one fell swoop." Chapter 26, The Arms Trafficking Plan, Part 1, at the new Magus orbital station. Within a room of the Shipping Bureau's administrative office, Li Bin, clad in a tailored suit and sporting terminal glasses, presented a facade of an elegant yet predatory figure. He sat quietly at the door of the office, awaiting the arrival and departure of a motley array of individuals, remaining in his seat until the clock chimed, signaling the end of visitors. As a sound of stretching limbs echoed from within the office, he finally opened his briefcase and rose to his feet. Upon entering, the weary office occupant promptly remarked, "The workday has concluded. If you have matters to discuss, please return tomorrow." Li Bin, upon hearing this, immediately turned on his heel, casually remarking, "What a pity. Someone will miss the opportunity to savor authentic Byzantine wine. I traversed light years and even engaged in a scuffle with pirates to procure it. Goodness, Li Bin." The individual sprang to his feet, only to be met by the sight of the wine label peeking from Li Bin's open briefcase. He exclaimed, "You are serious." In an eager rush, he grasped Li Bin's hand, pulling him into the office with a fawning demeanor, while cautiously peeking outside before swiftly shutting the door. Li Bin placed the wine on the table, adeptly leaning against it to obscure the camera, teasingly saying, "Bean Sprout, why the cautiousness? One might think you are engaging in clandestine affairs in your office." The man, nicknamed Bean Sprout and known as Duya Bellino, placed his finger to his lips and whispered, "Shoo, are you trying to get me killed? That is Byzantine wine. If discovered, I could be charged with bribery." He continued, "What if this is a counterfeit?" Li Bin traced his finger over the tin wine cap, causing Duya to feel a pang of anxiety. He quickly snatched the wine away and, upon observing that the label on the tin cap was intact, he slowly said, "That cannot be. Since you've come, it must be to express your gratitude. If you bring counterfeit goods, our business will surely falter." Li Bin chuckled, "Is it really that terrifying? Of course. This is Byzantine wine. If you raise my hopes only to play a jest upon me, I assure you, I will not hesitate to end you," Duya replied, setting the wine down. "However, I did not expect you to actually come. Shortly after I sent you a message, I heard you left Minchin Company. Where are you employed now?" "I've ventured out on my own." "Have you saved enough capital?" "Why the incessant questions?" Li Bin playfully slapped Duya on the shoulder. "I've waited for you all day. I'm starving. It would be a travesty not to treat me to a meal with such fine wine." At the new Mugos orbital station, in the Lloyd residential district, there exists a dining establishment known as the Wandering Train. The Lloyd people are often regarded as the gypsies of Perseus, wandering throughout the core star regions and subsisting through mining, which includes extraction, refinement, and the modification of mining vessels. Following the catastrophic bombardment of old Mugos by the Z-particle technology, which led to the extinction of civilization there, a flood of refugees surged into New Mugos, bringing with them a wealth of laborers. This influx further invigorated the productivity of the already mining-centric orbital station, attracting even more Lloyd individuals to its vicinity. The Lloydians residing here have seamlessly integrated into the local community. Duya Bellino, possessing half Lloydian heritage, is employed at the administrative office of the Shipping Bureau, exemplifying the new policy of equality championed by the orbital governor. On the table lay a modest array of dishes, no nutritional paste, a hallmark of inferior sustenance, yet neither extravagant nor delectable, consisting of stir-fried rat, roasted egg sacks, fried worms, and sautéed iron lizards. All deemed unrecognized natural foods due to their polluted growing environments and lack of careful cultivation, these were categorized as middle-class fare. During the meal, Duya indulged in Byzantine wine, and after a few sips, his demeanor revealed intoxication. The two engaged in conversation, their atmosphere gradually warming, prompting Duya to vehemently denounce the Susi technology, declaring it inhumane. In name, Susi technology governs the MAG system, yet it shows little concern for the improvement of the star system, instead treating it as a forward outpost for surveillance and dominance. This system, a binary star formation, consists of a blue giant and a distant white dwarf. Susi technology would rather recolonize the metallic and rocky planets near the White Dwarf than restore the order of Old Mugos. As for the pirates under Kanda and New Mugos, they remain indifferent, merely conducting periodic inspections to mitigate the influence of the overlords. Damn it, every year hundreds perish at the orbital station due to Susi technology's negligence. You are a colossal enterprise. Our weakness incurs no grievance from us, but such magnificent planets, with hundreds of hydroponic farms, left to languish? Truly barbaric. Duya lamented, tears streaming down his face, prompting Li Bin to offer comfort. Dia became acquainted with him while engaging in smuggling activities at Minchin Company. The stringent management of legitimate enterprises made smuggling particularly challenging, compounded by customs inspections. Hence, collaboration with local powers was indispensable. That year, Duya required a shipment of food and sought out Captain Saladu, entrusting the task to Li Bin. As their interactions continued, the two became well acquainted. Once emotions had been vented and their appetites satisfied, it was time to discuss business. Duya, rubbing the corners of his reddened eyes, began, I initially intended to commission Saladu for 100 containers of heavy weaponry and 800 containers of food. However, he informed me that you had left your position and could no longer engage in smuggling, which led me to seek you out. I had hoped you might join another transportation company to facilitate the smuggling operations, but you mentioned you were going solo. My brother, the new Margaoz, is fraught with difficulties, and I am truly grateful for your willingness. However, I have investigated and found that your company possesses only a single destroyer, and it is of the exploration type. This venture may require me to look elsewhere. He gazed at Li Bin, speaking earnestly. It is not that I harbor any disdain for you. The scale of this operation is substantial, and my superiors find it difficult to place their trust in your company. Would you prefer I introduce you to other contracts? Rest assured, the new Margaoz lacks nothing but opportunities. Li Bin regarded Duya, sensing sincerity in his demeanor, and shook his head with a smile. There is no rush. I shall inquire about other options first. How much time do we have for this contract? Duya replied candidly. I cannot specify the exact timeline, but it is approximately 3 months, or rather, 2 months. In 2 months, the pirates under the command of King Kanda will be sufficiently equipped to blockade the star system, leading to considerable chaos. Li Bin nodded, mentally calculating the time frame. Duya is a quintessential representative of the Hashuzi technology faction, bearing the bloodline of refugees from the Old Magoros. His mother was once the daughter of a noble family from Old Magnus, where they owned 2 hydroponic farms. After fleeing to the orbital station due to bombings, she married Aloy to establish a political alliance for the continuation of their family lineage. Indeed, in the era of the Andromeda where marriage and matrimonial laws have dissolved, the elements of politics and property inheritance persist, allowing politically motivated unions based on blood ties to thrive among the nobility and capitalists. In essence, for the impoverished, marriage and procreation are luxuries beyond reach, leading to their demise. Conversely, for the affluent, these institutions are necessities, robustly sustained by their means. The Hashuzi technology faction will not proactively disclose the invasion plans of the Kanda pirates, yet the duration of the pirates' secrecy remains uncertain. The headquarters of Hashuzi technology will inevitably receive the news, prompting the dispatch of a suppression fleet, thereby plunging the entire MAG system back into conflict. Dia predicts a 2-month timeline, though the reality may be even swifter. Once the news leaks, Pirate King Kanda will surely launch an attack before the suppression fleet arrives. With just over a month at hand, it is a gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle, sufficient for the task. Li Bin raised his head, earnestly inquiring, Dia, over the years we have conducted considerable business. Reflect upon it. Have I fulfilled my promises? Duya nodded affirmatively. Leaning forward, Li Bin continued, Good. Now if I were to tell you that I cannot accommodate your entire order, how would you feel about breaking it apart? Break it apart? How so? Shall I give you all the heavy weaponry? Duya swayed like a tambourine. The food trade has always relied on bulk transactions to generate profit. 800 boxes of food could merely fill a medium-sized transport fleet, yielding insufficient profit. To entice the company into accepting orders, one must rely on the allure of heavy weaponry profits. Do not deceive me. Li Bin exposed Duya's deceit, stating, You are affiliated with the Chosuzi technology faction. Your connection to smuggling arises from a fear that public orders would alert the analytical agencies of large corporations to the signals of war. You will not issue any direct orders to companies. You prefer the clandestine route of smuggling, coercing the captain into silence through profit. Am I correct? Duya fell silent. Observing this, Li Bin remained unperturbed and continued. In truth, the orbital station possesses both food and weapon reserves. Your preparations are merely precautionary measures against the trade disruptions caused by pirate blockades. Furthermore, I suspect that rather than stockpiling for yourselves, you are more likely to fund the pirates, considering that Kanda's nest is also an orbital station, which does not produce grain. The process of electrolyzing carbon dioxide to synthesize starch may feed refugees, but it is inedible for pirates. Heavy weaponry can serve not only for self-defense but also as instruments for the pirates' invasions. This indeed elucidates your need for secrecy. As Cho Suzy technology has a history of bombings. Dia's complexion abruptly changed. He stood up, his limbs stiffening, his voice hardening. What do you intend to do? Inform on me. He resolved that should Li Bin display any sign of disquiet, he would end his life right here. Being half a Lloydian, he knew that in this place, the establishment would assist in disposing of the body, leaving no trace. You see, you're becoming anxious. Li Bin smiled and waved his hand, saying, you are aware of my hometown, Elphistar, I presume? It is under the control of an organization known as the Industrial Comprehensive Association. This organization claims to advocate for self-determination, yet most of its member companies are backed by colossal enterprises. I grew up in an industrial district. My family once owned a factory, but we fell into ruin, and my parents perished. Care to guess the current ownership of my family's factory? Li Bin continued calmly. I am here at the invitation of a dear friend to engage in business. Why would I betray a friend to appease a corporation that has wronged me? While the corporation may offer me monetary gain, my friend also presents opportunities for profit, does he not? Now, he tapped his fingers on the table and addressed Duya. My friend, please take a seat. The exquisite Byzantine wine has yet to be finished. Let us converse at our leisure. Chapter 27. The Scheme for Arms Trafficking, Part 2. Duya's expression was grim, and Li Bin could empathize with his discomfort. After all, their friendship was rooted in economic interests. Light-hearted banter and jesting were fine, but once the conversation veered into matters of family and politics, their bond felt precariously fragile. Those who dared to offend colossal enterprises were often reckless pirates or fervent zealots. Duya's suspicion towards Li Bin was not without merit. However, Duya was fortunate that Li Bin was not a native of Perseus. He was a traveler from another realm, unburdened by any reverence towards these corporations. His ambition to overthrow these titanic entities far outweighed any inclination to serve them. In times of chaos, the notion of rebellion and unification is ingrained within the cultural DNA of every Chinese individual, and Li Bin was no exception. Although he currently commanded merely a small vessel with a handful of individuals, was it not true that Zhu Yuanzhang began with nothing but a broken bowl? Taking one step at a time, now that the Perseids have arrived, stirring up a tempest would render the journey pointless. Naturally, Li Bin would not voice these thoughts. He poured a glass of wine for Duya, contemplated for a moment, and then spoke slowly. I possess 24 crates of heavy weaponry aboard my vessel, sufficient to fulfill a quarter of your armament requirements. Beansprout, let me be candid with you, regardless of whether you agree to my terms. I intend to sell this shipment. It constitutes my entire fortune, and I have also borrowed a significant sum from the bank. I cannot bear the thought of failure. Li Bin's unguarded demeanor startled Duya. In business, revealing one's hand is a grave misstep. By disclosing his financial situation, Li Bin exposed himself to vulnerability. If he harbored malicious intent, he could easily delay negotiations until Duya was left bereft of options, thereby acquiring the goods at a bargain. This revelation served as a double-edged sword, placing both parties in a position of mutual weakness, establishing an equilibrium. Although Duya doubted that the secrets of a fledgling company could be bartered against the conspiracies aimed at major corporations, it undeniably showcased Li Bin's sincerity. In light of Li Bin's earnestness, Duya refrained from interrupting, allowing him to continue. I believe there are numerous supporters of the new Mager's initiative among the pirates. Possibly even the governor, given the historical enmity with Susi technology. This 100 crates of heavy weapons and 800 crates of foodstuffs are certainly not the entirety of the stock. They likely represent the quota of your clan or the Lloyd Enclave. Since the early days of the Great Collapse, Kanda has been guerrilla warring against the megacorporations. No matter how capable a pirate king may be, sustaining the situation alone is an arduous task. The support from New Mager must have been clandestinely sustained for a considerable time, wouldn't you agree? Duya felt a heaviness in her heart. Her expression taut as she endeavored to conceal her unease. Li Bin produced his terminal and, in Duya's presence, severed the internet connection. projecting a local dataset of the Andromeda star map. My proposal is rather straightforward. Given that the Kanda route has proven exceptionally reliable over time, why not increase our offerings? Dia interjected, "What do you mean?" Li Bin's smile was laden with significance. "What I imply is quite simple. A mere 100 crates of heavy weaponry is rather paltry. We could easily afford to enhance that to 200 or even 300 crates. My vessel has a cargo hold capacity of 125 standard units, and with a cargo hold expansion, it could transport between 150 to 160 crates of heavy arms in a single trip. By acquiring an additional ship, we could transport 300 crates at once." Leaning back, Duya retorted coldly, "You intend for us to finance a ship along with the capital for 300 crates of weaponry? On what grounds? Just for your 24 crates of heavy arms?" "No, certainly not. You have misunderstood me," Li Bin chuckled. "Why would I burden my friends with all the risks?" As he manipulated the star map, various planets, orbital stations, and the visages of pirates and corporate leaders came into view. "What I mean is that I am currently only acquainted with you. The individuals behind you remain unaware of my existence. I need to make some contributions to express my intentions, while simultaneously accumulating capital." Li Bin's initial plan effectively placed all risks upon himself, and Duya's demeanor softened slightly as she inquired, "And then?" "Then, it shall be you who guides me in currying favor with the influential. Your family was once part of the old Marquez nobility, was it not? I possess a selection of Byzantine wine. Indeed, it is from the same batch as the bottle we are currently enjoying, such a rarity in the southern star regions, is it not? Let us utilize it to unlock doors for us." Li Bin, with gentle persuasion, remarked, "Bean Sprout, your family serves as a vital link between the new Muggos and the Lloyds, yet they are not the only ones. Does your family not harbor aspirations that transcend this connection? If we achieve some success, I shall profit, and you can help your family become an indispensable part of this alliance." On board the bridge of the three-legged cat, Li Shu cradled the freshly prepared detoxifying soup on the command console, while the aroma of alcohol clung to Li Bin, who leaned heavily on his hand, appearing on the verge of inebriation. Upon catching a whiff of the spicy and bitter concoction enhanced with detoxifying agents, he jolted and eagerly grasped it to drink. With a hint of concern, she advised, "Brother, do not overexert yourself. Take care of your health." As the detoxifying agent coursed through him, Li Bin's spirits gradually revived. He managed a feeble smile at his sister. To achieve one's goals, one must be bold and tenacious. What is a little drinking in comparison? But rest assured, this matter will soon conclude. The hatch swung open, and Li Changzhen entered, stretching his arms. He reported to Li Bin, "Brother, as you instructed. The remaining crates of wine have been placed in the docking corridor, and the first mate is currently registering the recipients. The heavy weaponry has also been tagged with or labels, and the customs officials have taken it away." Li Bin nodded in response. "Quickly adjust the crew quarters to free up a room. We are expecting esteemed guests aboard. Then, assess the supplies and fuel situation. We shall depart shortly." Are we leaving already? We have yet to receive our payment." Li Changzhen exclaimed anxiously, for this was a matter of debt. Li Shu stood beside Li Bin, gently massaging her brother's temples to relieve his stress. With a furrowed brow, she cast a fierce glare at her younger brother, the meaning unmistakable, "You will go. And there is no need for debate. Can you possibly be as clever as your elder brother?" Li Changzhen, feeling the weight of her gaze, hurriedly fled the scene. An hour and a half later, the three-legged cat severed its connection with the orbital station and departed from New Muggos. On the bridge, Li Changzhen focused intently on the first officer, who stood with arms crossed before the projection, deep in thought. Thus far, Li Bin had yet to disclose the net profit from this transaction. Traditionally, upon the completion of a deal, he would promptly inform everyone of the gains. The current silence was disconcerting. Either Li Bin had encountered a significant problem and needed to make amends, in which case Jeffrey intended to have a serious talk with him about avoiding reckless risks. As for the idea of splitting the family business, Jeffrey had long since abandoned such thoughts. Alternatively, it could be that this venture was still ongoing and Li Bin harbored some clandestine plans. The three-legged cat navigated through the asteroid belt of the Muggos system for 3 hours, gradually decelerating as the sensors detected a ship signal. According to the feedback from the optical observation post, it was a shuttle. The two vessels swiftly docked, and shortly thereafter, the shuttle departed without any communication. Moments later, the crew led a man clad in an industrial exoskeleton onto the bridge. "Li Bin, it seems I have truly boarded your pirate ship," the newcomer remarked, his tone laced with reproach as he addressed Li Bin seated on the throne. I have already praised Haikao. You had better indeed deliver those 500 crates of heavy weaponry. Jeffrey's eyelids twitched at the mention of the sum. Li Bin rose to his feet, extending a hand towards the newcomer. Welcome aboard the three-legged cat, Bean Sprout. Where's my capital? Do you produce a magnetic card? At 640 star coins per crate, 24 crates amount to 360 star coins. Your liquor, guaranteed in my uncle's name, has garnered orders from 13 buyers at 203 star coins per crate, totaling 827 star coins for 9 crates. Furthermore, there's an order for 100 crates with a 50 deposit, which comes to 150 star coins. Slapping the magnetic card against Li Bin's chest, Duya gritted his teeth. That's a total of 337 star coins. Do you have any idea the lengths I went to get these goods duty-free? 100 crates of Byzantine wine, breach the contract, and not only do you refund the full amount, but you also pay an additional 100 penalty. My uncle nearly chewed me out. Li Bin calmly accepted the magnetic card. Rest assured, the moment you dare to board this ship, half the deal is already sealed. Only half. Duya's eyes flared with indignation. Li Bin feigned surprise. Isn't half a substantial portion? We're about to traverse 20 light years. My friend, such is the nature of commerce, victory brings opulent rewards, defeat consigns one to toil. But fret not. He patted Duya's back consolingly. Even in the depths of despair, I, as your comrade, shall descend with you. How considerate is that? Get lost. Duya retorted vehemently. Chapter 28. Yesterday's verdant fields. Today's barren wasteland. Magro's star, the three-legged cat's destination, was Old Magro's in the Magro's system, a once thriving and affluent human colony. Margot's star, now abandoned, was once a planet with a self-sustaining ecosystem, as gleaned from various videos, immersive electronic travel resources, and photographs available online. Due to its proximity to a blue giant star, the planet experienced elevated temperatures, prompting human colonizers to sow seeds from tropical grasses. Over the course of several centuries, a fragile yet breathtaking expanse of grassland emerged. However, following the bombardment by Sissy technology, this delicate artificial ecosystem swiftly perished, leaving the planet desolate, with scant signs of life apart from survivors and marauders. Captain, we have arrived at the high orbital position of Margot's star. Proceeding further would be perilous. First Officer Jeffrey remarked, his gaze fixed on the projection displaying the densely cluttered debris in the low and medium orbits of Margot's star, which sent shivers down his spine. The metallic remnants, consisting of the remains of Margot's satellites, escape vessels, and the wreckage of defensive fleets, told a grim tale. Sissy technology had obliterated the planet's orbital defense forces, causing chaos among the populace as they fled in atmospheric vessels ill-equipped for space travel. These craft either plummeted to the ground due to loss of lift or exhausted their fuel, becoming metallic coffins for their unfortunate occupants. The remnants were then callously detonated by the twisted crew of Sissy technology. This space debris stands as the epitaph of Margot's star. With a somber tone, he continued, this is the route cleared by the new Margot's inhabitants over the years. Many reluctant residents remain on the ground, and we provide them with periodic assistance. The first officer glanced at Li Bin, and upon seeing the captain nod, he commanded the ship to navigate into the debris field. The shield of the three-legged cat flickered erratically, while the metallic impacts against it caused a buildup of waste heat within the battery compartment. A low, ominous rumble resonated from the battery bay to the bridge, as if a colossal beast was disturbed. The engineering team prepared for operations, unleashing heavy machinery. At Li Bin's command, the cargo bay gradually opened. Vulcan, secured by a safety line along with the crew, faced the planet with feet directed towards the spacecraft, utilizing thrusters to position the machinery. As Vulcan gazed at the Earth above and the shifting, leaden gray clouds tainted with yellow, he felt his limbs weaken and sweat pour from him. At this distance, as a human born and raised in a space station, he could truly sense the planet's gravitational pull. Were it not for the safety line, he would have already plummeted towards the ground. The heavy machinery was in place. 18 minutes later, synchronization was complete. Li Bin rose and began assigning tasks to the crew. I will lead this landing operation, accompanied by Engineering Team 1, the bosun, and armed sailors. The rest shall remain aboard. In my absence, all ship matters will be directed by the first officer. The crew responded in unison. Li Shu watched as her brother took her sibling away, her heart tightening once again. Before the escape pod, Li Bin addressed the departing first officer, saying, the ship is in your hands. His words were blunt, dismissing the inhabitants of Margot's as mere brutes, showing no regard for Duya's sentiments. According to Jeffrey, Li Bin should have remained on the ship, for his intellect was the most valuable asset aboard, comparable to a rare AI core. The countdown for the escape pod commenced. 59, 58. 3, 2, 1 launch. A violent jolt ensued, followed by a chaotic spin. With a dizzying sensation in the brain, bloodshot eyes, churning stomach, and stifled cries, the final deployment of the parachute brought another surge of G-force, followed by a blackout amidst blaring alarms, as consciousness slipped away, mercifully erasing the remaining torment from memory. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Bin was met with the rugged, chiseled visage of Old One-Eye. As a seasoned former Marine, he was the only one unaffected by the disorienting jump. He was the first to exit the escape pod, staggering a couple of steps, adjusting the power of his prosthetic leg, and immediately regaining his vigor. He promptly secured the perimeter with live ammunition, surveillance equipment, and landmines before opening the escape pods one by one. By the time it was Li Bin's turn, a rudimentary camp had already been established. As he set foot on solid ground for the first time in his life, Li Bin felt an overwhelming heaviness, his limbs weak and unyielding, his spine unable to straighten. Duya lay prostrate on the ground, a respirator masking his face, resigned to his fate. This must be your first planetary landing, right? It's always like this. The absence of gravity in space, even with the supplements in the nutrient paste, inevitably leads to muscle atrophy. Fortunately, we've all undergone genetic modification, so we'll adapt in a day. With considerable effort, he raised a finger, gesturing towards Old One-Eye, who was hoisting a truss to assemble a signal tower. Once you've had a few experiences, the relevant genes will activate, and subsequent landings will allow you to function like him in a matter of hours. Li Bin remained limp, like a boneless figure, surrounded by the crew, who were ostensibly armed sailors, but fell far short of the title. Li Changjin emerged from some unknown place, half-crawling as he struggled to lift a bag of verdant nutrient solution. "Brother, have something to eat." The bosun said that gene activation will lead to a rapid synthesis of muscle, consuming a lot of nutrition. Li Bin inserted the nozzle of the nutrient supplement into the refill poured on the side of his helmet, taking a sip through the helmet's built-in channel. Instinctively, he grimaced, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach from the recent G-force ordeal as he swallowed the supplement. He then pushed the nutrient container towards Duya. The moment Duya took a sip, he immediately spat it out, retching incessantly. Observing Duya, who was now covered in the nutrient, Li Bin chuckled and inquired, "How are you already able to move so quickly?" After complimenting his brother a couple of times, he sent him off to assist Duya. Amidst Duya's curses, Li Bin reached behind him, feeling the familiar contours of the rugged terrain. He turned with difficulty and beheld the remnants of a wall constructed from stone and concrete. This wall may have once been the exterior of a villa or perhaps a temporary dwelling for a pastoral family. Once, this place thrived with lush greenery, where children laughed innocently, filled with hope as they ventured from Earth, crossing hundreds, even thousands of light years to sustain life. The sky was vast, and the wilderness stretched endlessly, where the wind swept low, revealing cattle and sheep. Li Bin softly recited ancient poetry, gazing out at the swirling dust, the boundless desert, and the dilapidated ruins of metal rods and concrete that barely hinted at their former existence. Occasionally, a half-collapsed structure stood, much like the wall behind him, poised to fall at any moment. "What a pity," Li Bin lamented, closing his eyes. Chapter 29, Conquering the High-Tech Barbarians Not Through Force, but Through Gastronomy. As night fell, the wind swept the sand and gravel. The night on Mugos star was starkly different from that on Earth. The pollution clouds loomed thick like unyielding ink, creating a dust that resembled a sky smeared with excrement, transforming into a rolling expanse of black cotton by night. The oxygen levels in the air here have dwindled to the point where even fire cannot be ignited. Consequently, the camp has been compelled to designate separate rooms for oxygen supply during cooking. With all the ingredients at hand and ample time available, Li Bin, for once, took to the kitchen. The confined space was filled with an exquisite aroma, which left Duya both astonished and irate. He was astonished by Li Bin's remarkable ability to transform humble ingredients, such as nutritional paste and compressed food, into dishes that rivaled the finest natural cuisine. His ire stemmed from the fact that, despite knowing Li Bin for several years, this was the first time he had tasted his culinary creations. Annoyed by the persistent interruption from the sprightly Duya, Li Bin shooed him away. Undeterred, Duya continued to knock at the door, exclaiming, "Brother, I have a cousin who is exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps we could meet her next time? If we were to become relatives, my uncle would undoubtedly support you wholeheartedly. My family possesses some influence. How about a pair of destroyers as a dowry? As for the bride price, you may simply gift her the cookbook you authored. In the midst of this commotion, the roar of jet skis approached, filling the camp with noise, prompting Duya to cease his clamor. Once Li Bin finished cooking and donned his mask, he leaned on his cane and navigated through the airlock that separated the inside from the outside. After a day of acclimatization, he was now able to walk with the aid of support. The camp was bustling with a dozen newcomers, engaged in conversation with Duya. Li Bin nodded to the old one-eyed man and discreetly inquired, "What sort of company do we have? I've prepared a feast, but with 2 tables now. I fear it may not suffice." The old one-eyed man shook his head, replying, "I'm not certain, but they appear to be formidable. Each one has likely claimed the lives of no fewer than 10 individuals. If they were to ambush us, we would certainly perish. Even if they were to confront us openly, our only recourse would be to flee." Upon hearing this, Li Bin scrutinized the individuals before him. Their equipment was evidently inferior to that of his own crew. His crew donned proper spacesuits, equipped with self-circulating systems and reinforced with ballistic plates to withstand the complexities of the terrestrial environment. Each suit weighed over 50 pounds, and they wielded live weaponry, including rocket launchers and thermite bombs. Most of the weapons appeared to be handcrafted, with exposed battery wires, and the gun barrels seemed fashioned from plumbing pipes. Boasting a formidable caliber, the electric firing mechanism suggested that, once filled with projectiles, such a weapon could potentially fell an elephant with a single shot. The unmistakable aura of a post-apocalyptic wasteland surrounded them. If these individuals could easily overpower his crew, one could only imagine the chaos that would ensue should they don similar gear. This contemplation ignited within Li Bin a desire to recruit them. Duya, who had been conversing, noticed Li Bin's emergence and promptly approached with his companions. An excited voice resonated through the public channel. "Li Bin, allow me to introduce these individuals. They are survivors from nearby, hailing from 3 tribes who have responded to my call. They have had numerous interactions with new Magoros and can be trusted." While he referred to them as 3 tribes, Li Bin perceived a distinct hierarchy among them, with a formidable woman emerging as their leader. She towered above the average male, her stature imposing, with arms thicker than those of a miner, and at her waist hung a charged electromagnetic sniper rifle that appeared diminutive in her powerful grip. She embodied the quintessential image of a high-tech barbarian. "You may call me UPA," she declared, removing her respirator to reveal a face adorned with tattoos. Li Bin mused, well aware that this name only reinforced the stereotype. Her expression remained unfazed upon removing the device, and the sinewy muscles she displayed were a testament to her formidable strength. Li Bin wore a broad smile as he greeted, "Hello, I am Li Bin, responsible for the transportation of goods among various tribes. I trust Duya has briefed you on trade matters." UPA nodded, gesturing towards Li Bin's figure. "You don't appear particularly formidable. I had assumed your leader was that elderly gentleman." The old one-eyed man maintained a calm demeanor, while Duya felt a sense of awkwardness, anxious to prevent any potential conflict between the two. For this venture, Duya had already staked his family's entire influence. Li Bin remained unfazed, stating, "Space and this place are not so different. The strongest does not necessarily lead. It is the ability to think that ensures survival. I believe your endurance in this hell is not solely reliant on brute strength." UPA let out a sound of acknowledgement, scrutinizing Li Bin for several moments. She crouched down to match his height and extended her hand, saying, "Many people scorn us based on appearances, calling us savages and treating us as fools. I hope you can keep your word." Li Bin grasped UPA's large hand, affirming, "I have always pursued a win-win situation." A massive tent was erected in the camp, where everyone gathered around a table laden with food, a delightful aroma wafting through the air as they indulged heartily. Among them, UPA and her companions feasted the quickest and the most. To satiate these insatiable appetites, Li Bin summoned the disgruntled Li Changjin to assist in the kitchen, while Vulgan ensured the crew remained quelled, preventing any complaints over potential food shortages. After finishing a platter, UPA reached out to snatch a piece of steamed bun from a fellow tribesman, breaking it open and pointing to the sugary center, inquiring of Duya, "Are these truly made from nutritional paste and starch?" Duya took a sip of the cool jelly and nodded vigorously, affirming, "This is the compensation for employing you. 50 boxes of nutritional paste in various flavors, along with 2 starch synthesizing machines. These machines utilize carbon dioxide to synthesize starch, producing oxygen and water as byproducts, both of which are essential for you. As for the catalytic enzymes, You will have to procure those from a large corporation. They possess the secret formula that empowers them to market starch synthesizing machines. Yupa, having devoured a sugar-filled steamed bun the size of a grown man's fist, expressed her irritation. I was inquiring about these edibles. Oh, yes, Duya responded. They are all made from starch and nutritional paste. Li Bin lamented not bringing his food additive kit. Otherwise, he could concoct fruit-flavored glutinous rice balls. What are glutinous rice balls? Are they delicious? How do they compare to this bun? I do not know. I have never tasted them. I only heard him mention it. Yupa pondered for a moment, then reached out and snatched her friend's noodles. Her friend, unable to protest, turned to seize food from another. She quietly asked Duya, "Is this Li Bin a poor man?" "Indeed. Then he must be unmarried. I know that the impoverished in your realm cannot afford marriage. What if I were to marry him?" Duya nearly choked on his bun, pounding his chest in disbelief as he glared at Yupa. Yupa frowned. "Why do you look at me like that? If he is such a skilled cook, why engage in commerce? He could marry me, or I could marry him. He would become the chief, and my tribe could enjoy these delectable foods every day." Her friends joined in the uproar. "Yes, let us steal that cook away." The culinary skills of our tribe's chef are abysmal. Despite all precautions and calculations, Duya failed to foresee that UPA would entertain the idea of a marriage abduction. In a state of urgency, he gulped down a large mouthful of water to swallow his steamed bun, leveraging the future of the survivors to dissuade UPA from his plan under the pretext of the lingering animosity towards Muggos. Had he delayed any longer, these survivors would have begun to consider their timing for action. In the kitchen, Li Bin, oblivious to the near calamity that could have arisen from his culinary skills, suddenly sneezed. With his fingers dusted in flour, he pinched his nose through his mask, puzzled. Could it be an adverse reaction to the environment? I haven't even consumed anything from this planet. It's truly strange. Li Changjin, place this steamer of buns on the stove. Starving and weary. Li Changjin responded sluggishly, his expression pained as he gazed at the steaming food being sent out, inwardly cursing. These barbarians have already consumed 2 days' worth of rations. Leave some for me. Chapter 30. Excavating ruins. After preparing the meal, Li Bin's hands trembled as he leaned against his chair, taking small bites of noodles. Duya and UPA sat across from him, while the one-eyed old man and Li Changjin stood behind. Should I perhaps step outside and wait until you finish? UPA suggested. Li Bin weakly waved his hand. No need, no need. Let us converse while we eat. Dining while discussing business is a cherished tradition in Huaxia, as consuming food provides a moment to contemplate. Li Bin, with his meal in hand, held the advantage in thought over his 2 companions, who were lacking sustenance. UPA awkwardly scratched his head. It's just that watching you eat has made me hungry, but my stomach simply cannot take any more. Duya was at a loss for words, pondering the lack of ambition in the future chieftain of this tribe. Nevertheless, under Li Bin's insistence, the discussions commenced. UPA, with his candid nature, was the first to speak. We are already aware of the situation. You wish to excavate the ruins on the planet Margoas and have reached an agreement with the Bellino family, appointing Duya as the intermediary to employ us for protection and to guide you to your target. The compensation offered is merely 50 boxes of nutritional paste and 2 starch synthesizers. Frankly, that is rather insufficient. Li Bin tapped his bowl with chopsticks. The starch synthesizer theoretically has the capacity for infinite production. Nutritional paste is highly concentrated, with a single block capable of fulfilling all the daily needs of a person engaged in strenuous labor. If combined in a 1:4 ratio with starch, it could sustain 5 individuals. How many people do your 3 tribes comprise? This is a wasteland. Your population is limited, and these provisions should suffice for your winter. UPA countered. Do not rely solely on statistics. Artificial starch is hardly more palatable than excrement, and even you spacefarers refuse to consume it, opting instead to purchase nutritional paste. Why would we willingly partake in it? Natural sources of starch abound: corn, potatoes, wheat, and even rice, each yielding starch suitable for creating a variety of culinary delights such as noodles, steamed buns, and dumplings. This is because natural starch not only contains starch, but also a multitude of other components. Human taste buds are delicate and discerning, capable of distinguishing between the diverse flavors and textures of food. In stark contrast, artificial starch resembles a grotesque imitation. It is purely mechanically synthesized, devoid of any plant essence, often bearing a metallic aftertaste and peculiar odors from the surrounding air. Variations in atmospheric composition yield distinct flavors in the final product. Artificial starch can satiate the stomach and body, yet it fails to appease the palate. Consuming it is akin to swallowing industrial exhaust. Thus, UPA and her companions were greatly intrigued by Li Bin's ability to mask the unpleasant taste of artificial starch with his culinary skills, even entertaining the notion of abduction. In the realm of Chinese cuisine, myriad methods exist to conceal the undesirable flavors of food, the simplest being the indulgence in rich ingredients and oils. With hot pot and barbecue serving as panaceas, Li Bin pointed out that this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was their need for sustenance. Food is a fundamental necessity, while flavor is secondary. UPA paused, contemplating further negotiations. But Li Bin's words struck at the heart of the matter, inciting her to glare at Duya, resenting his verbosity. After much hesitation, she finally conceded a bottom line. Very well, I shall add one more condition. You must write down and teach us the methods for preparing the food made today. That is not an unreasonable request, is it? Duya, under UPA's intense gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Ever since Li Bin had persuaded him, he had wholeheartedly supported this endeavor. Li Bin's gain was also his own. Though he appeared to be a mere intermediary, he was indeed allied with Li Bin, unwilling to exert himself only to end up without reward. The culinary techniques held little worth in secrecy. Rather, promoting delicious food aligned perfectly with Li Bin's intentions. The repercussions of the Great Collapse were far-reaching, and the scarcity of food preparation methods was merely one aspect. If he could ensure that everyone was well-fed and satisfied, it would be a significant virtue. With the simplicity of traditional Chinese moral values underpinning his decision, Li Bin readily acquiesced. Yupa, having successfully negotiated the deal, stood up in a huff. Before departing, he didn't forget to wrap his arm around Duyu's neck, dragging him along. Duya looked to Li Bin for help, but Li Bin silently turned away, feigning ignorance while consuming his noodles. My brother, he thought, it's not that I lack the will to assist you. I have just arrived and can barely walk without crutches. This woman possesses the strength of 3, and I find myself helpless. If you cannot endure, rest assured, I will burn paper money for you on your Memorial Day, crafted from the finest wood. The following dusk, over 200 fully armed survivors gathered at the outskirts of the camp. Some bore car plates on their shoulders, while others wore stacked cooking pots atop their heads, all adorned in a wasteland aesthetic that resembled a cosplay convention for radiation enthusiasts. This was the entirety of the armed forces from the 3 tribes. Within the camp, 8 thick alloy cables had descended from the heavens, each as thick as a baby's arm. One end was anchored to the ground, while the other connected to the tripod vessel in low Earth orbit. Heavy machinery operated in the sky, facilitating the aerial delivery of goods along the alloy cables. Yupa, along with the leaders of the other 2 tribes, verbally allocated the supplies. The survivors lacked artificial wombs, relying solely on natural reproduction, and the 3 tribes regularly exchanged suitable partners, remaining closely knit by familial ties and a profound alliance tradition. The primary source of contention, however, stemmed from the presence of marauders in the wasteland. Rather than squabbling over the 2 starch synthesis machines, it was wiser to secure their gains first. Half the group would escort the supplies, while the other half would lead them to search for relics. Let us commence, Yupa declared, standing before Li Bin, eager to claim credit for their endeavors. Li Bin, in a moment of understanding, offered a few flattering words. Observing this, UPA extended his hand and said, Enough with the pleasantries, bring forth the recipe. Once UPA tenderly secured the recipe and entrusted it to a reliable individual, the goods were swiftly transported, and the campsite was promptly dismantled. After 2 days of acclimatization, the crew members were able to move normally. They sat in the cargo bed of the tribal transport vehicle, curiously experiencing the jolting vibrations that felt precarious, a sensation entirely absent in the vastness of space. Had the space station and spacecraft endured such frequent tremors, disintegration would be imminent. After 3 hours, as night enveloped the land and temperatures plummeted, snowflakes began to descend. The convoy traversed the desolate expanse, crossing a modest hill, leaving behind monotonous gravel. Before them appeared an imposing, dilapidated, and hollow architectural complex. Apart from the wind's whispers against the stones, an occasional monotonous tinkling sound could be heard. Duya quietly explained to Li Bin, that is the sound of the remnants of automated machinery still operating within the city. These devices lie buried deep underground, primarily sewer machines powered by nuclear energy, capable of functioning for over a century. Their designers held lofty aspirations, endowing them with a century-long lifespan. Yet the inhabitants have long since fled. UPA lamented, the edible resources in the city have been completely scavenged. Perhaps there are remnants. But they are either elusive or locked away in military warehouses, inaccessible without the proper tools. These locations were stripped of all but metal. Regrettably, metal was in abundance here. This city was erected upon the foundations of a factory, reputedly an assembly plant, within which one might find the items you seek. Chapter 31. Exploration of Ruins. Surprising discoveries. The factory's ground architecture exhibits meticulous design and remarkable structural integrity, significantly better preserved than the surrounding residential buildings. These premises, with their chromium alloy framework coated in a substantial layer of titanium for corrosion resistance, although riddled with superficial holes, reveal no damage to the primary structure. The openings merely signify plastic roofing. Li Chuangjin pressed a testing device against one of the alloy columns, and the instrument promptly displayed an array of readings, eliciting his astonishment. What wealth! The content of rare metals is remarkably high, surpassing even that of spaceship keels. This is just the beginning. Once we descend underground, the concentrations will surely be even greater. The thought ignited a sense of eagerness within Li Chuangjin. Having served as the leader of the engineering team for half a year, he had developed a habit of coveting valuable resources. Upon arriving at Muggo's star, the sight of abundant space debris instantly conjured visions of potential riches in his mind. Upon entering the factory area, he was almost blinded by the prospect of wealth, yearning for his superior to commence immediate excavation, envisioning a fortune beyond measure. Fortunately, Li Chuangjin was discerning enough to recognize the wisdom of his leader, understanding that there must be a reason for the latter's disinterest in these materials. He could only lament while exploring the surroundings. At the forefront of the expedition, UPA had already led the team deeper into the factory, where remnants of production equipment became visible. She informed Li Bin, the peripheral equipment has long been repurposed by survivors, transformed into other machinery. Our tribe's power system was also dismantled from here. However, due to the scarcity of survivors, they were unable to strip everything away. The marauders are nothing but greedy fools, dismissing the value of these remnants, which is precisely why they have been left behind. She spoke with a tone of yearning, recounting how her mother described the machines that once produced thousands of weapons and garments daily. Now, attempts at restoration yield only a few hundred items per day, necessitating dozens of workers, which renders the operation prohibitively expensive. Li Bin offered a few words of comfort to UPA, this interstellar Mulan, who, having been born after the war, was unaware of the vast scale of industrial production. It is not merely a matter of simple assembly lines. A single production line resembles a colossal beast, greedily consuming electricity and materials. Consequently, at least one power plant is essential. If coal-fired, a mine is also required. The manufacture of a single garment demands synthetic fibers, threads, metals, plastics, and paints, each necessitating a factory of its own, not to mention the additional transport infrastructure such as railways, roads, and freight vehicles. Even if the raw material issue were entirely resolved, there remains the challenge of intelligent control systems. This factory appeared to have suffered little damage from bombardment, owing to the architect's skill. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that automated production has long transcended mechanical automation, entering the era of electrical automation. Chips and semiconductors are inherently fragile. While mechanical components can withstand the shock waves of explosions, intelligent control devices cannot. Coupled with decades of aging, these systems have become irreparable in the desolate environment. Li Bin surveyed the equipment around him, comparing it to his memories. The machinery he beheld was either of negligible value or too far gone to be worth repairing. With limited cargo space in the three-legged cat, and amidst the ruins of a city, Li Bin needed to make judicious choices regarding what to take with him. His time was scarce, as excavation could last only a couple of trips at most, and he still had a heavy weapons cargo manifest to fulfill. Contemplating, UPA guided him into a production line, treading down a dusty track into the depths below. She awkwardly explained, "Normally, we would use the employee passage, but that door is locked and inaccessible. So we must take the raw material passage. However, rest assured, we have traversed this route many times. It is quite safe." The advantages of a three-dimensional industry are innumerable, boasting significant benefits in both land usage and operational efficiency. The sole drawback lies in its high technological demands. Yet in the interstellar era, these concerns are trivial. "It's nothing to worry about," Li Bin reassured, gesturing dismissively as he activated the helmet spotlight. Above him loomed dormant mechanical arms and surveillance cameras, while the track beneath revealed several indistinct clumps of dusty raw materials. He kicked at one, discerning it to be plastic. Li Bin surmised that there must be a concentrated organic material storage chamber underground. Crafting finished products from such materials in the wasteland would be quite troublesome. Yet the likelihood of extraction remained promising. A can fetch his 26 star coins, serving as a potential alternative. Within the limited scope of the spotlight, the subterranean factory appeared far more daunting than the surface. The underground facility made extensive use of automated machinery and served as a site for the rough processing of raw materials. Adorned with countless menacing mechanical arms suspended from the ceiling, walls, and embedded in the floor. These arms sported an array of appendages, some ended in claws, others in screwdrivers, planes, or hydraulic hammers, each bizarre and grotesque, resembling the limbs of colossal insects from a distance. Despite the crew having encountered only a handful of insect species and the survivors having seen none at all, the ingrained fear etched into their genes rendered them trembling and sweating in the presence of these mechanical monstrosities. This location could serve as a suitable campsite. UPA gestured towards a comparatively expansive clearing, remarking to Li Bin, "This locale formerly served as a storage area. Establishing our encampment here provides access to 3 routes for deeper exploration, the very paths we traversed during our previous descents." Li Bin inquired with curiosity, "What reconnaissance activities did you undertake here?" UPA responded matter-of-factly, "We sought out marauders, naturally. The abodes of those reprobates are well concealed. We routinely scout the vicinity, and upon discovering a marauder encampment, we notify other tribes, and together we eradicate them, flaying their hides and drawing out their sinews." Her vehemence was palpable, and Li Bin surmised from her words alone that the marauders' conduct was likely on par with that of the hyperdimensional pirates he had slain. The establishment of the camp and the management of personnel proved somewhat laborious, chiefly due to the fact that several women among UPA's survivors had developed an interest in Li Bin's crew, initiating invitations to delve into the essence of existence. Li Bin was compelled to lodge a protest with UPA and severely reprimand 2 crew members who had nearly lost control, docking their performance bonuses to instill a sense of deterrence. Casual liaisons were not the issue, but rather the timing thereof. Indulging in revelry now could render one a pushover should marauders appear. Aside from this, there were no other incidents. Li Bin, with time on his hands, roamed the vicinity of the camp, mentally piecing together the zoning he had observed on their arrival, like a jigsaw puzzle. The map grew more slowly, and his thoughts became increasingly lucid. Their journey had led them through a conveyor belt for plastic products, a mold-making area, several plastic product workshops, followed by a discharge belt, a metalworking area, and a plethora of milling and planing machines. Setting aside the plastics for the moment, what of the metal or smelting, or even the grinding of pre-made metal plates? Where did the waste material go? One cannot simply discard it, especially since remelting allows for reutilization. Yupa mentioned that the entire level is equipped for assembly. What about the furnace? The furnace can only be located on the lower level. But where is the descent? The conveyor belts on the underground level are all designed with narrow specifications tailored to the products, making it impossible for anyone to traverse. Suddenly, Li Bin realized that the open space where the camp is situated may not be a stacking area, but rather an industrial lift capable of accommodating the transportation of large goods. However, none of the survivors have experience working in factories, and they have failed to locate the elevator control panel. Or perhaps this apparatus does not rely on a panel at all. This is a possibility. If your conjecture holds true, then the peculiar sounds emanating from below are not the sewer reactor, but rather the energy system of the next level still in operation. Duya grew increasingly animated. Then his voice quivered. But how do we descend? The industrial transport platform can bear loads exceeding 1,000 tons, and given the platform's thickness, it would take an entire day for heavy machinery to breach it. How do we cut through? Have you become daft from sitting in the office? Since it is indeed an elevator, there must be a maintenance access point. Li Bin felt exasperated, thinking how his companion had begun to match Li Changzhen's level of intellect. This place has been utilized as a camp by survivors many times, with a layer of refuse and dust covering the ground. We must find Yupa and have them clean it up. Soon, the camp was in a flurry, with tattered survivors wielding shovels and industrial blowers diligently sweeping and blowing dust throughout the space, while the crew retreated to the distance to set up tents, removing their helmets to hydrate and take the opportunity to rest. Found it. In a fit of fervor, UPA discovered a rectangular gap, revealed by layers of dust. in the corner. She commanded the survivors to search other corners, and soon enough, they uncovered 3 maintenance hatches. Upon removing the concealing metal plates, a coated door was unveiled. The crew swiftly deployed a gas-cutting torch, and after an hour of persistent effort, they severed the lock, revealing a metal ladder. At the end of the ladder stood yet another coated door, which they cut through, releasing a dense wave of air. Even through their work suits, the crew could feel the oppressive heat. Li Changzhen volunteered to scout ahead, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside by Li Bin, who exclaimed, "Are you filming a horror movie? In this 21st century, we don't engage in such reckless ventures. Step back, my friend." He then retrieved a wired camera and lowered it, allowing its magnetically adhesive limbs to traverse the platform's underside. On the terminal side, Li Bin's eyes sparkled with realization as he silently handed the device to Duya, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, so many components. The platform's underside was a chaotic tangle of ship components, stacked upon one another due to the cessation of the upper conveyor belt. Most of the distant furnaces had ceased operation due to malfunctions, leaving only one running idly due to a lack of raw materials. A row of enormous signs hung from the workshop ceiling: onboard heavy armor production bay, turret armor production bay, and reinforced compartment production bay. Li Bin stood in stunned silence, while Duya seized his arm, gritting his teeth as she whispered almost inaudibly, "Li Bin, I will take care of the additional vessels you requested. Our family will handle the entire ship's refit and armament. The other terms are negotiable. These 3 production lines are ours." Chapter 32. Equipment worth 50,000 star coins. Li Changzhen, filled with impatience, longed to descend, only to be brusquely dismissed by a potty. "Why the haste? We have yet to ascertain the safety below." She pressed the communicator button at her throat and uttered a few commands. Shortly thereafter, individuals arrived, pushing a crate that took several minutes to unlock. An unmistakable chill emanated forth, and a dog, shivering and shaking its ears, leapt out. This canine, a common short-haired breed, bore a resemblance to a farm dog in body, yet had a head reminiscent of a bulldog. One of its teeth had been replaced with an alloy, the silver canine fang dripping with saliva, presenting a rather fearsome visage. Most strikingly, a protruding device was affixed to its head, extending from its forehead to its nose, with a tube connecting to an oxygen tank strapped to its waist. Duya explained to Li Bin, "This is a chemical dog, originally bred by unscrupulous dog-fighting dealers in the black market. It possesses a fierce temperament and can endure repeated injections of combat drugs." Following the bombardment by Susi technology, many camps and tribes found themselves bereft of combat power. During explorations of the ruins, a black market clinic was discovered, housing fertilized eggs of these chemical dogs. After cultivation and modification, they became fierce protectors of their homesteads. The chemical dog quickly acclimated from its dormant state, surveying its surroundings and primarily observing Li Bin and his unfamiliar companions. Once it confirmed their safety, it refrained from barking and instead affectionately circled the potty. She gently rubbed its head and offered it a small portion of nutritional paste. Gazing at the scars left from battles and the numerous signs of modification on the chemical dog, Li Bin found himself at a loss for words. The dog's inhuman plight was but a stark reflection of the wretched existence of humanity struggling to survive on this land, rendering him unworthy to voice any opinion. Li Changzhen and his crew had never encountered a dog before. Rather than feeling pity, they expressed astonishment, deeming it quite remarkable to possess such an intelligent and capable pet. Upward, UPA pointed, and without hesitation, the chemically enhanced dog defied its instincts, descending headfirst, its claws gripping the metallic ladder as it climbed down. Its eyes, shielded by lenses, could peer into the blinding furnace's gloom. Upon reaching the ladder's end, the chemical dog seized the rope and was lowered to the bottom level. UPA activated a terminal, resembling 2 hefty suitcases, and as the chemical dog conducted reconnaissance on the lower tier, a rudimentary map began to form. With the aid of enhancement devices, the chemical dog annotated specific areas. "It is very hot and bright here. There are numerous metal piles. Increase oxygen output. Accelerate reconnaissance. Machines are in operation here. Inspection complete. Safe." Li Bin grew increasingly impressed. The wasteland's environment lacked semiconductors and suitable manufacturing conditions, yet these survivors had ingeniously fused animal brains with machinery. By enhancing intelligence and providing subsequent training, they transformed the chemical dog into an intelligent reconnaissance unit. Although the vocabulary the enhanced dog could learn was limited, brain-machine integration translation significantly elevated efficiency. Li Bin mused that if whales were transported to Perseus, it would likely inspire major corporations to attempt embedding whale brains into spacecraft. Had human brains not possessed self-awareness and a tendency to resist, they might have dared to use human minds as well. Upon the completion of the reconnaissance, the team divided into two factions. The survivors established defensive measures on the upper level, while the crew ventured into the lower level to conduct further investigations based on the chemical canine's mapping. UPA accompanied them, leading the chemical dog as she wandered curiously, marveling at the scale of automation, a spectacle she encountered for the first time. Li Bin, equipped with terminal glasses, meticulously documented the facilities, inch by inch, leveraging his remarkable memory to achieve a level of appraisal akin to that of an expert. Ultimately, under the unwavering gaze of Duya, he removed his glasses, rubbing his weary eyes, and stated, "The inspection is complete. This industrial area consists solely of these 3 production lines. I doubt I will have time to examine the other facilities, so you will have to manage that later. However, I suspect it will be challenging to find equipment in better condition than this. I have reviewed the maintenance records, and the last automated repair machine was rendered inoperable after being tripped over by components left strewn on the ground." He turned to Duya and continued, "According to the contract we signed, you have engaged me to excavate relics at Margos. All materials are mine, while the benefits from production facilities and technology, as well as blueprints, will be split 70-30. These production lines collectively hold a value of 50,000 star coins. Thus, my share amounts to 15,000. Duya nodded fervently in agreement. Understood, understood. In reality, production lines of this nature are valued yet scarce in the interstellar market. The 50,000 star coins is merely an appraisal. In truth, the Andromeda sector has not witnessed the sale of any large-scale, high-tech production lines for over 60 years. What circulates in the market are predominantly equipment for canning factories, hydroponic farms, and mechanical repairs. The reasons are quite simple. Following the Great Collapse, the Andromeda sector experienced a profound decline, and it wasn't until the establishment of colossal enterprises, embroiled in relentless conflict, that a semblance of order began to emerge. It was only a century ago that the large-scale wars among these giants came to a halt, yet even to this day, localized skirmishes persist. In recent years, the situation in the Andromeda sector has shown signs of alleviation, as the colossal enterprises have formed alliances, creating a standoff. Consequently, the expansion of production capabilities and the stimulation of economic growth have become the new benchmarks for competition. Whether it pertains to the factories of these giants or the autonomous operations of any free planet, large-scale equipment and high-tech production facilities, often still in the manufacturing phase, are frequently predetermined in secret. Duya boasted that he would assist Li Bin in securing cargo ships and assembly, all to acquire these 3 complete vessels, which merely required a bit of maintenance to transform into a continuous source of wealth. Li Bin understood this clearly. It was akin to a motorcycle factory that, while inconsequential in Huaxia, could serve as the industrial heart of a city in the eyes of Uncle Black. However, Li Bin would not suffer losses either, investing 15,000 star coins in cash to purchase ships would lead to intermediaries and customs consuming nearly half. By following Duya's path, he could exchange his entire investment for valuable assets without losing a single coin. Furthermore, this acquisition would significantly elevate Duya's standing within his family, transforming him from a mere acquaintance into a close ally. Thus, the influence of the Bailino family could be smoothly leveraged in the future. This represents a win-win situation. From a long-term perspective, Li Bin could potentially achieve 2 victories. Upon hearing this, Duya's expression suddenly tightened. "Brother, my dear brother, this simply won't do. The Bailino family does have competitors in New Margot, and once they catch wind of the situation, they will certainly swoop in. As long as the meat is simmering in the pot, the governor will remain taciturn, perhaps offering a modicum of compensation at most." Li Bin wore a disdainful expression, as if to say, "Have you really been so sheltered? Has your shipping office forgotten about smuggling after all these years? Your family must possess a mining fleet, correct? Deploy the fleet near Margot under the guise of mining, and simply mix the production line with the minerals to transport it away." Duyaton, flustered yet excited, applauded. "Your business acumen is truly remarkable." He gestured towards the piled-up ship components, winking at Li Bin. "You've profited handsomely from this venture, haven't you? They've even prepared the materials for your modifications. You're truly on the rise now. Honestly, how much have you made?" Li Bin responded with a nonchalant grunt. "How much could it be? I have to pour most of it into purchasing weapons. Let us not forget that I've also signed several wine contracts. I only have 9 cases of Byzantine wine left, and I deceived them out of their deposits to buy weapons. In the end, I'll have to compensate them double. Oh, speaking of which, I do have something I need your assistance with. Come on, brother. Tell me. Duyatan replied merrily, his spirits high from the profit. However, upon hearing Li Bin's words, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. Li Bin smiled slyly. I recall that among those who placed orders with me, a few are from Susi Technology. You see, I'm considering 100 cases of Byzantine wine, and I would have to pay them 40,000 star coins in double compensation, which is quite excessive. Isn't it just fortuitous that you are funding the pirates? Oh, I mean, the valiant Khanda, who is set to challenge the nefarious megacorporation, Speedtech? Khanda is indeed preparing to create a stir at their facilities, isn't he? Li Bin locked his grip on Duya's shoulder, stating, as an old adage wisely puts it, even the best of us may falter, and horses may stumble, wouldn't you agree? These individuals are all capitalists, ruthless in their exploitation, leaving countless victims in their wake, stripped of their fortunes. Their demise is merely a manifestation of divine justice. Duya, caught off guard by Li Bin's malicious scheme, stammered for a moment before finally uttering a single word. Chapter 33. The plunderer plundered. The dismantling of the production line is an intricate endeavor. Although the inspection opening of the industrial lift platform measures a generous 3 by 3 meters, ample enough to accommodate a car, it proves insufficient for the transportation of the production line. Consequently, Li Bin had no choice but to forego the furnace and press, among other large equipment. Fortunately, such machinery is typically available in most refineries. As long as the core components can be salvaged, Duya would have no objections. Amidst the bustling crew engaged in disassembly, a faint tremor reverberated from the ground below. Li Bin steadied himself, carefully placing the robotic arm into the cart, irritation flashing across his face as he looked up and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" UPA had already seized the lift cable, ascending with the chemical dog while bellowing, "It's the raiders!" At that moment, Li Bin received a message from Duya, who was overseeing operations on the surface. "Li Bin, we have a situation. The Sentinels report that a multitude of raiders has arrived outside the city, at least 100 strong, and their equipment far surpasses that of the survivors. I even spotted artillery." Li Bin discarded the component in his hand and, while ascending the lift, inquired, "Isn't your family influential in this area? Could you negotiate with their leader? We could offer a sum of supplies as a toll for passage. Our haul this time is considerable. I wouldn't mind the scratches and dents, but I'm primarily concerned about your feelings." "Feelings be damned." Duya retorted, "What are the marauders? They are the interstellar pirates of the wasteland, even less respectable than common thieves. Anyone who attempts to negotiate with them is bound to face misfortune, a bunch of foolish, avaricious scoundrels, living only from dawn to dusk. There are certainly methods to deal with them, but you should initiate the talks first. After all, diplomacy often yields prosperity. If negotiations fail, we shall see then." Li Bin stepped off the platform, instructing the crew to continue dismantling without pause, while he made his way to the surface, concurrently contacting the ship named Three-Legged Cat. On the surface, amidst the ruins of the city, Huang Gu was the temporary leader of the marauders. He had eliminated the leader of his own tribe 2 months prior and was now reveling in his triumph, plotting to annex other marauder factions. 3 days ago, a subordinate reported sightings of numerous survivors in the ruins. Initially, he presumed they were scavenging for building materials, contemplating a simple raid. However, upon reconnaissance, he unexpectedly discovered a cable that connected heaven and earth. In that moment, Huang Gu realized the ruins concealed treasures. The allure of such riches would undoubtedly attract the attention of those from the skies, implying immense value, and they would surely dispatch formidable forces to guard it. Unable to claim it all alone, he resolved to seek alliances with nearby marauder tribes. Thus, he sent out invitations to 3 neighboring marauder factions to join him in the hunt. Historically, marauders have shown little regard for the elderly, weak, or disabled. Their ranks comprised solely of the young and robust. Though their numbers were fewer than those of the survivors, their weapons were decidedly more sophisticated. For tribes, numbering over 100 individuals, fully armed, had intended to infiltrate the camp's periphery surreptitiously, poised to launch a sudden assault. However, the camp's chemical dogs detected the scent of blood emanating from their armaments. The sheer multitude of marauders betrayed them, despite their efforts to maintain their weapons. The collective odor proved too conspicuous. As soon as the scouts emerged, Old One-Eye dispatched them with ruthless efficiency, each felled by a single shot, their craniums shattered. The initial offensive concluded with the abandonment of 7 or 8 corpses. Foiled in their attempt at a surprise attack, Madbone directed his subordinates to initiate a probing assault. His tribe possessed 2 cannons, and he aimed to exploit any perceived weakness in the opposing lines, breaching their defenses with high-explosive rounds, thereby creating an opening for a mass charge. As the instigator and temporary leader of the raid, he planned to manipulate the spoils distribution, sowing discord among the 3 tribes, thus paving the way for his own aggrandizement. The vanguard of the marauders comprised slaves equipped with electric shock coils and newly inducted recruits, compelled to prove their worth through successive waves of attrition, a gruesome initiation rite. The potency of live-fire weaponry far surpassed that of space-based pneumatic arms. The firearms resonated with a somber cadence, the projectiles impacting against metal and concrete in a symphony of varying pitches. The devastating force of the bullets left gaping apertures in the camp structure, inducing a primal dread in Duya, who was witnessing such ordnance for the first time. When the enemy's 2 cannons were deployed, he could no longer endure the situation. He activated the signal tower's broadcast system, requesting parley. Negotiation? Sitting together with the other tribal leaders, the bold figure removed the respirator from his face, holding it in his hand, while grilling meat on a scorching iron plate. Amidst laughter and jovial conversation, he would occasionally take a few breaths of oxygen from the respirator, grinning widely at the assembled leaders. Thus, it is clear that the celestial beings have always lacked courage, both in the past and present. They merely engage in endless talk, akin to timid rodents who can only till the ground and scrape the surface. The tribal leaders nodded in agreement. The heavenly beings categorized them as survivors and marauders. But in truth, such distinctions were nonsense. The so-called survivors were merely the sheep raised before the bombardment, while they themselves were the legendary wolves that preyed upon them. After the bombing, all order was upended, and the so-called marauders were simply humanity's adaptation and evolution, emerging as victors occupying a higher ecological niche. After Duya concluded his negotiation requests, he began to issue threats, declaring that should matters escalate further, chaos would ensue, a warning not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, the bold figure swiftly drew his gun, inhaled deeply from the respirator, squinted his eyes to take aim, and pulled the trigger. The loudspeaker atop the signal tower exploded. His movements fluid and seamless, garnering thunderous applause. He flamboyantly spread his arms wide, swaying his hips, proclaiming, "What is this?" My marksmanship was honed in the wasteland, striking down bipedal sheep with precision. Moving targets are my specialty. Just as Li Bin exited the factory area, a sharp bang resonated overhead. Fragments of the shattered loudspeaker cascading down, rolling to his feet. Duya lifted the tent flap and noticed Li Bin kicking the ruined loudspeaker. Embarrassed, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Li Bin, the plan has failed." Li Bin patted Duya on the shoulder and remarked, "You are simply too good-hearted. These predators merely resemble humans. There is no need to engage in moral discussions or appeal to any sense of kinship when dealing with them." He pressed the communication button at his neck. "First officer, did you hear that? These scoundrels believe they have us at their mercy." Jeffrey's voice emerged like a sharpened blade. "I am listening. Goods worth tens of thousands of star coins. My grandfather has never feasted on such succulent fare. How dare these rascals even look us in the eye? Release the drones. All engineering teams, exit the cabin." Jeffrey's face contorted with anger as he bellowed from the bridge. He was deeply in debt, and the company owed considerable sums. Anyone who trifled with money was essentially toying with his life. Mining drones and crew members surged into space like dumplings, following orders to seize nearby space debris, tether it to thrusters, and launch it towards the planet below. In the camp, Li Bin shielded his eyes and gazed skyward. Duya, perplexed by Li Bin's actions, listened to the increasingly near gunfire and the sporadic sounds of cannon fire, his heart racing. "Here they come," Li Bin suddenly whistled. Duya looked up to see scattered meteors piercing the dense leaden clouds, streaking across the sky in a dazzling display. However, this beauty was fleeting. Soon it became apparent that these meteors were not solitary, but came in waves, incessantly descending towards the ground. Huanggu stood up abruptly, his disbelief evident as he stared at the heavens. He had always known that humans piloted ships above, equipped with weapons, yet they had never used them against the Magoros, citing a bloodline connection and the need for unity. This is the audacity of their marauders. How could their once invincible tactics fail today? Little do they know that the leader this time is not a Magarosian, but rather the interloper Li Bin, who does not even regard Elphi as his home planet, let alone this desolate wasteland. To take a step back, he harbors no sense of guilt towards his compatriots living in such a barren land, unlike the new Magarosians. The Marauders feast upon the survivors, and their actions can only be described as treacherous. Their killings are devoid of any moral dilemma. The beautiful meteors diminish in size as they streak across the sky, and under the precise adjustments of the ship's auxiliary AI, the space debris is relentlessly pushed into a stabilizing descent trajectory, gaining speed with each passing moment. Kwang Gu, having knocked down the nearest vehicle's driver, takes the wheel himself, pausing only to draw his gun and eliminate two marauders attempting to slow him down. Yet, he cannot outpace the meteors cascading like a celestial shower. These molten metallic streams, trailing vibrant tails, sweep across the entire expanse with an unstoppable momentum. The ground quakes as if played by a grand drum, with people resembling fleas upon its surface, while the racing meteors serve as the hammers of this drum, composing a symphony known as death. Chapter 34. The second vessel, the Buffalo-class freighter. The high temperatures from the impact of space debris melt the sand and stone, transforming them into fine shards of glass that scatter across the ground. As the rain-like debris ceases, wisps of heat still rise from the surface, and the one-eyed veteran nonchalantly enters, gun in hand. Li Bin trails behind, hearing the sporadic gunfire amidst the dust and heat waves. These are the fortunate few who have evaded the onslaught, colliding with the rampaging bosun. Observing the one-sided outcome of the battle, Li Bin mused that these marauders had previously been shielded far too well, exhibiting no reverence for the aerial vessels that held such an overwhelming advantage. As the old adage goes, those who aim high may strike low, but the foolish remain oblivious. Li Bin, privileged with a ship, could choose altitudes ranging from several thousand to over 100,000 meters. At such heights, even a single jujube could be lethal, let alone the ubiquitous space debris scattered across the sky. Trailing behind was UPA, accompanied by a cautious chemical canine, which deftly avoided the scalding ground, leaping amidst the ruins. UPA gazed sorrowfully at the shattered artillery and corpses, obliterated by falling debris. She glanced at her team, miraculously untouched by harm, yet swallowed the remaining words unspoken. "Captain, we've spotted an unfortunate soul," announced the old one-eyed man, his tone a blend of fortune and misfortune. A small molten fragment of space debris has severed half his body, though the carbonized wound is not life-threatening. "Oh, it appears he is a leader." Intrigued, Li Bin made his way over, treading carefully. Just as the old one-eyed man had described, a man with a mohawk hairstyle, embodying the archetype of a wasteland savage, lay propped against a stone. He was missing a leg, with half his abdomen vanished, and several shards of wreckage embedded in his flesh. He struggled to grasp his respirator, blood frothing from the exhalation port with each labored breath, indicating his imminent demise. "How curious it is, whether this is fortune or misfortune for you," Li Bin remarked. "The vehicle's battery was struck directly and exploded, yet it flung you away, perhaps saving your life." He crouched down and swiftly swatted away the trembling hand that clutched a firearm. With a tone laced with intricacy, UPA elucidated, "This individual is likely Kwang Gu, who recently usurped the tribal chieftain through assassination and self-proclamation. We have clashed previously." She expressed her astonishment at the pitiable state of this ruthless marauder, who had lately risen to prominence in the wastelands, causing consternation among numerous survivor tribes. Kwang Gu craned his neck upward, his throat emitting a gurgling sound, and entreated, "Spare me." Having discarded his firearm, he reached out to grasp Li Bin's trouser leg, his movements revealing extensive burn scars, causing Du Ya's throat to constrict. Li Bin, with his foot firmly planted on Kwang Gu's beseeching hand, remarked with a genial smile, "I have heard from UPA that you are quite renowned in the wastelands, having undoubtedly taken numerous lives. Why did you not consider extending salvation to them?" Kwang Gu, his countenance reflecting abject misery, pleaded, "I was wrong. I repent." Observing the unchanging expression on Li Bin's face, Kwang Gu's countenance underwent several transformations. His survival instinct compelled him to raise his voice, asserting, "You mustn't slay me. By abandoning us in this godforsaken place to fend for ourselves, you are indebted to us. You swore an oath not to employ the spacecraft." His words devolved into incoherence, ultimately punctuated by sobs, creating a semblance of wretchedness. However, Du Ya, who had initially displayed a hint of compassion, underwent an abrupt change in demeanor. Li Bin gradually shifted his weight, intensifying the pressure on the hand beneath his foot, and declared in a frigid tone, "Firstly, if we are to discuss the matter of killing, it was you who initiated it. It was your indiscriminate slaughter that invited retribution. I merely act as an instrument of divine justice, curbing violence with violence. Morally, you are deserving of death. Secondly," Li Bin brandished his firearm, pressing it against the marauder's cranium. "I've inquired," he stated, "and New Margoth, along with all those who remained on our native soil, extended aid. It's you. A band of unproductive plunderers who squandered the assistance, then proceeded to seize the shares of others. Ultimately, no one would assist you. Which is why you resorted to becoming marauders, isn't it?" This elucidated why Duya was so averse to Li Bin's proposition of negotiating with the marauders. New Margoth had once been impartial, only later collaborating with the survivors. Pillage, inhumanity, carnage. Legally, you deserve death. You possess neither law nor morality. What gives you the audacity to make demands of me? The marauder, bereft of any semblance of leadership, was now weeping, his face a mixture of grime and tears. He stammered, We are all Margothians. We are, brethren." Li Bin smirked. "Who are you calling brethren? I hail from Elphistar. Your rhetoric holds no sway over me. Alas, dispatching you so swiftly would be far too merciful." As he spoke, Li Bin retracted his weapon and rose to his feet. Beckoning to One-Eyed, "Procure 4 steel pipes, or 3, given his missing appendage, and impale his limbs. We shall leave him to desiccate." "As you wish." One-Eyed, unburdened by conscience, rubbed his hands together and began scavenging through the ruins for suitable materials. Li Bin then instructed UPA to lead the cleanup, ensuring all casualties were accounted for, interrogations conducted, and the outpost rebuilt. After issuing these directives, he noticed Duya standing there, hesitant to speak. Duya shook his head, saying, "He claims we abandoned them here." "Enough. Say no more." Li Bin interrupted Duya, saying, "Bean sprouts, you and your new comrades from Magus are far too sensitive about these matters. I shall not waver due to the desperate utterances of a shameless and mindless individual on the brink of death. Instead of placing my trust in marauders, why not believe in your ability to collaborate with the planet and all surviving beings?" Duya hesitated for a moment before murmuring, "Thank you." Li Bin retorted, "What is there to thank? If you truly wish to express gratitude, swiftly bring your team over. The 3-legged cat is about to reach full capacity." In fact, the arrival of the mining fleet was delayed beyond Duya's expectations. It was not until the dawn of the following day that the 3-legged cat received the handover signal, which also bore unexpected good fortune. The vessel promised to Li Bin had indeed arrived. "Captain, the mining fleet has informed me that one of the cargo ships is designated for me. I have sent you the data. Now we can commence operations simultaneously. And the hull components are included," Jeffrey exclaimed joyfully from the bridge. Meanwhile, the crew members on the ground paused their tasks and gathered to observe the ship. The second vessel was a genuine cargo ship, a Water Buffalo-class freighter, measuring 340 meters in length and 150 meters in width. The design was remarkably streamlined, taking the form of an I-beam, with the bow and stern as the primary structures. The midsection was reinforced by 3 sturdy alloy trusses serving as the keel, with the trusses extending outward to support multiple layers of cargo decks. The entirety of the ship was sealed only in the I-beam section, while the cargo decks lay exposed to the vastness of space, with dozens of space containers securely fastened to the cargo area. The frontal section of the vessel is equipped with merely a singular, diminutive weaponry station. Aside from sustaining the shield, the ship's power system can only supply energy to light machine guns or anti-aircraft laser cannons. As far as practical air defense is concerned, one can forget about it. The purpose of this weapon station is solely to shatter space debris and meteors during navigation. This craft boasts the dimensions of a destroyer, yet belongs to the category of standard civilian vessels that are more shell than substance. However, what brings great joy to Li Bin and Jeffrey is its exceptional capacity. This ship possesses the largest volume among vessels of its class, with a staggering 400 standard cargo hold spaces, 3 times that of the cat's paw. Furthermore, due to its open cargo deck, the speed of loading and unloading goods is unparalleled. There is no need for docking at the connecting ports. The space station can directly utilize mechanical arms to handle containers. While the cat's paw requires nearly 2 hours to accomplish this task with manual labor and carts, the Buffalo-class vessel accomplishes it in just 20 minutes. Li Bin promptly summoned UPA. "Let us add another agreement. I will provide an additional 50 boxes of food. You shall bring all the able-bodied members of your tribe to assist with the cargo. Furthermore, send messages to all nearby survivor tribes, inviting them to bring their goods. I intend to organize a temporary grand market amidst this ruin. We shall provide security for the market, while your tribes will maintain order. All survivors shall be free to trade and share resources, though we shall retain the privilege of priority purchasing. Rest assured, I only require items they find amidst the ruins. As for the food, bean sprouts, I shall convert them into star coins for you. Please have your family's mining fleet bring a batch of goods on their next visit. I will prepare a list for you shortly. Well. Is this how you choose to play? Deceiving me into financial ruin is not enough. You expect me to shamelessly solicit my family for provisions while we ourselves are in dire need. You feign signing contracts to gather funds, while scheming to diminish compensation for several orders. Truly, it is your fate to prosper. If not you, then who? Duya gritted his teeth with a bitter smile. Chapter 35. The grand gathering concludes. Settlements are made. In recent days, Duya has felt as though he is ensnared in a dream. Initially, he was spurred on by Li Bin to stake his entire fortune, confronting his family's skepticism, even going so far as to take leave from his duties to board a ship and assist in securing fraudulent contracts for wine. The gamble was that Li Bin would indeed procure 500 crates of heavy weaponry, thereby contributing to the resistance against the colossal enterprises while simultaneously enhancing his own influence within the family. However, who could have anticipated that within just a few days, while the heavy weapon trade had yet to materialize, 3 available ship modification production lines would achieve their ultimate objective. Currently, the situation is such that survivors, lured by tales and the temptation of food, have gathered nearly 600 individuals amid the ruins, with more on the brink of joining. The mining fleet continues to shuttle between New Mugos and Old Mugos, capturing the attention of the governor. Thus far, due to the family's proactive measures and effective secrecy, the governor and other families believe the Bellino family is merely leveraging the mining surplus to further develop their economy. Meanwhile, the colossal enterprises have dispatched observers for contact, tentatively concluding that New Mugos may have the potential for planetary return, with Li Bin acting as an intermediary on behalf of the Elfin Star, conducting business on the planet. This behavior will not temporarily affect the interests of the colossal enterprises in this galaxy. Rather, due to the economic actions of the Bellino family, it may alleviate the suspicion that these enterprises harbor towards familial funding of pirates in the future. Throughout this entire endeavor, Li Bin merely spent a few thousand star coins on provisions, yet he managed to earn over 10,000 star coins. This is the epitome of taking the wolf by empty hands. Is this truly how business is conducted? Do you observe the array of newly opened shops within the camp, where survivors donned respirators and constructed rudimentary tents and shelters from discarded building materials? They etched tribal names and primary goods onto rusted metal sheets, engaging in hushed conversations with customers amidst the swirling sands. Confounded, he tugged at his hair, pondering the previous aspirations of New Magoros to establish markets among the survivors, which were met with scant support. Could it be that genuinely combating the marauders has won the hearts of the people? Has the policy of non-involvement, initially agreed upon by the various families, truly been misguided? Hailing from New Magoros, Duya found himself at a loss, as he and his family have fundamentally diverged from the inhabitants of the planet. Additionally, their interests were concentrated in space, leaving them neither the desire nor the capacity to delve into the complexities of the survivors' conflict with the marauders. In stark contrast, Li Bin possessed a profound understanding of the wasteland ecology. In his view, the relationship between the survivors and the marauders could be elucidated through the dynamic between Nobita and John. In the face of John's bullying of Nobita, there ostensibly exist 4 choices. 1. Aid John. 2. Aid Nobita. 3. Ignore. 4. Consider both parties at fault. However, from the perspectives of the two, there are, in truth, only 2 viable options: to assist John or to assist Nobita. The raiders and the survivors are alike in their plight. Duya and his companions abstain from the conflicts of the Old Mugos, seemingly detached, yet ultimately severing their ties with the survivors. The survivors represent the weaker side, and in the absence of direct assistance, whether through neutrality or indifference, their actions only foster further oppression. After all, the raiders will not cease their predation simply due to your apathy, just as the bully will persist in their torment regardless of the indifference shown by teachers and parents. Thus, when faced with bullying, educators possess but a singular correct choice: to intervene decisively and with authority. Any assertion that a fly does not alight on an unbroken egg or one hand cannot clap is nothing short of a desecration of the teaching profession. Li Bin's assault on the raiders inadvertently eradicated several bands of them, and to the survivors, he became one of their own, earning their trust through his actions. There were even men and women seeking out crew members, expressing a desire for procreation. The very thought of this caused Duya's fists to clench with frustration. After all, it was Li Bin, whom he had employed, who was securing provisions for his family's fleet. The reputation that should have belonged to Duya was being usurped by Li Bin. Unconsciously, Duya's steps turned downward, and as he approached Li Bin in a fit of anger, he found Li Bin beckoning him. "Ah, you've arrived? Just in time. I need to procure another ship. I hope you can assist me with this matter." "Get lost." Duya retorted with irritation. "You barely have 100 people, and you struggle to manage 2 ships. Where do you think a third one will come from? Have you lost your mind? To be so incensed? If one feels overwhelmed, they might seek refuge in the tempestuous realms of heaven and earth, contributing to the survival of those who remain." Li Bin expressed his astonishment, quickly diverting from the base topic and continuing, "I am merely considering the need for long-distance transportation of heavy weaponry. A pure cargo vessel and an armed freighter present a deficient fleet, rendering it susceptible to pirate predation. That is not the case, my friend." Upon discussing finances, Duya regained his composure, furrowing his brow in retort. "Is it truly necessary to venture so far to transport arms? Surely, you possess ample funds by now. After settling your loans and compensations for the wine, you should still have a few thousand star coins left, liberating you from debt." "And then what?" inquired Li Bin. Duya replied, "What follows? The universe is vast. One can travel wherever they desire. With merely 2 small vessels, we have yet to meet the standards for forming a modest commercial fleet. What can we accomplish? A single pirate raid could obliterate us. Even the smuggling fleets of Andromeda boast 3 or 4 ships. What can 2 destroyers achieve? They would merely exist in a state of trepidation, ever on the brink of calamity. A large transport fleet from any reputable company possesses vessels valued at 700,000 to 800,000 star coins. The captain of the Saladu, where Li Bin previously served, commanded 2 Atlas-class transport ships. Currently, Li Bin resembles a rickshaw puller who has just managed to repay his loan. Feeling somewhat superior among his fellow drivers, yet utterly insignificant compared to others in Beiping. A moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall, resulting in a cycle of rise and fall, leaving him in a state of limbo. One must remain vigilant and wise to the dangers that lurk even in safety. Only by establishing one's own colony can one truly seize control of their existence. Upon contemplating this, Li Bin was struck by a fervent conviction, his eyes alight with the flames of ambition. Duya, observing this, understood that Li Bin's daring aspirations diverged from his own modest desires for comfort. Consequently, he relinquished his attempts at persuasion and instead suggested, "Feel free to express your needs. I shall assist you in any way I can." Li Bin, moved by this camaraderie, responded, "Good brother, no matter how close we may be, I too require some sustenance for my palate. Haven't you just acquired 3 production lines? Family is family, and I am myself." Duya asserted emphatically, "At most, I can offer you a rebate. NTM, I require a contingent of crew members. Given your connections with the Lloyd lineage, I need you to help me find 30 Lloyd individuals to fulfill roles in damage control and engineering. Additionally, I seek to recruit a batch of skilled crew members." After a moment of contemplation, Duya replied, "I assure you, I will manage the crew aspect. However, I advise against rushing into ship purchases. It would be prudent to first consult with the commander of our family fleet. His extensive experience can aid you in optimizing your fleet composition." At this point, Duya earnestly cautioned, fleet command is a profound discipline. The composition of the fleet, armament configurations, and ship modifications are intricate matters that can consume the dedication of a commander. A premier fleet is the culmination of many years of a commander's labor. Li Bin nodded, deeply moved, and remarked, "Well said. So, where might I find such a fleet commander? I possess a bottle of Byzantine wine." Awaiting a delightful conversation with this commander, Duya gestured towards the sky. "The commander of the mining fleet is precisely the individual you seek. However, what is with that look in your eyes? Do not underestimate anyone. The production line family holds considerable esteem, having specifically summoned him to oversee matters. He possesses a wealth of wartime experience and commands an annual salary of 700 star coins." Chapter 36, The Grand Bazaar concludes. Harvest Assessment, Part 2. Li Bin did not immediately pursue the fleet commander introduced by Duya, as the transport operations were still ongoing. The commander had familial obligations, and Li Bin was preoccupied with uncovering hidden treasures at the bazaar. With the passage of time, an increasing number of survivors set up stalls, attracting the attention of marauders amidst the throngs of people. Consequently, the old one-eyed man, accompanied by armed sailors from the UPA tribe, ventured out on jet skis for hunting. Li Bin, of course, did not partake in this portion of the profits. In fact, he was somewhat astonished that the Bellino family truly honored their agreement. He mused rather cynically that they could have easily eliminated him upon discovering the production line and claimed all the profits for themselves. After all, Mars Geos bore no legal or physical ties to him. Li Bin could only interpret this as the Bellino family not only silencing him with money, but also showcasing their familial credibility, acting as a form of investment. Yet, who could ignore UPA, the fierce woman, eyeing him with predatory intent? Duya had subtly warned him that this future chieftain seemed to have set her sights on him. Should he display any inclination towards a rendezvous with any woman, it would signal something significant. What follows is that, having yet to fully savor the good days, on a dark and blustery night, one might find themselves ensnared by UPA, who seizes the opportunity to drag them into a dimly lit room and expose them to the terrifying might of industrial forces. The preservation of life takes precedence. Thus I cannot entertain visitors. However, within the Grand Bazaar, one may occasionally stumble upon exquisite treasures, such as luxury goods. In the chambers of certain underground factories and the management of sanctuaries, one can discover opulent wooden furniture, fine musical instruments, paintings, and sculptures, items of considerable value. For survivors, these objects may merely serve as inferior combustible materials and building supplies, yet for Li Bin, they represent splendid merchandise. As the transfer concludes and the bazaar comes to an end, Li Bin prepares to depart. Just before his exit, UPA clutches his hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Were it not for the assistance of others from their tribe, Li Bin might have doubted his ability to escape. He suspects that UPA is more interested in the recipes stored within his mind than in his own substantial physique. With trepidation, he leaves this planet, which still holds immense potential for development, and its future gains will no longer concern him. Nevertheless, beyond the core star region of Perseus, countless former colonies lie in ruins due to the Great Collapse, offering countless opportunities for wealth. Li Changjin was a robust young man, his muscular density further enhanced by genes activated by gravity. Yet, he found himself being pulled and turned around by a pair of arms, squatting without protest. This was due to the hands belonging to his innate younger brother, who suppressed the sacred body. Li Shu meticulously examined her brother, ensuring he bore no injuries, before finally exhaling in relief. It was only after being playfully manhandled by his sister that Li Changjin dared to speak up, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Sister, you have no idea. I set up a massive stall down below, selling additives and nutritional paste, starch. My booth was a sensation, with survivors lining up like a dragon. I made a fortune. I sold those scraps to the Bellino family for 9-star coins." This revelation stirred the crew, for the fact remained that it took them a year of hard work to earn just 8-star coins. Li Changjin's culinary skills had allowed him to earn in mere days what they would accumulate in a year. Although the novelty and the occasion of the first grand market contributed to his success, the earnings were undoubtedly genuine. Nevertheless, Li Bin had already informed them that both the crew on duty and those staying behind would receive additional bonuses. So while the others felt envious, they did not grumble. For the Li family's culinary prowess was universally acknowledged. Li Shu was unconcerned about her brother's earnings. Regardless of how much he made, repayment still relied on Li Bin. What mattered most to her was that Li Changjin remained safe and happy. Thus, she patiently listened as her brother boasted about his remarkable culinary skills, akin to soothing a child. Observing her sister's rare display of gentleness, Li Changjin grew increasingly animated, unable to contain his excitement. Meanwhile, Li Bin noticed Li Shu's tender expression stiffening, the corners of her mouth turning downwards, prompting him to discreetly step back and signal to the first mate. Unaware of the ominous star flickering above him, Li Changjin, caught up in his own exuberance, blurted out, "Of course I ate it. I'm not foolish, Hey, sister, that hurts." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Bin thought it unwise. After scolding the foolish Li Changjin, Li Shu would certainly hold him accountable for his negligence. At that moment, he had already strolled to the edge of the bridge, pressed the switch, and swiftly departed. Around the corner, He could faintly hear his brother's anguished cries for help and his sister's fierce roar. Li Bin, how could you abandon your brother? He reassured himself. Fear not, dear brother. If trouble arises, I shall bear the consequences, and sought refuge in the crew quarters. By the time Jeffrey arrived, Li Bin was leisurely lounging in his hammock. Jeffrey, seated beside him, lamented, your brother is in quite a predicament, still kneeling on the bridge. You lack loyalty. Your sister is furious with him for not being able to locate you, and all her ire has been directed at him. You might only receive a few rebukes in your absence, but your poor brother must shoulder the wrath meant for two. Oh, he must have been raised by Li Shu, so the burden has doubled. Li Bin scoffed. What did he expect, boasting recklessly? I had someone keep an eye on him. He is not indulging in any sweet promises. That underage boy, they have him completely under control. A mere touch and a puff of air, and he spills everything. This bravado has reached Li Shu, and I refuse to partake in his folly. He propped his feet up on the hammock. Now, on to serious matters. Have all the components been transported? Jeffrey, holding his electronic cigarette, exhaled a thick plume of smoke. No, there is still a batch in the cargo hold. The three-legged cat has remained stationary in low Earth orbit. Excluding the quantity required for our modifications, we have approximately 400 boxes remaining, all of which have been acquired by the Bellino family, at a price of 26 star coins per box. Li Bin nodded, acknowledging that this price is slightly below the market rate. However, it is reasonable given the large quantity and the fact that these are merely armor and bulkhead modifications, which involve lower technical complexity. Had these been energy coils or engine modification components, the price would have undoubtedly doubled. Jeffrey, with an electronic cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled. Captain, let's be honest. How much have we profited? When discussing the earnings, Li Bin could hardly contain his smile, returning Jeffrey's laughter from the excavation of the production line. We are entitled to 15,000 star coins as per our contract. Doya has taken care of the expenses for food, and the modification components cost us 10,400 star coins. We aren't factoring in the luxury goods for the time being. Additionally, Li Bin raised a finger. Previously, we sold the pirate ship for 150 star coins, and from selling liquor in New Mugos, along with the beverage contract and various other dealings, we have accumulated a total of 27,337 star coins. Altogether, that amounts to 56,887 star coins. Amidst Jeffrey's exuberant grin, Li Bin added contemplatively, let us not forget that we have also gained a water buffalo-class cargo ship without any cost. I must tell you, that vessel is a genuine second-hand model, with absolutely no defects. It even comes with a concealed cargo hold, making it perfect for smuggling. This ship could easily fetch 20,000 star coins. Wonderful, wonderful. Jeffrey beamed with a grin akin to a lovesick fool, and with the modifications and additional equipment, the Bellino family is rather generous. Though it is somewhat regrettable that the development of the planet Margauz will never come to fruition and the relic, valued at hundreds of thousands of star coins, is no longer their concern, one must consider that at least this venture has allowed them to accumulate sufficient funds. Jeffrey felt a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, he even found himself in a euphoric state, reflecting, is it any wonder that I possess such discernment? Many sought to purchase this vessel back in the day. Yet I discerned immediately that the captain was no ordinary individual, which prompted me to sell the ship to you at a bargain price, leading us to this day. Enough of your bluster, Li Bin retorted with a chuckle. Joking aside, I wish to discuss a serious matter with you. We still need to acquire another ship. The three-legged cat will have to serve as our flagship for the time being, and we cannot appoint you as captain just yet. However, there is a position available for a Buffalo-class captain and a new ship's captain. Which vessel do you wish to command? Instantly, Jeffrey's demeanor shifted. His expression turned grave. Chapter 37. Establishing a small commercial fleet aboard the three-legged cat, a vessel larger than an aircraft carrier, while most of its space was dedicated to cargo storage. The ample quarters were more than sufficient for the fewer than 100 crew members. Consequently, spaces for entertainment and leisure during their long voyages through the starry seas were essential. After confirming the profits with Li Bin, the chief mate, humming a cheerful tune, made his way into the leisure cabin to practice some stretching exercises, only to find Li Changjin already on a stationary bike, pedaling vigorously, enveloped in a sweat-proof enclosure. He was chewing on a piece of cleaning gum, his face bearing the bruises inflicted by his sister, and he nodded towards Jeffrey, signaling his arrival. Jeffrey entered another single room, stretching his muscles as he prepared to engage with the flying bird and butterfly machine. with the intensity of the engineering team's daily tasks. Why even bother training muscles? Li Changjin exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Even without training on the ground, one still builds muscle in space. It feels as if my bones are becoming loose. Is it truly that terrifying? Observing Li Changjin, whose face bore signs of bruising yet maintained a serious demeanor, Jeffrey found the scene somewhat amusing. Li Changjin insisted earnestly, indeed, humanity originated from life on our planet, and our adaptation to space remains woefully inadequate. This statement held truth. Yet Jeffrey was convinced it was merely a repetition of Li Bin's words. Pointing to his mouth, he inquired, "Do we still have cleaning gel?" "Hand me one." Li Changjin retrieved a piece and tossed it over. Jeffrey tore it open and stuffed it into his mouth. Brushing teeth with water was impossible in space. Thus cleaning gel served as a substitute. After a brief exchange, Li Changjin asked again, "The company has acquired another ship, and they intend to buy more. Have you decided which vessel you wish to captain, first officer?" "You rascal. I wondered why you were so enthusiastic. Turns out you were waiting for me here," Jeffrey chuckled. He could easily discern Li Changjin's intentions. The lad eagerly anticipated his promotion, hoping to replace him as first officer and gain experience to eventually become a captain himself. To borrow Li Bin's expression, the scheming was so transparent it could be heard across 2 rooms. He shook his head. "I turned it down." "What?" Li Changjin halted. His muscles tensed, staring at the first officer in disbelief. "You're not becoming captain." "Oh, you intend to wait for the 3-legged cat to become available? That makes sense, considering it was originally your family's ship." "No, the captain has already promised me that when the company expands, he will bestow this ship upon me as a share of the profits, which is unrelated to this matter. The main point is that I do not wish to assume the role of captain." Jeffrey, panting from his exertions, expressed his thoughts. "Why not?" inquired Li Changjin, perplexed. "It's obvious. You cannot only witness the thief indulging in a feast without recognizing the consequences they face," Jeffrey scoffed. "Haven't you seen Li Bin's miserable state? He lives like a hermit, with beautiful women begging to climb into his bed, yet he has no time for such distractions. Why? Because he is overwhelmed with work. I just finished tallying the accounts, and my head is about to explode. There are expenses for long voyages, maintenance costs, and salaries, bonuses, and provisions for each crew member. Every new hire alters the entire data. Additionally, there's the planning of star maps, market research, and social engagements. Do you think anyone can become a captain? Do you believe your brother's success is merely due to luck? He possesses remarkable skills. Encountering your brother was akin to striking gold. One can earn while reclining. Why would one choose to endure hardship?" Jeffrey teased Li Changjin. "You can barely hold hands with a woman without your sister knocking you down. Meanwhile, I have plenty of romantic interests aboard. I live quite comfortably. Sometimes, I even contemplate following old One-Eye's lead and getting a pair of prosthetic limbs." "Ah, why?" Li Changjin, with a simple mind, was easily teased, and his wit was growing sharper. Jeffrey slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Because I'm exhausted." He rose to his feet, activating the hairdryer in the small chamber, drying off the moisture on his skin, and using a wet wipe to remove the dried sweat, all the while remarking, "So, you should just give up, my boy. Your brother is currently impoverished and cannot afford talent. The captain's role demands both intellect and physical exertion. You simply cannot manage it. Perhaps when your elder brother's worth reaches hundreds of thousands of star coins, and he has assembled an adequate advisory team for you, you may then aspire to be a captain." As he exited the leisure cabin, he waved dismissively at Li Changjin, saying, "You should practice a bit more. And by the way, why are you chewing on plain cleaning gel? Let me tell you, it must be the authentic jasmine flavor. I'm off." Having been subtly belittled by the first mate, Li Changjin felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. However, upon reflection, he realized that the cleaning gel he consumed daily was indeed jasmine-flavored. His brother had once explained that jasmine is a plant from Earth, known for its exquisite fragrance, which inspired numerous food products and perfumes. Yet, when humanity colonized distant worlds, jasmine was not brought along, leaving Andromeda devoid of this flower. Consequently, all jasmine-flavored products were concocted from diluted stench essence. In the confines of the spaceship, where space was limited and organic materials like coal tar were scarce, jasmine-scented cleaning gel was plentiful. Why was that? Because, as suggested by its chemical name, the stench essence could be derived from excrement, and while the spacecraft lacked many things, it certainly did not lack waste. Contemplating the first mate's lofty tone, knowing he consumed this second-rate substance daily, Li Changjin's spirits lifted, and he pedaled with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Li Bin had just concluded his dialogue with the commander of the Bellino family fleet, though both are fleet commanders. The style of this individual starkly contrasts with that of Sarah from the Minshin Company. Sarah bears the unmistakable traits of the transportation industry, her demeanor rugged, yet her mind astutely observant, executing her actions with deliberate slowness. On the other hand, this commander exudes a strong military presence, speaking candidly without regard for sentiments or appearances. He bluntly cautions Li Bin against pursuing the purchase of another destroyer. While there are numerous problematic Jiushou destroyers available, their market value is low, and their cost-effectiveness is lacking, as most have been resold by intermediaries and merchants to pirate dens for modification. The price of ordinary second-hand vessels ranges from 30 to 40,000 star coins. Only the inferior ships crafted from meteorite hulls can be procured at prices appealing to Li Bin, such as the Vesta-class destroyers, which start at a minimum of 20,000. Under this fleet commander's incisive analysis, Li Bin's previously tumultuous thoughts began to clarify. He attentively absorbed the advice, realizing that what he truly lacked was not a large vessel, but rather agile smaller ships. Although corvettes possess limited shield energy, thinner armor, and lesser cargo capacity, they are not only affordable, but also remarkably nimble. In naval combat, they can harass pirates and buy time for cargo ships to retreat. As long as the pirates do not hold an absolute advantage in numbers, they can even withdraw at their leisure. The practical commander not only possesses profound insights, but also engaged directly with Li Bin in a simulated tabletop exercise to validate his perspective. Seizing the moment, Li Bin reluctantly relinquished the last 2 bottles of Byzantine wine he had originally intended to enjoy, requesting the commander's assistance in selecting a suitable corvette. Now, he was ready to procure a vessel. At the port, the intermediary respectfully stood holding the terminal, and upon seeing Mr. Li Bin, his eyes instantly lit up. "Mr. Li Bin, the vessel you requested is ready. Please follow me." After a few steps, the intermediary opened the hovering vehicle behind him, inviting Li Bin to embark. After a brief journey, Li Bin arrived at the opposite side of the port. "This is the crew prepared for you by Director Duya. Due to your adjusted requirements for the purchase of the ship, the number of crew members has been reduced, 20 from Lloyd's and 40 ordinary crew members. The lifelong contracts have been neatly packaged. All that is needed is your signature," the intermediary explained, noticing Li Bin's lack of interest in the matter. He smoothly shifted the topic. "However, that's a minor detail. Shall we inspect the ship first?" Li Bin nodded, and the intermediary guided him to the vessel. In hushed tones, the intermediary introduced, "This is the modified Jaime-class gunboat, measuring 61 meters in length and 28 meters in width, barely qualifying as a frigate. It has been converted from the Hermes-class shuttle. While the exterior remains unchanged, the interior has been altered to meet combat requirements, resulting in a narrow cabin. The cargo hold accommodates only 10 units, with a maximum crew capacity of 6 and a minimum of 3. The Jaime-class gunboat, frigate dimensions, boasts detailed specifications, equipped with 2 small caliber live-fire guns and 2 small composite weapon stations. Armed with light machine guns and fire-tongue anti-engine missiles, designed to delay enemy ship engines through targeted damage. These are 2 standard sacrificial vessels, lacking any freight value. Having only served for 5 years without experiencing the trials of war, thus each is valued at 9,700 star coins. Li Bin nodded in satisfaction, 99%. A rare find. However, let us replace the light machine gun with a short-range automatic cannon. The gunboat must undertake perilous missions to safeguard the flagship, and it is indeed imperative to enhance its firepower. In this manner, the final piece of the puzzle for the small fleet is completed. Chapter 38. Allow me to demonstrate the magic of economics. I can hardly bear it. Such a significant shortfall. How can it be bridged? Li Bin, you are truly pushing us to the brink. On board the fleet flagship, the 3-legged cat, in the bridge, Jeffrey clutched his hair, gazing in despair at the data that stubbornly refused to balance. The dark circles under his eyes were a manifestation of his deep-seated grievances. Initially believing that an income exceeding 50,000 star coins would propel them into an unstoppable ascent, Jeffrey had been delightfully calculating the dividends for the following year. However, when Li Bin disclosed the quantity of heavy weaponry he had promised to New Magaris, Jeffrey's expression instantly soured. 500 crates, an entire 500 crates, even at production cost. That amounts to over 100,000 star coins. Brother, we only have a little over 2 months left. How do you plan to cover the remaining shortfall of over 70,000 star coins? The first officer's eyes were bloodshot. his arms bracing against the command console as he glared at the captain. The bridge fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the blinking indicator lights and the soothing beeps of the signaler, which only served to accentuate the weight of the atmosphere. At this moment, Li Bin was reviewing the ship's data. With the robust support of the Bellino family, the operational capabilities of the three-legged cat had been significantly enhanced. After reinforcing the bulkheads, heavy armor, and turret modifications, the ship's physical resilience was now comparable to that of an unmodified warship of the same class. The medium weaponry has been upgraded to heavy automatic cannons, elevating the combat capability of the vessel to that befitting an armed merchant cruiser. More remarkably, Duya leveraged his connections to privately acquire a LPC of the formidable Ku Jian heavy fighter. This military aircraft is equipped with 2 light machine guns, allowing the Sanjiao Cat to deploy a squadron of 4 planes, delivering a total of 8 light machine guns worth of firepower in a single sortie. Noticing that the first mate continued to fixate on him, Li Bin inquired with perplexity, "Jeffrey, I fail to comprehend why you consistently contemplate the worst possible outcomes when faced with adversity. We are no longer a fledgling company. We possess a fleet, we employ hundreds, and we maintain a partnership with New Mugos. The situation is not merely favorable, but exceptionally promising. You ought to have confidence." Jeffrey retorted bluntly, "Confidence? What nonsense. 6 months ago, our debts barely totaled 20,000. Now, even if we liquidated everything, we would still owe at least 50,000. How am I supposed to be confident?" Li Bin straightened himself, adjusted his attire, and gazed at the first mate, surveying the rest of the crew, Vulcan, Li Shu, Li Changshan, and Old One Eye, all of whom were attentively watching. The other crew members, though busy and reluctant to meet his gaze, leaned in with their ears perked. This scene bore resemblance to the earlier moment when the first mate doubted himself, yet felt distinctly different. Since the age of exploration, ships have existed as isolated kingdoms, where the captain wields absolute authority while simultaneously embodying enlightenment. The captain leads the crew through tempests in pursuit of profit, while the sailors rally around the captain to confront natural disasters and piracy. A successful captain earns the unwavering support of their crew. However, upon failure, the vast ocean harbors numerous instances of mutinous crew members who have taken the lives of their captains. There is no room for doubt. The pirates in space were once honest crew members who, after slaying their captains and seizing their vessels, transformed into lawless rogues. Presently, aboard the vessel Three-Legged Cat, although everyone awaits the captain to speak, the recent string of successes has instilled a sense of confidence, leaving only a lingering curiosity about Captain Li Bin's steadfast position, which remains as solid as a rock. Should this endeavor also culminate in success under Jeffrey's leadership, all crew members recruited from the non-industrial zones will undoubtedly cast aside their final doubts, evolving into loyal cornerstones of the company, thereby empowering him to embark on even more daring ventures, establishing his own colony. Allow me to briefly articulate my thoughts. Li Bin reclined casually, observing the first mate. "Do you understand what is most critical for our trading enterprise?" "Of course, it is the star currency," Jeffrey replied, as if it were self-evident. "Incorrect," Li Bin firmly countered, rising to meet the first mate's gaze. Seeing her brother's attention wane, Li Shu playfully grasped his ear, pulling him closer. "Pay attention. Just a little insight will serve you well. Next, let me demonstrate the magic known as economics," Li Bin proclaimed loudly. "It is the circulation of capital. Without capital, there are no orders, no business. How can we expand production? But we have orders now, yet we lack funds." Jeffrey retorted, "Where will we find the money for 500 crates of heavy weaponry? Who says we must purchase all 500 crates at once?" Li Bin countered, leaving Jeffrey momentarily speechless. Li Bin pressed on. "This order has never required full payment up front. As long as we meet the deadline, we can even complete it in multiple deliveries." He gestured in the air, illustrating his point. "Each time we purchase heavy weaponry with star coins and subsequently sell them for star coins, it's a cycle of capital. The faster our capital circulates, the more goods we can acquire within the time frame, thereby amplifying our profits. Why do many street vendors and even corporations adopt a strategy of thin margins and high volume? Are they unaware that higher prices lead to greater total sales? Of course, they are aware, but true business is never a one-time transaction. As long as the capital maintains a healthy flow, we can achieve rapid sales through lower prices, distributing the profit of a single item across multiple units. Only luxury goods are sold at high prices with slow turnover. Heavy weaponry, being military equipment, is essentially a consumable. As long as there is conflict, it can be sold just as swiftly as toothpaste and toothbrushes. Jeffrey began to scratch his head, exclaiming in anguish, "I understand your point. But time is of the essence. We have just over 2 months. Space is not like land, and we don't have the luxury of time to circulate the star coins." "Of course, we can," Li Bin replied with a smile. Under Jeffrey's gaze, Li Bin's terminal displayed an image of an individual. He confidently stated, "My connections span the core star regions. If the speed of capital circulation is insufficient, I will seek investment. This Father Pucci is precisely the investor I require. For trips, merely 4 trips, and I could leverage 30,000 star coins to secure 500 crates of heavy weaponry, culminating in a trade order exceeding 100,000 star coins." In the navigator's seat, Li Shu stifled a gasp, gazing at the projection of the figure, suppressing the urge to exclaim. Jeffrey, once again astounded, incredulously remarked, "You intend to conduct business with that lunatic, Luther? Are you courting death?" Li Bin interjected, "Please refer to them as religious figures. The Luther Church is merely a conservative religious organization wielding immense military power, distinct from the radical extremists of the Luther left path." Chapter 39. The smallholder economy in space. Departing from the megastar system, the fleet steered westward, its objective set firmly on the Eos star system. In the star map, red denotes the core star regions, while green signifies both the Eos and megasystems. Within the Eos star system, it is entirely under the dominion of the Luther Church, with the sole free planet repurposed by the Church to shelter refugees ravaged by the great corporate wars. The distance of 2.8 light-years requires merely 3 days in hyperspace. And upon entering the Eos system via the jump point known as the Knight's Bridge, the ship's bridge transmitter immediately broadcasted a harmonious hymn occupying all channels. "Praise the Lord. You are supreme and exalted, guiding us through despair. Praise Saint Luther. You preach righteousness in Perseus." Li Shu swiftly removed her headphones, covering her ears against the cacophony that buzzed painfully, her eyes clenching shut in distress. The emblem of the Luther Church, fervent, fanatical, sacred. Here lies the bridge of the Paladins, the Lewd Guardian, and the Order of Sincere Knights. Visiting fleet, present your identification codes and navigation records. The stern and suspicious words overpowered the sacred hymns as a small patrol squadron, led by a destroyer, intercepted Li Bin's fleet. How formidable were the knights? Li Changzhen furrowed his brow, observing his sister's troubled expression as she rubbed her ears, a surge of indignation boiling within him. What sort of lewd church is this? They appear even more arrogant than colossal enterprises. The first mate promptly cautioned, "This is relatively mild. Do not provoke trouble, for we are in their territory." The patrol squadron cleared the path, howling as they inspected the next batch of vessels entering the jump point. Li Bin silently directed his fleet into the star system, heading towards Tarsus, one of the sacred sites of Lewd. Preoccupied with contacting Father Pucci, Jeffrey took the captain's microphone to address the entire ship and fleet. Issuing instructions, "The Lewd Church is well known to all. We are about to enter someone else's sacred ground, so regardless of your views on religion or the Lewd Church, I expect you to behave respectfully while on their territory. Keep your murmurs to a minimum. If the Lewd Knights catch you, they will truly drag you away for target practice." Furthermore, the Lewd Church maintains a conservative, even hostile stance towards technology, believing that the Great Collapse was a punishment for humanity's technological advancements. Therefore, all projection terminals and intelligent devices are strictly prohibited from being brought off the ship. The fleet is docked at the Tarsus Orbital Station, which employs the early construction techniques of humanity's dominion. This station is notably cumbersome, with its continually expanding living and armament sectors, resembling a swollen triangle that stretches over 28 kilometers in length, a true behemoth. Tarsus rotates slowly beneath the feet of its inhabitants. It is a gray, arid planet, its surface covered with vast expanses of wilderness and hills, punctuated only by a few shallow seas of sediment no deeper than 50 meters. The moisture content of the surface is woefully inadequate for human activity. However, due to the absence of geological upheaval and its rich mineral deposits, the planet has been transformed into the economic and demographic nucleus of the Dominion since it was seized by the Ludic Church. Tarsus is a naturally formed planet, one of the rare habitable worlds in the Perseus constellation. The Ludic Church regards Tarsus as a divine gift. The port area of the Tarsus orbital station starkly contrasts with other ports previously encountered. Gone are the flickering holographic advertisements and the public networks that facilitate swift trade. Instead, the space is adorned with religious banners and artworks crafted from abundant silk and hides. These luxury items, which command exorbitant prices on other planets, are remarkably affordable in the territories controlled by the Ludic Church. Although the Ludic Church espouses simplicity in personal life, they exhibit a consistent propensity for lavish expenditure in matters of faith. The Luddites aim to guide humanity back to nature, embodying the essence of interstellar druids. They command nearly half of the food sources and natural resources within the Perseus star region, nurturing many rare species from Earth under their meticulous care. The densely clad, modestly dressed Luddite merchants, their faces obscured save for their eyes, discreetly converse with the unloading captains, creating a juxtaposition of the 20th century port's backwardness and prosperity. Adorned in alloy plate armor reminiscent of medieval knights, the Luddite knights stride confidently through the crowd, wielding electrified long spears. Upon noticing any radical Luddite berating the captains and merchants for showcasing advanced technology, these comical knights swiftly approach, ready to escort the dissenters away. Despite their aversion to technology, the Luddite Church finds itself reliant on it in this interstellar age. From the orbital space stations beneath their feet to the Luddite fleet in the cosmos, and even industrial production, they must utilize the very tools they despise to contend with corporate giants. The Luddite Church's foothold in the star region is bolstered by a vast number of followers, who permeate the lower and middle echelons of dominant and rapid technological enterprises. Unlike other metallic and barren lava planets, the Luddite Church possesses a bountiful and beautiful life planet that continuously yields food. With faith in their left hand offering spiritual solace and sustenance in their right hand filling their bellies, the port area allows for the sale of any goods, barring human organs and narcotics. However, venturing further into residential blocks or descending to the Tarsus star requires strict scrutiny. Li Bin discovered a quaint emporium of relics in the port district, where he exchanged 5-star coins for a meticulously handcrafted document, fashioned by the devout followers of the Lud faith. This parchment, made from pure natural wood pulp and dyed a soft yellow, bore faint sacred inscriptions and had been consecrated by Father Lud himself. He then carefully encased this permission in a bronze scroll before making his way to the docking corridor of the port. Ignoring the line of merchants, he unfurled the scroll under the scrutinizing gaze of the Lud knights, revealing an intricate ornate permission in the sight of the Lord and Saint Lud. I joyfully acknowledge the request of my ecclesiastical companion, Li Bin, signed by Father Puki of the tribunal. The Lud knights promptly retracted their electric halberds that had been barring the way, brusquely shoving aside the other merchants, who, intimidated, quickly yielded a path for Li Bin to gracefully enter the living quarters. If the port district retained a semblance of 20th century aesthetics, the living modules were a veritable journey back to the Middle Ages. Towering above each block was a colossal illumination fixture, creaking rhythmically along its track, simulating the luminance of stars. Underfoot lay not metal, but a layer of sand, amalgamated with a sticky resin that adhered to the floor. The absence of dust a testament to the artificial gravity provided by the space station's rotation. The lowly structures, constructed of plastic and metal, were adorned to resemble timber, all uniformly styled in ancient motifs. Some exhibited distinct medieval characteristics, while others presented an eclectic blend, the unmistakable silhouette of a Scottish bothy juxtaposed with tropical stilt house architecture, or a traditional Japanese abode crowned with the flat roofing typical of arid Middle Eastern climates. The entire scene is rather incongruous, as if each house is a testament to its owner's comprehension of antiquity. However, due to the inhabitants of Perseus lacking both historical knowledge and education, they are unable to discern the origins and affiliations of each architectural style. The Luddites, while harboring a disdain for technology, do not impose stringent aesthetic standards upon the populace. The residents here maintain a serene existence, untouched by the dominion of colossal enterprises. Almost every few households possess a spinning wheel. Some weave synthetic fibers, others spin silk, and a few appear to be dedicated cultivators of extraterrestrial economic organisms that Li Bin cannot name. The essence of a smallholder economy is palpable, leaving Li Bin somewhat bewildered. The attire of these inhabitants exudes a vintage charm, making him feel distinctly out of place. Every household is graced with children, and upon encountering Li Bin, the elders instinctively pull their little ones behind them, regarding him with caution until he disappears around the corner. It is precisely due to this inefficient utilization of space that the orbital space station appears exceedingly cumbersome. Li Bin takes a full 20 minutes to reach his destination. The Tarsus Orbital Space Station's religious tribunal looms grandly, its facade wrapped in stone and exhibiting distinct Baroque influences. After undergoing a round of inspections by the Luddite Knights, adorned with gold leaf and embellished with large artificial diamonds depicting the tale of Saint Lud's mission to save, the colossal 8-meter-high metal doors creak open amidst the whir of gears and steam. Brother Li Bin, one of the knights, greets him. I met Captain Sarah Dorr 6 months ago when she came to procure provisions. She mentioned your departure from the Mission Corporation, a fact I lamented for quite some time. I never imagined our meeting would come so swiftly. Truly, it is a blessing from our Lord. A modestly clad African-American, whose attire starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment, rose from his seat and approached Li Bin. Surely this time, you will be able to offer greater assistance to the Lutheran Church. The Lutheran Church refers to all non-believers as the unfaithful, yet greets them warmly as brother, signifying equality. However, Li Bin was not naive enough to believe he had truly become a brother of another mother. He respectfully performed the Lutheran gesture of drawing a circle over his chest to convey his reverence. Indeed, Father Pucci, I have uncovered some remarkable intelligence and hasten to seek your counsel. The malevolent Susi technology, due to its inhumane and unscrupulous actions, has incited the ire of an entire galaxy, and local heroes are planning a retaliatory strike. A glimmer of insight flickered in Father Pucci's eyes as he gestured for Li Bin to take a seat. He pressed his fingers against the side of the table, dismissing subsequent matters. Brother Li Bin has traveled from afar. Let us sit down and share some tea or coffee as we discuss this in detail. Chapter 40. Fundraising for the Lutheran Church. Father Pucci belongs to the moderate faction of the Lutheran Church, where his tribunal primarily oversees the scrutiny and evaluation of technological items from various planets and space stations, determining whether their technological components align with the tenets of their doctrine. In essence, all advanced technologies, particularly those of the late human stage, are deemed forbidden by the Lutheran Church, including energy weapons such as lasers, phase technology, stargate technology, and AI cores. This stance is greatly influenced by their generally amicable interactions with interstellar merchants and small enterprises. Conversely, the Luddites of the tribunal, having been profoundly affected by the calamities wrought by high technology, such as the uncontrollable remnants of intelligent AI disseminated by subsonic technologies in the Andromeda sector, the catastrophic extermination of civilizations resulting from tactical bombardments by corporate giants, and the devastation of ecosystems, have come to be largely regarded as radicals. The emblem of the Luddite left signifies their resolve. In a bid to swiftly amass funds, Li Bin divulged the schemes of New Mugos and the pirate King Kanda, an action that contravened his agreement with Duya. However, Li Bin was confident that this would not lead to failure, but rather secure new allies for Duya. The First AI War was a protracted global conflict initiated by the Luddite Church in alliance with the hegemonic conglomerates against subsonic technologies and the Andromeda Alliance. Even in the Second AI War, although the Luddite Church did not formally align with the hegemony, it clandestinely provided assistance. There are numerous individuals within the Luddite Church who bear a deep-seated enmity towards subsonic technologies. Over the course of a century, many of these individuals have ascended to senior positions within the Church. Even if they refused to assist, they would never betray their knowledge. Indeed, upon hearing the information provided by Li Bin, Father Puck rested his finger against his temple, lowering his gaze as he slowly remarked, "Subsonic technologies is the cancer of the Andromeda sector. The remnants of their AI left in the outer sectors continue to proliferate chaotically. More absurdly, when we seized Subsonic Technologies AI laboratory, we discovered that these lunatics had, in a fit of madness, deleted the control programs. Now, Subsonic Technologies cannot even manage the remnants themselves." At this juncture, Father Pucci displayed a look of disdain. Extreme rationality breeds extreme arrogance, as they scorn all forms of order. The outcome of their technocratic ideology reduces humanity to mere machinery, subjecting individuals to relentless exploitation. Within the Eos galaxy, there exists a planet still tainted by the toxic fallout from experiments conducted by subatomic technologies, its atmosphere shrouded in malevolence, bearing witness to their transgressions. Li Bin concurred, stating, "Indeed, subatomic technologies continues to engage in the trafficking of human organs, with their market brazenly peddling narcotics. Damn it, humanity is the essence of civilization, not swine or dogs. There is an ancient adage that says water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Subatomic technologies will inevitably reap the consequences of their actions. The lifelong employment system was first instituted by subatomic technologies, and due to its ruthless policy of eliminating the lowest performers, it significantly enhanced corporate competitiveness while compelling other giants in the Perseus sector to follow suit. Those deemed surplus are directly subjected to organ harvesting or dispatched to laboratories. Such unscrupulous practices are unparalleled even among major corporations. In stark contrast, the lewd church restricts technology yet fosters a modest agrarian lifestyle, earning it the reputation of a veritable paradise on earth. Water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Truly a philosophical statement. It has been ages since I last sailed the seas. Li Bin, you always articulate profound thoughts, Father Pucci remarked with appreciation. How embarrassing, Li Bin replied, repeatedly waving his hands. I merely echoed words I encountered while excavating relics from ancient databases. Father Pucci shook his head, remarking that many have explored the relics. Yet they only regard technology, neglecting the lessons of history. Your ability to remember these words indicates your earnestness. You previously uttered a phrase, in the fields. Though separated by distance, the sounds of chickens and dogs can be heard. People live and die without ever interacting, for they are self-sufficient. Such profundity. When everyone equitably shares resources and achieves self-sufficiency, conflicts can be mitigated. This principle is the crux of the connection between Li Bin and Father Pucci. Initially, their acquaintance was forged through smuggling. Their relationship was purely professional, with Li Bin aiding the Lutheran Church in clandestinely transporting refugees. However, during a casual conversation, Li Bin repeatedly expressed antiquated yet philosophical sentiments, leading Father Pucci to recognize that Li Bin was not merely a merchant seeking profit, but a kindred spirit who, from a unique perspective, grasped the true essence of Lutheranism. Li Bin's cautious approach to technology and his wariness of colossal enterprises resonated deeply with the gentle faction of Lutheranism, thus solidifying their friendship. Given the circumstances in the Magus galaxy, the outcome is inevitably suppression. The ambitions of the pirate King Kanda are manifold. Vengeance is but one facet. With the plunder of subspace technology also on his agenda, Kanda's lair is fraught with self-replicating minefields, and proximity mines could severely cripple any fleet. I believe that the pirate King Kanda will endure. However, it is presently untenable for the Lutheran Church to mount an offensive against subspace technology. My dear brother Li Bin, the repercussions of the previous two wars have yet to subside, and we are averse to witnessing a third AI conflict. After all, peace is both fragile and invaluable. Our capacity to act is exceedingly limited. The Eos star system currently harbors a solitary planet designated for the resettlement of refugees. Hundreds of thousands of displaced individuals struggle to establish a semblance of home on this desolate world, devoid of atmosphere and frequently besieged by meteoric showers. The primary focus of the lewd church is concentrated here, while simultaneously addressing the erratic behaviors of the zealots from the left path. Li Bin expresses his understanding of the situation. Indeed, large corporations can solely focus on amassing wealth, but the lewd church bears a far greater burden. They must not only accommodate the refugees, but also ensure a steady food supply from Perseus, while also managing the radical elements of the left path. It is truly a strenuous endeavor. As the priest nods in agreement, Li Bin hastens to clarify that he does not come seeking blind charity, but rather hopes to secure financial support. He elaborates on his procurement plan for heavy weaponry, explaining his current shortfall in star coins and his desire to borrow some funds. Upon hearing this, Father Pucci bursts into laughter, remarking, "It has always been the faithful who donate to the church. Who would have thought that a non-believer would come seeking alms?" Li Bin feels a twinge of embarrassment, yet maintains a composed exterior. He earnestly responds, "Father Pucci, I have long been aware of the arduous lives led by the refugees through my work at the Livelihood Company. Previously, I lacked the means to assist. However, now that I possess some assets, I wish to donate 300 units of metal to aid in the construction of their homes. Along my journey, I have witnessed countless starving individuals deprived even of nutritional paste. I sincerely hope you can grant me a purchasing permit, allowing me to procure some food to alleviate their suffering. The profit from grain is modest. However, Li Bin's fleet has surpassed a cargo capacity of 500 units. With just a few transactions, he can offset a portion of the funds needed for weapon purchases. In other words, his required financing has diminished further. Father Puki pondered for a moment and stated, "Very well. I shall personally donate 10,000 star coins to the valiant people of Magus, who seek vengeance against the malevolent Suzy technology. You may use this to procure heavy weaponry." Although he referred to it as a donation, Li Bin was acutely aware that since it was made in a personal capacity and not through church protocols, it was essentially a loan, which he would need to repay with interest. Father Puki's agreement stemmed not only from their friendship, but also from the fact that he believed the funds would be employed to disrupt the giant corporations. And the plan appeared viable. Li Bin rose and respectfully bowed, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Father. In the witness of the Lord, your noble deed shall surely benefit the masses." With the transaction concluded, both parties were pleased. Li Bin lingered a while longer, discussing doctrines with Father Puki, recounting tales of voyages, and vehemently denouncing the giant enterprises. Before finally taking his leave, at the harbor, the gantry crane positioned itself slowly, while the water Buffalo-class cargo ship, under the tense control of the former second mate, now captain, unlatched all container locks. 300 units of metal were swiftly cleared. Subsequently, 500 units of dehusked wheat and rice were boxed and loaded onto the vessel. Once the gantry crane withdrew, Jeffrey scratched his head, gazing at the words "Fat Orange" emblazoned on the side of the ship, lost in profound contemplation. Damn, the captain is quite impressive, managing to extract star coins from those stingy religious folk while securing a permit for the procurement of unprocessed grain. That is quite a feat. Rice and wheat can be transformed into nutritious paste, yet such paste cannot replace the essence of staple grains. In the current era of Perseus, a bowl of rice possesses a value that surpasses even the more nutritious compressed biscuits and nutrient pastes. This is a luxury that can only be indulged in by the middle class. The old one-eyed man, meanwhile, puffs on a cigarette, his gaze enigmatic, lost in thoughts unknown. Chapter 41, The Cycle of Funds, Initiation, Part 1. As the fleet departs, the crew stands before the observation window, bidding a reluctant farewell to Tarsus. Though they have not set foot on the orbital space station, Tarsus has left an indelible mark on each of them: the refreshing atmosphere. The verdant expanse of the semi-spherical agricultural zone constructed of high-strength glass amidst the tropical wilderness, and the gentle, irregular ripples of shallow waves caressing the coastline in tranquil harmony. The breathtaking vistas, stretching for thousands of miles, represent a beauty these inhabitants of the lava planet and space station have never had the privilege to experience in their lifetimes. They even pooled their resources to purchase a holographic projection from the Lud Church. The content of the preaching mattered little to them. They yearned only to behold the splendor of the planets. Despite Li Bin's strict admonitions on the first day of his company's establishment, prohibiting drug use aboard the vessel and forbidding the joining of religions, he chose to turn a blind eye to these projections. After all, compared to the magma, toxic fumes, and metallic walls, the allure of life-bearing planets is etched into the very fabric of their genes. However, the crew was not without gains. The company's stockpiled provisions now included dehusked rice and wheat, which is to say, finished grain products. Fresh pasta flowed into the mess hall, and the crew savored this delightful fare, experiencing for the first time the stark contrast between natural noodles and artificial starch, akin to the disparity between heaven and earth. The fleet traversed the Paladin Bridge jump point, under the scrutinizing gaze of the Lude Patrol, with the flagship, the Three-Legged Cat, being the first to enter hyperspace. The composition of Li Bin's fleet had been shaped by the guidance of seasoned combat veterans, consisting of 4 vessels, with the armored flagship, the Three-Legged Cat, comparable to a barebones military craft, leading the way. Should hyperspace pirates lurk, the formidable heavy armor would absorb most damage before the battery system, which disconnects for jump point protection, becomes inactive. Following closely was the Buffalo-class freighter, Fat Orange, and bringing up the rear were the 2 modified gunboats, Kitten 1 and Kitten 2, responsible for securing the rear. The fleet smoothly entered hyperspace. The star map projection quickly blurred, collapsing from a 3-dimensional representation into a 2-dimensional image, as vast blue-violet shadows spread out, resembling an area enshrouded in thick dust, indicative of the deep regions of hyperspace. These dust-like blue-violet shadows were the visual representation of gravitational readings. When the spacecraft navigated through these areas, they would experience significant gravitational pulls of unknown origin, causing deceleration. Moreover, these deep zones could sporadically give rise to hyperspace storms. In response to the fleet's expansion, the former second and third officers of the three-legged cat, along with the chief engineer, were promoted to captains of the other three vessels. Additionally, qualified and seasoned crew members from Duya's support team were prioritized for reassignment to assist the captains of the other ships. Consequently, Li Shu's workload has significantly increased as she diligently verifies gravitational readings and optical data, annotating the signals of other vessels on the hyperspace projection, assessing suspicious behaviors, and rectifying computational data discrepancies. She dons her headphones, communicating swiftly and softly with other navigators of the fleet to assist the captain in determining the course. The feline vessels, Cat 1 and Cat 2, swiftly swap positions with the tripod cat, where the escort ship forges ahead while the flagship remains at the rear. With only the plump orange cargo ship, Little Water Pipe, sheltered in between, the fleet proceeds southward towards the periphery of the core star region, approaching a third-rate conglomerate. The target is the Shipping Bureau, colloquially known as the Goat Head Shipping Bureau due to its emblem featuring a goat's head. Li Changjin gazes at the terminal's introduction to the Shipping Bureau, nearly exclaiming in despair, "I once thought my previous life was quite arduous. I was envious for quite some time upon seeing the planets of the lewd church. Little did I know that the Andromeda region is barren of agricultural yield." Vulcan nods in empathetic agreement. Indeed, the forthcoming destination, the Shipping Bureau, despite being labeled a conglomerate, has merely colonized a single lava planet, hosting only two massive orbital space stations constructed during the era of humanity's dominion. Were it not for the few orbital manufacturing facilities associated with these space stations, the Shipping Bureau would likely have been demoted to a free planet. Conversely, Jeffrey feels invigorated. The Shipping Bureau is the official aeronautical organization of the era of humanity's dominion. Severely battered by the Great Collapse, now forced to take refuge here. As the captain puts it, they are merely surviving. However, this conglomerate is fortuitous. It possesses the manufacturing capability for heavy weaponry yet lacks sustenance. Thus, we can mutually benefit and profit, as Jeffrey aptly pointed out. When the fleet traversed 4 light-years and arrived at the star system where the Bureau of Navigation was situated, Li Bin merely presented his inventory list to the patrol squad, and the previously indifferent voice on the channel suddenly became enthusiastic. In fact, the patrol team abandoned their mission to escort him. After concluding the hyperspace mapping, Li Shu rubbed her eyes and inquired, "For light-years Ascent particularly far, why does the Bureau of Navigation place such importance on food? Couldn't they simply purchase it directly from the lewd church?" "Ah, my dear, you are still too naive," Jeffrey began to boast. And he happened to be well informed on this matter. The lewd church and the lewd left axis control half of the grain production in the Perseus constellation. As human beings, sustenance is essential. Indiscriminate grain sales may yield profit, but food is also a matter of politics. He continued with pride, if the lewd church ceases grain supply, it's not merely that half the population will have nothing to eat. The entire star domain would descend into chaos over food shortages. The lewd church selectively sells grain. Trustworthy overlords like the FSF military company receive as much as they desire, while the Bureau of Navigation, with a moderate relationship, gets a portion. And those with strained relations, such as Zuko technology, face sanctions or even embargoes. Despite the lewd church's technology and fleet strength not being particularly formidable, and with the internal threat of the left-axis lunatics endangering the star domain, it has managed to remain resilient, relying on its food diplomacy. The catastrophic collapse occurred before the planetary transformations envisioned by mankind could be completed, and the imbalance between food and population has granted the lewd church an unparalleled advantage. As he spoke, Jeffrey glanced at the other crew members on the bridge, implying that the beauty of life on the planets stemmed from nature and had little to do with religion. Therefore, one should not hold the lewd church in overly high regard. They are quite shrewd. While the lewd church has saved many, the embargo they imposed has indirectly led to the starvation of numerous others. New Magoros is currently facing a severe food shortage, primarily because the Mugos system, where they reside, is under the dominion of the Zusi technology, forcing them to purchase food at exorbitant prices from the overlords. The first mate's words struck a chord with Li Bin, as he speculated that the Bureau of Navigation's emphasis on food might suggest that the lewd church was tightening its grip. As the fleet entered the Bureau's economic center at Tianjie Port, Li Bin had not yet managed to issue a commercial order when port officials rushed over to make purchases. The officials did not even bother with introductions. After revealing their identities, they asked 2 questions. First, what Li Bin required, and second, whether he could procure more food. Wearing his terminal glasses, Li Bin engaged in a superficial exchange with the officials while simultaneously checking the star sector network. To his surprise, he discovered that he could only connect to the internal network of the system. In essence, the Bureau of Navigation had severed the relay communicator's link to external star systems, transforming the entire system into a vast local network. Damn it, don't tell me there's a rebellion brewing, Li Bin thought, growing anxious. He was indifferent to internal strife within the Bureau. His limited strength would hardly make a difference, as there were only about 100 individuals, a mere fraction even in a medieval context. Moreover, on the interstellar stage, he felt utterly powerless. His primary concern was that if a rebellion erupted, the heavy weapons produced by the Bureau would undoubtedly be prioritized for suppressing the uprising, causing weapon prices to soar. In the realm of the Maritime Bureau, which is notably deficient in self-sustaining food production, the elevated grain prices are a well-established fact. The profits in grain trade traditionally stem from bulk transactions. Thus, diminished quantities fail to sufficiently cover subsidies and fuel expenses. Li Bin merely sought to expedite the circulation of capital while simultaneously acquiring heavy weaponry. However, he was unexpectedly confronted with unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 42. Activation of Capital Circulation. Part 2. Fortunately, after extensive communication, the situation did not deteriorate to an untenable degree. It was merely that the storage grain had been seized by terrorists. This revelation nearly elicited a laugh from the one-eyed veteran, who, after years in the Marine Corps, had never before heard of grain being pilfered. He remained uncertain whether this was a malicious act by rival corporations or simply the blundering of inept thieves. Li Bin candidly expressed his need for heavy weaponry and promised the arrival of a grain shipment within 2 months. In truth, if he were to maximize profits through trade, Li Bin should engage in a triangular trade among New Margos, the Lude Church, and the Maritime Bureau, acquiring metals in New Margos to sell to the Lude Church, purchasing grain from the Lude Church to sell to the Maritime Bureau, and ultimately procuring heavy weaponry from the Maritime Bureau to return to New Margos. With the completion of hyperspace route surveying in 2 months, Li Bin was confident he could execute 5 or 6 rounds of capital circulation, inflating his cash reserves to between 150,000 and 250,000 star coins. Yet, he refrained from taking such a gamble, uncertain whether the food crisis faced by the Maritime Bureau was a mere accident or the result of covert machinations by powerful corporations or the Lude Church. Selling weapons to pirates and entangling himself in corporate rivalries could yield vastly different outcomes. The former, if handled adeptly, could allow him to remain unscathed, while the latter might result in relentless targeting by a formidable corporate entity. For reasons of safety, Li Bin ultimately opted for a more prudent course of action. Indeed, the Maritime Bureau is casting a wide net, having sought out not only Li Bin but also all companies, individuals, and smuggling crews that have dealings with the Bureau, each receiving grain orders. In the near future, a vast third-party grain transportation network will emerge here. This flourishing trade is sure to attract bloodthirsty pirates. With 500 units of finished grain, yielding a profit of 16 star coins per unit, the total profit amounts to 8,000 star coins. Coupled with Father Pukey's investment, the total reaches 5,487 star coins. The Maritime Bureau possesses automated factories left behind from the era of human leadership, despite the dire situation. Our grain sales please the officials, who are willing to sell heavy weaponry for 300 star coins per box. Jeffrey bit his lip and muttered, "What is there to be pleased about? The average production cost of heavy weapons in this star domain is 260 star coins. They are still making a profit." In less than an hour, 170 boxes of heavy weapons were packed, and the fleet set sail promptly, eager to leave this treacherous place. 2 days later, after a swift voyage, the fleet returned to Sutart's star. Aside from acquiring heavy weaponry, Li Bin had over 400 star coins remaining, which he decided to invest entirely in finished grain on Sutart's star at a price of 26 star coins per unit, totaling 168 standard cargo hold units. He then hurried back to New Mugos. At the New Mugos orbital station, in the administrative office of the Shipping Bureau, Duya continued his daily routine of processing reports and addressing complaints. Just as he was dealing with the captain's grievances regarding the aging port equipment, Li Bin's figure burst into the room. The captain was the first to stand up, angrily shouting, "Hey, get out and wait your turn. I'm still conducting business here." "You old one-eyed fool." Li Bin, without casting a glance at the individual, called out and proceeded directly towards Duya. The old one-eyed man grinned as he swiftly intercepted the captain, deploying a restraining net from his prosthetic limb to apprehend the captain. Li Bin, what is this? Duya exclaimed in astonishment as Li Bin approached, panting. The situation is urgent. I shall be brief. Is this place secure? Secure? Very well, listen closely. I currently possess 170 crates of heavy weaponry and 168 crates of food aboard my ship. All prime quality, not the inferior nutritional paste. Produced by the Lewd Church. Free from growth agents and guaranteed to be entirely organic, save for the fertilizer. You must contact your family immediately to send someone for collection. Transfer the star coins swiftly. I am pressed for time for my next journey. He then grasped Duya's head, leaning in to whisper urgently, the Southern Shipping Bureau is facing a food shortage. The network across the galaxy has been severed, and trouble is imminent. The price of grain in the sector is likely to fluctuate dramatically in the near future. You must relay this to your family, stockpile food, gather as much currency as possible to secure provisions. A looming crisis over food supply for a major corporation could very well lead to war, compounded by the plans of the Pirate King in this region. Chaos is on the horizon in the south. A torrent of information struck Duya like a tempest, leaving him momentarily stunned. He reached out to grasp Li Bin, wishing for further elaboration, but Li Bin merely tossed him a terminal, stating, the recorded information is all contained within. Listen to it at your leisure. Move quickly. I have but 1 hour. Dazed, Duya stepped outside, only to find that Li Bin's figure had already vanished around the corner. Meanwhile, the captain, ensnared in the restraining net and propped against the wall, continued to bellow in a frenzied rage. I demand to lodge a complaint. I shall report you to the governor for violating professional standards. Duya's face twitched, and the chaos in his mind combined with the clamor in his ears rendered him incapable of coherent thought. In a fit of frustration, he kicked out, exclaiming, disgrace to NM. Guards, escort this fool out. Shortly thereafter, a batch of fuel and supplies was swiftly positioned by the crane at Longman. The 2 stacking areas on either side of the dock began their operations, with heavy weaponry and finished grain being transported and placed on 2 mobile inspection machines marked with green bands. Then, a security captain, bearing extensive burn scars that marred his features, approached Li Bin, saluted, and calmly conveyed, Mr. Li Bin, I am here to relay Director Duya's message. I am aware of your needs and am currently visiting the governor with the clan leader. Thank you for your support. Please accept this small token of supplies. With that, he presented a magnetic card. The goods have been inspected, and according to the contract, we are purchasing the heavy weapons at a price of 640 star coins. As for the finished grain, Duya has offered 35 star coins. He mentioned that if you are not satisfied, we can negotiate further. The price is flexible. No need for that. I am pressed for time, Li Bin replied, accepting the magnetic card and entering the password to transfer the star coins to his account. Each box of heavy weaponry yielded a net profit of 340 star coins, and each box of finished grain brought in a net profit of 9 star coins, slightly less than that of the shipping bureau. After a round of transactions involving the Lewd Church, the shipping bureau, and the new Muggos, Li Bin's current profit stood at 59,360 star coins, with an account balance of 114,680 star coins. Jeffrey felt dizzy, his scalp tingling. The profits were staggering, undeniably astronomical. The company took half a year to earn merely a few thousand star coins. Yet now, just over a month later, its cash flow has swelled to over 110,000. Remarkably, this is merely the dregs left by the colossal enterprises. Who can fathom the daily profits of the giants selling starships? Jeffrey was both astonished and terrified, yet Li Bin was unperturbed. Historically, the arms trade has always been immensely profitable, from the ancient state monopolies on salt and iron to the modern American military-industrial complex. Each has reaped substantial rewards. To illustrate, one need only consider Nicolas Cage's Lord of War, which chronicles the rapid ascent of a humble restaurant owner's son to a global arms magnate within a few brief years, paralleling the extraordinary tale of its real-life inspiration. Victor Bout, what does a profit of 340 star coins signify? Li Bin had perused the historical transaction prices in the star sector during the AI wars. When the overlords and speed tech were engaged in fierce competition, heavy weapons were sold at exorbitant prices to planets near the battlefield, at times reaching 1,600 star coins for a single crate, with a factory price of 260 star coins and a selling price of 1,600 star coins. The profit margin soared to an astonishing 500. Moreover, Due to the captain's adeptness at fostering relations with relevant factions, a customs duty of 10/30 was never incurred. Then, Li Bin's next words sent chills down Jeffrey's spine. 170 crates, plus the previous 24, leaves us 306 crates short of the 500 stipulated in the contract. I wish to inquire, will you accept the excess? If so, at what price? The guard captain raised an eyebrow in surprise, then bent down to operate the terminal for a moment before responding. Yes, we will accept it, at 640 star coins. It was all becoming clear. Li Bin calmly proclaimed. Unlimited acquisition. Jeffrey felt an overwhelming urge to leap and spin in place, his excitement palpable. He had never engaged in business where expenses were fully covered. Such an enterprise was beyond his experience. As the fleet set sail once more, the total earnings of 110,000 star coins circulated among the crew, accompanied by the captain's new directive, upon the conclusion of this deep space voyage, in addition to their base salary. Crew members would receive an additional 24 to 48 months' wages as performance bonuses based on their contributions. The company profits, and everyone shares in the bounty. This meant that upon completing this journey, the crew could earn the equivalent of 3 to 5 years' wages, amounting to 24 to 40 star coins. As the news spread, the atmosphere aboard the spacecraft ignited with fervor, each individual's eyes gleaming with desire and visions of wealth. Chapter 43. The Superspace Phantom inspect the food reserves. Disperse the heavy machinery for assembly. Replace the oxygen storage tanks. The engine room is under maintenance. Echoes of commands, as if drawn from the depths of their lungs, resonated throughout the ship's compartments. Crew members hurriedly carried bags of various sizes and pushed carts to swiftly replenish supplies, checking for equipment hazards. Unlike previous voyages, the captain had specified that the fleet's next destination was the formidable Demonic Navigation Corporation, situated 20 light-years away. Given such a distance, even utilizing superluminal travel would require over 20 days. However, the captain insisted that the fleet remain submerged in hyperspace without surfacing into the tangible universe, racing straight through. Time equates to wealth. We must race against time for the expansion of our universal union, striving tirelessly for a performance window of 24 to 48 months. This is not only to create space for cargo, but also to safeguard against the potential devastation of hyperspace storms and pirate incursions, which could result in the loss of vital supplies and ultimately lead to the starvation of the entire crew. Furthermore, by concealing food and water in various compartments, we ensure that if any section becomes sealed during conflict, the crew can still access essential provisions until rescue arrives. Captain, the engine maintenance has been completed, and the pipelines have been reinforced. The resolute voice of the new chief engineer, Chu Xiang, resonated like iron. A man of Lloyd's heritage with 12 years of experience in dismantling and retrofitting obsolete engines, he ascended to this position after serving as captain of the Cat II vessel. Captain, the medical supplies have been replenished. A low, steady voice emerged in the channel. Dr. Amanda Li Bin, having signed a contract with the Bellino family, underwent emergency training alongside other unlicensed ship doctors. She has now secured a junior physician qualification and can adeptly operate the automated treatment pod in the medical bay for preset healing. Naturally, should the treatment pod fail, she is proficient in using her years of streetwise medical techniques to perform efficient amputations with a chainsaw, anesthetics, and sutures, completing each operation in 10 minutes with remarkable precision. Reports came in waves, with a plethora of information flooding the bridge from other vessels. Li Bin methodically reviewed and delegated tasks. Suddenly, the voice of Li Changjin cut through the channel. Brother, the cargo hold has been organized, freeing up 30 units. Before Li Bin could respond, Jeffrey, assisting the captain, reprimanded angrily. What are you doing, third officer? During work hours, it is essential to uphold professionalism. This is a work channel, not a familial discussion group. Vulcan, who has ascended to the position of leader of the flagship engineering team beside Li Changjin, grips a terminal tightly, casting a stern gaze upon his industrious subordinates. Should any incidents arise, he will not hesitate to exercise his authority to impose penalties on the corresponding crew members. The repercussions of the 110,000 star coins credited and the substantial performance incentives are far-reaching. Thus, the implementation of rewards and punishments has been prioritized. As the company expands, the previously familial management style is becoming increasingly outdated, and all are actively exploring new strategies. Li Bin called out, and the first officer immediately signaled for departure. People near the docking area hurriedly approached the mooring points to secure the safety lines. The locking mechanisms of the spacecraft's truss were disengaged, and the fleet, following the projected departure route, gradually turned to leave the port. The exhaust flames from the ship's stern swept across the docking area, causing the high-temperature coating on the alloy hull's surface to slowly evaporate. The repair crew at the port had already arrived. The fleet entered the jump point in their prescribed formation. After experiencing the familiar wave of nausea, the crew once again plunged into the surreal realm of hyperspace. Aside from the optical observation post, the portholes of the ship rapidly sealed shut. Untrained crew members, within the drug-like distortions of hyperspace, are easily susceptible to light-sensitive epilepsy and may even experience visual hallucinations. Hyperspace is devoid of a singular light source, or one could assert that light sources are omnipresent. A dim bluish-purple glow permeates every inch of the expanse, and even within the ship, there is a faint, peculiar luminescence. The cabin lights must remain illuminated around the clock, for despite having entered the interstellar age, humanity still harbors a profound fear of the supernatural. As long as humanity remains unable to conquer death entirely, the belief in the supernatural will persist. Under the careful command of Li Bin, the fleet navigated cautiously around the nebulous depths, avoiding the flickering hyperspace storms, charting a course that was safe, yet ever-shifting. The depths resembled the tides of the sea, while the safe route functioned like an intertidal passage, expanding and contracting with the ebb and flow of the tides, rendering the navigational channels either wide or narrow. As the fleet maneuvered through its intricate path, navigator Li Shu reported aloud, "In the hyperspace deep zone, 300 to the left front, altitude -160, an unidentified signal has been detected." The atmosphere on the bridge instantly became tense as Li Shu continued. The transponder indicates an anomalous wave source, and gravity readings confirm an unidentified target at that location, moving parallel to the fleet's trajectory. However, optical reconnaissance has revealed nothing. Li Bin glanced at the target's movement trajectory and immediately comprehended. It was not a pirate. There was no need for concern, merely a hyperspace phantom. What does merely a hyperspace phantom mean? The newly promoted third officer Li Changjin exclaimed anxiously. There really are phantoms? I thought that was just a tale my sister told me to scare me into sleeping. The first officer silenced the bridge's alarm and calmly explained. It refers to an anomalous signal of unknown origin. However, if one were to investigate, nothing would be found. It exists solely within the gravity readings and the transponder's noise, merely a natural phenomenon. When humanity first discovered hyperspace, signals of this nature were already present. Initially, there was great excitement, as people believed they had encountered energy life in a realm where material existence was theoretically impossible. Numerous ships set out in pursuit of these signals, only to meet their demise as their fuel was exhausted or their food supplies depleted, leading to the tragic starvation of all aboard. At this juncture, Jeffries chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. These mirror phantoms are relatively benign, merely maintaining a parallel existence with us. However, there exists another type of specter that erratically circles ships, emitting disruption pulses that overload the vessel's engines. Many captains, driven by impulsive fervor, plunge into hyperspace without knowing how to cope, ultimately burning through their fuel in a futile cycle of engine restarts, only to be ensnared by the gravitational well of a star, meeting a fiery end. He deliberately spoke in a chilling tone, continuing, "The most terrifying of all is a peculiar hyperspace ghost that remains stationary. As you approach, you discover it to be a ghost ship. Once you attempt to salvage it, an additional crew member mysteriously appears aboard, and gradually, the entire crew vanishes, replaced by phantoms." Some timid crew members recoiled at his words, yet Li Changjin, whom Jeffries intended to frighten, displayed no trace of fear. He suddenly realized that he was not afraid of ghosts, but rather of the expressions his sister would make while narrating ghost stories. Her stamping, glaring, and ear-tugging antics were far more terrifying than any specter or phantom vessel. After all, whether it was a ghost or a ship, Li Changjin firmly believed that the heavy mortars mounted on the vessel and the air gun in his hand could dispatch them with ease. As for Li Shu, as the navigator, she had long since completed the course on hyperspace phenomena. Her loud reports were merely a fulfillment of duty. The first officer's account was largely accurate, except for the non-existence of any additional individuals or substitutions. If traditional ghosts truly existed, Suzy technology would undoubtedly dispatch countless fleets, turning hyperspace upside down in their fervor. Calmly, She examined the instruments and continued her report. We have entered the dominion of the Overlord's hyperspace and established connection with the signal relay. In hyperspace navigation, network signals could only be acquired near star systems. It was only upon entering the Overlord's territory that Li Bin could continue to receive market data from the star region. Seeing that no one paid him any mind, the first officer, disheartened, took a drag from his electronic cigarette, muttering about the dullness of the Li siblings before leaving the bridge to engage in war game simulations with Old One-Eyed. Chapter 44. A day in the life of the captain. Space travel offers the opportunity to witness the boundless cosmos, to observe the flickering of stars and the rotation of planets, to see ships darting and missiles crisscrossing, and to experience the dizziness and surrealism of hyperspace. However, more often than not, it is a life marked by the routine, even monotony, between the starting point and the destination. On a ship devoid of day and night, time is calibrated solely by the clock. To the soothing sound of the alarm, Li Bin yawned and rose, his mind a muddled haze. Yet the habits cultivated over the years compelled his body into action. He tore open a packet of oral hygiene gel, picked up a compressed towel, and squeezed a fist-sized glob of floating water from the kettle. The square, compressed towel was gently flicked into the water glob, and before droplets could scatter, the instantly expanding towel absorbed all the moisture within. He vigorously rubbed the damp towel across his face, wiping away the oil, and tossed the soiled towel into the laundry basket. At this moment, the chilling sensation on his face finally roused Li Bin's mind. He opened his eyes to find himself in the captain's quarters, a space of approximately 16 square meters composed of lead gray metallic components, featuring a transparent plastic capsule that served as an independent restroom. Many believe that the operations of spacecraft and maritime vessels are strikingly similar. However, in reality, spacecraft are far more akin to ships than most people realize, complete with a stringent hierarchy on board. This room, situated on Earth, could be likened to the master bedroom of a modest 90 square meter residence, approximately 15 square meters, yet it stands as the most spacious and luxurious sleeping quarters on the vessel. Equipped with a writing desk, terminal, and restroom, the cabins for the first and second officers, as well as the chief engineer, are also single rooms, albeit smaller in size. As for the accommodations for ordinary crew members, commonly referred to as dormitories, they require no further elaboration. One need only imagine a university room shared by 8 individuals. Stepping through the door, he entered a vast reception area exceeding 26 square meters. In addition to a desk and a coffee table with a sofa, there was a row of sideboards stocked with emergency rations. Furthermore, the space boasted a sink, microwave, kettle, bar cabinet, and smoking cabinet, among other essentials. With every conceivable utensil at hand, through the porthole adjacent to the desk, Li Bin could glimpse the aircraft carrier's deck, allowing him to witness the spectacle of carrier-based aircraft taking off, should he choose to do so. Despite this, the predominant lead gray metal theme, devoid of any artistic embellishments, rendered the captain's reception room, along with the captain's quarters, excessively austere. Li Bin expelled the cleaning gel from his mouth, tapped a few keys on the terminal, and as he took a sip of water, melodious music filled the room. He opened a packet of compressed biscuits, savoring them with a nutrient paste designed to alleviate constipation. The hatch opened, revealing a half-human tall robot equipped with triangular treads, a dedicated steward for the captain. The other crew members were required to manage their own sustenance and living arrangements. In truth, if Li Bin so desired, he could easily instruct the steward robot to procure fresh meals from the mess hall. Yet, he remained content with nothing more than compressed biscuits paired with nutritional paste. Devoid of distinction, the robot efficiently disposed of the trash, replacing the soiled laundry basket in the bedroom with a pristine one from its interior, and made rounds at various maintenance points before vacating the room. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Bin swallowed the meager astronaut meal, donned his captain's uniform, and departed the captain's quarters. The captain's quarters were situated directly beneath the bridge, above the aircraft carrier's deck. A spiral staircase led to the passageway connecting to the bridge, with the captain's quarters flanked by the first mate's office, the second mate's office, the chief engineer's cabin, the chief mate's quarters, and several other senior crew cabins. However, due to some senior crew members, such as the bosun, routinely working near the cargo hold, certain cabins remained sparsely inhabited, as the old one-eyed captain preferred not to venture too far. The passageway was deserted, illuminated by stark white lights that subdued the peculiar luminescence of hyperspace, with nary a sound to be heard apart from the ship's vibrations. The hatch hissed open, ushering in the comforting glow of indicators and human voices. The first mate occupied the captain's chair, his hands deftly tapping at the control panel. Li Bin approached quietly, only to discover his loyal first mate was engrossed in a game on the console. Craftily, he had activated a split screen, displaying only the star map in the projection while concealing the gaming interface. Alas, the familiar key placements betrayed him. Despite the awkwardness, Jeffrey maintained a bold demeanor. "We are simulating the maritime conditions here. The third mate has never piloted a vessel before, and I have been training him. By the way, Captain, I have ensured your seat is well prepared." Observing Jeffrey's unappealing visage, Li Bin could not help but admire his audacity. If shamelessness could indeed render one invincible, this fellow had likely mastered the art to the extent of traversing the cosmos in corporeal form. "Prepare yourself. I shall conduct a patrol, and after that, we will switch shifts." With this remark, Li Bin cast a stern glance at his brother, while the first mate called out, "Safe travels, Captain," as Li Bin departed the bridge. The newly added crew members provided essential manpower for the fleet's shifts. Despite their genetic modifications, they were not impervious to fatigue. After all, even machines require recharging, and humans necessitate rest. During routine navigation, the captain and the first mate alternated their duties. On board, the first mate could generally be regarded as the deputy captain. The hierarchical distinctions aboard the vessel were evident in numerous aspects, not only in accommodations but also in provisions and even restroom facilities. The daily allocation for senior crew members consisted of 300 grams of processed food, 400 grams of nutritional paste or compressed biscuits, 120 milliliters of supplements, and 700 grams of other provisions, such as dried rodents and insects, with the processed food enhancing the flavor, while the nutritional bulk remained in the form of compressed products. Under the Li family's culinary expertise, these ingredients could be transformed into delicacies like dumplings and buns. In contrast, the daily ration for ordinary crew members included 100 grams of processed food, 550 grams of nutritional paste or compressed biscuits, 120 milliliters of supplements, self-served artificial starch, and 300 grams of other provisions. Additional allowances were made for those engaged in labor-intensive tasks that day. Although ordinary crew members can partake in Li's culinary delights, they typically receive only 2 dumplings or a bowl of flavored sweet porridge laced with food additives. Despite its rather dismal appearance, this fare actually surpasses what the majority of the Perseus crew enjoys. Simply being able to consume prepared rations to enhance their palate is sufficient to satisfy them. "Brother, you're awake. Just in time for a meal. Care to join?" Li Shu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing her brother. She led a remarkably fulfilling life, balancing her roles as a navigator and head chef, which felt effortlessly light compared to her previous toil at the refinery. Li Bin shook his head. "I've already eaten. You go on with your duties. I must continue my rounds." With that, he exchanged pleasantries with other senior crew members before pushing open the corridor door to enter the adjacent dining hall for ordinary crew members. In contrast, the ordinary crew dining hall buzzed with activity. Crew members were engaged in arguments, playful banter, romantic interludes, and games, creating a cacophony reminiscent of adults play-acting as high school students. Upon seeing the captain, the atmosphere momentarily stilled, quickly resuming its usual vibrancy, albeit at a quieter volume. Li Bin made his way through the kitchen, inspecting the quality of the meals served and engaging in light conversation with several crew members. The discussions ranged from satisfaction with the meal quality and the absence of discrepancies in rations to gossip about recent breakups, newfound romances, laborers working like oxen, clandestine gambling rings, and various activities of interest. Having mastered the art of social interaction over his lifetime, Li Bin effortlessly coaxed the crew into revealing the goings-on of their respective cabins and teams. After about 10 minutes of lively exchange, he departed the dining hall and entered the cargo hold. The cargo hold is divided into 2 distinct areas. One side serves as a gathering place for the crew to revel in their camaraderie. There, some individuals creatively fashion metallic refuse into a semblance of the flowers depicted in holographic projections, crafting an iron blossom as a token for their beloved. Meanwhile, a couple retreats into a corner, using cargo boxes as makeshift foliage to indulge in affectionate whispers. The remaining crew members huddle together, engrossed in a game, while a few others utilize the bulkhead as a screen to showcase films, specifically the clandestinely acquired missionary videos from the Lud Church. However, amidst their viewing. The group grumbles about the missionaries, expressing disdain for their oversized heads, which obstruct their view of the vast ocean beyond. Upon spotting Li Bin, the film watchers hastily cover their faces, abandoning their terminal in the rush to escape. The ship strictly prohibits missionary activities, and according to regulations, the captain has the authority to order their expulsion from the vessel if discovered. Li Bin retrieves the discarded terminal and proceeds to the opposite end of the cargo hold, where a few crates create a rudimentary barrier. There, a dozen or so recently relieved crew members don combat uniforms, wielding weapons as they engage in drills according to a specific manual. These are the armed sailors under the bosun's command, tasked with rallying the crew for a counterattack should they encounter hostile vessels. Li Bin ascends into the cockpit of the exploration arm, peering through the hatch to rouse the old one-eyed man who dozed atop it. Someone has dropped something. You'll assist in returning it shortly, he instructed. The old man, activated his mechanical eye to survey the situation and remarked, "A missionary video from the Lud Church? Quite audacious, perfect for training." He accepted the terminal, nodded to Li Bin, and, with a flicker, his artificial eye dimmed as he resumed his slumber. Li Bin remained unfazed. He had long recognized the remarkable skills of the old one-eyed man. To be candid, this veteran of the Marine Corps was somewhat underappreciated in his company. Had he joined a larger enterprise, he might very well have risen to the position of chief instructor, earning thousands of star coins with ease, rather than settling for a meager annual salary of 15 star coins as a senior crew member. When one's worth vastly exceeds their remuneration, their capriciousness becomes rather endearing. Thus, despite the old one-eyed man's less than appealing appearance compared to the first mate, Li Bin held him in high regard. The female crew member, upon seeing the captain, exhibited no embarrassment. She swiftly zipped up her jacket, concealing her modesty, and gracefully exited. Jeffrey leaned against the door, shaking his head in satisfaction. Li Bin, with a stern expression, remarked, "You take a break to sleep, and this is how you do it?" The first mate nodded with a sense of pride. "Indeed, Captain. After exercising, the quality of sleep is significantly enhanced. I've already had one nap and was about to indulge in a second. What do you think of my new girlfriend? Quite the figure, isn't she?" As he spoke, he gestured lewdly across his chest. Li Bin was acutely aware of the tumultuous personal lives of sailors. The long, monotonous voyages incessantly wore down their nerves. Yet, among these disordered souls, Jeffrey stood out as a paragon of chaos. Exasperated, Li Bin retorted, "I recall just 3 days ago, your girlfriend was not her. Are you changing girlfriends as frequently as you change clothes?" "Oh, you mean when she dumped me?" Jeffrey shrugged nonchalantly. "She claimed she preferred muscular men and went off with a crew member from the engineering team operating the winch." Speaking of that muscular man, Jeffrey began to boast. "You wouldn't believe it, Captain. That guy has an impressive physique. Under planetary gravity, he can hold a plank position for 5 minutes." Bewildered by the first mate's words, Li Bin was momentarily at a loss, unsure where to begin his rebuttal. Chapter 45. A colossal conglomerate of servitude as the voyage approached its final leg. A fleet of remarkable velocity and flamboyant design executed an audacious maneuver, piercing the periphery of the reconnaissance range. The bold crimson livery, the unconventional hull architecture, and the captain's masterful piloting skills captivated everyone on the bridge. First Mate Jeffries, a stranger to these parts, knew only that their destination was Devil Avionics. Confronted with the transponder's brusque interrogation and the menacing display of weaponry from the approaching vessel, he promptly roused Li Bin from his repose. Seeking passage to Devil Avionics. Are we?" The individual seemed unfazed by the conglomerate's ominous moniker, exuding an aura of unbridled arrogance. "Then you shall first submit to inspection. Fail to comply, and my Rampart squadron will obliterate your vessel, transforming you into hyperspace cadavers." These words instantly jolted Li Bin to full awareness. He immediately commanded the fleet to decelerate. Despite the fact that maintaining position in hyperspace against the turbulent currents consumed fuel at an alarming rate. While the crew on the bridge seethed with indignation at the other party's impudence, Li Bin endeavored to placate them. Such is the nature of these conglomerates. Devil Avionics is comparatively benign, holding all in equal contempt, at least affording us the opportunity to turn a profit. Some conglomerates feign politeness, yet deny us even the chance to conduct business. Soon, the inspection team from the high-speed fleet boarded their vessel. Each member was impeccably attired, bearing themselves with unwavering posture. The company dispatched the shameless Jeffries to parley, but their overtures were rebuffed. and a replacement escort was demanded. The rationale behind this decision is that Jeffrey's appearance is deemed unsatisfactory, necessitating a replacement with more attractive individuals. Notify Old One-Eye to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances, bearing in mind that we must refrain from taking lives, as we currently find ourselves in a position of dependence. Li Bin dispatched his sister to seek out Old One-Eye while he assumed the role of the handsome male lead, with the beautiful female to be incentivized through an additional monetary reward to volunteer for the role. Initially, the ship's doctor, Amanda, upon hearing that representatives from a giant corporation were coming to create difficulties and proclaiming themselves as pure humans, felt a surge of curiosity and volunteered to demonstrate her skills, even clutching a blood extraction device. However, she was dismissed by the captain, who prohibited all technical personnel from participating. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario that Li Bin had anticipated did not materialize. The personnel from Demon Navigation appeared to harbor a belief in some form of racial superiority, suggesting that the presence of attractive individuals served merely for visual pleasure, their tone laced with disdain for humanity and for the ship itself. While a few of the individuals were passably good-looking, particularly one gentleman whose genes undoubtedly seemed superior, it was regrettable that he was born from an artificial womb, thus not qualifying as a pure human. It is indeed absurd that the core star regions are occupied by such individuals. Someone lowered their voice, yet deliberately spoke loudly enough for all to hear, making derogatory remarks. This individual gestured discreetly towards Li Bin's pupils, noting that all infants born through unnatural means bear a scar on their necks, a remnant of the connection between the artificial womb and the esophagus. This dual method of nutrient delivery via the placenta and esophagus results in these infants being larger and stronger, with a higher survival rate. After birth, the connectors are surgically removed, leaving behind a mark akin to an identity tattoo. Li Bin, who was accused of not being purely human, felt no anger. Having lived 2 lifetimes, experiencing both natural and artificial reproduction, he found the accusations trivial. Conversely, the crew members who had been artificially bred wore expressions of dread, their nails digging into their flesh as they struggled to suppress their rage. Li Bin pondered that if the demonic navigation company exhibited such behavior, any prospects of establishing long-term business relations with them would likely be futile. On the vessel, a semblance of limited democracy prevailed. Should the crew refuse to engage with the demonic navigation company, he would be remiss to contravene the collective sentiment. The vessel's structural integrity, having made it to this point, evoked a mix of fortune and pity. As the inspection continued unabated, the inspectors conducted their operations with remarkable brutality, slicing through mattresses, shattering containers, violently dismantling boxes, and even prying open metal panels of the cabin. Such intrusive checks were reminiscent of encounters with fleets under the watchful eye of powerful entities. The demonic navigation company proved to be even more insular and conservative than anticipated. Ultimately, the lead inspector regretfully kicked open a cargo box, declaring the absence of any contraband. "You may depart now." In response to the departing inspectors, Li Bin finally spoke up. "I recall that there are currently no prohibited items listed in the public directory of the demonic navigation company, correct?" The inspector grinned. "I never claimed that the contraband was merchandise. Inferior beings, fortunate that your crew lacks dwarfs and other deformities. Otherwise, your fleet would have been reduced to mere dust." As the connecting passageway disengaged, the haughty laughter from the responder faded into the distance with the swift departure of the fleet. Li Bin arranged for the damage control team to work overtime repairing the various impairments of the passageway, while he himself silently perused documents on the bridge. Jeffrey expelled the hot-tempered Li Changzhen, assigning the old one-eyed man to train him, hoping to drain the anger from his spirit. Meanwhile, he advised, "Captain, perhaps you should take a rest. Your shift has not yet begun." "Rest? It's almost time," Li Bin sighed, his frustration evident. "The antics of demon navigation electronics leave me utterly exasperated." Jeffrey, grasping his unkempt beard in the weightlessness, pondered aloud. What exactly is this demon navigation electronics? The data regarding them in the core star region is woefully scarce. I inquired with the old one-eyed man, and even he has merely heard their name. Sipping from a water pouch, Li Bin replied indistinctly, "I only accompanied mission company there once, and my knowledge is limited." "You've heard of slavery, right?" Jeffrey nodded. "Contracted laborers, nothing novel. Both megacorporations and the lewd church employ such practices." "No, it's slavery, an institution far more archaic than capitalism or feudalism," Li Bin remarked, his head aching. The historical void of Andromeda left many aspects of what the common folk of previous eras took for granted utterly incomprehensible to modern individuals. If Li Bin aimed to elucidate the distinctions between slavery and contracted labor, it would require considerable time. Jeffrey stroked his beard, racking his brain until he finally recalled something from his academic days. I believe I once heard a lecturer mention that the system of laborers was not exclusive to the interstellar age. It existed even when humanity resided on Earth. Of course, the first mate interjected, somewhat irate. My family was affluent enough to spend 800 star coins to send me to school. Li Changzhen expressed his bewilderment, saying, "Why do you often resort to vulgarities in your speech? It's akin to our own manner of speaking." Ironically, the elder brother, despite his lack of formal education, frequently regurgitates historical adages, as if he had just graduated from an esteemed institution. What a waste of breath. Have you completed your training? If so, hurry to the engineering team and learn some damage control techniques. Damn it, practicing like a dog and still unable to silence your tongue. Li Changzhen glanced at the elder brother, who nodded in agreement before he reluctantly let out a soft acknowledgement and departed. Li Bin, rubbing his temples, continued the discussion. It is fundamentally different. Slavery is far more overt and brutal than contracted servitude. To put it succinctly, within the realm of the demonic aerospace, only those born naturally from their mothers are regarded as human. Even a caesarean birth is considered inferior. Individuals like us, emerging from artificial wombs, regardless of our genetic lineage, are deemed slaves. He added, "You missed the earlier incident. Those demonic aerospace individuals openly referred to me as inferior beings. Their words were quite harsh, yet in their eyes, acknowledging us as foreign merchants bringing money was a significant compliment. Can you believe this?" Jeffrey exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage. Li Bin replied with a somber tone, "Circumstances dictate our actions. We can only endure." Chapter 46, Boundless Taboo. Demonic aerospace. It was not until they arrived at the sole orbital space station in the 99 ES star system, Eclipse, that Jeffrey grasped the truth behind Li Bin's assertions. 99 ES Galaxy, Ypsilonis Space Station, Level 3 Interstellar Fortress, a comprehensive overview of the demon aerospace vessels. They employ a system of random alphanumeric designations for their galaxies and planets, and the network remains perpetually disconnected from the outside world, exhibiting extreme conservatism. Demon aerospace transcends mere slavery. It embodies a form of authoritarian capitalism, a veritable slavery system. If one were to solicit a critique from Li Bin, he would undoubtedly liken it to the spiciness of a Promax. This magnificent military space station, with a diameter exceeding 50 kilometers, is a source of immense pride for the locals, who eagerly inform visiting merchants that the primary materials for Ypsilonis Space Station were delivered to the Perseus star region prior to the Great Collapse. Nevertheless, in the aftermath of the Great Collapse, Demon Aerospace repurposed materials from 3 other space stations and expended 2 centuries, sacrificing over 500,000 lives of slaves to complete its construction. When these figures are recounted by the so-called pure humans clad in blood-red uniforms, their expressions exuding arrogance, even seasoned veterans like Old One-Eyed, known for their ruthlessness, are left astounded. The customs officials received Li Bin with indifference, providing him with addresses for the procurement of heavy weaponry before hastily dismissing them. In the port, apart from the merchant traders, the locals predominantly sport vibrant military uniforms, often accompanied by 2 or 3 slaves adorned with electric collars. Professional soldiers are omnipresent, and their disdainful and enraged gazes convey an unspoken message. Where did these masterless slaves come from? "Do not instigate trouble," Li Bin whispered, cautioning that these natives merely tolerate our presence, which is far from welcoming. The consequence of inciting unrest could likely lead to immediate execution. Having emerged specifically to restrain her younger brother, Li Shu clasped Li Changzhen's hand knowingly. Sooner or later, they would dismantle this detestable demonic aerospace. Li Changzhen, who had initially been quite enamored with the megacorporation's avant-garde warships, now wore a somber expression. Meanwhile, the first mate, with a fawning smile, attended to the soldiers on duty, occasionally whispering with pursed lips, "Captain, will this work? I have a foreboding feeling. It's as if our necks are on the line. Forget about buying weapons. It feels like we're about to kick the bucket at any moment. These people seem to have everything they need. I noticed food prices are only 10-star coins, and finished grain is just 18-star coins. Heavy machinery and metal prices aren't exorbitant either. This megacorporation is truly ruthless, selling everything at low prices. It's all built on the lives of slaves, Li Bin quietly retorted. Besides, this place is 20 light years from the core star sector. If they didn't offer some profit, who would bother doing business? It wouldn't even cover the fuel costs. Li Bin reassured him in hushed tones, don't panic. These people lack discretion. They're leaking information left and right. They lost 500,000 lives building a space station, but the last time I was here, I examined the star charts. The 99 ES system clearly has a desert planet with an atmosphere, perfectly habitable. All they need to do is send a few dozen icy asteroids to initiate colonization. Yet they've been dragging their feet. Jeffrey's eyes gleamed with sudden comprehension. Are you suggesting they're strapped for cash? Or perhaps their megastructure production capacity is insufficient, and they desperately need star coins to purchase production capacity from other megacorporations? It could be both, Li Bin mused, glancing around as he located an arms dealer near the port. This space station prohibited slave races from entering areas beyond the port. They were confined to trading within the foreign trade zone established at the port. The heavy weaponry specialty store, drenched in crimson paint, radiates with bright lights. And through the glass, one can behold an array of imposing armaments displayed within. The sign boldly proclaims Thunderstorm Specialty. It must be noted that while the political atmosphere surrounding the demonic aerospace industry is utterly foul, its aesthetic sensibilities are undeniably refined. Presumably, among the so-called pure-blooded humans, there exists a plethora of unproductive artists and flamboyant playboys, akin to princesses, whose technological prowess may not rival that of speed technology. Yet their design artistry is at the forefront of the starry realms. The collective sentiment towards this colossal enterprise oscillates between disdain and envy. One muses that, should these creations be transported to the core star regions, their mere appearance could command a premium price. Reflecting on the vessels docked at the port, names like Slant Slope Class, Rhyme Class, Laminar Flow Class, and Blaze Class, one finds their names melodious and forms aesthetically pleasing, with some even capable of transformation. In stark contrast, the humble designations of their own vessels, Bactrian Camel, Water Buffalo, and Hymar, evoke the image of a veritable menagerie rather than ships. The attendant at Thunderstorm Specialty recites the customary lines of service, his tone devoid of any warmth characteristic of the hospitality industry, instead projecting an air of aloofness that keeps customers at bay. Were it not for the slave collar adorning his neck, Li Changjin might have mistaken this individual for a mere purveyor of pretentiousness. It is maddening. This is not a luxury boutique, so why the airs? Even the most notorious hyperspace pirates, who never disembark without the stench of their trade, still require weaponry. The attendant's message is clear. Do not touch unless you intend to purchase, and do not loiter if you have no intention to buy. Perhaps repulsed by the scent of antiquated spacecraft clinging to the patrons, he subtly turns his head away from Li Bin. Therein lies the essence of using one's position to assert dominance. Li Bin engaged his younger brother in a discussion about idioms, illustrating the plight of a servant who, believing himself to be close to his master, looks down upon others of similar origin. Yet, we too are not tethered by a leash around our necks. It is widely acknowledged that the system of demon aviation electronics resembles a form of slavery, viewing their subordinates as less than human. This classist mentality among the enslaved is, in fact, a deliberate construct. Isolated from the core star regions and hindered by trade difficulties, the representatives of this enterprise find themselves unable to engage with the common folk, while simultaneously detesting those who waste their time without intent to purchase. Thus, they have devised a role solely for the purpose of delineating social hierarchies. In essence, those small-time merchants without wealth are discouraged from participating in the lucrative trade of heavy weaponry, as they would merely squander the time of the elite. On the other hand, affluent merchants find themselves emboldened to trample upon the lower classes, as this behavior draws out those unremarkable yet wealthy individuals. It can be said that the overbearing sales tactics are simply a facet of trade. If one finds it displeasing, they should refrain from engaging. Naturally, Li Bin belongs to the privileged class capable of affording such transactions. If he wishes to send a mere boy to meet the master, he must first assimilate into the environment. Thus, he instructed his younger brother, put on a proper demeanor. Fueled by a simmering anger, Li Changjin pushed his way to the front, forcefully shoving aside an obstructive attendant. Summon your master. A servant is unworthy to converse with a free man. With that, the group stormed into the establishment, scrutinizing the mecha tanks, completely disregarding the protests of the attendants. When one of them reached out to touch the merchandise, Li Changjin sharply rebuked, "Have you lost your senses? Did you not see the notice? Do not touch unless you intend to buy. Before his words could fully resonate, he delivered a kick that sent the attendant sprawling to the ground. As the attendant scrambled to his feet, driven by rage, he lunged at Li Changjin in a frenzied attack. The physical altercation swiftly escalated, prompting the collared attendants to converge, encircling the group and brandishing their stun batons in a standoff. A silent alarm was triggered, and before the brawl could commence, the proprietor and security personnel arrived, armed and visibly displeased. Their complaints echoed from afar. These ill-mannered slaves are causing a ruckus in my establishment. I'll have their organs harvested. A striking woman in a crimson dress, red stockings, and scarlet heels approached, flanked by red uniformed guards. This is a boutique, a place for commerce, not a slave gladiatorial arena. If you desire death, I'll personally escort you to oblivion in a tank. Uninterested in engaging in any posturing or face-slapping theatrics, Li Bin promptly raised his terminal, projecting his six-figure star coin account balance. Her icy countenance faltered momentarily, and after blinking to ensure she wasn't mistaken, a charming and ardent smile bloomed, perfectly complementing her layered red attire. A wealthy patron, without a doubt, she mused, her mind racing as she contemplated how to appease the slaves and then extract every last credit from Li Bin's pockets. Old One, I couldn't help but grimace, thinking, what nonsense is this race and bloodline theory? They all have one head and two shoulders, easily killed with a single strike. In the end, they all kneel before money. The dominant theme of Perseus is capital. Devil Avionics is first and foremost a massive corporation, and only secondarily a slave-based regime. He had intended to discuss the order for 300 crates of heavy weaponry here, but now saw no need. This is your family's specialty store. Yet the Demon Aerospace boasts more than one space station. It is well known that your company's home planet excels in agricultural industry, where one could acquire desired products as well. Having said that, Li Bin turned to leave. The woman signaled the security personnel to intercept him, yet they remained motionless. They were part of the space station's forces, which belonged to a colossal enterprise. As long as Li Bin spent his substantial star coins within this corporation, the location was inconsequential. They would not, nor could they, engage in any actions detrimental to the esteemed guests' consumer expectations. The coldness they exhibited prior to revealing their accounts was now replaced by a numbing indifference. Slaves are not considered human, and the woman responsible for greeting and sending off guests was not of pure blood, hence unworthy of their attentions. Although it had already begun to create adverse repercussions, this incident was purely accidental, occurring once or twice a month. Afterwards, Demon Aerospace would promptly offer compensation, and the suite services would gladly be provided by handsome men and beautiful women. However, should these security personnel commit further violations, the monitoring systems on them would inevitably record the transgressions, leading to punitive measures from the corporation. After all, pure-blooded humans do not engage in the demeaning act of commerce. According to the racial theory of Demon Aerospace, first-class purebloods occupy roles as soldiers, doctors, researchers, and artists, while second-class individuals are relegated to commerce, agriculture, and industry. Slaves are not human. They simply do as commanded. The transactions occurring within the store pertain to her earnings and very survival. Thus, she could not idly watch a lucrative order slip away. In the crisp sound of her high heels clicking, she hurriedly approached the leading Li Bin. Please, wait a moment. Her voice rang out like a lark song, stirring deep emotions within. Li Shu cast a sidelong glance, observing that the woman's face bore not merely enthusiasm, but an almost obsequious charm, suffused with the spring fervor ignited by the allure of star coins. Her true nature laid bare. Li Shu furrowed her brow and muttered softly, wretched woman. Meanwhile, Li Changjin was astounded by his elder brother's bold display of savings. The image replayed incessantly in his mind, exuding an air of dominance that he found utterly compelling. He stood aside, mimicking the gesture with fervor, his lips moving incessantly. In Chapter 47, cleverly countering the beauty's scheme, Li Bin ultimately opted to remain, as both parties had a mutual need to strike a deal. Li Bin sought to buy time, while the proprietress was in pursuit of star coins. The distinction lay in the fact that Li Bin's vulnerabilities remained concealed, whereas the dire financial plight of the proprietress's conglomerate was widely acknowledged, thanks to the self-aggrandizing proclamations of the so-called purebloods. At this juncture, Li Bin had secured an advantageous position over the proprietress, who lacked leverage. The next step was to engage in aggressive bargaining to maximize profits. He aimed to strip these wretched souls of their existence, and deliver them to the neighboring establishment specializing in the sale of human organs. Of course, such machinations were not for the ears of the slaves, who were tasked with receiving guests. These individuals were young and had recent the servile attendants were acutely aware that their lives were subject to the whims of their masters. Their fate hinged on a single utterance from Li Bin. Consequently, they prostrated themselves, preempting the security detail's attempts to silence them, and wept copiously, pleading for mercy and acknowledging their insignificance. Fortunately, Li Bin was spared the clutch of familial obligations, which would have undoubtedly elicited a visceral reaction. These slaves had undergone chemical castration to ensure their unwavering service until their obsolescence, precluding any possibility of procreation. Furthermore, among purebred humans, natural childbirth was the standard, and allowing slaves to reproduce would have undermined the established hierarchy. Thus, their role was to serve as loyal lackeys, while the task of reproduction was delegated to birthing factories. Li Changzhen, despite his extensive exposure, was still immature, and his temper was volatile. Witnessing a man being dragged away, his words abruptly cut short by a brutal blow to the jaw, coupled with the image of the neighboring organ emporium, where human viscera were displayed like offal, softened his resolve. He glanced at his sister, noticing her pallid complexion and clenched fists, and then turned to his elder brother. Li Bin, however, remained indifferent to the dying man, understanding that his death was necessary to impart a crucial lesson to his naive sibling. This lesson was cruelty, a pervasive reality in the corporate-dominated Perseus sector, where compassion was a rare luxury. Since being reprimanded by the one-eyed elder, Li Bin has continually reflected upon his past actions. Through the trials of combat, his mindset has matured, and Li Changzhen must evolve alongside him. Pure gentleness is not a viable path. Both Li Bin and Li Changzhen must extend their ruthlessness beyond mere business dealings. Engaging in lofty discussions with the alluring woman who calls herself Ye Qingxue, he indulges in her flattery while remaining oblivious to the insidious intentions signaled by the provocative high heels beneath the table, whether it be extravagant praise or sharp criticism. Li Bin welcomes all. However, if one seeks to sell heavy weaponry at exorbitant prices, he must firmly decline. This particular transforming mech is unique in the entire star region, capable not only of humanoid mode to adapt to various battle scenarios, but also of tank mode to navigate complex terrains. Selling such a machine for merely 320 star coins leaves him with no profit. Ye Qingxue, feigning a pitiful demeanor, captivates even Li Changzhen, a novice, and Jeffrey, a seasoned expert, with her charm. The tension beneath the table simmers. Noticing Li Bin's immovable demeanor, the woman discards her high heels, her bare feet gliding over his instep and calf through the fabric of his work attire, deliberately attempting to incite desire and distract him. Li Bin wagers that had it not been for the presence of others, she would have lunged at him to establish a second battlefield for negotiation. Prepared for such maneuvers, Li Bin discreetly operates his terminal, sending a message to Jeffrey. "Help me, I can't hold on much longer." "What? Is your bladder full?" Jeffrey responds with rapid keystrokes. "This woman keeps brushing her legs against mine. I'm afraid I might catch athlete's foot." "Do you have athlete's foot?" After the jest, he resumed typing. "Such a beautiful girl deserves a reward. Don't you want to accept it? I am currently earning money for the company to purchase a destroyer. If you continue to waste my time, you shall lose your ship. Prepare to be replaced. Extend your leg and receive your benefits." Just as he finished typing, Li Bin feigned anger and slammed the table, causing Ye Qingxue to retract her legs in fright. "Do you take me for a child?" The annual production reports of major corporations are quite clear. The average production cost of heavy weaponry is 260 star coins. This space station houses 2 automated factories, which will only reduce the price further. Yet Qingxue felt a surge of irritation at encountering someone who engaged in mental sparring, yet she remained confident. She believed Li Bin's outburst was a reaction to her subtle onslaught, a mere bluff. However, she feigned a pale expression. This is not within my power to decide. That is the factory's cost, not the price a mere woman can negotiate. If it were truly 275 star coins per box, even selling myself wouldn't cover this deficit." As she spoke, she made a bold move, this time using both feet, determined to win over Li Bin. Li Bin maintained a stoic expression and continued his discourse as usual, while Jeffrey, sitting beside him, trembled with excitement, his fingers flying across the terminal beneath the table. "Captain, from this day forth, you shall be my brother from another mother. No more dilly-dallying." In an effort to maintain a facade of composure, Jeffrey exerted all his strength to tighten his abdomen, holding his breath and focusing intently. Li Bin, free from distractions, exuded an air of confidence. I shall raise my offer. A flat rate of 280 star coins per crate. I will spend my entire 110,000 star coins here, and I trust you will assist in procuring fuel, food, and supplies with the remaining funds. As for the commission you take, that is of no concern to me. Yaqing Shui, with her pearly teeth biting into her crimson lips, possessed a keen gaze. While she engaged in a verbal duel with Li Bin across the table, beneath it, she discreetly pressed her stiletto heel against the back of his foot. Her initial psychological price point was set at 330 star coins. But in a bid to retain Li Bin, she settled at 320 star coins. However, her true bottom line was 270 star coins. Heavy weaponry necessitates a substantial expenditure of resources and slaves. Yet for a colossal enterprise that commands 3-star systems and operates multiple breeding factories, minerals and slaves are of little consequence. The inability to liquidate goods renders even exorbitant prices meaningless. Demon Aerospace is akin to a hypoglycemic individual, dizzy and disoriented from hunger, with star coins serving as their life-saving sugar. However, due to racial theories and bloodline doctrines, compounded by its geographical isolation on the periphery of the star zone, many merchants hesitate to engage in trade. If star coins and colossal construction materials remain elusive for an extended period, Demon Aerospace must inevitably pivot towards militarization, embarking on a path of utter madness. Thus, whether Yaqing Shui sells a few more or fewer heavy weapons is inconsequential. Securing the star coins is paramount. She exhausts all her efforts, driven by her desire to ascend further. In the racially biased environment of Demon Aerospace, her caesarean birth renders her a second-class citizen. Those who have not endured the maternal birth canal are deemed inherently inferior, unfit to become valiant warriors, relegated instead to menial trade and agricultural endeavors. She aspired to ascend, reaching the utmost heights within her grasp, with the intention of breeding pure offspring, thereby securing her status as a reputable member of the purebred human race. This was a game of winning, or rather, of resounding victory. Yet, disappointment was her destined fate. No matter the variety of tactics she employed, even when wearied to the point of breathless allure, her charming eyes slightly damp with perspiration, and her breath fragrant like a gentle breeze, the unmoving figure before her, Li Bin, remained impervious. He stood as a timeless rock, as though surveying the ages like Mount Tai. He exuded an air of tranquility akin to a valiant warrior amidst 1,000 battles, reminiscent of a jade candle gracing the presence of beauties. This enigmatic man, was he impotent or extraordinarily capable? Even as her legs ached, his expression betrayed not a hint of change. Once the price reached 285 star coins, she found herself unable to continue. At this juncture, her humiliation transformed into anger. Thoughts of substantial gains evaporated, leaving only a pained expression as she murmured, I shall be scolded again, and let us regard this as making a friend, consenting to Li Bin's offer. After the contract was finalized, she excused herself, stating she needed to arrange for supplies and asked him to peruse the samples and select the goods while she discreetly departed. With that, she utilized the sharp heels of her stilettos to carve swift, vengeful arcs beneath the narrow table, leaving with an air of satisfaction. Once Yaqing Shui had left, Li Bin finally exhaled, turning to his younger siblings with a smile. Let us go and witness the transformation of the demon aircraft's mecha. The previously drowsy Li Changjin instantly perked up. No beauty could rival the hypnotic allure of negotiations, and he could no longer remain seated. As everyone stood to depart, they noticed Jeffrey, his demeanor vacant, standing still. Li Bin furrowed his brow, questioning, what is the matter? Li Bin was taken aback, exclaiming, is this truly the extent of it? I had no idea. You, first officer, possess remarkable patience. Jeffrey turned to him, speaking in a dazed manner. Although this injury was endured on your behalf, I harbor no resentment. I have relished the experience. All things come at a price, and I willingly accept the consequences. So please, summon the ship's doctor swiftly. Is it that grave? The first officer hesitated, his lips trembling before he managed to utter 3 words. It's torn. Chapter 48. Tenderness from 370 light-years away in light of the Pirate King Kanda's assault targets, which included not only space stations but also a planet. The order would primarily focus on transforming mechs, supplemented by hovercraft. Tanks and artillery could be replaced by the mech's tank mode and orbital bombardment. Li Bin greatly respected the extensive combat experience of the one-eyed veteran who commanded the company's Marine Corps and sought his guidance on the composition of heavy weaponry. The mech tanks, of course, required no elaboration. Hovercraft, although considered niche weaponry on Earth during the 21st century, gained popularity in the interstellar era due to the complex conditions of target planets, which could be entirely submerged in oceans or rife with lava and corrosive swamps. To enhance the universal adaptability of the Marine Corps equipment, hovercraft outfitted with covering armor and artillery quickly became sought after, leading to a rapid expansion of specialized equipment and tactics. For instance, the hovercraft developed by Demon Avionics is equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns and a singular, towering train cannon, designed for swiftly dismantling enemy fortifications during tactical advances. The ratio of transforming mechs could be somewhat reduced. The one-eyed man scrutinized the awe-inspiring mech design and specifications of the Demon Aviation through his prosthetic eye. While transformation certainly allows for adaptability to various environments, planets are inherently different from the vastness of space, rife with interference. There is an inherent risk that the transforming structures could become ensnared by corrosive liquids or swirling sands, leading to catastrophic failures. Despite the seller's grandiose claims, if the transforming mechs were truly invincible, other colossal enterprises would have already entered the arms race. This is a lesson born of experience, and Li Bin naturally heeded it. Ultimately, the plan was finalized, and his account balance swiftly diminished under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, as 6 figures rapidly dwindled to 3. With 680 star coins. He procured 360 boxes of heavy weaponry for a total of 600 star coins, alongside an additional 260 star coins in tariffs. Demon Aviation, in dire need of star coins, levies the lowest tax rate of 10 on bulk trade to encourage commerce. Furthermore, expenses for ship repairs, supplies, fuel, and other consumables amounted to 980 star coins. Li Bin was unable to locate the black market at the port, or rather, he was restricted to the harbor area, with no opportunity to access it. To further motivate everyone, he reserved a decent inn for the crew to rest for 2 days. Given that Demon Aviation possesses extensive arable land and agricultural factories, each crew member enjoyed a daily meal featuring vegetables, fruits, and a modest portion of poultry, accompanied by a cigarette and a drink for dinner. Feeding over 100 individuals, with food regarded as a luxury, cost 75 star coins. As for the crew's expenses for daily rentals, the company would not reimburse these. They were to be borne individually. Li Bin's account now stood at a mere 765 star coins. Thus, with holds brimming with cargo and a crew rejuvenated and spirited, Li Bin's fleet embarked on its journey homeward. The fleet navigated the galaxy with unparalleled safety, and the army of Demon Navigation, composed solely of pure-blooded humans, was characterized by high morale and a readiness for battle. After assigning the tasks, Li Bin departed from the bridge. He knocked on the door outside the navigator's quarters, and his sister Li Shu's voice echoed from within. "The door is unlocked. Come in." Li Bin pushed the door open and beheld his sister, donning a transparent eye mask reminiscent of a diving mask, reclining on the bed with her head tilted, engrossed in the film projected before her. The navigator needed ample time each day to consult star maps and compare data. Nearsightedness and astigmatism posed significant threats to her profession. However, the vacuum of space did not accommodate eye drop devices, necessitating the use of eye masks to retain protective eye components. The projection depicted a female protagonist, adorned with a collar, in a state of anguish as she covered her face. Nearby, a pure-blooded officer clad in blood-red military attire engaged in a rather undignified scuffle with a second-rate wealthy individual draped in a dark red robe and bedecked with gold and silver. The female lead, in tears, implored, "Please, stop fighting. I cannot bear to witness the pillars of the company embroiled in internal strife over my insignificant role." This peculiar projection must have been acquired by Li Shu from a second-hand store. Perhaps for the unrestrained Demon Navigation, such a projection, which contravened racial theories, might be classified as contraband. "Dear sister, while I have not managed to find the black market, you have procured contraband. Truly, a woman of prowess," he mused. "Brother, what has happened? Did Changjin cause another incident?" Upon seeing her brother, Li Shu swiftly terminated the melodramatic romance film, awkwardly adjusting the tips of her hair. Li Bin drew a magnetic stool closer and sat down. With a snap of his fingers, Li Changjin, who had been suspected of mischief, appeared at the doorway with a grin, lugging a tall, exquisitely adorned box. He exclaimed, "Sis, you've wronged me. Big brother prepared a birthday gift for you, and I merely assisted in carrying it." Their parents were engrossed in securing loans for a factory venture of dubious profitability, paying scant attention to birthdays. She had been preoccupied with raising her younger brother, and with a life of austerity, she had little time for personal celebrations. Unexpectedly, her elder brother had remembered, and tears welled up in Li Shu's eyes. Li Bin ruffled his sister's hair and teased, "Good thing you're wearing an eye mask, or your tears would be floating everywhere. Before the birthday gift is even unwrapped, we'd be busy catching water droplets." Li Changjin patted the box, eager to see what his elder brother had sent. As his hand reached for the clasp, Li Shu swatted it away, declaring, "This is mine. If you want one, wait for your own birthday." Li Changjin immediately cast a longing gaze at his elder brother. Li Bin, maintaining a straight face, cleared his throat and said, "When your next birthday comes around, big brother will get you a nice one." Inwardly, however, Li Bin resolved to secretly ask Li Shu about Li Changjin's birthday later. He had not been present at his younger brother's birth, and to this day, he was unaware of when his younger brother was born. In the impersonal setting of the birth factory, where individuals were produced en masse, most lacked even relatives. With the exception of large families seeking political advantage and the solidarity of bloodlines, birthday gifts had largely fallen out of fashion. Li Shu, fearing that she might be unable to restrain her tears, refrained from removing her eye mask. She crouched down carefully to open the box, from which a gust of dry, cold air escaped. A miniature projector illuminated the box with metallic letters, and Li Shu examined each item. Wanza Portable Ecological Farm, test tubes, separating funnels, monitoring devices, electron microscopes, surveillance instruments, thermostatic boxes, and spraying systems. The contents of the box were arranged in a tiered manner, each layer meticulously organized. The bottom layer housed a temperature-controlled box for soilless cultivation, currently empty of water, containing neatly packaged fertilizers and nutrient kits, resembling a mooncake gift box at first glance. The items within the box were exquisitely designed, unmistakably of superior quality. As Li Bin's finger glided over the projected product names, the projector commenced a presentation detailing the products and their usage instructions. Below, Li Shu could even view a step-by-step instructional video on planting. "I remember when you were young. You loved listening to stories about forests and gardens, always asking about the appearance of different flowers and whether they were edible. My dear brother, although I currently lack the funds for a real farm, please do not be disappointed. Let us start with this smaller version for some enjoyment." Overcome with emotion, Li Shu could no longer contain her sobs, her breath punctuated with sniffles as she shook her head, exclaiming, "How could I ever be ungrateful for such a beautiful gift that can also produce food? I am so delighted. It must be expensive, right? It only costs 6-star coins. How could that be considered expensive? Nowadays, even a meal for friends exceeds that amount," Li Bin replied nonchalantly. Li Changjin, upon seeing the portable farm, especially the various devices it contained, felt a pang of desire, his mouth watering at the sight. He was also adept at cooking and naturally understood the significant enhancement that fresh ingredients could bring to culinary creations. With enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Brother, since you deem it not expensive, why not procure one for me as well? You've never gifted me anything throughout my life. Consider it a belated offering." When he contemplated purchasing it himself, he remarked, "You are not without a salary." Li Bin dismissed the eager Li Changjin, who was eagerly leaning in. "If we are to talk about belated gifts, splendid. I'm already 16, and you owe me 16 gifts. Let us settle that first." Instantly, Li Changjin lost his exuberance, pouting in envy yet murmuring, "Never mind. A few packets of nutritional fluid and a bunch of gadgets are exorbitantly priced. I'll just scavenge at the dump. I can haul half a cart for just 1-star coin. What do you know?" Li Shu shot a glance at her brother and retrieved a box, the size of a pencil case, made of faux leather. The most precious items are not these trinkets. It is the seeds. Upon opening it, she revealed 12 compartments, each housing a crystal box containing seeds of 12 different plants. The assortment ranged from vegetables such as radishes, tomatoes, and potatoes to fruits like strawberries and kumquats, culminating in 4 varieties of ornamental plants. Though these seeds had undergone special chemical treatments and radiation to ensure they would bloom and bear fruit, they could not be replanted. Even the potato tubers, when cut and replanted, had a dismally low germination rate. Nevertheless, they remained unequivocally plants, having traversed an extraordinary journey of 370 years through the solitude of space, bearing the same origins as humanity and now appearing in Li Shu's hands as rare and precious entities. Li Shu tenderly caressed the crystal box, each containing 36 seeds, signifying that she could witness their germination, blooming, and fruiting only 36 times. Li Changjin, standing nearby, advised, "Sister, let us first plant potatoes. They yield abundantly, and I yearn to taste the authentic mashed potatoes and compare them with those made from artificial starch." Conversely, Li Bin held a differing perspective. There is no need to cultivate solely vegetables. Ornamental flowers also exist. Planting chrysanthemums or butterfly flowers would be pleasing to the eye. As for potatoes, we have already savored them aboard the Devil's airship. But that is not the same. Those were merely potato chips, Li Changjin attempted to argue. Recognizing that the child was merely indulging in cravings, Li Shu gazed at the seeds in her hand, resolutely deciding, each plant must thrive. I shall not miss a single flowering period. After chatting for a while, Li Bin quietly pointed towards the first mate's cabin and murmured to his younger brother, "I shall take my leave. I need to check on Jeffrey. Amanda mentioned his cavernous tear is quite severe. He just finished bleeding. For this week, he cannot even invite a girl, let alone go to the restroom without assistance. If I delay, I fear he might suffocate." Li Changjin nodded in understanding, suddenly recalling the first mate's earlier arrogance towards him, and added, "Make sure to mock the first mate for me as well. Just tell him, today is your turn to face the music." Chapter 49. The pirates strike again. Li Bin entered the first mate's cabin and faithfully conveyed his brother's words. Then, meeting the first mate's disdainful gaze, he offered reassurance. "It is nothing. Consider it a holiday for your brother." After a brief conversation, as he assisted the first mate, who struggled to walk, towards the restroom, an alarm blared abruptly. With a sudden pause, Li Bin and Jeffrey perked up their ears to listen. Moments later, the second officer activated the radio alarm. "We have detected the Lud's left-wing fleet." "Repeat, we have detected the Lud's left-wing fleet. Captain, please report to the bridge immediately." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Bin released his grip, while Jeffrey's legs stiffened, leaving him suspended in midair. Li Bin pushed him toward the restroom, uttering, "You stay here for now. I will drag you out once the battle is over." Damn it. On the bridge, the red alarm blared incessantly, and the projection background shifted to a striking crimson hue. The vast space was devoid of movement, as everyone had promptly returned to their stations, fastening their seatbelts and donning their masks, readying themselves for combat. The navigator's position had been taken over by Li Shu, Li Bin's sister, the most experienced among the navigators, whose familial connection to the captain meant that many commands required little elaboration. Meanwhile, Li Changjin, his brother, had descended into the cargo hold to safeguard the goods. As for the old one-eyed man, he had taken 15 armed sailors to the Fat Orange, where 220 crates of heavy weaponry were stored, in addition to another 140 crates aboard the flagship. These formidable weapons, once delivered to New Magoros, could immediately double in value, amounting to a fortune of 200,000, surpassing the combined worth of Li Bin's fleet. The division of the cargo was a strategic move to mitigate risk, ensuring that they did not place all their eggs in one basket and suffer total loss in the event of a ship's destruction. Li Bin, with a grim expression, settled into the captain's chair, while the second officer anxiously occupied the first officer's position. He was a mature-looking man named Lloyd, promoted from the crew prepared by Duya. With prior experience as a first officer and damage control specialist in a smaller company, possessing adequate navigation skills but lacking experience in fleet command. "Are we certain it is that madcap Lud's left-wing gang?" Li Bin spoke directly and without preamble. The second officer, Wahab, nodded nervously. "The enemy ship bears the insignia of the left diameter. I have verified it. It is neither paint peeling nor a variation from other sections. The scriptures transmitted through the transponder align with the doctrines of the Doomsday faction. They claim." Wahab swallowed hard, continuing, "They demand that in the name of St. Lud, we provide them with half of our heavy weaponry, which amounts to 180 crates. Our cargo information has been compromised." Judging by the second officer's anxious demeanor, he seemed to suspect that there were infiltrators loyal to Lud aboard the vessel. Li Bin remained composed. "It may not necessarily be a betrayal among the crew. Let's first address the immediate situation. Inform the Cat 1 and Cat 2 to prepare for a tactical disengagement." "Captain, we've detected signals from the Demon Navigation S Hyperspace Patrol Squadron. They are currently forming their fleet formation," Li Shu interjected urgently. "Respond. This is the Demon Navigation Slope Squadron. Greetings, Mr. Cosmic Union, whose bravado seems to have led you into trouble. came the familiar condescending voice, grating yet oddly comforting to the crew on the bridge. The second officer whispered, "Should we consider calling for help?" Li Bin raised his hand to silence him. Then, in a voice laced with indignation, demanded, "What exactly is the demon navigation up to? Why has our business been leaked?" There was a brief silence on the other end, before the squadron commander replied in a chilling tone, "Mind your words, slave species. You have no right to dictate terms to the demon navigation." Li Bin erupted in fury, exclaiming, "I purchased heavy weaponry from your space station's Thunderstorm boutique. And now that lunatic faction led by Lu Dezwijing has discovered it. They are even privy to the exact number of crates I acquired, as well as the specific types and quantities of the armaments. I have been betrayed by your internal traitor and ambushed. This is not some trifling nuisance. What nonsense is this about pure humanity and noble honor? Is this the essence of your so-called pure-blooded dominion? It is utterly riddled with flaws, akin to a piece of cheese." As soon as Li Bin finished speaking, Li Shu instinctively transmitted a message of threat to the Zhuijing faction, and the channel fell silent once more, leaving only the crackling of static in their ears. In less than a minute, Li Shu reported urgently, "The Demon Aerospace Patrol's orbit is shifting. They are heading towards Lu Dezwijing." The Slope Squadron consisted of 11 Slope-class frigates, all military vessels, all transformed spacecraft, approaching the Lu Dezwijing faction with sharp angles and astonishing speed. The Slope-class frigates possessed the unique transformation capabilities of Demon Aerospace. Just as Li Bin believed he had successfully provoked those arrogant purebloods, a new signal emerged on the star map. The signal was unmasked, a glaring pirate emblem emblazoned on the bow, causing Li Bin's brow to furrow once more. The voice of the Slope Squadron commander echoed again, accompanied by the tremors of near-miss torpedo explosions and the crackle of electricity. This intelligence must have been leaked by the slaves. Some among them have succumbed to a cult. Amidst a cacophony of violent reverberations within the channel, a voice, betraying alarm yet maintaining composure, declared, "Our dominion has encountered a lapse, but this does not implicate pure-strain humans. An immediate audit of slaves will commence across the space station and even the demonic avionics, extirpating those leftist mongrels to ensure not a single cell remains for transplantation." In response to this somewhat juvenile and arrogant pronouncement, laced with the sanguinary undertones of massacre, Li Bin retorted with remarkable candor, "Observing your frantic efforts, it appears unintentional. My apologies. I concede that my tone was unduly harsh and my demeanor unbecoming." Such unabashed candor and shamelessness rendered his interlocutor speechless. After all, they possessed a sense of propriety, whereas Li Bin was concerned with survival. They merely uttered, "Petty merchant, flee for your life," before severing the connection. Having dealt with the corporate behemoth, Li Bin surveyed the current battlefield situation and experienced a wave of relief. The Ludic leftist fleet comprised 3 destroyers and 4 frigates. The fleet composition indicated a preparedness to decisively defeat him, irrespective of whether the engagement was amicable or hostile. However, against the well-equipped corporate patrol, even victory would not be swift. The pirates, on the other hand, possessed 5 frigates, suggesting a predilection for opportunistic raids. They would seize upon Li Bin if he appeared vulnerable, but if he proved formidable, they would exploit the conflict between the leftists and the corporation. Target the pirate fleet. Located at coordinates -200, -178, altitude 91. Execute fleet realignment. The engine buzzed as it ceased high-speed mode, redistributing fuel while the boosters located at the front and on either side of the spacecraft began to ignite. They traced an irregular, upward-curving semi-ellipse, centering around the plump orange cargo ship as the fleet retargeted the enemy. The pirates sent a message, Li Shu reported. After Li Bin finished speaking, he switched to the celestial tactics system, transitioning the vessel into combat mode. Power to secondary compartments, including the crew quarters, kitchen, and cargo hold, was cut off, activating the battery packs and initiating the shield's charging process. The second officer, glancing at his data panel, nervously reported, "Enemy ship is 5,000 away from the fleet. Prepare for takeoff." In the hangar of the tri-legged cat, pilots drawn from the seasoned crew recruited by new muggos settled into the cockpits of the heavy sword fighter jets. These crew members had undergone comprehensive pre-departure training and possessed extensive experience in piloting mining aircraft, making them far more effective than the half-trained recruits from Elphi. This was evident both in terms of their combat success and survival rates. "Enemy ship is 4,200 away," the second officer shouted. "Launch the fighters." Li Bin commanded. The operational radius of the heavy sword fighters was 4,000, and with the pirates moving towards them, this moment was perfectly timed to ensure that the fighters would enter the engagement range while the enemy vessel fell within the reach of their torpedo strikes. The pilots closed their eyes and took deep breaths as the electromagnetic catapults propelled the four fighters with unmatched force, launching them sequentially. The engines ignited, and the four aircraft swiftly advanced along the route mapped out by the heads-up display. Upon catching sight of the fighters, the pirates erupted in expletives. Damn it! Why do military aircraft, particularly heavy fighter jets, take off from exploration vessels? For fighter jets, and 8 light machine guns are sufficient to rival the firepower of 2 conventional frigates. The pirate fleet has altered its formation, and all ship types have been confirmed. Through the optical observation post, Li Shu swiftly reported 2 Hound-class armed merchant ships, 2 Pest-class light frigates, and 1 Hellhound armed merchant ship. Upon hearing this data, Li Bin nearly burst into laughter. Is this all? The Hellhound class is considered a standard armed vessel of frigate caliber, while the Hound class can be regarded as the offspring of the Hellhound. Not only does it possess only 1 small caliber and 1 medium caliber weapon, but it also has a notably slow cruising speed, with shields only present at the front. As for the Pest class, it is a special type of frigate designed by pirates, as evidenced by its focus on speed while sacrificing armor and structural integrity. The designers among the pirates are not particularly skilled. This vessel relies on sheer numbers to achieve victory. The most disheartening aspect is that the ship's battery system is inadequate. Yet it whimsically features a small energy weapon station, implying that one of its only 2 weapon slots must accommodate an energy weapon. Even before combat begins, its battery system is already emitting smoke in the void. It is only logical to consider that a colossal enterprise resembles a sovereign nation, with its dominion over hyperspace akin to coastal waters. Even the audacious pirates of the age of exploration would not dare to roam near the coasts of maritime powers like Spain and England. Only sufficiently diminutive, inconspicuous, and destitute pirates would undertake such a perilous endeavor in this location. The cargo hold is filled with foam protectants to prevent enemy ships from raiding it. Li Bin calmly directs operations, for while pirate raids may induce fear, it is the potential destruction and theft of his hard-earned possessions that truly terrifies him. These treasures are the fruits of his relentless toil. Dare to touch them, and I shall fight to the bitter end. Chapter 50. The disparity in command. It is well known that industrial nations on Earth, in the latter part of the 20th century, progressively enhanced their air defense capabilities through automation. Among the most renowned advancements was the Phalanx, a close-in weapon system equipped with radar and electrically driven turret rotation. This signified that even when powered by gunpowder, a ship's firepower could be assessed based on the weapon placements designated in its design phase. This phenomenon is similarly observed in every corner of the Andromeda Galaxy today. Missile launchers cannot accommodate electromagnetic cannons. Torpedo slots are unsuitable for energy weaponry, and the complexity of energy weapon designs precludes the installation of traditional projectile weapons. Unless the designer had the foresight to create intricate, expensive universal weapon slots, or a skilled modifier had repurposed the weapon slots from other vessels. Thus, when Li Bin discovered that 2 pest-like light frigates in the pirate fleet were armed with energy weapons, it was difficult for him to suppress a laugh. Has the optical observation post identified the type of energy weapon? Li Shu shook her head. The enemy pirate ships are obscured by an abundance of debris, rendering clarity impossible. As Li Bin steadily advanced the front line, he simultaneously commanded the Quojian squadron to fire exploratory shots at the fastest and most forward of the pirate vessels. The Insect-class light escort, 8 60mm caliber guns unleashed a barrage upon the leading Insect-class ship, while the pirate vessel retaliated with a laser beam that grazed the wing of a Quojian aircraft, vanishing into the vastness of space. The officer in charge of the aircraft carrier's deck promptly requested the pilots to report the damage and to upload the data to the bridge. Observing the energy weapon's rotation speed, accuracy, and damage status provided by the celestial battle system, Li Bin compared it with the data in his mind and was immediately invigorated. It is a PD laser cannon, a weapon characterized by high precision and limited range, specifically designed for missile and aircraft defense. The primary target of the PD laser cannon is to destroy missiles, with commendable suppression capabilities against light fighters. However, unfortunately, the craft taking off is a heavy fighter. The Quojian squadron concentrated their fire on the leading Insect-class ship, not aiming for its destruction, but rather to push its battery's waste heat to a perilous temperature. forcing them to either dissipate the heat or risk overload. The feeble pirate battery system, coupled with an energy weapon, necessitated defensive shields. Li Bin could almost hear the sizzling sound of the battery compartment's skin under the high temperature. Meanwhile, the captains of Kittens 1 and 2 activated their maneuvering thrusters almost simultaneously. Upon receiving the order, the chief engineer promptly increased the liquid oxygen injection rate and simultaneously introduced a special combustion enhancer, resulting in an intermittent rumble mixed into the steady, rhythmic hum of the escort ship's engine. The Kittens, classified as the Hyma-class armed gunboats, underwent a transformation by their design engineers who replaced their engines. In the confined space, additional combustion tanks were installed, and the fuel pipelines were modified to connect the boosters to each directional thruster. This modification resulted in a significant surge in the vessel's speed and maneuverability during critical moments. The color of the engine's exhaust began to pale, and the military frigate resembled a racehorse injected with a stimulant, showcasing an astonishing performance far beyond its usual capabilities as it swiftly approached the frontline target. The pirates, caught off guard by Li Bin's audacious counterattack, had not anticipated such a bold move. Meanwhile, another medium weapon aboard the Insect class was activated, launching a bright yellow projectile with an unusual sheen that grazed a Kuo-Jin fighter jet, heading straight for Kitten No. 2. Although the projectile traveled at remarkable speed, the distance between the two vessels was sufficient. Kitten No. 2 adeptly maneuvered to absorb the impact with its side armor. Kitten No. 2 reported, "Data from the detector indicates significant radiation at the point of impact." The captain quickly gathered data for feedback, and Li Bin promptly deduced the nature of the threat. It was a high-speed striker, a kinetic energy projectile weapon that did not utilize standard alloy shells, but rather hard uranium alloy, designed to penetrate shields through kinetic energy and radiation. Be advised not to raise the shields when facing the Insect class. The first officer, Wahab, swiftly marked the enemy vessel's information on the celestial combat system. Li Bin continued to command. Both Kitten No. 1 and No. 2 have been further reinforced with turret armor and enhanced bulkheads. Press the attack. Once the Kuo-Jin squadron elevates the enemy ship's radiation levels, unleash a full salvo to overload them. Received. Although Li Bin's fleet is outnumbered by the pirates, its superior quality far surpasses that of his adversaries. Li Bin's strategy is to take the initiative, capitalizing on the pirates' unpreparedness to engage in a localized battle where he can employ superior numbers and the quality of his vessels to his advantage. The pirate commander, upon observing the sudden acceleration of the Cat 1 and Cat 2 ships, quickly discerns Li Bin's intentions, recognizing the simplicity of this tactic. However, in an encounter, the side that possesses more information holds the upper hand. Li Bin promptly identifies the type of pirate vessels. He is acutely aware that whether they are Hunting Dog class or Hellhound class, their speed cannot compete with the Bug class, which sacrifices armor for enhanced velocity. By the time they engage, the Cat 3 will have arrived at the battlefield. The Kuo-Jin 4 has sustained significant damage and is returning, with deck components prepared for action. The Kuo-Jin 3 has exhausted its ammunition. The enemy's front line of Bug-class ships begins to decelerate, while the rear line alters course to encircle and engage the target from above. Reports flood the channel from the aircraft carrier deck, Cat 1 and Cat 2, as well as from the navigator's optical observation post and the Tianqiang battle system. A multitude of intelligence converges, with alarms and indicators refreshing every second. The second officer, flushed with exertion, finds sweat and heat causing steam to rise from his head. Suddenly, Li Shu raises her head, exclaiming with surprise. The target vessels are exhibiting abnormal radiation parameters. They can no longer contain their energy. Li Bin decisively commands Kuo-Jin Squadron, cease shield suppression and engage the incoming Bug class. Cat 1 and Cat 2. Commence your assault. Ignore the enemy vessel altering course. Concentrate your fire on the foremost ship. Upon the issuance of the command, the remaining vessels of the Kuo-Jin formation, numbered 1 and 2, maneuvered to the left and right, circumventing the frontal shields of the enemy Bug-class ship, and commenced their attempts to strike from behind. Simultaneously, Cat 1 took aim at the shields and unleashed a full barrage. The 4 short-range automatic cannons discharged their heavy projectiles at a deliberate rate, causing Cat 1 to shudder violently under the recoil. Its speed significantly diminished. 3 seconds later, the target ship's shields erupted in a dazzling display of electric sparks. The inadequately armored enemy vessel, unable to withstand the firepower, erupted in a series of electrical discharges. its engines sputtering to a halt. "Disable the enemy ship, full barrage," commanded the captain of Cat 2, seizing the opportunity. The vessel experienced the same tremors and deceleration. What a stroke of bad luck. The ship was so fragile that it ignited at the slightest provocation, leaving them bereft of spoils and costing them several crates of ammunition. Li Bin spat in frustration and immediately directed the fleet to encircle another Bug-class ship. The same strategy, the same maneuvers. The Kuo-jin squadron had lost 2 fighter jets, but had simultaneously reinforced their ranks with 2 armed Hamar-class gunboats, delegating the task of overloading the shields to the corvettes while the fighters deftly maneuvered behind, tearing at the enemy ship like crafty cookie-cutter sharks. By the time the other pirate vessels engaged, the Bug-class ship was riddled with damage. Its engines repeatedly struck by light machine guns, its tail flame flickering like a dying firefly. It had lost all momentum, rendered a high-level paraplegic, awaiting the desperate efforts of damage control to effect repairs in the void of space. Meanwhile, Li Bin directed the retreat of the engaged forces to rendezvous with the flagship that was hastily approaching. The pirates, eager for vengeance, soon discovered that their adversaries had already fled. In the ensuing tug-of-war, the disparity in command became evident, leading Li Bin to suspect that the enemy fleet's leadership might be afflicted by a pernicious drug habit, causing them to lose their rationality in a fit of rage and intoxication. Steadily propping himself up, Li Bin astutely analyzed the situation. The tide of battle was presently in his favor. Whether the pirates chose to fight or retreat, he stood to gain. Should the pirates engage, the numbers would be evenly matched at 3 against 3, yet his forces possessed a qualitative advantage. Chapter 51. The desperate leap. The combat of spacecraft shares many similarities with naval battles. Firstly, the vessels beneath one's feet are invaluable strongholds on the battlefield. Secondly, the cannon fire and aerial skirmishes are fleeting. Most time is consumed in search of the enemy and securing advantageous positions, with a relentless chase unfolding. From the moment Li Bin deployed his fighter jets until the entirety of the pirate fleet arrived at the confrontation site, only 3 hours elapsed. With merely an hour devoted to actual combat, the remainder was spent either in transit or retreating. The wait felt like a slow torture as time dripped like water, methodically and irreversibly tormenting the commanding officer's mind, gnawing at his sensitive nerves. Patience serves as the invisible backbone of a fleet commander, shaped by experience, talent, and luck. The Kittens 1 and 2 served a restraining role, while the re-equipped broadsword squadron continually sought to outmaneuver and harass, persistently targeting the engines of the pirate ships. Whenever the pirate ship, beleaguered and seeking to redirect its weaponry to obliterate the aircraft, found itself in dire straits, the formidable vessel known as the Tripod Cat would boldly emerge, armed with 3 ship-mounted light machine guns and 2 torpedo launchers. It rendered the pirates unable to lift their heads in submission. However, the formidable hammer torpedoes were specifically designed for the destruction of asteroids. When it came to sheer destructive capability, a single shot could even breach the armor of a cruiser. Even when merely striking a shield, the impact could elevate the heat levels of a destroyer's battery systems to perilous thresholds. Yet, within the pirate fleet, not a single ship possessed the capability to launch torpedoes. These marauders, motivated by the desire for robbery and wealth, operated on a modest scale, lacking the credentials to establish their dominion at any pirate base or orbital station. They were the lowest tier among pirates. According to their initial strategy, if prey could be consumed directly, employing torpedoes would entail the risk of obliterating both vessel and cargo, resulting in total loss. If the target necessitated the use of torpedoes, why not opt for an alternative? The pirate captain, however, had not anticipated that what could have been an evenly matched encounter would devolve into a disadvantageous situation due to the haphazard assembly of his fleet and the significant discrepancies in their speeds, which left him vulnerable, unable to accept the prospect of defeat. He realized that retreating with the loss of 2 ships could very well lead to betrayal by his own crew. Only renowned pirates have the opportunity for a resurgence. Their successful histories are often convincing enough to rally their subordinates for another battle, but he himself, faced with the threat of his retreating subordinates turning against him and praying for unwavering loyalty amidst desperate odds, the pirate captain found himself with but one choice. As the enemy vessel altered its trajectory, the Kitten 1 was under severe fire suppression. In the celestial warfare system, the pirate ship concentrated its firepower on the energy core of the Little Cat No. 1, causing the shields to emit perilous flashes. After forcing it to retreat, The pirate vessel charged aggressively toward the three-legged cat. The flagship began to sink. Damn it, this lunatic is coming for me. Li Bin forcefully pressed the helm forward, and the bow thruster of the three-legged cat erupted with propulsion, causing the vessel's front to tilt downward. After all, it was a colossal ship over 300 meters long, and the speed of the three-legged cat could not compete with that of the frigates. While maneuvering, Li Bin continued to command the fleet to bombard the frenzied pirates. The Kuojian squadron was also in a state of urgency. The three-legged cat was the only ship in the fleet equipped with a deck. If the flagship were to be destroyed, these pilots would have no choice but to attempt to escape in their spacesuits by jumping onto the frigates. The fighter jets unleashed a torrent of firepower toward the engines of the pirate ship. Li Bin repeatedly altered the trajectory, but with 3 enemy vessels blocking the way. A collision became inevitable. The pirate captain's strategy was remarkably straightforward. Fully aware of the inferior quality of his ships, he opted for an all-or-nothing gamble, committing his entire fleet by using 2 Hound-class frigates to draw fire, while the flagship attempted a jump to assist. Li Bin ordered the three-legged cat to continue its descent. One of the pirate Hound-class frigates suffered a concentrated barrage, first extinguishing its engine, followed by an explosion that ignited the liquid oxygen in the pipeline. The liquid oxygen rapidly expanded under high temperatures, rupturing the conduits. The high concentration of oxygen was ignited beneath the explosive flames, subsequently igniting the fuel pipelines, leading to a catastrophic chain reaction. Observing that the jump to assist had not yet succeeded and having lost one ship, the captain of the remaining Hound class exhibited quick wit by opening fire on his own flagship's engine before ascending and veering away from the battlefield in a desperate bid for survival. Li Bin's fleet hurriedly advanced to obliterate the last remaining Hellhound-class ship, which was making a desperate dash towards the flagship of the pirates. Observing that the fleeing pirate vessel had assisted in the assault, he noted that the pirate flagship had lost its propulsion and could not accelerate. Thus, disregarding it, he focused solely on the Hellhound-class ship. The Hellhound, with its armor shredded by concentrated fire, revealed its vulnerable hull structure as it charged forward relentlessly. At this moment, Li Bin grinned at the battle system. "I anticipated your desperate measures," he declared. "Third officer, activate the foam protection." In the cargo hold, Li Changjin resolutely pulled down the valve. Several compression canisters in the center of the hold released a cloud of gray foam, which rapidly expanded and hardened upon contact with the air, filling the entire cargo area within seconds. This material was originally intended for emergency sealing of hull breaches. However, it was infused with metallic powder, and once hardened, its fluffy structure provided excellent shock resistance. Although the foam's duration was limited, it was sufficient to cope with the current predicament. "Raise the shield," with Li Bin's command. The ship's shield generator activated just as the smoke-trailing pirate flagship collided with the shield. From a distance, it appeared as though the 2 vessels had not made contact. However, the triangular cat was being pushed parallel to the pirate ship. This was due to the shield's force field being unable to entirely absorb the impact of the hundreds of meters-long destroyer, with the excess kinetic energy being transferred to the flagship, compelling it to move under the immense force. Li Bin fixed his gaze on the shield, observing the metal outside it being crushed by the kinetic energy. Within the metal seams of the enemy's bridge, shards of glass and dark red stains mingled, remnants of the pirates who had failed to escape the bridge in time. Explosions erupted incessantly, flames swaying along the fissured structure of the ship, tracing the trajectory of the air leaks. The shield was crowded with flickering points of light, while the damage control team bellowed through the channels, lamenting the severe aging of the battery packs, rendering full power output impossible and resulting in excessive waste heat. Amidst yet another round of explosions from the pirate ship, the entire Hellhound-class armed merchant vessel was severed in twain, and the shield was completely overloaded and ceased to function. The fuel tanks were breached, trailing a long amber ribbon through space, mingling with liquid oxygen as flames ignited the fuel, transforming the bridge into a dazzling sea of fire. Thanks to the heavy armor modifications of New Mugos, the scrappy old vessel, the tripod cat, which had served for over 2 centuries, survived the explosion with only superficial damage to its external armor. The second officer clutched the safety belt tightly, dazedly surveying his surroundings. Had they endured? A profound sense of survival lingered in the hearts of all. Yet, Li Shu suddenly exclaimed, someone speaking on the public channel. "Ha ha ha, I am still alive. I am still alive. I, the 8-armed flying thief, am immortal. I shall become the pirate king. I will not die." His frantic shouts echoed with the exhilaration of survival. heightened by the influence of drugs, imbued with an air of madness. 3 escape pods, their metallic surfaces melting, burst forth from the inferno, trailing 3 fiery ribbons. With resolute determination, they collided with the tripod cat before the watchful eyes of all. Pirate boarding. Li Bin slammed the button, triggering the alarm. Chapter 52 Loyalty. The alarm of the pirate invasion reverberated throughout the vessel, the sound of hurried footsteps resonating as magnetic boots clashed with the metallic corridors. The echoes of air guns grew increasingly closer, casting a heavy atmosphere over the bridge. Dismantle the chairs, quickly. Over there, fetch the welding gun from the maintenance room. Set up barricades in the corridor. Li Bin commanded with a composed demeanor, directing the crew to organize their defenses. These lunatics, high on their own delusions, had miraculously escaped in a lifeboat only to become insatiable, attempting to seize the ship with a mere handful of men. Li Shu and other crew members untrained in weaponry were instructed to conceal themselves behind the projection. The vast celestial combat system's imagery effectively obscured their figures. The remaining crew sought refuge behind makeshift barricades fashioned from chairs and various debris. The second officer, Wahab, nervously clutched his firearm, cautiously peering out while muttering, "If only the bosun from the Fat Orange were here." On the other side, Li Bin kicked the second officer down. "Stop your nonsense. They're coming." An audacious, frenzied voice erupted. "In the name of the Pirate King, this ship belongs to me. I command your surrender." Silence momentarily cloaked the corridor before it erupted into a cacophony of wails and howls. A group of bloodied pirates, their helmets concealing eyes marred with crimson streaks, and some with nostrils trailing dried blood, clad in combat attire, surged forth with ferocity. They charged while firing. Some even ripped off their helmets, plunging needles into their necks before charging forward, eyes trembling like wild beasts. "Open fire," Li Bin instantly ordered, and a dozen crew members promptly squeezed the triggers, unleashing a hail of metallic projectiles. On board the modest vessel known as the Three-Legged Cat, ordinary crew members found themselves in a dire situation. Li Changjin brandished a bulletproof shield, with a space maneuvering thruster secured to his waist, as he charged through the pirate defenses like a formidable war machine. Armed sailors followed closely behind, seizing the opportunity created by the concentrated fire of the pirates, which had momentarily breached their defensive perimeter. The space combat suit was designed to withstand air gun projectiles. However, when the barrel of a weapon was pressed against a helmet and fired in rapid succession, the sheer kinetic energy could inflict substantial harm. Soon, the pirates' heads were rattled as if filled with popping candy from the impact of the bullets. "Vulcan!" Li Changjin shouted. The engineering team leader, Vulcan, rushed forward with his subordinates, employing hydraulic pincers to tear apart the pirate's combat suit before brutally smashing the pirate's fingers, awakening the ruffians to begin interrogating them about the whereabouts of their comrades. Before long, Vulcan anxiously exclaimed, "Third officer, each escape pod contains 5 individuals, totaling 15. They intend to seize the ship." Panic gripped Li Changjin upon hearing the mention of a ship takeover. His immediate concern was not the safety of the vessel but the well-being of his siblings on the bridge. As the command center, the bridge was theoretically fortified with heavy security, yet the Three-Legged Cat was merely a destroyer, lacking the capacity to accommodate both technical crew members and a sufficient number of armed sailors. According to the operational plan, the bridge should have been securely held, awaiting reinforcements. The destruction of the ship was inconsequential. There were always ways to earn money again. However, the safety of his siblings was paramount and could not be compromised. The advent of propitious times seemed imminent. A furious glint shone in Li Changjin's eyes. He drew his weapon and unleashed a volley of shots, summarily dispatching the pirates. In the ensuing spray of blood, Li Changjin's countenance was terrifying. He turned to Vulcan, his face contorted in a grimace. "I'm heading to the nearest bridge entrance to provide reinforcements. You take your men to the other side. If any of them escape, I'll make you pay." Vulcan responded matter-of-factly. "Spare yourself the trouble. If I let any pirates slip through, I'll take my own life." Without another word, Li Changjin hoisted his shield and beckoned the armed sailors to follow. Vulcan, in turn, discarded the hydraulic pliers and led his men in the opposite direction. As they passed the crew quarters, Li Changjin abruptly halted. After a moment of deliberation, he kicked open a door and vanished inside. A few seconds later, he emerged brandishing a solid ammunition weapon designed for terrestrial combat. It was a relic he had acquired back in Old Mugos, a prized possession of the bosun, and its use was strictly prohibited on the ship. To hell with the rules, Li Changzhen spat, clutching the weapon as he continued his charge. The situation at the bridge was rapidly deteriorating. The crew members were clad in standard-issue spacesuits, equipped only with self-circulation and sealing capabilities, ensuring a mere half-hour of survival in the vacuum of space. Combat suits, while cumbersome and hindering the operation of delicate instruments, were reserved for the Marines and armed sailors during times of war. Emboldened by narcotics, the pirates pressed their attack with reckless abandon, forcing the defenders to retreat. The passageways had fallen, and the front lines had receded to the bridge's hatchway. Any further retreat would render their position untenable. Cut the power to the hatch and manually seal off half of it for cover. Li Bin was drenched in sweat, unable to wipe his forehead due to the helmet he wore, and could only squint and blink repeatedly to prevent the perspiration from dripping into his eyes. Some crew members had already sustained injuries, aside from the unfortunate one whose helmet had been shattered by a ricochet, leaving his face marred by debris. The other two had been bitten by a pirate who had gone berserk while attempting to subdue him, resulting in damage to their spacesuits and injuries to their hands. The madman had even replaced all his teeth with titanium alloy, rendering his bite fiercer than that of a dog. After cutting the power to the hatch, the second officer huddled beside Li Bin, gasping for breath. "Captain, I just checked the surveillance. There's no one in the other corridor. You should lead the technical crew to evacuate through that route. Be cautious, so as not to be detected." "No," Li Bin countered firmly. "A captain does not abandon ship. You take Li Shu and the others to that hatch while I devise a strategy to divert their attention, allowing you to make your escape." Wahab was taken aback by the response, then shook his head resolutely. "That's not possible. If the captain does not leave, neither will I. You must seek assistance elsewhere. As the second officer, in the absence of the first officer, my duty is to support the captain. Over the past year, the success they had achieved and the high compensation Li Bin offered had fostered genuine mutual respect among the crew. They were all acutely aware of the nature of the enterprises within the Pegasus starfield, and they recognized Li Bin's dedication. The new recruits brought in by Elfi not only received technical training, but were also compensated fairly, with no delays in wages. The provisions were ample, with daily rations of finished food. Furthermore, aside from prohibitions against substance abuse and religious practices, the captain imposed no peculiar rules. Overtime was compensated, and performance bonuses were promised at the end of the year. No one wishes to witness such a generous and noble captain's downfall. In this world, jobs are fiercely contested, and a reputable company with an exceptional leader is invaluable. Deeply moved, Li Bin intended to offer words of encouragement to his comrades when a series of urgent beeps emanated from the terminal on his wrist. Glancing down, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, get down. Flatten yourselves to the ground." Simultaneously, 3 armed sailors were violently hurled around the corner, colliding against the corridor and raising their shields to create a makeshift barrier. Li Changzhen, gritting his teeth, slammed his machine gun against the shield and bellowed, "Be careful, brother." With that, a torrent of full-power rounds erupted forth like a metallic tempest. The pirates above remained oblivious to the chaos behind them, caught completely off guard as bullets struck their backs. Their combat suits could withstand air guns, but were powerless against the full-power rounds, resulting in a shower of blood that blossomed behind them. One pirate had his oxygen tank shattered, the expanding gas tearing apart the damaged metal, causing an explosive rush of air that obliterated the pirate's innards. The 8-armed bandit, the notorious pirate leader, demonstrated his quick reflexes by yanking one of his subordinates in front of him for cover before darting into another corridor. He smashed a control panel with a fist, sealing the hatch with a screech of alarms. Covered in nevertheless, he could evade them. He was unaware of the precise number of pirates who had boarded, but he could conceal himself within the cargo hold, the freezer, or the maintenance ducts. Once the vessel docked, he would stealthily abscond. A ship of this magnitude was bound to harbor vermin. He could subsist on them, enduring even the most revolting sustenance to survive and eventually retaliate. He chuckled ominously, his gaze deranged, as he opened the hatchway on the other side of the compartment, pacing about in search of a suitable hiding place. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when he collided with the engineering team led by Vulcan, who brandished shields and wielded hydraulic shears and impact drills. A heavily armed, drug-crazed pirate unexpectedly encountered a group of robust, well-protected laborers in the confined passageway. Vulcan activated his thrusters, and a gas cylinder hissed as it slipped from his grasp, striking the pirate's blood-soaked abdomen. The pirate gagged, vomiting the contents of his stomach, obscuring his vision, and causing him to fire his weapon aimlessly. The bulletproof shields were raised, and Vulcan seized the hydraulic shears from his subordinate, employing his expertise in cutting steel to crush the pirate's limbs with practiced ease. Vulcan hoisted the pirate and dragged him to the bridge. Upon confirming that the captain had no intention of interrogation, he summarily snapped the pirate's neck. The pirate, known as the Eight-Armed Thief, who had steadfastly believed in his own invincibility, perished without so much as uttering his name. His corpse was cast into hyperspace, devoured by the tempestuous hyperdimensional winds. Minutes later, it was confirmed that all 15 boarding pirates had been either killed or captured, and the alarm was lifted. The engineering team immediately proceeded to the mess hall, where they were issued food rations and supplies in accordance with the standards for senior crew members. As per the captain's directive, the vessel remains intact. We are to board and eliminate all pirates, then seize the ship and depart with haste. The first mate, Wahab, his previous trepidation now vanished, authoritatively commanded from the bridge. Meanwhile, the captain was attending to the wounded. The pirates' boarding, though initially fierce, ultimately proved to be a desperate last stand, resulting only in equipment damage and, remarkably, no fatalities. A near miss, indeed. Only the 2 individuals bitten required testing to ascertain whether the pirates carried any infectious diseases. Wahab, eager for action, observed the damage control team methodically repairing the projection equipment on the bridge, noting the absence of the chief mate. The chief mate possesses remarkable composure, he mused. Even during a boarding of this magnitude, he remains out of sight. It is no wonder he holds his position. I must learn from his example. At that very moment, the composed Jeffrey, as Wahab perceived him, was huddled in the lavatory, clutching his head in his hands, silently weeping, and feeling utterly humiliated. The lavatory lacked handrails, and when the ship was struck, while others could use magnetic boots to stabilize themselves, he, a bettered impatient, was naturally without such footwear and was tossed about violently. He had heard the boarding alarm, and though he yearned to fight, the indignity he had suffered rendered him immobile. His sidearm was secured in a locker, leaving him defenseless. His life was now at the mercy of others, and he could only cower in the lavatory, awaiting his demise. Such mortification was unprecedented in his life. Savages. Damn savages. Chapter 53. Return to New Margos. In the aftermath of the Great Battle, a fierce debate erupted regarding the fleet's future. However, the damage control teams unanimously recognized that the battery system aboard the Cat's Paw had long been suffering from aging issues, and this skirmish had resulted in the loss of an entire battery. Fortunately, the spirits of Jeffrey's parents and grandmother seemed to watch over them, as the small nuclear reactor providing power had functioned without incident. Otherwise, the Cat's Paw might have faced catastrophic destruction. Moreover, the pirates had utilized escape pods to board the flagship, inflicting 3 significant breaches. These escape pods had been ingeniously modified into boarding vessels, equipped with thermal melting devices designed to liquefy armor upon impact. Of course, the pirates within those pods also endured the searing torment of temperatures exceeding 70 to 80 degrees, which explains why they resorted to drugs. From a technical standpoint, the damage control team strongly advised the captain to prioritize repairs to the vessel. Yet, Li Bin and Jeffrey held a differing perspective. Li Bin argued that while the damage control teams would do their utmost to maintain the ship, the fleet must press forward at full speed towards the Margos system. Time was of the essence. The pirate queen, Kanda, would not delay for a mere few hundred crates of heavy weaponry. She had long been a staunch opponent of speed technology, having dedicated her youth to the cause, transforming from a seductive young beauty into a menopausal matron, and eventually into a frail elder reliant on mechanical prosthetics and organ transplants. From a logistics officer to a warlord, she had devolved into a mere pawn of the 3-star family, only to fall into the depths of piracy. For the sake of vengeance, Kanda was willing to sacrifice everything, except for time. She was acutely aware of her age and the need to seize every opportunity. Even without heavy weaponry, Kanda would resort to orbital bombardments and naval artillery assaults. In approximately 20 days, the Magus galaxy will be besieged by a multitude of pirate vessels, which will encircle the galaxy, targeting every visible non-pirate force and relentlessly assaulting the space stations and planets of Susi technology. Jeffrey's stance is quite straightforward. He supports Li Bin's opinions, but an additional reason for his attitude is his desire to avoid sorrow, particularly after having endured a harrowing experience in the restroom. Following Li Bin's analysis, and bolstered by the benefits he has consistently provided, the damage control teams breached the battery compartment, dismantled the damaged batteries, and secured themselves with multiple safety ropes, effectively sealing the ship's breaches as the fleet surged through space at high velocity. "We've detected pirate signals," reported Li Shu from the bridge. "Not just one, but several, and they are approaching." The atmospheric pressure on the bridge was somewhat low. If it were merely a small pirate fleet, they could execute the contingency plan, leaving a couple of decoy ships, Cat I and Cat II, to shield the Fat Orange and the flagship during their escape. However, multiple pirate groups posed a different challenge. This is the Bellino family commercial transport fleet. "We are on a mission to transport supplies. Are you here at the invitation of the Pirate King for the hunt? Provide me with your fleet's identification code." The pirate's voice was as irritable as ever. Jeffrey raised an eyebrow, thinking there was an opportunity, and without hesitation, he transmitted the identification code. Soon, the channel was filled with the pirate's furious exclamations. "Damn it! Why have all the new vessels from Mugos been showing up these past couple of days? Are the fleets from other companies just slacking off? You may proceed, but be quick about it. Don't delay my hunt." The encounter with the pirates was brief, lasting less than half an hour before and after entering the jump point. Nevertheless, Jeffrey was drenched in sweat, fearful of a sudden ambush as the fleet approached. With a tone of relief, he remarked, "I never anticipated that these pirates would actually show deference to the Bellino family." Li Bin shook his head, responding, "The Bellino family does not wield such influence. It is the new Margos that covertly supports the Pirate King, Kanda. Kanda requires a steady supply of resources from new Margos. These pirates are likely on amicable terms with her, thereby showing her respect. Had we delayed a few more days, the pirates from distant star systems would have arrived as well, and the Bellino name may not have sufficed to protect us." Being aware of the impending pirate attacks on the Margos star system, Li Bin was naturally well prepared. He had secured contracts with prominent families, ensuring he obtained their identification codes for protection. This mirrors how ancient caravans, during long journeys, would hire escort services to safeguard their personnel and goods, with some renowned escort agencies even lending their banners to enable short-haul traders to evade local bandits. The leaders of the escort agencies and the bandits often held a familiar rapport, allowing passage with the payment of a toll, thus avoiding conflict. Navigating the familiar route, they encountered the pirates and presented their identification codes. Upon the fleet's eventual arrival at New Margos, Duya and the security forces of the Bellino family had already cordoned off a section of the port. As Li Bin's figure emerged in the docking area, Duya, concealed by a mask, gazed contemplatively at the patched-up vessel, the three-legged cat, marred by scratches from the remnants of hyperspace storms, and remarked, "We have encountered them. Did they not provide our family's identification code? How ridiculous. You think your influence extends so far as to dictate whether pirates will rob me or not?" Li Bin scoffed. Noting that Li Bin had the leisure to jest with him, Duya finally felt a weight lift from his heart. His greatest fear had been Li Bin approaching him with a smile, adopting a humble demeanor. Such an encounter would be an unmistakable sign of impending failure in their business dealings, with the best outcome being an insufficient quantity. He inquired softly, "How many boxes?" "Regrettably, I couldn't find a channel on the black market and had to pay a hefty sum in tariffs," Li Bin lamented with exaggerated sorrow. "Not many. Just about 360 boxes. Duya burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. "We're secure now, completely secure. I can report to the governor, and I can also justify my actions to my family. My family's standing will undoubtedly rise with the success of this trade. After years in the administrative office, I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel." Grabbing Li Bin's shoulder, Duya exclaimed, "I knew you would succeed. Let me share some good news with you. Can you guess the current price of heavy weaponry from Marges information?" "How much?" Duya pronounced each word deliberately, 720 star coins. He continued, "If you hold off a bit longer, the remaining goods will surely fetch over 800. Once we complete the delivery of 306 boxes, according to the contract, that amounts to 640 star coins. As for the remaining 54 boxes, don't sell them directly to our family. I'll give you a lead to sell them on the black market. Wait, do you have transformation mechs in that shipment? That is splendid. Each box can fetch an additional 10 star coins. Congratulations, Li Bin, you're about to strike it rich." Jeffrey, standing nearby, was utterly captivated by the unfolding conversation. "After toiling for half a day, I find myself earning merely around 300 star coins per box. Meanwhile, upon signing a contract with the Bellino family, I could effortlessly increase my earnings by several dozen star coins per box, and soon enough, I might even make over 100. This situation is akin to the realm of financial capital. where tangible enterprises meticulously calculate costs, production, and market scale, only to see financial capital swoop in for a speculative frenzy, reaping vast fortunes and making a hasty exit. This mindset is a quintessential example of overlooking the consequences, focusing solely on the gains without considering the risks involved. Duya's investment in Li Bin also seems to gamble on his family's future. On the other hand, Li Bin politely declined Duya's generous offer, stating, "I have several boxes of heavy weaponry that I do not intend to sell." Why? Are there still battles raging somewhere that could fetch thousands? Duya perked up, urging, "Tell me more. If enterprises were to clash, selling these for over 1,000 isn't out of the question. In that case, we could both make a tidy profit." However, Li Bin clarified, "I wish to present these items to King Kanda of the pirates as a token of goodwill." Duya seemed perplexed, and it was evident that even the first mate was bewildered by the notion. With a market price exceeding 800 star coins and a cost of 285 star coins per box, the potential profit from 54 boxes could easily amount to nearly 30,000, sufficient to purchase a second-hand destroyer. And yet, Li Bin proposed to give them away? Noticing Duya's momentary confusion, Li Bin continued, "Here's my reasoning. Kanda harbors grand ambitions and aims to plunder the resources of Suzy technology. What will become of the spoils? How will the battlefield debris be managed post-conflict? It would be impractical to dispatch subordinates merely to salvage ships, wouldn't it? Pirates possess their own channels for offloading stolen goods. Yet Suzy technology boasts a celestial body and an orbital space station. Can their disposal channels accommodate such ventures? As for me, I possess a vessel and the registration details of the free planet Elphi. On the surface, I appear to be above reproach. I intend to utilize these goods as a testament to my genuine support for Kanda's grand endeavors. My plan is to operate under the guise of a salvage fleet and a trading fleet within the Magus star system. Hasn't there always been a neutral salvage fleet in the Perseus star region? Even if I do not join, other salvage fleets will inevitably enter the fray. Although we could also engage in salvage operations, we lack the recognition that pirates possess, leaving us vulnerable to being robbed at any moment. My proposition is simple. I kindly request the esteemed pirate King Kanda, or one of her reputable subordinates, to provide me with a letter of endorsement or permission, allowing me to seek out individuals and vessels to establish a temporary salvage company under the banner of neutrality, displacing the fleets of other planets and companies." In the midst of Jeffrey's bewildered gaze, Li Bin articulated his thoughts with confidence. The pirates would execute their raids and swiftly retreat, leaving no opportunity for Suzy technology to pursue them. We would engage in salvage and rescue operations, duly documenting the ownership of the goods before selling them, subsequently remitting the proceeds directly to Kanda, who would then distribute the funds to the pirates she had summoned. If conditions permit, we might even forge connections with Suzy Technology's fleet, gathering intelligence. While I dare not overstate our potential gains, a modest return should certainly be attainable. Li Bin gazed at Duya, whose mouth was gradually widening, and said solemnly, "I understand that dozens of crates of heavy weaponry do not warrant such grandiosity. However, given our familiarity and the relatively pleasant nature of our collaboration, I would appreciate it if you could communicate with your family regarding the establishment of this temporary company. The Bellino family would certainly hold a stake, and there will be dividends once the venture is successful." Duya initially covered her sagging chin, stepping back to glance at Li Bin. After a prolonged moment, she lowered her hand and spoke in a notably formal tone. "Li Bin, after all that has transpired, I finally comprehend your intentions. If you manage to survive, there will undoubtedly be a position for you in the Andromeda constellation. The matter of the salvage team has been considered by both the family and the governor. However, they have not entertained the notion of someone as shameless as you attempting to monopolize the salvage business across the entire star system. Indeed, it is a brilliant idea, one that promises substantial profits. Yet, Duya inquired with some trepidation, "Are you certain you wish to pursue this endeavor?" Following the event, Suzy Technology will undoubtedly conduct an AI-driven review, and you will certainly find yourself on their radar. Our family has managed to sustain ourselves with the new Margos. But can you withstand the pressure?" Li Bin chuckled nonchalantly. "Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Rather than worry about being crushed by a colossal corporation, I would rather be concerned about surviving until tomorrow. Indeed, Suzy Technology is a first-rate giant enterprise, yet it is not without rivals. The Hegemon, Risk Mining Company, and the Lude Church all have their eyes fixed on it. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of alliances. To ascend to the stage of the Andromeda star region, who can afford to disregard the necessity of choosing sides. Like the former employer, Mission Company, one cannot even aspire to be a mere dog of the Perseus Alliance, especially when one finds themselves wanted by sissy technology. In the eyes of the overlords, is this not akin to an oath of allegiance? Furthermore, engaging in scavenging work is far from aligning oneself with a powerful faction. It is seldom heard that a small fleet possesses the qualifications to align with a colossal enterprise. Such a notion is as absurd as Gambia claiming that a mere 1,000 soldiers could conquer Huaxia. Li Bin extended his hand. Are you in or out? Just give me a straightforward answer, as I am in urgent need to settle my considerable debts. Come on, why not? If you are unafraid, why should I be? Duya grasped Li Bin's hand and shook it vigorously. He scrutinized Li Bin, finding it hard to believe that the young man before him was not yet 17. With a teasing tone, he inquired, once this venture concludes, do you have any plans for marriage? I have several cousins, both in appearance and character, simply exquisite. The only issue is that my uncles have passed, leaving no one to oversee them. Our family is financially secure, yet as the elder cousin, I worry day and night about their potential deceit by others. But let us discuss that later. Chapter 54. With a fortune of 100,000. Returning home by ship, Li Bin departed alone with Duya, recognizing the gravity of the situation involving a colossal enterprise, pirates, and free planets, with incalculable sums at stake. He could not bring anyone along. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Gazing at the reports before him, Li Bin once again deeply appreciated that the success of his endeavors was intricately linked to the support and assistance of many. In truth, Jeffrey had contributed significantly. But that did not imply Li Bin's path was devoid of challenges. He still had numerous tasks to undertake, starting with calculating income and expenditure. 306 crates of heavy weaponry, each yielding a profit of 355 star coins, culminate in a total of 108, 630 star coins. Father Pucci of the Lud Church invested 10,000 star coins and, per their verbal agreement, is required to repay 11,000 star coins, leaving a remainder of 97,630 star coins. Li Bin clicked his tongue, reflecting on the bank's ample resources, having lent 5,000 star coins to his former self, a clear case of high risk with minimal return, granted solely out of favor with the governor. Such clandestine dealings elude even the AI core. There may be opportunities to exploit this further in the future. Adding to this are Jeffrey's loan of 2,500 star coins and the Lee family's loan of 14,864 star coins. One cannot help but wonder what dreadful contract his deceased parents signed. How in just a few months the interest has ballooned so significantly. It feels akin to having entered into a master-servant pact, their minds evidently warped by some twisted fancy. Thus, a remaining balance of 80,266 star coins persists. Li Bin harbors no respect for his parents, wishing fervently for their swift demise. He imagines himself as an orphan from the outset. Even with the burden of younger siblings, it would likely be less burdensome. With each deduction, he feels a pang in his heart akin to the ache of Li Changzhen, his posture shifting from standing tall to slouched, eventually crouching on the deck. Feeling as though debt is a specter haunting him, an insistent ghost that refuses to release him after all these years. Li Bin had yet to conclude his thoughts when he continued to peruse the list. There were also the bonuses for the crew. Our fleet comprises a total of 184 individuals, with 36 senior crew members, including 3 captains, 3 chief mates, 4 second mates, and 3 third mates. He recited an extensive array of positions, with himself as the captain of the Sigiomio, Jeffrey as the chief mate, for whom he had repaid a loan, thus opting not to issue a year-end bonus this year, considering the loan had been settled. Furthermore, that scoundrel was likely at the tavern seeking a sister to assist his convalescing brother, leaving him here to tally the accounts. What a disloyal rascal, deserving of severe exploitation. This left a remaining sum of 76,130 star coins. Oh, right, he still needed to reimburse for the wine purchase. Those clients from Suzy Technology had vanished without a trace, and the remaining few only amounted to 26 cases. With double compensation, that totaled 10,556 star coins. Accepting the loss, he calculated that only 65,574 star coins remained. As for the wine, Li Bin had contemplated directly procuring it from the Interstellar Empire to turn a profit. Given his cunning abilities, he could navigate any restrictions and find a way through the back door. However, time was the crux of the matter. Yet, even with the loss of the wine funds, his earnings were not negligible. Li Bin exhaled deeply, reclining in the captain's chair, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he beheld the 5-digit figure. The funds for the repairs were covered by the Bailino family, and he would not have to repay them. The price was the establishment of a temporary salvage company, which would entrust all repair operations solely to the Lloyds from New Mugos. A most advantageous arrangement. In addition to the 60,000 profit, along with the principal, the company had amassed 160,000 star coins. Initially, the boast of leveraging 30,000 to stir 100,000 has indeed come to fruition. As for the funds allocated for weaponry, they serve as an entry ticket for a subsequent, grander cycle of capital. Li Bin does not intend to risk the 100,000 principal. He has now attained a certain level of wealth, having once lived a life of destitution and desperation. With newfound affluence, it is only prudent to reserve funds for future endeavors. This 100,000 represents the capital for Li Bin and Huan Yu's joint ventures. Li Bin rose from his seat, stretched languidly, and addressed his brother. All right, go enjoy yourself. The money has already been transferred to your account. Spend it wisely and be cautious not to fall prey to deceit. His brother complained, my sister insisted that I follow you. Follow? Nonsense. I just had a hearty meal with you and am poised for a nap. Have you eaten? If not, you ought to go get something to eat. Do you expect me to conjure a lavish feast for you in my dreams? After dispatching his brother, Li Bin proceeded to send messages to the crew, inviting them to the bridge to collect their bonuses. Not long after, the news spread rapidly through the ship. Amidst the cacophony of hurried footsteps, shouts of "Long live the captain" echoed throughout. The crew, brimming with excitement, approached the bridge, only to slow their pace as they entered with utmost caution. Faced with the captain, who held their performance rewards, they once again found themselves in the throes of anxiety reminiscent of their initial interviews, forming an orderly queue. In front of the crew, Li Bin executed the transfers one by one, only allowing them to leave once the bonuses were confirmed. This tactic was learned from protagonists of other web novels, while they had gleaned their strategies from the military practices of Yuan Shikai. Thus, it could be said that Li Bin had tasted the bitter fruit of experience. Although he was uncertain of the efficacy of such actions in the interstellar era, he figured it was an opportune moment to experiment while his ranks were still thin, embracing the notion of taking chances, whether fruitful or not. If it proves effective, one profits. If not, there are no losses. As the scale expands, it is likely that one will resort to pre-recording videos in a designated room, allowing crew members to follow the procedures and receive their remuneration. Beginning with a modest sum of 199 star coins, the venture has burgeoned to an impressive 160,000 star coins, yielding a remarkable 15-fold profit in less than a year. Furthermore, this success has garnered 4 vessels and over 100 loyal crew members. Though the number of personnel is substantial, with generous salaries and bonuses dispensed, Li Bin harbors an abstract evaluation chart within his mind, meticulously documenting the performance of each crew member post-embarkation. He simultaneously provides incentives while assessing quality. In Li Bin's hierarchy, crew members are arranged like a pyramid, evaluated solely on 2 criteria, loyalty and capability. As Li Bin contemplates the audacious prospect of seizing opportunities from the grasp of colossal enterprises, the loyalty of his crew emerges as paramount, closely followed by their skill set. In fact, Li Bin is even inclined to accept crew members whose abilities may not be particularly outstanding. Those with talent need not serve under him, but could instead become shareholders or partners. At the forefront of Li Bin's mental roster are individuals like Volgan, who, devoid of background and hailing from the pure and loyal lineage of Elfi, occupy the elite tier. The secondary tier comprises the captains and first mates of the ship's Kitten 1, Kitten 2, and Fat Orange, who have been elevated through rigorous evaluations. As for Volgan's absence from a more significant role, it is primarily due to his current capabilities being insufficient. Aside from engineering tasks in combat, he still requires further training. Additionally, Li Bin envisions Volgan occupying a more critical position in his future plans. Jeffrey, a unique talent, possesses the skills of a subordinate but joined the venture early on, thus holding shares in the company, positioning him as a hybrid of partner and subordinate. As for the younger brother and sister, there is little to be said. The bond of blood, coupled with the genuine affection that Li Bin has shown over the years, has forged a true family. What belongs to Li Bin also belongs to them. He believes that even if their biological parents were to return from the dead to take them away, the siblings would not hesitate to follow, each willingly accepting their fate. The connection of blood and kinship renders Li Bin invincible in their hearts. Should a future with colonies arise, the sister could serve as the governor of the colony, overseeing logistics, while the brother could lead the ground forces. Their personalities are well suited for these roles, and they are being nurtured in this direction. Entrusting such pivotal positions to outsiders would be unsettling. It is essential for family, who share both fortune and misfortune, to take on these responsibilities. In that eventuality, Li Bin would continue his ventures, navigating the seas for commerce, mining, and exploring ruins, living the life of an astronaut daily, thus ensuring that the previous life of joy was not in vain. Indeed, life appears to be filled with promise. Lost in these thoughts, Li Bin finally succumbed to fatigue, closing his eyes and drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, he set forth from the harbor with a fully equipped fleet, once again laden with 500 crates of alloy panels, heading toward the IOS star system. Upon arriving at Tarsus in the IOS system, and with ample time at his disposal, Li Bin permitted the crew to access the orbital space station. However, due to the planet's intensely religious atmosphere and its breathtaking natural environment, he refrained from allowing the crew to descend to the planet's surface. He feared that their first encounter with a vibrant, life-filled world might lead them to mistakenly attribute the wonders of nature to divine forces, thus becoming enraptured in delusion. He once again donated the alloy worth 500 star coins to support the refugees, repaying Father Pucci's investment with interest, and also bringing forth a trade request from the notorious pirate king, Kanda. Given the situation surrounding the obstruction of Suzy technology, Li Bin was unsurprisingly granted permission. Henceforth, as long as Kanda's nest continued its assaults on Suzy technology, he would be able to procure food from Tarsus Star as one of the representatives of the pirate king. As expected, when the fleet set sail, Li Bin took away 600 boxes of provisions, incurring a cost of 200 star coins. Subsequently, the fleet embarked towards the Tula star system. At the jump point of the Knightsbridge in the Eos star system, Li Bin announced with fervor over the intercom, "In the Tula star system, Kazalin boasts the finest automated factories of the Perseus Alliance. The output of finished ships there surpasses that of the MAG system and the Eos system, with a more vibrant second-hand ship trading market. Our fleet's capacity must be expanded. 650 units of cargo capacity is still insufficient to meet our future demands. Secondly, we must recruit more personnel, bringing in additional engineering teams from the factory district. These skilled metal and machinery operators will handle all salvage operations across the MAG system, providing ample work for them to hone their craft. We also need to enlist a Marine Corps to safeguard our salvage points." With a grand gesture, Li Bin proclaimed with great enthusiasm, "We are no longer the same as a year ago. Now we possess ships, funds, and projects. Stand tall. With our sights set on Elphi Star, we shall triumph." On November 28, 206 of the stellar calendar, the fleet of the Universal Alliance, the first and currently the only one, embarked on a return journey of 2 light years under the leadership of the company's founder, Li Bin. Chapter 55, Unpleasant in Poverty. Affable in Wealth, Part 1. As the fleet of the Universal Alliance approached the vicinity of the Elphi orbital space station, the patrol team responsible for security unexpectedly halted their operations. Before them lay a fleet registered in Elphi, a pure local enterprise devoid of any involvement from large corporations, monopolistic entities, or financial capital investments. At the beginning of the stellar calendar year 206, this enterprise's registered assets consisted merely of a dilapidated vessel, yet now, a small commercial fleet stood before the patrol team. Could it be true? Without capital support, how could they amass such wealth so quickly? Has Elphi produced such a remarkable talent? Or perhaps they had entangled themselves with some wealthy benefactor. Captain Bonkalev of the 4th Patrol Squadron stroked his chin contemplatively, pondering the possibility that this could be a case of pirates masquerading for reconnaissance. To exercise caution, he intercepted this peculiar fleet, instructing the patrol members to don their uniforms properly. He then led his team aboard the flagship, where he encountered the most bizarre scene of his life thus far. The commander of this fleet, who identified himself as Li Bin, the owner of the company, donned a captain's uniform devoid of any extravagant jewels or precious metal adornments, an exceedingly rare sight among merchants. Flaunting one's financial prowess through attire and lifestyle to bolster investor confidence is typically an effortless endeavor. The individual named Li Bin exhibited an exceedingly humble demeanor, his tone gentle yet devoid of subservience. During their conversation, Boncharev found himself unexpectedly presented with a packet of cigarettes. Upon inspecting the packaging, he discerned the unmistakable emblem of the Lude Church, indicating the fine quality derived from genuine tobacco leaves. A careful squeeze revealed a rigid object within the cigarette box, presumably an anonymous withdrawal card. Moreover, this company, despite being registered for less than a year, demonstrated remarkable prowess. The crew was consuming rations that far exceeded their station. The cafeteria's supply list clearly delineated the day's menu, which included dehydrated vegetables mixed with spicy, tangy starch nutrient paste, dumplings, and buns. Remarkably, the dehydrated vegetable patrol's cafeteria offered such provisions only once a week, leaving one to ponder whether these seafarers were indeed afforded such luxuries daily. And then there was the aroma. Utilizing the same ingredients, how was it that others could craft such delightful dishes? The patrolling officers, drawn by the enticing scent, found themselves wandering into the cafeteria, their appetites piqued. Ultimately, it was Li Bin's heartfelt invitation that compelled Boncharev to reluctantly take a seat. After just a single taste of the dehydrated vegetable nutrient paste, Boncharev was struck by the realization that life exists in stark contrasts. Although these crew members were not public servants, lacked insurance under their captain, and risked their lives in the depths of space for profit, their meals were of a quality that rivaled the basic employees of major corporations. In contrast, despite his position within the patrol, complete with insurance and a retirement plan, Boncharev's daily fare was nothing short of abysmal when compared to theirs. Elfi did not produce grain, and thus, the finished rations depended entirely on imports. Perhaps the gentleman possessed expensive soil, but it was hardly suitable for cultivation. In a fleeting moment, he even contemplated abducting the cafeteria chef, but ultimately, it was the founder of the United Cosmos who, with sincerity, dispelled such thoughts. By the time the inspection was complete, Bonkolev had already embraced Li Bin, referring to him as a brother, as if they were siblings from different parents. This captain of the 4th Patrol Division truly embodied genuineness. He must have recently assumed his position, discreetly offering cigarettes and star coins, accompanying meals while engaging in light-hearted flattery, all of which amounted to less than 10 star coins, a true testament to his integrity. It is prudent to cultivate relationships with such straightforward individuals before they succumb to corruption, establishing a favorable personal rapport with him. Li Bin mused as the fleet transmitted the identification code to the space station, subsequently traversing the sparse void of the ship's passageway. Entering the harbor docking area, Li Changzhen, fastening his visor, was the first to disembark, arms wide open as he called out loudly to the space station. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a bustling crowd, he was met with the bemused gaze of an operator passing by on a forklift. Following closely behind, Li Shu inquired with curiosity, "What are you doing?" Hearing her brother's question, Li Shu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She scrutinized him, exclaiming, "I think you need more practice. Perhaps the chief mate should give you some extra training so that peculiar thoughts won't cloud your mind." In front of her brother, Li Shu's demeanor grew assertive as the siblings playfully tussled in the docking area. Meanwhile, a few hovering vehicles approached from outside the port, accompanied by 2 towering mobile gantry cranes. A group of impeccably dressed gentlemen, adorned in tailored suits and sporting gold-rimmed spectacles, approached with measured steps, each carrying a briefcase equipped with advanced technology. The gleaming platinum cufflinks, in accordance with company standards, glimmered as they elegantly turned their wrists. The elite of Richelieu Bank made their suave reappearance. Upon seeing these dapper yet predatory figures, Li Changzhen instinctively tensed, positioning himself to block their passage onto the vessel. However, they were invited by Li Bin and were there for business. Their demeanor was notably more amiable than that of the liquidators from years past. These individuals were mere mercenaries of wealth, summoned with ease during prosperous times, yet revealing their true predatory nature when financial difficulties arose. Eager to strip one of both flesh and spirit. "We are business representatives from Richelieu Bank, here to meet with Mr. Li Bin aboard his ship," they announced with beaming smiles. One of them called out, and upon hearing this, Li Changzhen reluctantly conceded, "The captain is in the captain's quarters." The representatives from Richelieu Bank exchanged warm smiles and nodded in gratitude. On the 3-legged cat, in the captain's quarters, Li Bin remained unadorned by any jewelry. Even in the presence of the bank's representatives, with only 3 representatives present besides himself, Li Bin lounged lazily on a synthetic sofa, awaiting the representatives to settle accounts. The debts of the Li family, his own loans, and those of Jeffrey were meticulously cleared by the representatives' deft handling. Consequently, Li Bin's company rating soared from the brink of credit bankruptcy to becoming a formidable unicorn in the Alphi market, brimming with potential. In less than a year, nearly 20,000 in debt has been repaid, and a small trading company has been established. For a newcomer starting from scratch, devoid of resources from large enterprises or other companies, this achievement is indeed remarkable. If possible, they would even consider investing. The number of vessels is inconsequential. What truly matters is the core team led by Li Bin. For capital favors those with proven success, as they are often more likely to thrive. However, Li Bin is currently not in need of funds. If he seeks to borrow, he would rather approach Father Puki and the Bellino family, who not only offer low interest, but also allow for a deepening of relationships through debt, which is far more favorable than the coldness of financial capital. Interpersonal relationships serve as the ladder to Li Bin's success. Chapter 56. Unpleasant in Poverty. Affable in Wealth. Part 2. On board the three-legged cat, in the captain's quarters, the air conditioning hissed softly, and synthetic, formulaic incense lingered in the captain's bedroom foyer. This time, Li Bin abstained from both tobacco and alcohol, emphasizing instead that his pockets were brimming with money, steering clear of any superficialities. The business representative adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Indeed, Mr. Li Bin, the food items you have ordered are all finished products. Elfie does not produce grains, but finished foods are not affordable for miners and the impoverished. Thus, the market will be significantly smaller. Upon hearing this, Li Bin immediately grasped the underlying intention to drive the price down. With a population of approximately 1 million, Elfie's demographic is akin to that of a remote city in Huaxia, where 90% are impoverished. The remaining 10% comprise the middle class, and only a minuscule fraction belongs to the wealthy elite. The impoverished subsist on a mixture of artificial starch, additives, salt, sugar, and fats crafted into nutrient paste or compressed rations. For the impoverished, finished grain is an expensive and unbeneficial sustenance. Not only must it be prepared by oneself, but it also requires additional ingredients such as oil, salt, and sugar. It pales in comparison to nutritional pastes mixed with water that are more palatable. The only commendable aspect is its pleasant texture and the versatility it offers in culinary applications. This extravagant fare is particularly favored by the middle and upper classes, who perceive these unnecessary preparations as a testament to their wealth and leisure. Much like the landowning class of yore, where women took pride in maintaining long nails as a display of their social standing, one can trace this lineage back to the likes of the regent empress of Cixi. Nevertheless, as a consumable commodity and strategic resource, it is expected that neither the governor nor the industrial conglomerate would overlook reasonably priced grain trade contracts. This is a clear tactic of price suppression. Li Bin endured the incessant chatter of his counterpart and simply inquired about the quantity they could procure. Well, 300 boxes, each at 18 star coins. The absurdity of the offer left him momentarily speechless. Just half a year prior, the price of finished grain had been upwards of 26 star coins, and now he was being presented with an offer of 18 star coins. As if he were a fool blessed by fortune. Have I heard correctly? Is the elfin magma now transformed into fertile land? He chuckled as he opened the door, gesturing for them to leave. Perhaps I shall sell this batch to Kazalin instead, where the wealthy abound. Mr. Li Bin, this price is actually quite fair. The sales representative grew anxious, contemplating how this individual deviated from the script, demanding exorbitant prices only to dismiss them outright. What kind of strategy was this? The crux of the matter lies in the analysis of the movements and facial expressions captured by the terminal glasses. It appears that this individual genuinely intends to sell to Kazalin, rather than engage in underhanded psychological tactics. Kazalin, a metallic planet, lacks sufficient agricultural bases to sustain its vast population of over 10 million, coupled with an extensive manufacturing sector and numerous corporate mid-level and grassroots management. The modest amount of grain that Li Bin is willing to offer would barely make a ripple in the market, merely suggesting that the grain prices may dip slightly. However, this would attract buyers beyond just the Richelieu Bank, as the Andromeda Union is renowned for its financial capital. Furthermore, even if the orders are secured, such achievements would be credited to the representatives of Kazalin, leaving our elves' representatives with no relevance. At this juncture, Li Changzhen's voice echoed through the corridor. Brother, our people have been attacked. Vulcan has also been detained, with a direct demand for you to procure funds for their release. Li Bin inhaled deeply and inquired at the door. Who are they? Li Changzhen replied. According to the first mate, it's the port gang. Many of them still work as dock workers. Li Bin, already in a foul mood due to the representative's antics, was instantly provoked. He thought to himself, How dare the bank wash its hands of me? They may have wealth, but a few harsh words would suffice. When has a fleet ever been bullied by dockworkers? Today. I even brought them job opportunities. How can these ingrates treat their benefactors in such a manner? In the realm of commerce and transport, dockworkers hold no sway. The crew members, having lived and worked together for years, traverse the harshness of space and weather, engaging in cooperation and conflict akin to soldiers and mercenaries, sharing a camaraderie reminiscent of miners. What relevance does the involvement of gangsters hold? Among the business representatives, one appeared particularly well-versed in the matter, while the other two remained contemplative. He adeptly approached, placing his briefcase on his lap, bowing respectfully. Speaking rapidly, he seemed anxious that Li Bin might depart before he finished. In a final effort to appease Li Bin's potential dissatisfaction, he added, regardless of the injuries sustained by your crew, I assure you that these ringleaders will be dealt with accordingly. I will instruct the police to investigate their hideout. These individuals must harbor unspeakable sins within. By tomorrow, these ringleaders will vanish from existence. His words insinuated that he could arrange for the port police to unjustly convict the ringleaders, taking them aboard under the pretext of capital punishment, allowing the Universal Corporation to torment them without concern for their fates, even if it meant leaving them as mere remnants. After all, once deceased, their ashes could be scattered into space, mingled with crushed ore. What? You suggest that ore and ashes differ and could be identified? Who would recognize them? And who would dare? This individual, possessing a seemingly gentle demeanor, spoke with an unexpectedly harsh edge, a contrast that took Li Bin by surprise. After observing the deferential representative for a moment, he finally turned his head and stated, Very well, you have 15 minutes. With a beaming smile, the representative lifted his gaze and replied in an enthusiastic tone, Excellent. We must contact the port police and submit a request to the company. Please, wait a moment. As he spoke, he tilted his head towards the other two, and the trio swiftly exited the captain's quarters. Once the door sealed shut, their once enthusiastic expressions turned cold, and they began a brief meeting in a nonchalant tone. Based on our observations, he holds a significant reputation within the fleet, his abilities evidently commendable, suggesting that he is not merely fortunate. The company ought to elevate his rating and engage with him in a more favorable manner. I require a more detailed account of his trading activities and trajectory over the past year. Perhaps we could consider offering him an investment instead of a loan. Indeed, the previous loan of 5,000 star coins appears rather peculiar. Despite his substantial debts, he managed to secure a low-interest loan, indicating a possible connection with high-ranking officials at the orbital station. If my suspicions bear fruit, we might explore the possibility of leveraging this relationship to expand our own network. I will have the support department investigate the pertinent information. For now, let us prioritize addressing the client's needs. I shall reach out to the port authorities to investigate the gang's stronghold. I will also submit requests for personal favors and public funds to the company. The two officers glanced at the young man in the middle, who had just quelled Li Bin's ire, noticing he seemed somewhat lost in thought. They gently prompted, Mu Yao, what is troubling you? I will contact the medical and cleaning teams. This captain is quite irritable and may not spare the gang any leniency. The three individuals dispersed, venturing forth until the silhouettes of the other two had vanished from view. Mu Yao, filled with renewed perplexity, activated his terminal once more, scrutinizing the data in his possession, and succumbed to contemplation. The lineage and experiences detailed herein were astonishingly fitting. 10 minutes later, a transport railcar glided into the docking area. However, what disembarked was not cargo, but a throng of visibly agitated individuals, casting furtive glances about them, adorned with tattoos that unmistakably marked them as members of the port gang. 3 battered crew members, nursing their wounds, were surrounded as if by a constellation of stars, and among them stood the most robust figure, Vulcan. Though injured, he maintained an air of composure. Behind the port gang loomed a contingent of uniformed police officers, armed and vigilant. The leading gang member, casting furtive glances, was startled when a discarded soda can was kicked to his side, producing a clattering sound. The dock area, situated in the zone of minimal gravity within the orbital space station, allowed the can to rebound off the floor like a rubber ball. As the can floated upward, the gang leader's gaze followed its trajectory, gradually lifting until his pupils constricted in alarm. A slender air gun was held by an elderly man, grotesque in appearance, with his legs and left arm replaced by prosthetics. The hideous elder closed his left eye, using the right prosthetic eye to align the sights. the barrel aimed directly at him. The gang leader trembled uncontrollably, his gaze vacant, his body shaking, paralyzed with fear. Having once traversed the underworld, he could discern from the elder's movements and indifferent expression that this was no mere intimidation. The gun was truly poised to fire. What was more critical was the absence of a scope on that air gun, relying solely on the iron sights. Do not move. I possess little confidence in shooting at moving targets. The old one-eyed man muttered softly, his finger gently twitching as a bullet was discharged, shattering an empty soda can. The deafening explosion near the leader's ear made him flinch, his legs weakening uncontrollably, threatening to collapse. Yet, the magnetic boots held him firm, leaving him in a daze, akin to a snake deprived of its strength, languidly slumping down. Jeffrey, clutching a bag of empty cans, inquired, "What do you think?" The old one-eyed man moved his neck and replied with a smirk, "I wager a star coin that the lad has wet himself." Upon hearing this, Jeffrey eagerly reached for another can, exclaiming, "Shall we go again? Let's do it." Clang. The can landed by another leader's feet. The old one-eyed man inhaled deeply, adjusting the gun's muzzle. The can appeared as minuscule as a flea in a dog's fur through his sights. The gunfire continued, while the port police in the background remained indifferent to the leader's terrified screams and pleas for help. As long as the Universal Union refrained from committing murder in the presence of the police, the officers would turn a blind eye, courtesy of the Richelieu Bank. If the owner of this fleet was willing to part with some money, perhaps merely treating everyone to a drink at the police club, even an accidental misfire would be overlooked. The only requirement was for the metallic flooring to be cleaned thoroughly, ensuring there were no unsightly remnants. Chapter 57. Under the Governor's Command. Secret societies in the foyer of the captain's quarters. Li Bin sat upright this time. The reason was simple. The person across from him was not merely a commissioner from Richelieu, but also a fund manager, the same individual who had accompanied him during the wine sale. Although his position did not warrant additional respect from Li Bin, the entity he served was one that commanded Li Bin's deference. The member of the Industrial Comprehensive Complex Association and the governor of the Elfin Planet, Noth, greeted Mr. Li Bin with a warm smile, accompanied by the respectfully poised business officer, Mu Yao. "Seeing you today, I reckon that the year 207 of the stellar calendar will surely bring me fortune." Although Noth was somewhat perplexed by the colloquialism's smooth sailing and wealth, he jested in response, "If that is the case, I shall have to visit often. Indeed, I shall come frequently. Allow me to arrange a splendid room for you aboard the ship. Your continuous presence would be most welcome. With such an esteemed individual like you at the helm, I can only anticipate navigating through prosperity with ease." The two exchanged playful banter and engaged in conversation about the recent offerings of hybrid funds from the Perseus Alliance, laced with subtle sarcasm. Li Bin shared his observations from the southern star regions, subtly critiquing Suzy technology. As their dialogue deepened, Noth's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Contemplating, this Li Bin speaks in a manner that resonates profoundly with me, and his background aligns perfectly. Does he truly harbor grievances against colossal enterprises? Or has he discerned my probing and is merely catering to my inclinations? If it is the latter, for a mere 16-year-old to possess such acuity, coupled with his innate talent for trade, is indeed rather formidable. Li Bin recounted his experiences at Demon Avionics, his mind racing with thoughts. Is this North not merely the governor's lapdog? The governor himself is part of the association and also holds a position at the Richelieu Bank. His affiliations with large enterprises so numerous that one could not wash them away even by plunging into the Yellow River. Yet, upon my mere utterance of disparaging remarks about Suzy technology, he reacts as if under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Could it be that this fellow harbors some unspeakable past, deeply resentful towards Suzy technology? The two were intentionally probing each other, their conversation gradually becoming more candid. North lamented, "My recent days have been quite challenging. I manage a fund on behalf of the governor, with a significant portion invested in the space station project. I had hoped to gain some insider knowledge by leveraging the governor's influence, but alas, the Perseus Alliance has been ruthlessly driving down the prices of minerals and metals, resulting in substantial losses for the space station's refinery. The industrial consortium remains indifferent, merely echoing the large enterprises." Li Bin responded, "Do not even get me started. I finally managed to establish connections in Magarus, eager to make my mark, only for Suzy technology to be on the brink of conflict with pirates, causing a tumult that has left me unable to conduct any business. It is quite absurd for such a colossal enterprise to engage in a petty feud with pirates. Truly disgraceful. Their conversation meandered aimlessly, reaching a point where it seemed they had exhausted all avenues of discussion. Continuing would likely transform their exchange from mere probing to a fervent camaraderie, bordering on a pact of rebellion against the colossal enterprises. At that moment, both men sensed the shift and chose to halt the conversation. North waved his hand, signaling Mu Yao to leave. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bin took a few gulps of water to soothe his throat. Once the door clicked shut, North rose and retrieved a device, aiming it at the front hall to conduct a scan in Li Bin's presence. After completing the scan, he displayed an apologetic expression towards Li Bin, then extracted another instrument from his briefcase, adjusted it a couple of times, and finally resumed his seat. I apologize. Given the involvement of colossal enterprises, I must exercise caution. Li Bin responded nonchalantly, indicating that it was of no consequence. North adjusted his glasses and began to speak slowly. Well, my role extends beyond that of a mere fund manager or a mere errand boy for the governor's office. I am, in fact, a member of the court society. Li Bin blinked, regarding North with skepticism, pondering the significance of the court society. He thought to himself, so you're part of this secretive organization, and what of it? Who truly knows the purpose behind the court society? Perhaps your gatherings involve mining quartz, or even employing alchemy to synthesize it. Spare me the pretense, my friend. There are countless societies in the world, and in the 21st century alone, we have the Skull and Bones, the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the European Union, the Avengers, and the Justice League, whose duties might include safeguarding the planet while promoting love and the essence of evil. I require something of substance. Li Bin stared intently, awaiting North's elaboration. Observing Li Bin's expression, North realized that perhaps he was unfamiliar with the court society. Thus, he chose his words carefully. The court society is a clandestine organization dedicated to opposing the dominion of the colossal enterprises. Li Bin was taken aback, incredulously thinking, is it truly that audacious? Are we to rise against the giants with such fervor? Seeing the unmistakable shock reflected in Li Bin's eyes, Nuo Si felt a strange sense of relief. This Li Bin finally recognized his own shortcomings, revealing he was not a paragon of perfection. You misunderstand. The court society does not intend to alter the entirety of the Perseus star region. We merely wish for Elphi to liberate itself from the clutches of the conglomerates. Upon hearing this, Li Bin comprehended the underlying sentiment, akin to the familiar adage, Europe for Europeans, implying a desire to distance themselves from American influence. Through the association, Elphi could be said to wield considerable power over the Perseus alliance. Li Bin nodded, acknowledging a pragmatic perspective, albeit a challenging one. So, the sponsors of the Quartz Society are the other prominent figures within the association who refuse to be shackled by the conglomerates? Nuo Si's countenance darkened upon hearing this. No, we possess but a single benefactor, the governor himself. The other magnates either wholly submit to the conglomerates or are too afraid to voice their dissent, merely permitting our existence without offering direct support. With a tone almost mournful, Nuo Si recounted the harrowing history of Elphi over the past 2 centuries. Each word steeped in sorrow, lamenting the cruelty of the conglomerates, emphasizing that every member of the Quartz Society had been meticulously selected and rigorously tested by the governor and the society's core leaders. At this juncture, Li Bin's mind began to entertain ominous thoughts. Such meticulous selection seemed disingenuous. Having engaged in conversation for mere hours, he had already divulged crucial information regarding their benefactor and adversaries. It was evidently a clear-cut strategy to either join or face dire consequences. The corporate giants' reckless behavior in the Perseus star region has persisted for quite some time. It is entirely normal for local resistance forces to emerge. As long as their profit margins remain unaffected, these profit-driven corporations are disinclined to expend resources on suppression, preferring instead to engage in price wars with their competitors. Hence, the existence of the Quartz Society is undoubtedly known to these giants, though they choose to ignore it. At this moment, Li Bin begins to contemplate how to subtly convey his allegiance to the Bailino family, perhaps reenacting the interstellar version of the poignant sentiment. If only we had met before marriage. However, North's subsequent remarks caused Li Bin to stiffen with surprise. In truth, you, like us, have endured significant torment at the hands of these corporate behemoths. The only difference is your ignorance of the truth. The factory owned by your parents was deliberately targeted and bankrupted in a monopolistic scheme orchestrated by the Industrial Consortium Association over a decade ago. After acquiring your parents' factory, the association swiftly restructured it and turned a profit. Chapter 58. Thankfully, it is not a cliché trope, lest it become tiresome. On board the three-legged cat. In the captain's quarters foyer, the atmosphere is rather heavy, a stark contrast to the room's rarity of opulence. Yet, Li Bin's expression remains unchanged as he gazes at North. Seemingly unaffected, as if overhearing neighbors discuss the demise of someone he once met, their visage now lost to the mists of time, merely a familiar stranger. After reflecting on the capriciousness of life, Li Bin must return to work to earn his meager wages. This profound detachment greatly exceeds North's expectations, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Akin to someone who has shared explosive news in a group chat only to receive the response, "Is that all?" Feeling as though unseen pests were crawling upon him. Li Bin seemed to respond in a manner that was almost synchronistic, softly inquiring, "Are you about to tell me that my parents truly love me and my siblings? That they genuinely wish to create a family?" "No, regrettably not," North interjected, seizing the opportunity to elaborate with vivid detail on what he knew. "Your parents never intended to raise offspring. You and your siblings were coerced into existence by the association merely to provide the lenders with a pretext for extending loans, which led to an ever-increasing spiral of debt until their finances collapsed under the weight of insolvency. In fact, my research indicates that your parents have expressed their disdain for children not once, but multiple times during capacity meetings and tenders. Even after your departure from the port, they treated your siblings poorly. Do not be angered. I do not imply that they abused their children, but rather that they chose to disregard them." North continued, "Your parents had no intention of covering the living expenses for Li Shu and Li Changzhen. This was merely a facet of the association's strategy to quickly deplete the factory's resources through various expenditure schemes." Li Bin pondered inwardly. Despite his parents being victims of someone else's machinations, their malice towards him and his siblings could not be erased. Listening to North's incessant discourse, he even felt a sense of relief. At least it wasn't the cliché narrative of "we have our reasons." Otherwise, he might have found himself cast as the misunderstood child in a melodramatic family saga, full of complaints and grievances against his parents. Li Bin has already repaid the debt of over 10,000 star coins incurred by his parents, a sum sufficient to buy the lives of 100 individuals, with some remainder. In his eyes, this act serves as adequate recompense for the genetic gifts bestowed upon him and Li Shu by their parents. Consequently, he feels an unprecedented sense of relief. Under North's gaze, Li Bin slowly remarked, "So, should I express my gratitude to the association? If it weren't for them, I wouldn't even exist, and perhaps my younger siblings would have perished from starvation long ago." This surprising perspective caught North off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned. Observing North's bewildered expression, Li Bin burst into hearty laughter. "Just a jest. I can still distinguish between primary and secondary contradictions. May I boldly inquire, does the association frequently engage in such matters? Why would they not?" North replied with an awkward smile, gathering his thoughts. The association initially began as a spontaneous organization, intended to consolidate the resources of Elfi. Its purpose was to utilize production capacity meetings and internal indicator meetings to guide development and avoid internal strife. The members of the association were originally distinguished entrepreneurs from various industries, but its nature has since transformed. Li Bin pondered, "So this association has become a festering wound, rotten to the core. Therefore, the governor's intention is to take action against the association to eliminate the corporate sycophants within?" Not just that. As the spirit of North surged, he exclaimed, "At last, you have posed the right question. The governor has always been acutely aware that direct confrontation with colossal enterprises holds no prospects for victory. Thus, the governor intends to address the capitulators not by erasing them from existence, but by undermining their companies through the support of emerging enterprises." With a hint of excitement, he continued, "This is the very essence of the establishment of the Quartz Society. We are neither an assassination organization nor a political entity. We are a commercial organization, continually seeking and embracing like-minded individuals in Elfi." He adjusted his glasses and added, "We recognize the challenge ahead, yet the governor has exhibited remarkable patience. She awaits a prime opportunity, an event akin to the AI wars, which would preoccupy the colossal enterprises, enabling us to expel the influence of the Andromeda Alliance once and for all. Our goal is to liberate Elfi from the clutches of these giants, allowing it to become a truly free planet. When that moment arrives, we shall bask in the sunlight of a new world, conducting our affairs unencumbered." In a departure from his previous composure, North radiated enthusiasm, his skin slightly flushed, fists clenched in fervor. This impassioned demeanor unexpectedly reminded Li Bin of a historical figure who rose from humble beginnings in a tavern. Li Bin, encouraged by the fervor, chimed in with praises, remarking on their ideals, aspirations, organization, and strategic foresight, declaring that their association would surely prevail and the colossal enterprises would retreat. With sincerity in his tone, Nor's earnestly advised Li Bin, I encountered you 6 months ago, shortly after you were laid off by Minchin Company. Burdened with immense debt, yet courageous enough to embark on your entrepreneurial journey. From our very first meeting, I recognized you as a bold and determined individual. The loan granted to you was not solely based on the merits of your wine venture, but also due to your admirable character. Mu Yao is, in fact, a member of the Quartz Society, specifically assigned to serve as a business liaison. Many who enter the Quartz Society begin their journey in such seemingly ordinary trades. Mu Yao has reviewed your family background and financial circumstances, deeming you an excellent fit for our requirements. Thus, I took the opportunity to assist the bank in further identifying quality clients. I must express my delight in discovering your swift success. Engaging in conversation with you has only reinforced my impression of you as an extraordinary talent. Such a remarkable individual as yourself cannot be overlooked, which is why I extend to you a heartfelt invitation to join the Quartz Society and collaborate with us in creating something monumental. As he spoke, he retrieved a device from his briefcase and projected an image. Though the Quartz Society operates in secrecy, we are backed by the governor and possess considerable influence. Our members span across space stations and planets, and we can offer substantial support for your endeavors. Li Bin surveyed the landscape of the Quartz Society's membership, noting their presence across various strata of Elfi society, from the underworld to mining operations, from factories to markets, encompassing the Marine Corps, transport teams, security squads, and port management. This information, coupled with the governor's strategic plans, firmly established the society's significance. Thus, with Li Bin's inclusion, he could perpetrate smuggling with absolute impunity within Elfi, obviating the necessity to contend with patrol squads or tariffs. Moreover, this entity, being the brainchild of the governor, enjoyed the patronage of a formidable benefactor. Indeed, it was exceptionally opportune. It was akin to receiving a pillow precisely when one was succumbing to drowsiness. This organization was remarkably agreeable to his predilections. How did they discern that he was on the cusp of executing a grand scheme, acutely lacking in funds and personnel, only for the Quartz Society to extend their benevolence? Had they divulged their resources and affluence sooner, it would have obviated the need for their dramatic pronouncements of "we cannot afford to forfeit you," which resembled a morbid infatuation simulator. Li Bin was profoundly moved. His envisioned monopolistic salvage enterprise was an ideal complement to the Quartz Society. This faction, opposed to corporate behemoths, possessed both ideals and aspirations, and with the addition of illicit gains, their discretion would undoubtedly be more assured than his original conception for the salvage company structure. Even more felicitously, Li Bin, upon joining the society, could further capitalize on the salvage boom to elevate his standing within the organization. This was the epitome of a mutually beneficial arrangement. Others prospered, and he reaped rewards twofold. Li Bin, with fervent enthusiasm, clasped Nas's hand, expressing his gratitude. Having drifted through life, Bin laments never having encountered an enlightened leader. Should the governor not disdain, Bin is willing to pledge his utmost devotion. His candor and explicitness, however, engendered a sense of awkwardness in Nas. Nas had initially contemplated stating that due to the clandestine nature of the society's affairs, he could not permit Li Bin to depart, affording him several hours for deliberation. Yet, Li Bin had assented without hesitation. Not only that, but Li Bin also took the opportunity to promote his project to North before the initiation ceremony had even commenced. I have a lead in MAG. Though the risks are somewhat substantial, the profits are exceedingly high. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If the society is interested, I can facilitate an introduction. Why not join forces for mutual gain? North found himself in a state of mental disarray for what felt like the umpteenth time since meeting Li Bin. This fellow played by an entirely different set of rules. A hovering vehicle, adorned with the gilded insignia of Richelieu Bank, glided silently out of the port. In the soundproof compartment of the rear seat, North rubbed his temples, appearing fatigued. Collaborating with the pirate King Kanda from the Mugos and Magstar systems, Li Bin sought to monopolize the salvage business through pirate attacks. This was akin to courting disaster. Even more audacious, he was not content with merely juggling business from two parties. He audaciously aimed to drag the Elfies down with the court society. Caught off guard by Li Bin's flamboyant negotiation tactics and the tantalizing prospects he presented, North hesitated to acquiesce in front of him. Instead, he hurriedly noted down the conditions and withdrew. Reflecting on this, guilt washed over him, as he felt indebted to the governor's support. Yet, the thought of recommending Li Bin's entry into the court's society ignited a fervor within him. Such an exceptional talent would undoubtedly bolster the society's capabilities, increasing the likelihood of success. Surely, even in a large corporation, this individual would ascend rapidly. Though such a significant decision required the endorsement of the society's core members and the governor, the potential for profit was simply too enticing. With vast prospects and risks primarily borne by the pirates, the allure of high returns and low risks was irresistible. Upon reflecting on this, North let out a sigh. Li Bin has astutely perceived the necessity for star coins and assistance amid the expansion of the court society, revealing a profound understanding of human greed. Consider this. As the most technologically advanced entity in the Perseus constellation, even the creator of the Afterglow, subatomic technology possesses vessels, equipment, research materials, technicians, formulas, and inventions of immeasurable worth. What is their true value? Even if the subatomic technology branch in the Magus galaxy had prepared for abandonment from the outset, its primary mission was to surveil the military capabilities of the hegemony. Yet, we must not forget that there also exists an orbital station and a planet housing hundreds of thousands of individuals. How many research projects could be accommodated there? What if there exists an AI core as well? It is well known that subatomic technology excels in AI, and the hegemony has even waged 2 wars against it for this very reason. The expansive and luminous prospects, akin to an invisible hand, grasping tightly at the essence of each individual who has heard the plan, gently squeezing, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. He glanced at his side where Mu Yao, tasked with organizing the meeting notes, stared at the audacious words within the records, equally astonished. North felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. To this promising junior, he offered half guidance, half warning. In the future, you must collaborate more with Li Bin. From his proposals, it is evident that he is one who knows when to advance and retreat, who understands the division of interests, and does not seek to monopolize. Partnering with him will yield no losses. Regardless of whether he achieves success or encounters failure in the future, do not harbor jealousy or ridicule towards him. He is no ordinary individual. Keep him in your thoughts, for the days ahead may prove challenging. Fortunately, he is a kindred spirit within the court society. One can only imagine the dire circumstances we would face should he choose to serve as a lackey for the Perseus alliance. Mu Yao, parched and with dry lips, listened intently. As a senior member, North had risen from the ranks of business personnel, having introduced many talented individuals into the society. This was the first instance in which Mu Yao heard North speak so highly of someone outside of the governor. I will remember this, Mu Yao replied solemnly. At that moment, Li Bin, who was held in high regard by North, hummed a cheerful tune, "Good fortune is coming," as he stepped lightly out of the cabin. The scene before him was astonishing. Numerous individuals dressed in gang attire lay limply. However, the space station lacked sufficient gravity to pull them down, and their magnetic boots secured them to the alloy floor. Thus, they resembled seaweed swaying gently, with one end pressed to the ground and the other pointing skyward, wobbling precariously. One individual, particularly outrageous, screamed incoherently, struggling to escape, seemingly having forgotten how to use his magnetic boots. His lower region appeared swollen, suggesting an unfortunate incident had occurred. Had it not been for the airtight seal of the spacesuit, the entire docking area would have surely faced calamity. Li Bin turned to Jeffrey, first officer. What is happening? Jeffrey, with a disgruntled expression, turned away. He glanced at Old One-Eyed, who, after a brief exchange of looks with the first officer and the captain, ultimately succumbed to the captain's formidable presence and reluctantly recounted the incident regarding the first officer's shooting practice, while downplaying his own experience at the target range. In regard to the discarded aluminum cans, the retired Marine made a rather emphatic declaration. "Captain, I assure you it was not my intention to instill fear. I merely wished to practice my marksmanship and maintain my proficiency. Who could have anticipated that the first mate would hurl those cans so carelessly near those individuals? I can certainly empathize with the first mate's desire to avenge his comrades, yet I must admit his actions were indeed excessive." He repeatedly tossed cans in the vicinity of the same person, even striking him directly, and then urged me to take a shot. Fortunately, my aim was true, and I did not take a life. However, the poor soul was left utterly petrified by the explosion of the can upon him. In truth, first mate, you could have simply shot him outright. There was no need for such humiliation. Jeffrey was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly jaded old one-eyed man, who perpetually bore the expression of "Why am I still alive?" would possess such a colorful tongue. It made sense, though. The old veteran, unrestrained by governmental oversight and devoid of a political officer to instill values, had naturally adapted to the environment of military life, becoming rather hardened. Previously, the old one-eyed man had refrained from idle chatter, merely awaiting the right moment to express himself. His casual indifference to life and death was, in fact, his default demeanor. Ignoring the first mate who was casting incredulous glances in his direction, the old one-eyed man cradled his weapon and inquired, "Captain, how shall we deal with these individuals? It would be rather messy to simply execute them and splatter blood everywhere. Perhaps we could remove their masks and suffocate them instead?" It was only upon inquiry that one learned the incident transpired at the Interstellar Coffin Tavern. Vulcan and his crew were gathered at the bar, reveling in their recent triumph. The ship's medic, Amanda, possessing striking beauty and a background steeped in the mob, had also undergone medical training. She exuded an air of intellectual restraint typical of a formidable woman from the underworld, which attracted the attention of a group of port gangsters who extended an invitation for her to join in a debauched game. Observing Amanda's discomfort, and having undergone a profound transformation since aligning himself with Li Bin, who had instilled in him a deep disdain for his former life of crime, Vulcan took it upon himself to defend her. Thus, the two factions clashed in a brawl. Did they emerge victorious or not? Li Bin's curiosity was directed towards peculiar details, reminiscent of a father inquiring about his son. Vulcan, with a defiant tilt of his neck, replied, "We won, but those scoundrels had the audacity to summon their patriarch." It was only then I realized the ringleader was the son of the port gang's chief. In the second round, they outnumbered us, and lacking adequate weaponry, we were unable to secure a victory. Rest assured, Captain, henceforth our engineering team shall invariably carry impact drills and hydraulic pliers. God forbid one brings an impact drill to a tavern, Jeffrey scoffed, rolling his eyes. Muttering to himself that a simple air gun would suffice. One shot would resolve the matter without incident. As for the subsequent events, Li Bin was already aware. The enraged gang leader, having witnessed his son suffer grievous injuries, retaliated fiercely against Vulcan and his comrades, demanding compensation and the return of his men. It appeared the gang leader had done his homework prior to his arrival, knowing full well that the Universal Alliance was a modest enterprise with but a single vessel, thus emboldening his arrogance. What unfolded was a stark spectacle of capital overpowering the criminal underworld, the outcome devoid of any suspense, and the scene was utterly harrowing. Li Bin felt a sense of futility. Vulcan had handled everything, and he had unwittingly become the protagonist, reliant on a support that was as elusive as a dragon's tail. "How do you intend to deal with these individuals, especially the crippled ones?" he inquired. Vulcan scratched his head and replied, "That person was taken by Amanda. She mentioned wanting to practice her battlefield first aid skills. This case can undergo surgeries for the fractures. She assured me that he won't perish before the captain gives the order." Impressive, Li Bin thought. True to his underworld roots, he is audacious and resolute. As for those individuals, Vulcan pondered, scratching his head in a dilemma. What if we break their limbs and let them go? But the old one-eyed veteran shook his head in denial. He earnestly explained, "With such a commotion, word has surely spread throughout the port. If we merely give them a beating and release them, it would make the captain appear as if he were making a lot of noise but achieving little. Akin to a thunderous storm that leaves only a drizzle." Li Bin instinctively nodded, grasping the deeper meaning behind the old veteran's words. He realized he must establish his authority in Elfi, making an example of someone to warn the others hiding like monkeys. In the future, his business in Elfi should not be something they could meddle with. Otherwise, as a member of the court society, with a temporary base in the area, it would be disgraceful if, while conducting business in deep space, his subordinates faced extortion or worse, dismemberment. For the sake of demonstrating his integrity as a captain to the crew, he must impose severe punishment on a select few. In terms of decisiveness and ruthlessness, there was much for Li Bin to learn from the old one-eyed veteran. Let us consider this. After all, these individuals are part of the underworld. having engaged in numerous nefarious activities, and have exploited the hard-earned money of dock workers by imposing various fees. They are indeed deserving of their fate. I shall treat this as an act of charity, targeting only the ringleaders. What do you think? Little did I recall that among my crew was a former thug, and beside me stood Li Bin, who nearly embarked on a path of leadership himself, presenting a proposal. Li Bin spoke, casting a glance at the old one-eyed man. It seems to me that the others have been sufficiently intimidated by your antics with the soda cans. They have learned their lesson. The humiliated Vulcan, bowing his head in shame, quickly asserted, whatever the captain decides is final. The others had no objections, and the old one-eyed man reluctantly nodded, thus solidifying the decision. Before long, the police sprang into action, dragging the remaining low-level thugs into the transit train, leaving only the leader behind. The crew members dispersed to seek amusement and boast about their exploits. Today, the Huanyu United had certainly gained prestige. In the taverns and establishments of the dock, many were eager to hear the unfolding tale, and the crew was more than willing to extol the virtues of their company and captain. Only Jeff lingered, his expression uncertain as he glanced around the scene. Before approaching Li Bin, "Captain, may I speak with you?" Li Bin, taken aback by Jeff's bashful demeanor, was quite astonished. Pondering how a man who indulged in vices could ever feel shy, Jeff fidgeted and stammered, "Well, Captain, could we perhaps eliminate that fool as well?" The first officer, noticing the bewildered individual preparing to board, ceased his pretense and spoke with remarkable haste. The old one-eyed scoundrel did not speak the truth. "I had no intention of rendering him foolish. It was merely that the can was empty, and my aim was poor, resulting in a misthrow. I hold no animosity towards that man. Why would I wish to harm him? It is unfortunate that he has been left in such a state. Observing him, one can tell he is neither wealthy nor has a family. Without parents above and children below, he is a fool, neglected and likely to face a future of scant sustenance, ultimately leading to starvation. The food on Elfie is costly, and no one possesses the kindness to care for him. Therefore, perhaps you could extend a benevolent gesture and consider him among the ranks of the chief. To be dealt with together, yes? Good heavens, is benevolence dispensed in such a manner?" Li Bin found himself gaining insight. Chapter 60, The Extremes of Despair and Delight, Part 1. Through the mentorship of the experienced guiding the novice, coupled with the myriad remnants strewn across the battlefield, these individuals could swiftly mature into competent crew members. The battlefield is fraught with peril, where stray bullets and debris pose constant threats, and casualties are inevitable. Moreover, given the unpredictable nature of warfare, Li Bin was compelled to exceed his recruitment targets and procure an additional fleet of destroyers and frigates to meet operational demands. Adorned with terminal glasses, he relayed online information to the siblings, who were captivated by the surrounding scenery. It was only at this moment that Li Bin realized the Elfie space station, spanning 6 kilometers in diameter and resembling a colossal screw, harbored luxurious elements. At its very center lay a garden, complete with pavilions, fountains, flowing streams, sculptures, music, and a rich tapestry of flora and fauna. He spent money on tickets and brought his younger siblings, who were experiencing nature for the first time, to fully relish the rare and beautiful scenery. Li Shu was enchanted, lingering in the moment. However, it was Li Changjin who was truly reluctant to leave the garden. The fluttering butterflies and singing birds seemed to awaken his inner child. Were it not for the restraint of others, he might have climbed trees to gather bird eggs or waded through water to catch shrimp and fish like children from the 80s and 90s. As they prepared to depart, this already towering figure, taller and sturdier than Li Bin, bit his finger and asked, "Brother, when we have money in the future, can we have a garden on a boat?" It appeared that he had not entirely lost his sensibility to the allure of the garden, still mindful of the cost of living. Without hesitation, Li Shu seized her brother's ear and scolded him. In response to his understanding younger sister, Li Bin could only offer words of comfort, assuring her that bread would come, and so too would the garden, though it would require time. Beyond these extravagant embellishments, poverty remained the predominant theme of the space station. Previously, Li Bin had traveled from the port to the living module via the rail transit system. This time, with rare leisure, he walked through the cramped and winding corridors and discovered a group of homeless individuals residing within. Their faces were drawn with despair, their clothes tattered, draped in makeshift garments haphazardly stitched from plastic, adorned with large fluorescent tattoos on their skin. In this realm, individuals are adorned with their skin as if it were a billboard. Some etch their skills as AR some, while others inscribe services like a storefront sign. There are those who brazenly sell their skin by the inch to the underworld and illicit enterprises, allowing them to broadcast perilous advertisements upon their very flesh. Toxic fluorescence lurks beneath the surface, shrouded by a delicate layer of plastic film, and many bear scars and festering wounds, the aftermath of leaked fluorescent agents. Indifferent to their plight, they merely carve away the skin to erase tattoos, seeking out nearby drug peddlers to procure peculiar powders to apply on the wounds. Once healed, they are left with yet another space for advertisement. If not, they languish in decay. Li Bin finds it incomprehensible that not a single plant thrives in this desolation, leaving him to ponder the dubious composition of these unknown substances. These individuals epitomize the true underclass, earning less than half a star coin in a year. Cloaked in robes that resemble shrouds, they cast envious, almost murderous glares at the passing workers and crewmen. However, upon spotting Li Bin in his captain's attire, their eyes ignite with life once more. "Captain, are you enlisting crew members? I'm willing to sign a lifetime contract for a mere 3 stellar credits a year, or perhaps 1 stellar credit. If not, I'd gladly accept sustenance as payment. Sir, would you care for my services for a trifling 200 points? I'm but 12 years of age. Esteemed benefactor, are you recruiting a forlorn hope? I offer 15 lives, nay, 7 lives for a mere 7 stellar credits." The populace slowly wriggled forward, extending hands of gray, crimson, scarred, or pristine complexion, beseeching with fervent gestures that tugged at one's heartstrings. With his younger siblings in tow, he pressed forward, rebuffing each outstretched hand, yet their owners doggedly persisted, their voices rising in a discordant chorus. "Sir, deign to acquire a laborer. My stature is diminutive, allowing me to infiltrate fuel tanks with ease." The throng pressed ever closer, obstructing the thoroughfare. Those with employment, witnessing this spectacle, cursed their misfortune and detoured through alternative passages. A noxious and intricate stench assailed the nostrils, more acrid than the chemical vats of the refinery, laced with the fetid odor of decaying biomass. Instinctual warnings blared, signaling the presence of pathogens, a grave hazard, and the potential for contagious infection, sending shivers down the spine. Eyes, the only untainted feature upon their persons, lurked beneath hoods and greasy tresses. With blackened, yellowed teeth, they uttered disjointed pleas, their pupils constricting as they fixed their gaze upon Li Bin, their attention occasionally darting towards the figures behind him. Envy, longing, and desire were palpable. Li Bin pushed aside an obstructing hand, causing its owner to stumble. A maelstrom of emotions flickered across his face. Unrequited love, resentment of mortality, dread of illness, unattainable desires. The torment of encountering the detested, and the bitterness of discontent. Perhaps it is the disdain for Li Bin's indifference towards the suffering that fuels their frustration. Or perhaps the prolonged oppression has rendered them unable to contain their emotions. As Li Bin distanced himself further from the passageway, the crowd grew increasingly restless. Among the throng lurked criminals who began to stir. Li Bin, maintaining an impassive demeanor, extended his hand, his body poised in a state of vigilance, the air canister activated, and the concealed air gun readied. Chapter 61. The Abyss of Despair and the Heights of Bliss, Part 2. Yet, if it were not for necessity, he truly wished to avoid taking lethal action against these unfortunate souls. The torment inflicted by the colossal enterprises was already sufficiently brutal. They were not pirates or gangsters, merely a group of defenseless individuals. The majority of the crowd's agitation stemmed from their urgent desire to seek employment and promote themselves, even if it meant resorting to dubious means. Some were willing to gamble their very lives just to stave off starvation. However, only a minority of criminals were embedded within, and these individuals posed a genuine threat. The situation did not allow Li Bin the luxury of discerning and interrogating each person. Should the crowd erupt in fury and gunfire ensue, collateral damage would be inevitable. He deployed the air gun from his wrist, causing a slight tremor through the crowd, the atmosphere thick with tension. As moments ticked by, it seemed that Li Bin's handsome visage diminished his menacing aura. A portion of the encroaching crowd retreated, yet many remained, gazing at him with desperate longing, and there were even instigators among them stirring up trouble. One such individual, believing that the cacophony of voices would provide him cover, fidgeted about, chattering incessantly, oblivious to the fact that he resembled a student attempting to cheat during an examination, easily discernible to the teacher at the front. Which of these desperate souls, kneeling in supplication, would dare to sway and wobble as if playing football? Truly, their minds must be in disarray. The individual's foolish actions inadvertently aligned with Li Bin's intentions. It appeared the chainsaw sword would be unnecessary. He brusquely shoved aside those obstructing his path, swiftly advanced, and pressed the air rifle against the instigator's face. The man froze, staring at the dark muzzle, trembling, and said in a voice on the verge of tears, "See, sir, I." Li Bin curtly stated, "You were the loudest, claiming you'd rob me." "Eh? Perfect, I'll borrow your head." Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. The bullet instantly pierced the man's forehead, and he slumped to the ground. The crowd recoiled in terror, creating a clear space. Li Bin, lips pursed, activated the airtight door. With a hiss, it opened, revealing an elderly man with an electronic cigarette in his mouth. A mechanical eye coldly scanned the contents of the corridor. 3 prosthetic limbs hung loosely, and his remaining hand was covered in scars. The old one eye absorbed everything, his expression unchanged, though a subtle hint of relief flickered in his gaze. Excellent, he's finally learned. Oh, them? The indigent, no more, the old one eye remarked nonchalantly. Most are refugees who fled after their homes were decimated by megacorporations. Some are disabled workers who were terminated, others bankrupted and unable to escape their debts. The rest are fugitives and addicts. He casually continued, such places are ubiquitous. On planets, they're called slums. On orbital stations, rat nests. Their locations are transient. Station security may disperse them, forbidding gatherings, yet they soon regroup. Heaven knows how they spread the word. When I traversed this road yesterday, there were scarcely a few individuals present. Captain, your luck seems to have run dry, encountering such a throng of rats. Li Shu covered her mouth, striving to maintain her composure, until Li Changjin extracted a bag from his belongings, at which point she seized it to expel its contents. Li Changjin was profoundly shaken, suddenly realizing that the days he and his sister spent in the factory district's lowest echelons, subsisting on nutritional paste and dwelling in a building suffused with exhaust fumes, were not the most wretched. He found little concern for his own circumstances. It was the fate of Li Shu that he could hardly bear, his expression filled with agitation. Li Bin regarded Li Changjin earnestly. "Do you think I toil so relentlessly for us to live this way?" he assured his younger brother. "You shall not endure such a fate. Even the days we once knew will not return." Li Changjin nodded earnestly, never doubting his elder brother's words, and turned to inquire of the old one-eyed man. "Bosun, why did the police merely disperse them? If life here is untenable, why not seek work on another planet? What of the fare?" The old one-eyed man shrugged. "Fuel, provisions, bedding, space suits all require currency. The capacity for transport is not without cost. This is space, not a planet where one can simply hail a cab to their desired destination. Without a ship, do you intend to traverse the void on foot? What? Are you attempting to cultivate immortality? Do not be foolish, apprentice. Who among these people can produce even a single star coin? Freight charges escalate with distance. If they wish to leave, I doubt they will ever amass enough funds." Li Changjin had intended to question why the governor's office did not offer assistance, but he quickly recalled the planet Tarsus he had once visited. Even on the grain-rich planet of the Ludic Church, little assistance was afforded to the refugees, who were merely consolidated onto a barren metallic world devoid of water and atmosphere. This is an era dominated by colossal enterprises, where charitable organizations find no foothold. For those whose organs and physical capabilities fall short, and whose credit has been tarnished, even the life of a pirate would be deemed undesirable. Their value diminished to the point that even dismantling them for sale yields no profit. Yet, to extinguish their lives would render the governor excessively ruthless. Hence they are left to fend for themselves. Should anyone stir unrest, it would serve as a convenient pretext for cleansing the streets. Even the common populace harbors no fondness for these wastes, who disrupt their work and pose potential threats to their property and lives. Li Bin did not wish to dwell on this topic. He felt powerless to save these individuals, and any further discussion would be mere sentimentality. Thus, he shifted the conversation. "The Chromium Alloy Club. I recently came across some information online. It must be the most expensive venue in Elphi. Is there a dress code?" Old One Eye shrugged. "Captain, that's a question for Jeffrey, as I have never been fond of such establishments." After consulting with Jeffrey, Li Bin proceeded to freshen up and donned a new captain's uniform before boarding the hovering vehicle dispatched by the Chromium Alloy Club. Chapter 62. The Abyss of Degradation and the Heights of Bliss. Part 2. The hovering vehicle traversed the VIP lane, bypassing the residential module station, and proceeded directly to the commercial module station. The apex of the building was dominated by projection advertisements that would undoubtedly be banned on Earth's video platforms beginning with the letter P. Enchanting beauties, athletic men, and innocent children adorned the screens. In addition, a plethora of goods, luxuries, and consumer products alike debuted, dazzling under the gaze of striking endorsers and enticing discounts. As the projections morphed, the latest crimson lips seemed to almost touch Li Bin's car window. These advertisements were meticulously tailored for the VIP passage, with the endorsers casting flirtatious glances and subtle signals towards the passengers. Amidst these promotions, nearly imperceptible subliminal advertisements lurked, employing suggestive gestures, audio cues, and fleeting words and symbols that flashed between frames, delivering consumption suggestions beneath the threshold of consumer awareness. This was a pathway to paradise, albeit Elfie's paradise resembled a mere suburban fringe compared to the opulence of Kazarin and Freeport. It remained a promised land far beyond the reach of the denizens of the conduits. Here, one could even barter flesh, engage in bloody combat, and sweat on plush cushions, all signs of divine intervention, as if the ancestors were indeed stirring. As Li Bin beheld the kaleidoscopic spectacle, the vague conjecture in his mind crystallized at that moment. He came to a profound realization that the governor may not be fighting for the Elfie people, but rather to fortify his own dominion through the establishment of the court society. What a whirlwind of absurdities, plummeting into rivers and seeking immortality through elixirs. The notion of the elves, purportedly distinguished as the elven folk, is merely a facade for the governor's own agenda, a mere slogan serving as a cipher to delineate friend from foe. With this realization, Li Bin resolved to abandon the pretense of loyalty. The Chromium Alloy Club, a den of indulgence within the Elven Space Station, serves as the designated venue for visiting employees of colossal enterprises. It is the most sincere gathering ground for affluent merchants and investors, where one can savor the exquisite blue lobster of the Sindar's dominion, the Byzantine wine of the Interstellar Empire, or even the cigars crafted from the very essence of youth. Indeed, this includes the youth themselves, Norse, adorned in opulent attire embellished with diamonds shaped into constellations, greeted Li Bin at the club's entrance with fervor and a hint of commercialism. Upon entering the club, his demeanor softened into a gentle smile as he remarked, "There are too many prying eyes outside. I must maintain the guise of a fund manager. Now that we are inside, I can finally relax. This space is for the members. Feel at ease, and there's no need for concealment." Li Bin nodded in acknowledgement. "You are already aware of the incidents at the docking port. Those refugees have overstepped their bounds. I have contacted the authorities for a cleanup, and I trust that your future visits to the orbital station will be devoid of peril." Li Bin's neck stiffened momentarily, yet he chose silence, offering only another nod. Norse continued, "Regarding the matter you mentioned, the governor has acquiesced. However, given that the Chromium Alloy is a semi-public venue, she cannot intervene directly, so I shall relay her message on her behalf. Understanding your urgency, the initiation ceremony will also take place here." As the two individuals strolled along, they engaged in conversation, passing by masked attendants who moved gracefully and offered respectful greetings upon seeing them. Guests could halt any attendant at their leisure, swipe their cards to purchase the removal of masks, and subsequently decide whether to embark on a brief journey to paradise. However, North held little regard for such indulgences, his chatter incessant, Centurion-class heavy cruiser. Venturing further, they passed the club's bar where youthful figures, unadorned by makeup and clad in delicate attire, leaned against or nestled in the laps of patrons, bearing beverages and fruits, utilizing their teeth as forks, tongues as spoons, and mouths as goblets, fulfilling a myriad of desires simultaneously. Moreover, their hands and feet were far from idle. Li Bin seemed to notice the bar's musical ensemble, a group of musicians in the nude, led by a similarly unclad conductor who, lacking a baton, swayed his ample form vigorously. A projection displayed some nonsensical phrase about being candid with music, rendering the scene utterly absurd. Additionally, a young shipyard heir expressed his desire to purchase a vessel to commence his grand adventure. He had set his sights on a pest-class ship, and as fortune would have it, he was willing to part with 6,050 star coins to acquire your craft. Distracted by the bar's spectacle, Li Bin managed a somewhat stiff smile that is rather fortuitous. Yet, was it not also unfortunate? For it conveniently offset the tax required for acquiring the Centurion? Norse harbored no doubts. He merely perceived that Li Bin's expression was one of anxiety. He placed a reassuring hand on Li Bin's shoulder, saying, "As for your venture to Kazarin to purchase a ship, we are fully prepared. The court society has the governor's support, and we have acquaintances there who can escort you to the local black market to inspect ships, or even guide you to the military market of the Perseus Alliance in the area, of course, at your own expense." He jested lightly, patting Li Bin's shoulder. "We have arrived." Only then did Li Bin, lost in thought, realize that he had ascended the stairs and entered a corridor that was both profound and elegantly adorned. The walls were graced with wooden artworks, and unfamiliar alien greenery flourished amidst a lavish carpet woven from what appeared to be cotton. These luxuries, bathed in the dim glow of simulated candlelight, exuded an air of understated opulence. Before him stood a wooden-paneled metal door, intricately engraved with a historical relief depicting the construction of the Elphi orbital station. The craftsmanship was so exquisite that one could almost feel the fervor and passion that characterized its creation. Norse's hand glided over the door, and a distant beeping sound echoed, prompting the grand entrance to slowly swing open. A resplendent crystal chandelier refracted a multitude of colors, while delicate instruments played enchanting melodies. The air was perfumed with delightful aromas, and plates of meticulously arranged dishes adorned the long buffet table, enticing an insatiable appetite. Ladies donned pleated skirts, flowing gowns, and backless dresses that accentuated their graceful curves, creating a stark contrast to the figures of the impoverished. Meanwhile, gentlemen adorned in suits, jackets, and uniforms exuded an unmatched charisma, harmonizing with their commanding presence. Every individual wore a smile, every finger was immaculate, devoid of any impurities, and each garment was tailored to perfection. North entered the venue with Li Bin, his voice resonating with enthusiasm as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, today the court society has unearthed yet another exceptionally talented young individual. This banquet is held in honor of his induction. Let us extend a warm welcome to our new member, Li Bin." Amidst the restrained applause and curious yet welcoming gazes, Li Bin, beaming with a radiant smile, strode forward to bow to the audience. He recited the lines meticulously prearranged with North, expressing his profound honor to collaborate with such esteemed individuals. His eyes were met with dazzling smiles. Every glance revealed extraordinary characters. Truly a gathering of erudite scholars devoid of the mundane. The atmosphere was filled with the harmonious strains of music, free from the burdens of bureaucratic toil. The assembly represented a myriad of societal factions, yet notably absent were the impoverished. A sense of nausea washed over Li Bin. Having just arrived, he found himself reminiscing about the stifling air aboard the three-legged cat. Chapter 63. Balancing two houses. The more opulent the induction ceremony became, the more uncomfortable Li Bin felt. The exquisite and expensive dishes lacked flavor, and regarding the subsequent indulgent activities, he deftly excused himself with the pressing nature of business. It was only after he settled into the vehicle, rolled down the window, and felt the slightly peculiar air of the space station rush against him as the hovercar sped away, that he finally felt at ease. Most attendees were merely witnesses to the induction ceremony. Few could genuinely connect with Li Bin. Besides the introductions of various characters, the primary interaction was between North, representing the governor, and Li Bin. The governor had already approved the crucial plan to establish a temporary salvage company and was poised to expedite its implementation. After the establishment of the company, members of the court's society, interested in participating, were persuaded by the fund manager and business specialist, Norse. Norse articulated that due to the close monitoring of the association by the Perseus Alliance, direct investment from the governor's funds was unfeasible, as it would draw attention from both the association and large corporations. Consequently, a portion of the funds could only be redirected through the court's society's enterprises, and the amount could not be too substantial to avoid detection. The primary source of this capital was the governor's diversified investments, supplemented by contributions from the members of the court's society, totaling approximately 180,000 star coins. While some members expressed further interest, they were constrained by fixed assets and a lack of liquid cash, requiring a few days for turnover. Prior to your journey to the Margell system, I assure you that the funds from Elphi will exceed 200,000, Norse guaranteed. Li Bin gazed out at the vibrant nightlife, contemplating that it was sufficient. The company, in essence, functioned as a FAA for a fencing operation, necessitating a vast amount of star coins for the procurement of stolen goods from pirates. Both the Bellino family and the court's society had calculated that the optimal fund size should exceed 500,000 star coins. Elphi claimed 200,000, while New Margallos claimed 140,000 star coins. with a significant portion of their funds allocated to supporting pirates. 80,000 of the 140,000 was sourced from the Diageo lobbying family, courtesy of the Bellino family. In addition, the pirate king Kanda also claimed 110,000, shrewdly planning to gather pirates through expected profits from robbery, thereby generating additional funds through fencing. One could assert that a century of piracy had profoundly transformed this former logistics officer. In addition, various factions discreetly dispatch fleets to coincidentally join the company, with the ultimate profits determined by the proportion of funds, fleet size, the efficiency of salvage teams, and the contributions of each faction in their endeavors to undermine the colossal enterprises. For instance, if the pirates engage in violence, the notorious pirate king Kanda must receive his due share. Should New Magoros finance the pirates, Kanda is obligated to repay the favor with additional support. Li Bin, serving as a crucial link between the two star systems and the company, also stands to gain a larger portion. The remaining 50,000 star coins are, of course, to be covered by Li Bin himself. In truth, he does not intend to provide this amount from his own pockets, having just settled a loan that morning. He seizes the opportunity during the evening banquet to solicit assistance from Noth for another loan. Embracing Noth, he spoke with breath reeking of alcohol, whether it is Rislius or the legendary financial bank, or even USA. I require a loan of 50,000 star coins. My funds must be allocated for purchasing ships, hiring personnel, and acquiring equipment. They cannot be frivolously squandered. Consequently, Noth, shedding his impractical and ostentatious coat at the banquet, picked up a terminal to assist Li Bin in both calculations and report drafting. After several twists and turns, they finally devised a plan that this fund manager could confidently assure would secure the necessary funds. The proposal aims to exploit the myriad of asteroids in Elphi and transport them to star systems with high mineral prices, thus capitalizing on the price differential. Given that the profits from ores and nutritional paste stem from bulk trade, the United Cosmos must expand its fleet to facilitate the extraction of these resources and ensure a continuous flow of minerals. The provisional sales targets are the Dominators and the Cinder Authority, two factions steeped in the militaristic ethos of a junta perpetually engaged in an arms race, with an insatiable demand for ore. In simpler terms, as long as the Perseus Alliance does not engage in warfare with the Dominators or the Cinder Authority within the next 3 to 5 years, nor is unfortunate enough to be constantly shadowed by pirates, profitability is assured. At the very least, the loans can be repaid. Li Bin raised his glass in a toast. As a member of the Quartz Society, I have comrades in the governor's office, the banks, the mines, and the government. This project is firmly in my grasp. Even the return of the leaders of humanity to the Perseus star domain cannot alter this fact, as I have stated. Splendid. Such ambition. Thus, the loan was successfully negotiated, and the mining vessels could also dismantle the wreckage of ships and space stations. The transport ships could be swiftly sold, and the plans were mere facades. Once the funds were secured, how they were spent was beyond your purview. The supervisor dispatched by the Resilius Bank is Mu Yao. By the tenure of our membership, he is my elder brother, and by position, he has been appointed to assist me in expanding our business. Yet he does not serve your interests. Henceforth, I will be the one composing daily project reports. On good days, we might earn a little, and on bad days, it could lead to shipwrecks and loss of life. The reports will be as thrilling as a roller coaster ride, clearly intended to toy with you like a cat with a mouse. In this manner, without investing a single coin, I rely entirely on the benevolence of the Resilius Bank to secure loans, unlocking a capital pool of 500,000 star credits at zero cost. Although nominally attributed to Li Bin, my stature has never been more resolute. This is the confidence that star credits have bestowed upon me. Thus, Li Bin successfully orchestrated a plan to unite the Elphi and the pirates from the Mag star system, forging a remarkable alliance that serves both factions. Subsequently, he intended to leverage the strength of these two entities to exert his influence. The recruitment criteria were astonishingly lax, bordering on the outrageous. No drug use, no fluorescent tattoos, no criminal records, no religious affiliations, and a pass in health examinations were mandatory. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on qualifications, no requirements for crew-level certification, and no limitations on skills. This was merely the FAAD. The real recruitment took place in desolate factory districts. Volgan, with his robust physique and rosy complexion, merely needed to stand among the well-fed crew members of the old factories, and a stream of job seekers would flock to him. Even those from the adjacent engine and repair sectors rushed to join, showcasing a diverse array of talents. Individuals who might not repair spaceship engines, but could adeptly handle space station engines. Those capable of working for 3 hours in extreme heat without protection, and others who could manually relocate spaceship components. It was akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique skills. These individuals were genetically tailored by factories to meet specific operational needs. In the 21st century, they would undoubtedly be considered a genetic treasure trove, confined to research bases where they would be well cared for in exchange for generations of descendants. However, in this context, the corporate giants deemed it necessary for them to undergo further training. For these unexpected delights, Li Bin had but one requirement: meet the standards for priority selection. Chapter 64. The concept of quantity in naval tactics. In less than 2 hours, the recruitment came to a close. Volgan once again recalled the tumultuous crowd from 6 months prior. Enduring countless pleas, insults, and unwelcome touches, he uttered the words "next time for sure" and fled his homeland. The place was even less hospitable than old Margot's. At least the planet offered vast expanses of land, while the industrial zones were merely cramped. Crew members who drew the red tickets were to board immediately, while those with blue tickets were to enter the port for training. The fleet exchanged that dilapidated pirate ship for a military escort vessel. Captain of the Cat 1 was ordered to lead half of the crew to serve aboard the new Centurion-class heavy escort, which was assigned the hull number, Rusty Cat. At present, the fleet's composition saw the original flagship's second officer, Wahab, promoted to captain of Cat 1. The vacant position of second officer lacked suitable candidates until an exceptional individual with an impressive background, chosen through secretive selection, named Mu Yao, appeared before Li Bin. With a mindset of "he's not drawing my salary, so I might as well utilize him for free," Mu Yao was officially appointed to succeed Wahab. The newly appointed second officer Mu Yao gazed at the orderly throng before him, while the shadows of the ships loomed over the entire docking area. He timidly inquired, "Mr. Jeffrey, I have never piloted a ship, nor do I possess any relevant credentials. Will this not be an issue?" Jeffrey replied with a sidelong glance. "First, within the fleet, we address titles without the need for excessive formalities. Secondly, the tradition of old guiding the new, and the new mentoring the inexperienced is a long-standing practice of the company. It rarely leads to significant troubles." Miao trembled at the thought, but what if something goes wrong? Jeffrey revealed a grin, his yellowed teeth visible as he shrugged his shoulders. "Then let it be death. What else can we do? Rest assured, with so many accompanying you into the abyss, you shall not traverse this path in solitude." Observing the terrified youth before him, Jeffrey's smile grew ever more genuine. In truth, the expansion of the Universal United Corporation had been excessively aggressive, prompting several members of the Quartz Society to advise Li Bin to exercise caution. Among the 300 personnel, 200 possessed only space station operational experience and lacked any navigational background, while the remaining 100 were seasoned crew members acquired through lifetime contracts, serving as foundational support. However, Li Bin held his own considerations. He felt that he and these so-called elites were not cut from the same cloth. First Officer Jeffrey, having endured numerous events, had learned to execute the captain's orders without question, stifling any doubts, for he was certain that Li Bin was also harboring significant plans. Li Bin invested in the Quartz Society's resources, arranging for the newly recruited crew members to train on simulation equipment designed for space station operations, while concurrently filling the crew dormitories with additional newcomers en route to Kazarin. Furthermore, he intended to leverage the Quartz Society's resources to procure more vessels. Although over 160,000 star coins was sufficient to acquire a slightly inferior cruiser, Li Bin aimed to pursue a quantity-driven strategy, purchasing numerous frigates and destroyers, and amassing a large crew to operate like a guerrilla force, excavating throughout the Magus galaxy. The feeling of being under the protection of a society is truly delightful. It is no wonder that protagonists in gangster films often seek out a mentor upon their debut. Li Bin, a man of 2 lifetimes, epitomizes masculinity, a paragon among men. After enduring a year of arduous experiences, he now finds himself under the peculiar illusion of being maintained by a governor. If the governor is indeed female, then could it be said that the Quartz Society resembles a private brothel? Li Bin furrowed his brows, muttering to himself. Jeffrey, unable to contain his amusement, chimed in. "Not just that. After traversing the length and breadth of this land for many years, I have yet to witness such a formidable harem. It boasts factory owners, company bosses, and wealthy heiresses. This is no mere brothel. It is a veritable establishment of the highest caliber. Li Bin glared at the first officer, stubbornly clinging to his post, causing the Grand Commander to be unable to utilize his crew effectively, which incited his ire. He punished the first officer by sending him to instruct the newcomers in deck maintenance and cleaning. Meanwhile, he remained stationed at the bridge. As the imposing space station drew ever closer, the familiar sight of small vessels, clustered together like a swarm of sardines, formed an endless line. Several cruisers glided through the chaos like sea turtles among the fish, while the smaller boats timidly evaded them. Most captivating were the main cargo ships and fuel tankers stretching several kilometers in length. Just a single Atlas-class transport vessel could purchase the entirety of Elfi's weekly metal plate production, boasting a cargo capacity of a staggering 500 units, all operated by a mere 50 crew members. Truly, it is deserving of its name, Titan of the Skies, after the Titan from ancient Greek mythology who bore the heavens upon his shoulders. In addition to it, there exists a notably conspicuous vessel, a rarity within the Tuller star system, purportedly invented during the mid-stage of humanity. This craft employs technology akin to that of the Atlas class, but is more economical and better suited to Li Bin's current requirements. Measuring 6 kilometers in length, it boasts a sleek design with only half the width of the Atlas class. This vessel is known as the Baldric class, with a cargo capacity of 200 units. Given that the Atlas class derives its name from the Titan who bears the heavens, Li Bin humorously refers to it as the Little Gulao class, paying homage to the character Yin Shifan from a television series, who bears the burden of the Great Ming's 2 capitals and 13 provinces. When comparing the Atlas class to the Baldric class, the former clearly possesses a greater cargo capacity, demonstrating superior strength and capability. After all, shouldering the weight of the heavens surpasses that of the Empire. However, the construction cost of such a vessel starts at 50,000 star coins, and acquiring it on the market would likely require upwards of 78,000 star coins. Even with over 160,000 star coins in his pocket, Li Bin finds it insufficient. Typically, this type of ship caters to legitimate transportation companies. Due to his unique status, Li Bin is allowed to bypass the queue and board without reliving the frustrating experience of peak hour traffic in space, marked by the incessant start and stop motion. Once docked, the crew members burst out of the vessel like ducks released from their confines, frolicking on the so-called surface of the docking area. The first mate, sitting alongside the bosun, shares a moment of camaraderie as they both produce electronic cigarettes fashioned like corncob pipes, casually puffing away. In addition to granting the crew a respite, they also have the duty of intercepting sales representatives attempting to enter the cargo hold to peddle their wares. Outside, the ducks were carelessly harassed. While no one was allowed to step aboard the vessel, Old One-Eye rested a sniper rifle by his feet, gazing at the sales representative with the same delight a butcher might reserve for livestock. Captain Li Bin meticulously perused the market list of Kazalong. During his previous visit, he was of little significance, his influence in the bank and market insufficient for complete access to the listings. Now, wielding substantial funds and cloaked in the guise of a consortium, the number of vessels projected before him had significantly increased. Though the allure of the brand-new ships was almost irresistible, he could not escape the harsh realities of financial constraints. Eventually, his gaze yielded to the siren call of the second-hand market. No matter, there is a unique charm to mature vessels. As the saying goes, even as the years pass, elegance remains. Li Bin reassured himself, scrutinizing the options before him. One cannot deny, with the elevation of his privileges, a plethora of graceful silhouettes began to captivate his imagination. Chapter 65. Naval Port, Military Market. The Homeless-class transport ship and civilian corvette, measuring 92 meters in length, were constructed so simply that they appeared almost rudimentary. It was akin to welding a refurbished engine and cockpit onto the back of a colossal shipping container. The cargo hold boasted a capacity of 100 units. Yet due to its rudimentary construction and low level of automation, it required at least 5 crew members to operate. However, the affordability was enticing. With second-hand vessels priced at merely 600 star coins, the Wanderer-class transport vessel and the Greed-class mining ship measure 102 meters in length, with a cargo hold capacity of merely 70 units, sufficient to sustain operations at full power for only 3 days. The vessel features a unique structural design on its side. equipped with a specialized high-energy focusing apparatus. Upon activation, this device significantly enhances the drilling laser cannon's power at the front of the structure, enabling the extraction of minerals without altering the trajectory of asteroids. Naturally, it also excels at slicing through battleship armor with ease. Designed to navigate complex mining environments, this ship comes with turret armor and blast-proof airtight doors as standard. A second-hand model is priced at 9,200 star coins, though it suffers from propulsion system malfunctions, rendering it incapable of executing rapid stops and sharp turns in battle. The hull itself is compromised. Otherwise, its price would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. Indeed, the Greed class is a veritable wealth-generating machine compared to transport vessels. With just 4 or 5 Greed-class ships mining and paired with a Buffalo or a small galleon for transporting and selling minerals, a steady flow of star coins can be ensured. Additionally, there exists the Flounder-class cruise ship, a civilian corvette measuring 88 meters long. This vessel, designed during the Age of Humanity's leadership, serves as a standard interstellar transport ship, featuring a cargo hold of 70 units and capable of accommodating 100 passengers. Its armor is so fragile that even light machine gun fire can breach it, while its speed is sluggish and its maneuverability is lacking. However, the Flounder class boasts spacious bedrooms, washrooms, dining areas, and lounges, compensating for the cramped quarters of other corvettes and alleviating the psychological stress accumulated by the crew during deep space voyages. Most importantly, a significant number of these vessels exhibit minor battery pack failures or insufficient engine power, rendering them affordable, with second-hand options available for as little as 3,000 star coins. Certainly, there are also the Hellhound class and Hound class vessels that Li Bin has encountered multiple times during his voyages. The former, measuring 306 meters, serves as an armed cargo ship, while the latter, at 110 meters, functions as a civilian frigate. Once equipped with mining apparatus, these ships can both dismantle vessels and engage in combat. However, Li Bin has no intention of procuring these two types of ships. Instead, he aspires to acquire another kind of vessel, one that he had previously considered when his funds amounted to a mere 199 star coins, but due to insufficient finances, he had to forego it. Currently, such ships are not available on the open market of Kazalan. Amidst this setting, a striking beauty, adorned in high heels and boasting a curvaceous figure, fearlessly emerged, seemingly oblivious to the risks posed by the infamous one-eyed rogue. She waved her hand and called out, prompting Li Bin to furrow his brows as he looked her way. Feeling no sense of familiarity, observing this, Mira decisively kicked off her heels and, with poise, extracted a pair of stockings from her pocket, donning them in public with an air of nonchalance, devoid of shyness or seduction. The 30D black stockings enveloped her legs, transforming her previously bare skin into a delicate, transparent black that accentuated her curves. Paired with a short skirt and crystal black-framed glasses, an undeniable aura of an intellectual and sophisticated office lady radiated from her. Although Li Bin initially did not recognize her by her legs, the confidence and intellectual charm she exuded were unforgettable. Suddenly, he recalled, "You are the enchanting woman who sold me heavy weaponry and introduced me to the one-eyed rogue previously. After all this time, why are you still in sales? Isn't it obvious? Not everyone can achieve wealth as effortlessly as you. It has been over 6 months, and while you've multiplied your star coins, I've meticulously kept track of your purchasing history, noting your frugal acquisitions of heavy weaponry, not to mention the connections I had to forge to assist you in finding veterans. In the blink of an eye, the fleet has assembled, and there are now higher-ups involved. It is indeed a case of exchanging a sparrow for a cannon. Even those who genuinely devoted themselves to service seem to have been forgotten. This is far more comfortable than being a small fry in a large corporation. If others wish to be mere dogs, so be it. She aspires to be someone of significance." Li Bin beckoned her over, and Mira gracefully approached with a spirited trot. The old one-eyed man also shifted his aim, targeting other eager salespeople. Mira served as a recommendation for him, and out of courtesy, he allowed her to speak a few words, irrespective of the outcome, which was of no concern to him. As for the others, they were merely cannon fodder. Li Bin watched the approaching beauty and turned to his second-in-command, Mu Yao, saying, "I still need to venture into the military market. This Mira is entrusted to you. She is clever and articulate. Be vigilant. I have already sent the items we need to your terminal. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Just secure the deal and negotiate fiercely. Under no circumstances should you exhibit any pity or tenderness." My only requirement is this. Even if you must throw her 100 pounds of meat on her bed, you must procure the desired items at the lowest possible price. The implication of his words, was it to seduce her? The self-proclaimed elite Mu Yao was perplexed by the rough, yet somewhat refined phrasing of Li Bin, who spoke of tenderness in a manner that seemed almost antiquated, yet he was instructed to sell. It was akin to gilding a dung pot. After leaving Mu Yao and Mira to their exchanges, Li Bin hailed a ride and headed towards the military port of Kaislong. He was halted before entering the military port, where soldiers verified his documents, identification codes, and genetic information. Once confirmed, they escorted him into a military vehicle where signals were cut off, rendering him blind and deaf to the outside world. As the doors swung open, the vast and profound military harbor abruptly unfolded before Li Bin's eyes. The recessed structure of the harbor ensured that it would not become the primary target in the event of an enemy fleet surprise attack. Due to military necessities, the entire port was impeccably maintained, devoid of graffiti or refuse clinging to metal panels, which were coated in a high-temperature matte paint that exhibited a leaden gray hue. Indicator lights flickered, showcasing promotional advertisements emblazoned with words such as freedom, democracy, and fairness, alongside corporate bounties and news reports, all displayed in a continuous rotation across various projections. There were certainly no insidious subliminal advertisements. Within the military, any form of commercial insinuation or brainwashing was strictly prohibited. These were private soldiers nurtured by colossal enterprises, bearing the title of soldiers yet lacking any semblance of the noble demeanor associated with traditional warriors. Instead, they embodied the ruthlessness and lawlessness of mercenaries. Indeed, they mirrored the old one-eyed figure perfectly. The soldier leading the way offered no superfluous words as he guided Li Bin into the docking area. The military market appeared to be distinctly separated from the berths of other warships, with only a sparse arrangement of a few dozen vessels, the largest being a cruiser. An Eagle-class military cruiser, with a sleek 1-kilometer hull and formidable firepower, was priced at no less than 100,000 star coins. Li Bin admired the Eagle-class military cruiser for a moment before shifting his gaze to the other ships. The harbor's docking area was vast enough to accommodate destroyers, serving as both a berth and a maintenance platform. Hundreds of meters of spacecraft were suspended from the dome by trusses, resembling enormous whale skeletons in a museum upon closer inspection, while from a distance, the vessels intertwined and layered, evoking the image of a flock of birds in flight. Among the figures, several vessels were precisely what Li Bin's fleet urgently required, the Barber-class mining frigates, alongside a series of diverse Buffalo-class modifications crafted from the hulls of cargo ships. Chapter 66, New Connections, Military Sales, Get Days. Historically, there have been instances of civilian vessels being repurposed for military use. Since the advent of cannons on decks, merchant ships have frequently been requisitioned as warships, with the merchant vessels of Venetian traders serving as a notable example. As we transitioned into the Second World War, a considerable number of civilian ships were converted into warships. Have you ever heard the tale of the HMS Argus? In 1918, the British Navy completed the transformation of the cargo vessel Campania into the world's first full-deck aircraft carrier, named HMS Argus. Although it never saw combat, it symbolized the shift in naval warfare from dominance at sea to control of both sea and air. However, the stories of wartime vessels in the Second World War have surely been explored sufficiently by those within the Navy, and thusly been refrained from elaborating further. If one were to consider which type of ship is most amenable to conversion into a warship, it would undoubtedly be the cargo vessel. Its simple hull structure and spacious cargo holds are akin to a pristine canvas, capable of accommodating the boundless imagination of designers. Among these, the Buffalo-class cargo ship stands out as the most prevalent in the Perseus Arm. Its cost-effectiveness is such that 90 of the transport ships in that region are of its size. Its design has been adapted by countless pirates, small enterprises, and the Luddites. Now, what lies before Li Bin are these fantastical variants of the Buffalo class, comparable to the 59 modifications. The Water Buffalo 2 Malawian Quachas has been transformed into a firepower platform, while the Water Buffalo 3 Malawian Quachas has been adapted for use on aircraft carriers. Additionally, the Colossal Enterprise, in a spirit of resourcefulness, has repurposed the Water Buffalo hull as the foundation for the Tumor class, a concoction of hellhounds, hounds, and other space debris. Of course, this is merely a trivial segment of the illustrious Water Buffalo modification family. Vessels appearing in the military market are typically spoils of war or decommissioned ships from the military. They may possess various issues, yet generally speaking, as long as they qualify for entry, they offer exceptional value for money. This is the rigorous selection process of the troops. The Water Buffalo class and Water Buffalo 3 Malawian Quachas are distinguished primarily by their membership status. Li Bin's recent purchases are tax-exempt, as the court society has facilitated matters on the tax front. Under the pretext of test driving and evaluations, Li Bin lingered in the market throughout the day, only to discover, upon receiving news from Mu Yao, the extent of his available funds. He procured 100 contract crew members at the price of 95 star coins each, and he acquired a portion of daily necessities for distribution. After exchanging finished grain and specialized nutritional paste produced by society members for food and currency, the daily needs of these individuals no longer required concern. Consequently, upon arriving at Kazalan, Li Bin retained a sum of 174 star coins. He dispatched Mu Yao to engage with the Mira of Kissinger Corporation, a decision made with careful consideration. The sales representatives in Kazalan exhibit a mix of competence and inadequacy. Although Li Bin could spend considerable time seeking cheaper companies, time was not a luxury he possessed. Moreover, this woman named Mira is exceptionally adept at collaborating with sales from other companies, forming temporary alliances to share goods and offering cost-effective product combinations. 6 vessels of the Vagabond class, 1 of the Greed class, and 2 of the Mudskipper class, all frigates, amounting to a total of 800 star coins. No discounts or promotions were obtained, yet an additional 100 star coins would secure a novice mining equipment pack produced by Risk Mining, which intriguingly includes a nail gun. Could it be that Mu Yao is truly selling the pit? The individual donned a military exosuit, his helmet absent, revealing a face chiseled like stone, adorned with the emblem of the Perseus Alliance upon his chest. His left shoulder bore a strap concealing his private area, while his forearm obscured a nude painting of a woman. He held a cigarette, a gift from Li Bin, produced by the Ludian Church, and jestingly nodded towards Li Bin, saying, "Back again to deliver cigarettes?" Li Bin had set his sights on several ships, yet the funds for the purchase remained uncertain, hindering his ability to place an order. To prevent others from snatching the deal, he resorted to gifting the military sales personnel at the port every few hours, seeking their assistance to buy him some time. After several exchanges, he had become somewhat familiar to them. The military personnel were often irritable, yet generally straightforward. Li Bin's requests fell within their purview, and they were generous in their responses, offering cigarettes at 5 star coins each, discreetly accompanied by small, anonymous withdrawal cards tucked beneath each pack, which made Li Bin feel a tad embarrassed by his own sincerity. With a cheerful demeanor, he waved dismissively, feigning innocence. "The money has arrived." He clasped his hands in a pleading gesture, addressing the military sales representative known as Zhen Jishu. "Might we negotiate a bit? I wish to purchase 2 vessels, but I am slightly short on funds." Zhen Jishu frowned. "How much are you lacking?" "A few thousand star coins, quite a bit indeed." "I implore you, Brother Shu, lend me your assistance," Li Bin replied, as he rummaged through his briefcase to produce a small box. Amidst the skeptical gaze of the other party, Li Bin rubbed his hands together and began, "I once heard a tale of 2 soldiers, one a veteran and the other still in service, who encountered each other in a tavern, igniting a fierce spark." Once Li Bin concluded his narrative, Zhen Jishu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him closely. Tapping the edge of his powered armor with the fingers encased in mechanical gloves, he remarked, "Do not indulge in riddles. The channel is open. Everything I consume is shared with my comrades, so simply state your intentions." Truly, the might of a colossal enterprise. Even with dominion over multiple star systems, their foundation remains that of merchants. Can bribery be so overt? Li Bin found himself enlightened once more. In the distance, several military sales representatives, also clad in powered armor, gestured for Li Bin's attention. "Here, all interests are communal. We divide profits weekly. You must not only persuade me, but also the others." Zhen Jishu opened his arms, urging Li Bin to be forthright. Li Bin vigorously rubbed his face, muttering, all right, I shall give it a try." After taking a few deep breaths, he declared, "This item holds no intrinsic value, yet I possess a method to elevate its worth to at least 500 star coins within a day." "Oh." Zhen Jishu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Do elaborate." "Tonight, you will visit a tavern at the port. I shall send you the address shortly. Wear the pendant around your neck, concealing it with your collar. Naturally, someone will approach you. I will prepare the dialogue for you. Simply enact the entire transaction in front of the bartender. The premise is that both of you share military backgrounds and will find common ground. Certainly, your integrity prevents you from selling. And although you initially intended to gift it to him, he insisted on compensating you. Ultimately, you relented and received at least 500 star coins as a token of gratitude. This narrative can be conveyed in mere minutes, yet its execution is intricate, as it merely outlines the thought process, omitting numerous steps. For instance, how does one acquire a new identity for disguise? This necessitates connections within the black market. How does one make the deception appear genuine, to the extent that it can serve as evidence if scrutinized later? This requires crafting a meticulous script and enlisting veterans to perform in the charade. Such complexities are abundant. The method of bribery is not novel. Western nations possess considerable expertise in this arena, elegantly dubbing it political donations. As Lieben spoke, he rubbed his fingers together in a gesture reminiscent of counting money. As for the surplus, that is a matter to be evaluated based on specific circumstances. Chapter 67. A Direct Approach, Medium Fleet, Part 1. Zheng Jishu understood this well. Excess funds are merely kickbacks. Lower prices yield greater returns. He was still contemplating when a calm and measured voice resonated through the mecha's communication channel. How can we ensure you won't abscond with the ship? After all, this transaction is shrouded in secrecy, and if you flee, it would be challenging for us to pursue you publicly. Li Bin replied with a smile. That's simple. I will pay you first, and you may find any reason to withhold the goods, be it for inspection or reevaluation. Once the business concludes tonight, you can hand over the ship to me. But if we receive the payment up front, how can we be certain you won't simply pocket it? The voice remained as composed as ever. Li Bin nodded, acknowledging the inherent risks. However, he firmly believed that the military market, having sustained operations for such an extended period, indicated that those involved in this lucrative venture were undoubtedly astute individuals. Wise individuals would not merely settle for a single profit, especially given the stability of this business. A low chuckle echoed in the channel. That makes sense. Indeed, it is so. Let us do this. Forget about the discounts. I will find someone to dismantle all the weaponry on the ship, selling the arms separately to balance the accounts. You will only take the empty vessel. And I assure you, the price will be within your means. How does that sound? Li Bin was elated, realizing that he had never considered acquiring a ship from the military market with the accompanying armaments. The prospect of leaving with just an empty ship was already quite satisfactory. With the deal solidified, the connection was severed. Zheng Jishu regarded Li Bin with admiration, exclaiming, "You truly possess a silver tongue. Now, come with me to settle the payment. Which ships have caught your eye? I will secure the orders." Feeling triumphant, Li Bin thought to himself, "This is splendid." And he followed eagerly. AI has been extensively employed in the Andromeda sector, managing everything from the core administration of colonies to the automated medical treatment solutions aboard ships. Yet, AI is incapable of making decisions. It can only provide options, as the essence of society remains human. AI had restricted access to certain information, denying entry with a simple message. However, humans are different. As long as Li Bin could navigate the right connections, he could obtain information more swiftly than his fellow merchants. Ultimately, the essence of a colossal enterprise lies in its people. Wherever there are individuals, disputes are inevitable. The subtleties of office politics are often understated. In a single project, various factions operate independently, and for the sake of funding, they would not hesitate to employ unscrupulous tactics. The animosity among these individuals runs deeper than that found in other large corporations, as they are resolute in obstructing each other's financial avenues, akin to a grievous familial betrayal. Li Bin nearly overlooked the fact that many of these individuals are, by nature, inherently solitary. Thus, Li Bin has distilled his philosophy of prioritizing humanity into a singular notion, to regard interpersonal relationships as capital. As long as human nature remains unchanged, Li Bin is confident that he can navigate the complexities of survival within the watchful eyes of these great enterprises using this approach. However, it must be noted that such a method is decidedly unorthodox, suitable only for tumultuous environments like the Andromeda sector where stringent measures are warranted. After settling the payment, Li Bin accompanied Zheng Jishu to the cafeteria of this military market. Under Zheng Jishu's introduction, he forged connections with other officers. With gifts exchanged and generosity displayed, in an environment where commercial AI cannot intercept information, Li Bin swiftly integrated himself into their circle, acquiring numerous pieces of intelligence that, while seemingly mundane to them, held significant value in his eyes. As midnight descended upon the planet of Kazalrin and the space station quieted, Zheng Jishu's powered armor received a message, prompting him to release Li Bin. Send me the coordinates of your docking area. The ship will arrive before 6 tomorrow. Next time you come to Kazalrin to purchase a ship, notify me beforehand. Do not seek out the salespeople externally. Their goods. Humph. Zheng Jishu held the public market in considerable disdain. Although Li Bin hesitated to fully concur, he nonetheless joined in extolling the military superiority, affirming that military goods are indeed paramount, promising that next time would surely be different. The following day, Li Bin awoke and dined in the prestigious crew cafeteria, savoring the meal prepared by a chef under Li Shu's command. Amidst the banter between seasoned and novice crew members, lamentations echoed regarding the latecomer's lack of culinary fortune, with praises sung for the captain's family, renowned for their culinary prowess. The captain's skills were such that he could command hundreds of star coins serving as a chef for the affluent. However, the new chef's abilities fell short. The dehydrated vegetables lacked the infusion of flavor from the bone broth, rendering the meal subpar. Amidst the exaggerated complaints, Li Bin pushed aside his empty plate and departed the cafeteria. In the absence of gravity in space, all food served in the cafeteria was contained within vacuum-sealed bags, resembling gelatinous delights. Only during docking, when the spacecraft was securely anchored in the harbor, were plates with lids distributed. In the docking area, the first officer, hands on hips and microphone in hand, bellowed commands, resembling a shepherd herding a flock of sheep. As the flagship's first officer, his authority surpassed that of other captains, akin to the emperor's chief eunuch, while the other captains were comparable to provincial governors. Thus, he exerted his dominance here. However, it was unavoidable that many new crew members were still undergoing training at Elphi, leaving some ships unable to muster the minimum crew. Upon seeing Li Bin, a grin spread across Jeffrey's face that he could not contain. "Captain, there are just too many ships. Even naming them is a challenge." "What of it? All the drifter-class vessels are dubbed Stray Cats, numbered 1 through 6. The Mudskippers are referred to as Fish Cat 1 and Fish Cat 2, while the Greed-class are called Fat Cat. And what of these two ships?" The chief mate pointed emphatically at a Barber-class vessel and a Buffalo Mk2 class ship approaching from the naval port, his voice resonating loudly, not merely seeking a name from Li Bin, but rather showcasing to the dockworkers bustling about. From humble beginnings, Huanyu United now boasts a fleet of 16 ships. Though the flagship remains the venerable 200-year-old three-legged cat, the company has grown in both personnel and fleet size to a scale that demands attention. Nowadays, even Jeffrey enjoys the privilege of bypassing ticket lines at the corporate branch's service desk, indulging in VIP treatment as a prominent figure. While there are higher tiers such as VVVIP, 3V, and even 4V, this marks a commendable beginning, does it not? The first vessel the chief mate indicated was the Barber class, precisely the type Li Bin had originally aspired to acquire. This ship, classified as a frigate, possesses formidable firepower comparable to that of a cruiser, particularly in mining and metal dismantling operations. The brilliance lies in the design, as the drill requires the ship to collide with debris and asteroids, leading to a reinforced hull from inception, equipped with enhanced weapon mounts and a robust structure. Just as a woodpecker's brain withstands the impact of its pecking, the Barber class remains intact despite its close-range operations. Such a sturdy hull allows it to endure several rounds of enemy fire on the battlefield. As a frigate, it fulfills its role admirably. As for issues like inadequate battery capacity and slower cruising speed, when juxtaposed with its cost, these become mere trifles, a testament to its exceptional value. Chapter 68, A Quantum Leap, Medium Fleet, Part 2. The Barber class was transformed from a Conqueror-class frigate by the colossal enterprise, Risky Mining Corporation. As one of the later established companies within this vast conglomerate, it boasted a relatively weak technological foundation. Nevertheless, its vessel modifications often displayed flashes of inspiration while remaining exceedingly pragmatic. It was, in essence, the ideal ship for a captain of modest means. Had it not been for the considerable distance from the core star regions, Li Bin might have initially allied with them, purchasing a mining vessel to diligently extract resources and repay his debts. As for the other vessel, it was a salvage platform, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Rather than being classified as a spaceship, it could be more accurately described as a mobile engineering station. This 336-meter behemoth featured merely a single cockpit and a solitary bunk, accommodating a maximum of 2 individuals, with a meager 8 square meters of cabin space. extremely limited for movement. However, it possessed a critically important capability. It was equipped with a plethora of deep space operational machinery. This included a 75-meter-long gantry, 3 retractable mechanical arms, which could be swapped out for impact drills, engineering pincers, and armor-piercing cones. Additionally, it housed an extensive array of exploration equipment and operational devices, capable of identifying and mitigating risks associated with debris before dismantling it, and even locking onto high-value items through the metallic remnants. In simpler terms, if deep space operations were akin to treasure hunting on a beach, this vessel would be the coveted metal detector of every treasure seeker. Regrettably, it could only accommodate 2 individuals while containing 20 sets of specialized single-person exploration gear. Henceforth, the engineering team's space endeavors would no longer necessitate the arduous task of crafting boosters from gas canisters. This is also one of the reasons why Li Bin is determined to purchase the cruise ship. Working on a salvage platform is exceedingly arduous, akin to the struggles faced while harvesting king crabs in Alaska, engaging in battles along the Somme, or partaking in the Second World War at Normandy. Li Bin gazes contentedly at the 2 vessels, the Barber-class ship named Hairless Cat, while the salvage platform remains unnamed. By the way, did the person who approached you mention the price? That individual, adorned in a suit featuring the emblem of a colossal enterprise, stated that the 2 ships would cost $24,000. Captain, you wouldn't consider selling out, would you? Such a lucrative opportunity should be shared among comrades. Earning thousands of star coins in a single night, I, Jeffrey, a mere pauper, deemed the venture unworthy. 1,000 per night suffices. Damn it. I was still skeptical about Mu Yao's dealings, and now you begin to question me. Huh? When did such illicit affairs proliferate aboard the ship? Li Bin kicked the first mate, commanding him to allocate the crew within 3 hours, preparing to receive another batch of cargo. The fleet would depart 5 hours hence. Should you delay by a mere second, I shall strip you of your trousers and hang them in the docking area, forcing you to sell your wares for free, and subsequently post the video online. Afterward, he sought out the bosun, requesting another anonymous withdrawal card to send commissions to Zheng Jishu. The individual who assisted Li Bin last night was indeed a retired Marine. He is a genuine veteran. This arrangement ensures that, at least procedurally, no faults can be found. Even if the AI were to report it, both parties would have their justifications. It must be said that engaging in trade with these soldiers is remarkably gratifying. As long as one demonstrates sincerity and trust, matters are resolved with remarkable ease, devoid of unnecessary complications. When discussing commissions, the 2 vessels, valued at over 30,000, were promptly negotiated down to 24,000 without hesitation. Li Bin, in addition to the commission of over 400 star coins, generously provided an extra sum, bringing the total to 1,000 star coins. The salary of the Marine Corps surpasses that of seasoned crew members, with lifelong contracts starting at 260 star coins, reflecting their highly professional combat capabilities. During wartime, their value escalates akin to heavy weaponry, potentially reaching 600 to 700 star coins. With an annual salary of 28 star coins, the surplus of over 1,000 star coins is sufficient for Zheng Jishu and his associates. After all, the losses incurred are borne by the corporation, while the profits belong to them, which is not a matter of shame. Thanks to Zheng Jishu's connections, after selling the vessels, there remains over 103,000 star coins. Seizing the opportunity presented by the low prices of Kazarin industrial products, he decided to invest the remaining funds entirely in the Marine Corps. In Kazarin, the public market prices for the Marine Corps stand at 300 star coins per individual, a figure that causes Li Bin considerable discomfort. The funds allocated for purchasing lifelong contracts, unlike those for crew members, do not benefit the Marines. Rather, they represent the cost of their powered armor, tactical knowledge, and experience, all absorbed by the company. As for the remaining funds, Li Bin intends to leave untouched, as they represent his reserve capital, a safety net in the event of future ventures failing. He plans to acquire 10 Marines, placing them under the supervision of Old One-Eye, who will serve to monitor crew leaks and betrayals during routine operations, as well as oversee deep space missions and act as a corps of armed sailors in times of conflict. As the fleet prepared to depart, the docking area was deserted, yet Li Bin had yet to catch sight of the second officer. He called out to Jeffrey, "Hey, where's the second officer? Surely she hasn't truly succumbed to the depths of despair, has she?" In the end, she triumphed? Indeed, she did, when she finally descended. Her complexion was as crimson as the exhaust flames of an engine, her capillaries nearly bursting beneath her skin. Blood streamed from her ears and nose. and froth gathered at her lips. Her gaze was nearly vacant. They had to rush her to Dr. Amanda. Goodness, one wouldn't have expected it. That demure young lady piloted the combat robot with the prowess of Optimus Prime from your tales. Alas, after receiving an injection, the second officer resembled a biochemical version of Megatron, wielding a crowbar with ferocity, smashing the opposing cockpit door to pieces. Li Bin was utterly astonished. Struggling to envision an intelligent beauty, clad in stockings and glasses, fighting for her life in a robot. Is there footage? He inquired. Indeed, everyone recorded it. It was far more exhilarating than any underground fight. The docking area was teeming with spectators, and some even placed bets. I managed to pocket a little something myself, Jeffrey replied, gleefully. As the fleet returned to the Elphi space station, the crew was accounted for. The company had a registered crew count of 460. Yet if each ship retained only the minimum number of crew members, that would amount to 169 personnel. This meant that the remaining crew could disembark to salvage debris during operations or participate in a rotational system. With those resting heading to the Fishcat, the Mudskipper cruise ship, for respite. Li Bin's aspiration was to leverage the vast array of destroyers and frigates during the salvage operation, forming a small fleet at sea, hoping that their numerical advantage would simulate the scale of a larger armada. Only in this manner can one partake in the spoils of war to the fullest extent. This contraption is capable of launching directly from the planet and possesses the ability to traverse hyperspace. Despite its shortcomings, such as fragility and subpar firepower, it serves admirably as a means of transportation. Chapter 69. A convergence of pirates. The fleet of the United Galactic Alliance is not the sole expedition departing from Elphi towards the Mag Galaxy. The temporary salvage company operating in Elphi is comprised entirely of members from the Quartz Society. These young elites are acutely aware of the lucrative prospects of monopolizing salvage operations. They come not only to share in the bounty, but also to lend their support to Li Bin in the Mag Galaxy, thus engaging in a mutually beneficial arrangement. According to the core members of the Quartz Society and the governor's allocations, approximately 3 additional salvage fleets are set to be established and will accompany Li Bin on his journey. Li Bin is fully cognizant that these 3 fleets serve merely as scouts. Once they have familiarized themselves with the transport routes and confirmed their safety, the governor will undoubtedly restructure the Quartz Society, reallocating funds and personnel to establish more fleets bound for the Mag Galaxy. Thus, while Li Bin's fleet currently boasts the highest level of professionalism, scale, and strength among the 4 fleets, he understands that his advantage will only last for the initial 2 weeks of combat. During that fortnight, the environment is akin to a blue ocean, where one can profit effortlessly, even in slumber. However, after that period, it will transform into a red ocean, and the conditions will drastically change. At the very least, one must liberate their hands and feet to generate profit. Good times are fleeting, and one must cherish them while they last. The response unit has detected a pirate signal. Within the bridge, Li Shu expertly manipulated the machinery to relay the information, and in accordance with Li Bin's command, altered the identification code to that of the Pangolin Salvage Company, with the other 3 fleets promptly disabling their own identification codes in tandem. What an astonishing sight this fleet of vessels presents. Chief Officer Li Changjin gazed at the array of patched-up, modified, and distinctly marked pirate ships in the distance, marveling at the chaotic assembly resembling a fleet of derelict ships. Outside the hyperspace treaty point of the Magus Galaxy, a dense formation of pirate vessels guarded the entrance to the jump point, divided into several groups led by various pirate captains, establishing multiple waves of defensive positions. Not a single cruiser could be found among these pirate ships. However, a cursory glance from Li Bin revealed more than 50 pirate vessels, nearly a third of which were destroyers. This was merely a portion of the pirates tasked with blockading the star system. The more formidable pirates, who held the authority to partake in the initial assault on the Suicide Technology Division, were already stirring within the galaxy. Hellhounds, hounds, mutts, brigands, vermin. Astonishingly, there were even 2 scorpion-tailed lions and a lawbringer, truly formidable indeed. Li Changjin couldn't help but salivate at the sight. These were time-tested ship designs. Despite being primarily early models from the human frontier, their capability to emerge from the increasing influx of new vessels each year from the Andromeda sector and achieve widespread deployment among pirates demonstrated at least 3 significant advantages: exceptional value, ease of maintenance, and user-friendliness. In contrast to the plethora of high-tech ships produced by Suicide Technology, these older models excelled in combat effectiveness and resilience, offering remarkable versatility. Among them, the scorpion-tailed lion and the lawbringer were particularly favored by sovereigns, unmistakably military-grade vessels. Stop dawdling, fleet. Move swiftly. We are allies, comrades. The first officer's voice boomed across the comms, while Li Bin busied himself establishing a connection with Duya. Duya is now almost inseparably linked with Li Bin, embodying the adage that one's fortunes rise and fall together. With the announcement of Li Bin's monopolistic salvage plan, Duya successfully extricated himself from the shipping office, subsequently assuming the role of the family's head of salvage operations, overseeing their own salvage team. Amusingly, the Bailino family views Li Bin as a discovery of Duya, a trustworthy ally, having demonstrated impeccable integrity during their previous collaboration by adhering strictly to the contract without any attempt at appropriation. Conversely, the Elfi regard Li Bin as a native, a promising elite member of the quartz society, also considered one of their own. In the eyes of the pirate king Kanda, Li Bin is a restless and dangerous individual intent on toppling large corporations, however, due to their coinciding interests and his courteous gestures, including the transport of heavy weaponry and his proposal of the monopolistic salvage plan, fully endorsing her as one of the three principal decision-makers. He is begrudgingly regarded as half an ally. Thus, while the commanders of the other three fleets are still treading cautiously, Li Bin is already engaging in jovial banter with the three factions over the communication channel, simultaneously reassuring the overwhelmed bean sprout, burdened by a plethora of reports and applications, while vociferously cursing the giant corporations alongside the pirates, wishing them lucrative spoils from their plunder of AI cores, all the while comforting the other Elfi salvage teams. His schedule is both hectic and fulfilling. Upon entering the Margot system, the frequent incoming signals nearly overwhelm the ship's transponder. The Margot system is teeming with unruly little pirates, unqualified to partake in the offensive against Zico technology, lacking both the strength and discipline to guard the jump points. Thus they meander aimlessly within the system, waiting to seize opportunities to plunder fleeing vessels and unsuspecting foreign salvage fleets once the war ignites. At the orbital station of New Mugos, Li Bin finally encountered Duya, whose dark circles and stubble rendered him particularly haggard. Duya embraced Li Bin, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He truly lacked the capacity to manage the intricate business affairs, and the overwhelming reports had nearly driven him to madness. Everywhere he turned, there were demands for crew members, ships, and supplies. The pirates had been incessantly pressing for the readiness of the salvage fleet, while family leaders frequently inquired about the whereabouts of the Elfi fleet. Now that Li Bin had arrived, he could finally liberate himself from this hell of paperwork. Without uttering a word, he exclaimed, "Let South go to my place." Gripping Li Bin's hand, he insisted on having him assist in handling the business matters. Eager to grasp the current situation, Li Bin was dragged along, bombarding you with questions along the way. Have other companies or individual salvage fleets arrived? How many? What are their affiliations? When do the pirates plan to launch their attack? And what are the routes? How are your supply reserves? How long can they last? Are the spies in position? What is the status of the Zuko Technology Division? Where are the high-value items located, and in what quantities? What does the defense composition look like? Stop, stop, stop! Duya exclaimed in frustration. Damn it, Li Bin, I brought you here to save me, not to pile on more pressure. Within the territory of the Bailino family, Duya's anguished cry drew the sidelong glances of passers-by. As a rapidly promoted figure, he had become quite the sensation within the Bailino family and its ranks. And witnessing this rising star in such a state of distress sparked countless speculations among onlookers. In a state of collapse, Duya shouted, "Go check the conference room yourself. All the information is inside." Damn it, I have to look at a full 18 screens. 18. The advisors, seemingly devoid of any original ideas, merely relied on the proposals generated by artificial intelligence, bombarding me with an incessant stream of inquiries. Grasping Li Bin's arm, I exclaimed, "With all these questions, I possess but a singular answer. Aside from the pirates launching their assault in 2 days, I am bereft of any further knowledge. My friend, this burdensome position of responsibility is as searing as the molten core of a volcano. They may find it enticing, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that it is the heat from my own toil that has rendered it so." Observing the frantic Duya before me, Li Bin was engulfed in profound reflection. Those with even a modicum of experience understand that management is an intricate discipline. As subordinates and related operations proliferate, the complexities of coordination, synchronization, communication, meetings, personnel selection, advancement, psychological fortification, business promotion, and project tracking escalate exponentially. To address these challenges, a specialized field of management studies has emerged to cultivate adept leaders. Many entrepreneurs experience rapid growth in their initial stages, yet when their influence or enterprises expand, they often encounter catastrophic failures, culminating in bankruptcy and reputational ruin. Even the formidable Liu Xuande, renowned in history, excelled primarily as a commander of armies numbering in the thousands, demonstrating brilliance in small-scale warfare, while his capabilities in commanding larger legions paled in comparison. Thus, the rarity of talents like Han Xin becomes even more pronounced. Throughout history, be it in governance or warfare, the competition has never been about who is superior or exceptional. Rather, it has always been a contest of who is less incompetent. Hence, it is often said that the world resembles a colossal makeshift troop, a realm where mediocrity prevails. Alone, I could never complete all these tasks. It is imperative that you remain at the helm. Li Bin assisted Duya and Doya, suggesting that they proceed to the conference room where he would review the recent reports and organize the information. With a serious demeanor, Li Bin analyzed the situation. With a battle looming the day after tomorrow, there was no feasible way to address all matters, so they must focus on the essentials. Duya gazed at Li Bin with teary eyes, feeling as though a radiant halo was forming around him, as if he were to become a sage. Chapter 70. The main battleship fires. Duya spoke gravely, as though a mere second's delay from Li Bin would result in his being launched into space like Kaz, due to the eruption of the volcano beneath him. However, upon Li Bin's arrival, he found that his aides had performed admirably. With the assistance of AI, the speed of their analysis and report generation was remarkable. Yet, Duya found himself caught in a position that was neither too high nor too low, burdened by an overwhelming amount of information that required his attention. In simpler terms, the business was running smoothly, but Duya's mind was overwhelmed, akin to a computer struggling to run a game due to insufficient capacity. Observing this, Li Bin offered a few comforting words to Duya, then connected a network cable to the interface at the side of his neck, sending him off to the digital realm for some respite. While he closed the door to the conference room and addressed the aides of the Bailino family, given the volume of data you've processed, I believe an introduction of myself is unnecessary. The group nodded in agreement. Li Bin continued, now, what tasks do you need to undertake? There should be a master list. Let me see it. Some aides hesitated, but this is a family secret. Li Bin regarded him coldly. This initiative is one I orchestrated. I possess more knowledge than you do. What is there to conceal? What could be more confidential than colluding with pirates to assault a colossal enterprise? Or do you prefer to wait until the situation deteriorates and Duya is held accountable? Let me tell you, if Duya faces consequences, his first action will be to take all of you with him. Subsequently, your family will be looked down upon by the governor and other clans for your ineptitude. Do you truly believe that during wartime, your family will have the luxury to investigate whether you are unjustly accused? Li Bin's words were not mere alarmism. The phenomenon of those in high positions being ineffectual is a universal truth. If those in power were indeed as sagacious and competent as one might hope, then the Earth in Li Bin's previous life would not have been a realm plagued by perpetual conflict, where corruption was rampant. And it was the nation with the highest obesity rate in the world. The prevailing reality is that as long as the outcomes align with the expectations of the powerful, everything else is merely a trifling concern. The aide, observing his superior who had closed his eyes and delved into the depths of the digital realm, swallowed hard and obediently presented the data. Li Bin stretched his neck, spending half an hour reviewing the master sheet, clarifying his thoughts along with the names of the aides and their respective projects and stakeholders. After a brief contemplation of 10 minutes with his eyes shut, he opened them again and began to call out names, addressing matters swiftly according to their priorities. The greatest advantage of his prodigious memory was that Li Bin could effortlessly recall all pertinent information and summon it as needed. Due to the absence of a need for direct supervision at the front line, Li Bin is not required to accumulate relevant project experience. He merely needs to compare past metrics and data, verify discrepancies, inquire about issues, and report accordingly. After all, with Duya bearing the brunt of any fallout, Li Bin can judiciously pursue his own interests without compromising the benefits of the Bailino family. Moreover, as this position is not particularly elevated, Li Bin is unlikely to encounter challenges that exceed his experience and perspective, allowing him to organize matters swiftly. Is it truly that quick? You are remarkable, Duya exclaimed with unreserved praise. Li Bin rubbed his tired eyes and retorted, quick? Have you not noticed that a day and a half has already passed? In half a day, the pirates will commence their assault. What? Du stood up abruptly, his anxiety palpable. What about the family fleet? They departed long ago. Li Bin replied, completing your family's data half a day prior, and now working on the figures for the pirates and the elves. Li Bin rapped his knuckles on the table as he rose, casting a glance at the various screens in the conference room, mentally noting the galaxy topography, gravitational data, and natural parameters. He picked up his coat and said, the task is complete. I must proceed to my next engagement. Farewell for now. We shall converse again later. But, your supply, Du stammered. As he spoke, Li Bin patted Du's shoulder and departed amidst the astonished gazes of Du and the weary yet respectful expressions of the aides. The aides present felt confident in their ability to fulfill Du's responsibilities. Yet they could not emulate Li Bin's unique approach of working efficiently and accurately without reliance on a terminal. Some staff whispered quietly, damn it. If it weren't for the fact that he's consumed 9 packets of nutritional paste and drinks water to use the restroom, I would truly suspect he has transformed into an AI. Upon returning to the bridge, Li Bin immediately urged the fleet to set sail, simultaneously boasting to his siblings. This time, we are destined to reap great rewards. I have meticulously crafted all the parameters for the temporary salvage company's vessels, including maintenance, supplies, and navigation planning. Moreover, I have compiled detailed information on the main pirates, their personalities, fleet strengths, and the navigational and geographical parameters of the star systems. I even managed to organize some data on the rapid technological advancements pilfered by spies. We are on the brink of fortune, Li Shu, do you understand? We are about to strike it rich. The data in Li Bin's mind surpassed even that possessed by the command of the Bellino family's own salvage fleet. As the fleet approached the star Tibicina, it was noted that the MAG star system is a binary star system, with the primary star being a blue giant and the other a solitary white dwarf at the edge of the system. The MAG star system's binary configuration, indicated by the red box, all of which are stars, and the Tibicina Enterprise Station, which is quite small, primarily established by rapid technology for monitoring the hegemon while also facilitating trade. Its main composition is carbon, yet it lacks the requisite temperature to melt carbon elements. Thus, it does not rely on the heat from nuclear fusion to resist gravitational collapse, but instead depends on the electron degeneracy pressure generated by extremely high-density matter for support. In simpler terms, it is both small and cold, failing to provide sufficient warmth to the surrounding Tibicina. Thus, the hydroponic farms established by SUSY technology on this planet primarily rely on 2 nuclear power stations to supply the laboratory, while heating lamps simulate artificial light to cultivate a portion of the food, addressing the dietary needs of the upper-class residents. Tibicina is home to approximately 600,000 humans, of whom 550,000 reside within the subterranean cities. The planet features countless kilometers of ravines formed by tectonic movements, with the underground cities excavated along these chasms. Harnessing the relentless geothermal energy from the molten magma deep within to power the entire city, the upper class utilizes nuclear energy, while the impoverished depend on geothermal heat. Furthermore, due to the planet's exceedingly thin atmosphere, meteors can strike the surface unimpeded, allowing the underground cities to exploit the crust for protection. Additionally, the planet's gravity is 1.9 times that of Earth, and within a few dozen meters of the surface, there exists a plethora of heavy inert gases tethered by the gravitational pull of the erupting magma. Perhaps in several millennia, when these inert gases accumulate sufficiently, this planet may develop its own atmosphere. Meanwhile, the remaining 50,000 residents inhabit the spacious and luminous space station, which comprises military personnel, researchers, their support staff, and a small number of merchants. Regardless of how this planet once flaunted its association with major corporations throughout the galaxy, it now faces inevitable decline. Hundreds of pirate ships have gathered, led by 2 Mora-class aircraft carriers and a high-tide-class long-range missile boat, repurposed from interstellar cruise liners. With 3 formidable pirate fleets at the forefront, as the 2 capital ships are stealthily advancing towards the Tibicina space station under their protection. The Mora-class cruiser carrier stands majestically, with the Starline cruiser to its left and the modified high-tide-class long-range missile boat to its right. One vessel, a formidable warship, has been converted from the Tatris-class superfreighter, measuring an astonishing 3.6 kilometers in length and 1.2 kilometers at its widest point, dwarfing even space stations and revealing an arsenal that inspires despair. The Atlas-class superfreighter and the Atlas II Malawian Quach's supermodified vessel, the Mercury alloy death barge, constitute the backbone of Canada's dominion over this desolate star system for 2 centuries, accompanied by hundreds of powerful ships of various classes, manifesting their influence and renown. These 2 principal warships are adorned with chaotic patches and structures reminiscent of grotesque growths, which starkly contrast with the advanced interstellar technology they harbor. As if their designers and builders had consumed an excessive quantity of hallucinogenic mushrooms, resulting in a surreal, almost deranged creation. There exists a wildness, a beauty reminiscent of cerebral absence. As the gun positions silently adjust, the space station futilely activates its shields, cobalt blue, translucent barriers attempting to protect their patrols from the onslaught of marauding escort ships and destroyers, which rend the feeble patrol vessels asunder, leaving wreckage scattered like the skeletal remains of aquatic birds picked apart by predatory fish. High-energy reaction detected. The numbers are overwhelming. Li Shu gasped. There was no need for her to elaborate. Through the observation window at the bridge's forefront, everyone witnessed the emergence of dark red and orange blossoms, each several meters in diameter, unfolding in sequence. These were the main batteries of the battleship, resonating in the void of space with a quiet yet thunderous roar. This is an artificial spider lily, the toll of war, the lament of demise, the long-awaited retribution of Canada, representative of the vengeance of Margos, 2 centuries overdue. Hundreds of artillery shells and missiles descend like a multitude of fists, intent on compelling you to kneel in supplication, determined to obliterate your very essence. Chapter 71. Internal strife within the megacorporation. A colossal vessel looms, obscuring the sky, as relentless gunfire echoes and aircraft swarm like a tide. The Susi Technology Space Station unleashes orange and azure lasers, effortlessly incinerating a prominent Hellhound-class ship. This vessel, once locked in a fierce struggle with Li Bin, succumbed in less than 5 seconds under the laser lock of the megacorporation, enduring the harrowing sequence of shield overload, armor melting, structural collapse, and the explosive demise of fuel and munitions. Though the pirates' weaponry may not rival that of the megacorporation, the flagship missile ship, modified from the Atlas class, lives up to its name, Endless Fury. Equipped with 2 large weapon mounts, it continuously unleashes storm missile projectiles, comparable in size to rockets. Additionally, the ship simultaneously fires spear missiles and breaching torpedoes, although these slower ordnance weapons are easily targeted by lasers mid-flight. Their sheer volume and the supporting fire from other pirates transform the cobalt blue shields of the Susi Technology Space Station into mere flower beds. The battlefield stretches endlessly, with a hemispherical offensive network firing in sequence. In stark contrast to the divine might of this war, Li Bin reflects that his previous encounters with pirates were akin to children in a kindergarten tugging at one another's hair, far from being the fervent struggle he had envisioned. In the eyes of those who have witnessed such scenes, it appears almost adorably feeble. No wonder the old one-eyed man dared to proclaim that he could safeguard himself after jumping ship. The weight of the first mate status in Li Bin's mind has further elevated. Moreover, the Mark IX, the Ravager cannon, and the Atreus heavy railgun unleashed a relentless barrage. While the furious electromagnetic railgun fired colossal projectiles imbued with unmatched kinetic energy, each strike causing ripples across the shields. Although the laser technology from Speedy Tech boasts incredible power, as an energy weapon, it is excessively potent in such a small vessel. C. The main battleship tasked with the assault mission was well protected by cruisers and destroyers. Each time the space station's laser targeted, it was intercepted by cruisers at the cost of overloaded battery packs. Furthermore, the main battleship maintained a sufficient distance from the space station, rendering other weaponry ineffective aside from lasers. Energy weapons, while possessing high precision and formidable power, also suffer from lengthy cooling and charging times, coupled with a significant demand for electricity. More critically, lasers cannot bend, whereas missiles and cannons can remain concealed behind defensive vessels while delivering sustained fire. In a scenario where both defense and offense rely on battery packs, the energy indicators of the space station soared without any sign of decline. From the lofty flagship, the vengeful Iron Fist, Mercury alloy-class death barge, Pirate King Canada issued a final plea for surrender over the public channel. Your life flickers like a candle in the wind, while my pirates are inexhaustible. This is your last opportunity. Another voice, mad with audacity, echoed through the channel, uttering contradictory words. Haddon, how does it feel? How does it feel to witness your fleet consumed piece by piece, your radiant energy gradually extinguished, does it not evoke a sense of sublime ecstasy, a crescendo of sensation? He. I implore you, resist the urge to surrender, for I intend to obliterate every vestige of your resistance, to bestow upon you the ultimate humiliation. Inane drivel. Haddon, the commander of the Subspace Technologies Division, roared over the channel. Buffoon, what manner of chaos are you orchestrating? Once my legions arrive to quell this insurrection, you, your master, and your dung heap of a stronghold shall be obliterated into cosmic dust. Despite Haddon's vociferous retorts over the open channel, upon severing the connection, he slammed his fist upon the command console in a paroxysm of rage. God damn it. Those fiends at headquarters are deliberately sending us to our doom. None in the command center offered a rebuttal, their visages etched with profound despondency. Indeed, from the inception of Subspace Technologies' colonization of Tibisa, they had been prepared for its eventual annihilation. Subspace Technologies' sphere of influence was concentrated in the northeastern sector of the core worlds. Their foray across the territories of the Syndicate hegemony and the Hyena Mining Corporation to invade the Mager system in the southern core worlds and colonize Tibisa was, in truth, a strategic maneuver to monitor the Overlord's movements. These two colossal entities, embroiled in two AI wars over the course of a century, were locked in an eternal struggle. To surveil their adversaries' activities and concurrently foster trade, Tibisa was selected as a strategic outpost. Each division head and commander was informed upon assuming their post that their mission comprised three objectives. First, to maintain Subspace Technologies' fleet in the southern sector of the core worlds. Second, to monitor the adversary from this strategically proximate location and continually dispatch agents for clandestine subversion. It was akin to a fortified outpost, a bastion of observation and intrigue. What Suzy Technology did not anticipate was the arrival of bandits beside the bunker instead of the 8th route. 10 days prior, Hatton had issued a warning to headquarters. Yet their response was tepid at best, merely stating, until there is definitive evidence of a pirate incursion, the suppression fleet of Suzy Technology cannot be dispatched, as the Margstar system is adjacent to a dominant power, which may provoke a severe reaction from them. The company is not yet prepared for a third comprehensive war, so please ensure you have irrefutable evidence before reporting. In the unfortunate event of your demise, the company will provide lifelong training and employment opportunities for your spouse and children, should you have any. What utter nonsense regarding irrefutable evidence. Was Hatton expected to brave the onslaught of torpedo arrays and pirate fleets alone, infiltrating the den of Kanda to apprehend that old woman, slapping her while demanding answers? They were treating them as expendable pawns. Hatton was acutely aware that the upper echelons of the company were devoid of humanity. Their plans relied heavily on the optimal solutions provided by AI cores. They were undoubtedly contemplating waiting for the pirates to obliterate Tiberias, providing headquarters with an excuse to then annihilate the star system, transforming the entire region from a surveillance stronghold into a frontline war fortress. The issue was whether they could indeed accomplish this. A cadre of AI-obsessed fools, utterly disregarding human emotions, not to mention the dominant powers, the Perseus Alliance, the Lewd Church, and the Hyena Mining Corporation, who would tolerate having mines buried beneath their feet. Hatton anxiously bit his nails as reports from the command center indicated radiation levels were nearing critical thresholds, and the space station's battery array could only sustain operations for another 3 hours. His face contorted in agony, teeth grinding with a cacophonous rhythm as he struggled to maintain a steady voice. Deactivate all modules except for the military and self-rotation systems. Requisition all vessels from the space station, including those of neutral merchants. Seize their cargo as well. Prepare the armed depot and the Marine Corps to establish a defensive system within the station and distribute weapons. We lack sufficient funds. Fool, are you incapable of drafting an IOU? Upon hearing this foolish inquiry, Hatton could no longer contain himself. He kicked over the flustered officer whose mind had seemingly short-circuited. If we win, fine, but if we lose, those pompous fools at headquarters will leave us to shoulder the debt, treating us like pawns. Is it so unreasonable to demand a little compensation in advance? He cursed and shouted, harboring immense resentment, yet he dared not entertain any thoughts of surrender. Hatton's demise would entail no additional suffering, but if he surrendered and was subsequently defeated by the conglomerates, Kanda would undoubtedly capture him to ensure his own safety, delivering him to a fate wherein the headquarters of Zushi Technology would subject him to experiments valued in the millions of star coins, with countless cutting-edge laboratories queuing up to exploit him. As long as his mind remained intact, The executives, seeking to vent their frustrations, would be all too willing to replace his organs and body until he ultimately succumbed to complete brain death. In that case, death would be a far more desirable outcome. Chapter 72. The torpedo of the jumping gang. The pirates launched their assault like a relentless tide, missiles, torpedoes, and artillery converging in a fierce barrage, while fighter jets, bombers, and frigates circled ominously overhead. The shields held firm against the onslaught aimed at the space station, with the aftershocks of explosions radiating outward to other areas. Without the obstruction of the atmosphere, fragments and debris scattered in all directions, propelled by unparalleled kinetic energy. This compelled Li Bin to issue a command for the fleet's vessels, particularly those lacking shields such as the Hairless Cat, Barber class, and salvage platforms, to form a core group, activating their shields to assist in withstanding the chaotic shower of metallic debris. The massive three-legged cat, measuring several hundred meters, managed to remain steadfast amidst the aftermath of the battle. However, the frigates were not so fortunate. The kitten and Rusty Cat, equipped with shields, trembled slightly in the wake of the energy surges, while the Fish Cat, positioned at the rear of the formation and devoid of shielding, began to bob up and down like a cruise ship navigating tumultuous seas. Li Bin commanded all captains to utilize onboard recording devices to document this battle, engaging in simulations and discussions with the captains and senior officers over the high-level crew channel. The experience and records from such a grand fleet operation were exceedingly valuable. These projection recordings were typically safeguarded by various enterprises and factions, with only brief, fragmented perspectives available in the public domain. Although the Universe Union currently operated only a medium-sized fleet, the number of vessels was substantial, necessitating the implementation of preparatory training. Li Bin was acutely aware of his company's lack of specialists in relevant fields. Each time the ship docked, he instinctively sought out high-caliber captains and commanding personnel, yet regrettably, there remained few qualified individuals within the company. In his desperation, he enlisted the aid of the old one-eyed veteran and the previously recruited Marines to serve as instructors, leveraging their combat experience in conjunction with the current battlefield dynamics to engage in discussions with the seasoned crew members who had undergone training. It is inconsequential to draw erroneous conclusions. The Pirate King Kanda and her entourage are presently demonstrating their standard responses on the battlefield. Merely follow along. Li Shu gazed at the densely packed data projected before her and instinctively reported, 5 hours and 31 minutes into the battle. This marks the second battery overload at the Tibicina space station. Compared to before the conflict commenced, the station has significantly diminished in size. The seasoned one-eyed veteran recounted his experiences. The design of the space station differs fundamentally from constructing buildings on planetary surfaces. Many structures are affixed externally, prepared from the outset for potential destruction. The external ports, docking bays, armament platforms, and armored modules serve as both firepower points and defensive structures for the station. When a catapult missile struck the air dock, the employees of Susi Technology who could not evacuate were hurled away by the force of the explosion, while the disintegrating air dock was engulfed, akin to a colossal beast devouring its prey. As modules began to fail and detach one by one, the architecture of the space station gradually became discernible to onlookers. Drawing from his extensive experience in landing operations, the old veteran continued. This space station is not only diminutive but also exhibits a rather conservative design. It appears that the designers intended from the outset for it to function as a watchtower, aiming to prolong time as much as possible under conditions of insufficient firepower. These discussions were confined to the channel, with ordinary crew members lacking the privilege to partake. Li Changzhen, observing the shield that had yet to activate, humbly inquired, "Master, I have heard that pirates fear not death, given the battery overload. Why do they not attempt to dispatch a corvette brimming with pirates to jump in?" The old one-eyed veteran glanced at his apprentice and pointed to the large energy weapon atop the space station in the projection, saying, "Do you see that? Now, it has ceased to function due to a lack of power, yet once the battery is restored, it, along with the automated defense systems within the space station, shall reboot. Coupled with the shield that obstructs subsequent assistance, it creates a scenario akin to a trap for the enemy." Li Bin further elucidated, "Moreover, pirates are not akin to a military force. They lack discipline. The Pirate King, Kanda, has expended considerable effort to establish such an imposing array, ensuring a surefire victory without the need to sacrifice his underlings, as this would surely breed discontent among the ranks." As he spoke, the lights of the Tibicina space station flickered back to life, and the energy beam at its apex surged forth once more. The pirate fleet promptly adjusted its formation, maneuvering fluidly under the command of the seasoned 2-century-old pirate. Only the temporarily engaged pirates lagged slightly in their response, resulting in their ships being struck by the energy discharge and obliterated. Although no cruisers were lost, the destroyers were pierced through and melted away, disintegrating into neat fragments or succumbing to explosive demise. Li Bin observed that, apart from the space station, the ground defense installations on Tibicina were also unleashing their firepower. However, due to the excessive mass of the space station, they dared not approach even the low Earth orbit for fear of being torn apart by gravitational forces. Consequently, while the artillery from the ground was formidable, it proved utterly futile. The old one-eyed pirate also took note of this development, cautioning, "It appears the space station is doomed." The ground defense commander is growing frantic. Susi technology has always favored appointing technicians as commanders and captains, as they excel in training AI. In the realm of space naval warfare, the captains from Susi technology possess the highest minimum competency. The implication is that the captain of Susi technology and the command are excessively reliant on artificial intelligence, lacking in both professional knowledge and personal fortitude. With the lower limits covered by AI, but the upper limits insufficient, the commander on the ground must have received reports from AI. Yet the primal instinct to fear death compelled him to order the artillery to fire, hoping for a 1 in a billion chance to preserve the space station. As long as the space station remains intact, the pirates would hesitate to launch an orbital drop, for safeguarding the space station equates to safeguarding oneself. However, even Li Changzhen recognized the folly of this decision. Having been meticulously instructed by Old One-Eyed, he had shown remarkable growth in the realm of warfare. But isn't this tantamount to suicide? The heavy defensive equipment on the ground is fixed. Once they open fire, they expose their own firepower positions, allowing the pirates to simply conduct targeted orbital bombardments. His expression was one of deep confusion. Old One-Eyed snorted disdainfully. Simulation training differs vastly from real combat. In the former, one may fail 1,000 times, while in the latter, a single failure can determine life or death. This commander should possess no practical experience, merely inflated scores. The other Marines nodded in agreement, with some openly expressing their preference for such opponents. When faced with them, there is no need for strategic maneuvers or battle planning. Simply organizing a decapitation squad and launching multiple waves of assaults on the command chain would suffice. These fledgling warriors would soon find themselves in disarray. This is the folly of theoretical discourse. The pirates, too, sensed the impending climax. Their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, unleashing a torrent of firepower. The third round of shields held for merely an hour and a half before the space station proactively shut them down. They aimed to conserve power for an internal struggle. Li Changzhen offered an astute assessment. Not only that, they also aimed to obliterate all goods within the station. The seasoned one-eyed veteran, a testament to years of service in the Marine Corps, incisively noted, "This is a trap set by the opposing commander. The pirates must seize the opportunity to assault one hatch at a time. Failing to do so would merely align with Hutton's intentions. Continuing to fire would only lead to the destruction of their own assets, while refraining from firing would allow Susi technology to annihilate the station's wealth, leaving them with nothing but refuse. This is an overt scheme." Li Bin's heart raced, maintaining an impassive facade while inwardly cursing the commander named Hutton. Was it not possible to end it all with a single shot? Why orchestrate such a grand spectacle? Those resources were rightfully his. The pirates vented their fury, openly cursing Hutton and his entire lineage on the public channel, even extending their vitriol to his genetic parents and relatives. Indeed, as the saying goes, one travels 1,000 miles solely for wealth. These pirates were even more desperate than Li Bin. After traveling such a distance and firing over 1,000 rounds, how could he dare to play this game? With the activation of the torpedoes, the pirate ships took their positions. The aging yet formidable voice of King Kanda echoed through the channel as the flagship Revenge Iron Fist of Kanda's nest activated its maneuvering thrusters. The ship, several kilometers in length, surged forward at a speed rivaling that of a cruiser, leaving the missile ship Endless Fury in its wake. The Revenge Iron Fist, lacking shields, relied solely on its armor. Previously shielded by the Endless Fury, it now advanced alongside other vessels to launch torpedoes, exposing itself to enemy fire. Jeffrey stared in disbelief. Is Kanda truly so reckless? Susi Technology's energy weapons are unparalleled in the Andromeda system. The old one-eyed man remained silent. His knowledge of naval warfare limited solely to his experiences with minor skirmishes. he was unfamiliar with other aspects. This, however, fortuitously aligned with Li Bin's expertise. It is not as such, he elucidated. The Mercury alloy-class death barges are cobbled together from the remnants of other vessels, representing a form of resourceful recycling. Even the designers are oblivious to their precise structure and strength. For the Revenge Iron Fist to serve as a flagship, its primary construction materials must certainly not be derived from civilian ships. Just as there are disparities among individuals, so too are there differences among vessels of the same class. The chasm between these makeshift Mercury alloy ships is even more pronounced. Li Bin firmly believed that this flagship, a manifestation of over 2 centuries of pirate legacy, must be among the elite of the Perseus constellation within the Mercury alloy classification. As if to validate Li Bin's hypothesis, a massive energy laser from the space station struck the frontal armor of the Revenge Iron Fist, swiftly melting away its outer shell and obliterating the large weaponry situated at the prow, including the Storm missile launcher. Damn it. A weapon worth 5,000 star coins is now rendered useless, Jeffrey thought, feeling a tightening in his groin. This is not warfare, it is sheer monetary annihilation. The structural integrity of the ship, under the assault of the colossal laser, resembled ice cream on a red-hot frying pan, sizzling as molten metal oozed forth. After advancing 7 or 8 meters and penetrating the bow, the progress markedly slowed. The stellar defense layer, composed of multi-layered heat-resistant tiles, specialized glass, and thermal insulation coatings, was ingeniously designed to protect vessels during extreme proximity to stars. Li Bin's eyes sparkled with admiration at this brilliant concept. His understanding as a liberal arts student is limited to these concepts. The specifics of thermal insulation and heat-absorbing materials exceed his knowledge. However, based on the observed effects, they appear to be remarkably effective. It is precisely because the Mercury alloy grade consists of shipwreck remnants that such composite materials can be integrated at the junctions of the wreckage during construction and renovation. Kangda, harboring years of animosity towards Zuko technology, must have been well prepared. Launch. These colossal torpedoes even carry the 9-handed shield generators salvaged from destroyers. After the shield deflected the firepower from the space station, it became ineffective, yet it was sufficient for a significant number of torpedoes to penetrate the space station. These torpedoes seemed like bullets fired by Kangda, striking the towering giant that is the space station and injecting the wild virus known as pirate within. Behind the Revenge Iron Fist, more jump torpedoes and the fearless pirate frenzy followed. Chapter 73, landing on the highest city of the star system, the Tibicina space station. At this moment, the Tibicina space station appeared in a devastated state, with large sections of its outer modules scattering like seeds, propelled by the explosive infusion of kinetic energy. Floating up and down, jump torpedo pellets pummeled its surface, leaving molten circular holes everywhere. According to Old One-Eye's calculations, the pirates favored overloading the jump torpedoes with personnel. And after this round, at least 500 individuals had been crammed into the space station. Li Bin immediately called for the fleet to warm up and simultaneously informed the Quartz Society's fleet to prepare for landing. Mu Yao expressed concern over a private channel. Isn't this too risky? The other members may be reluctant to proceed now. What about the other members? Aren't you worried yourself? Be confident. After all, you are the formidable biochemical overlord, capable of dismantling even robots. What is there to fear? Li Bin scoffed inwardly, his disdain evident. We could be salvaging at the space station, which surely yields far greater rewards than sifting through these wreckage scraps. If they wish to wait, let them. They might as well be feasting on cold leftovers. Once the space station's battery unit is dismantled by pirates, we shall join the fray. First officer, change the identification code and raise the pirate flag. As the pirates unleashed a barrage of torpedoes, deliberately targeting the location of the energy weapon. The large-scale lasers were rendered inoperative just before the space station's battery unit succumbed to its fate. In a desperate move, Suzy Technology dispatched requisition merchant ships, barely managing to provide a meager display of firepower against the relentless onslaught of the Revenge Iron Fist, which systematically obliterated them. In the absence of the space station and equivalent firepower, the flagship was invincible. Engage. Full speed ahead. With a decisive snap, Li Bin terminated the simulation of the battle. As the fleet of the Universal Alliance made the first move, in the communication signals, the fleet and the pirates were indistinguishable. A bold maneuver that left the salvage fleets of the Quartz Society and New Mugos momentarily stupefied. Among them, a female commander leading a small salvage fleet from the Quartz Society, donned in a form-fitting, retro-styled powered skirt armor, more symbolic than functional. adorned with exaggerated diamond-shaped metallic plates that cascaded like peacock feathers, gently placed her brilliantly manicured hand over her face. Exhaling a sigh of realization, now I understand how this Li Bin manages to accrue such wealth. He truly resembles a rabid dog. Her tone was a blend of comprehension and admiration. Such behavior is beyond her capability, and certainly not her desire. However, it does not hinder her appreciation for the exquisite abacuses that abound in the quartz society, which is in dire need of audacious and tenacious warriors. The cacophony of alarms erupted across the bridges of the fleet, akin to a melancholic band playing their mournful tune. One moment, it was a warning of space debris. The next, a torpedo alert, and then another notification of approaching wreckage demanding evasion. Red, yellow, blue, and green lights flashed in a chaotic symphony of crisis alerts, transforming the bridge into a vibrant discotheque. What was initially a fervent and spirited adventure turned into a somber dance upon a grave. Notably, Li Bin caught a glimpse of the old one-eyed man and several Marine Corps members invited for a meeting who had secured themselves to the bridge with safety belts. Their eyes locked in shared reminiscence, almost uttering, what a familiar scene this is, reminiscent of my days when I XXX. Amidst the violent tremors, Li Shu and the navigators of other vessels pressed anti-seasickness medication beneath their tongues, the drugs swiftly permeating their skin, entering the robust veins under their tongues. They widened their eyes to scrutinize the intelligence from the optical observation post, where dense annotations and data danced across the jolting screen, making it a dizzying spectacle. Suddenly, she exclaimed with excitement, "I have discovered a landing point for a jumping torpedo. There is a port nearby, albeit bombed by missiles. Yet it is sufficient for our entire descent." As she transmitted the coordinates, the AI promptly endeavored to chart a course. However, the ever-changing millions of pieces of space debris, disrupted by countless marauding pirate ships, rendered the identification of a route adhering to conventional safety standards an elusive endeavor. The navigation AI, after all, is not the essence of artificial intelligence. It lacks true intellect and cannot comprehend the multifaceted human desires for safety, speed, and selective evasion of debris. The optimal routes it proposes are limited to the categories of safest and fastest. In the safest mode, it might even suggest a U-turn that rivals the absurdity of directing a vehicle to swim across a river. One can only conclude that, compared to a core AI, conventional AI still requires further refinement. Li Bin decided to disable the navigation AI, inwardly lamenting how this inept navigation system has been a companion throughout his life. Akin to an old friend, evoking no anger, just a sense of familiarity. He redirected computational resources to assist in stabilizing the ship's posture and landing. Tracing a straight line in the projection, let us proceed this way. Should we encounter space debris, we shall use the shield to push through. Our target is sufficiently small. And Suzy Technology's primary objectives are battleships and cruisers. Under the gaze of the Quartz Society and the new Muggo salvage fleet, the ships of the Cosmic Union appeared more frantic than pirates. With maneuvering thrusters engaged, they sped forward at an astonishing pace, akin to a calf on a power line. Sparks flying and shields crackling, while the battery packs